Gooden, take good care of the little ancestor, an old voice called out. I know, Grandma, answered a boy in patched clothes. He was chasing a little girl in a pink short-sleeved shirt. She was small, but she ran very fast. Gooden caught up with her and said gently, Little ancestor, let's slow down a bit. The girl gave a small hum, put her hands behind her back, and slowed her steps. Gooden sighed in relief. The little ancestor ran so fast that he was always afraid she might fall. She was the old ancestor's only daughter, and as her personal guard, he had to protect her carefully. He couldn't let her get hurt, not even a little. If she fell, it would mean he hadn't done his job well, and he might lose his place as her guard. Many boys in the village wanted to be the little ancestor's guard, but among those their age, Gooden was the strongest. The village chief had chosen him, and the other boys were quite jealous. Everyone in the village knew that their peaceful lives were thanks to the little ancestor. 3 years ago, wild boars had rushed down from the mountain and attacked nearby villages, including their own, Big Locust Tree Village. The men had grabbed their tools and fought back. That very day, the little ancestor was born. Her first cry was so loud it echoed through the whole village, and all the wild boars suddenly dropped to the ground, kneeling. The villagers were stunned, not understanding what had happened. Luckily, the village chief, Su Gang, reacted quickly and told the men to finish off the hundreds of wild boars. Soon, the ground was covered in blood. They had no choice. If they didn't kill the boars, the villagers would die instead. When it was over, cheers filled the village. Su Gang led the men to pile the boars in the drying yard, where there was plenty of space to divide the meat. There were 308 wild boars in total, and only 120 households in the village, enough for each family to get 2. But Su Gang didn't start dividing right away. He waited for the old ancestor, Su Lai, to arrive first. Everyone in Big Locust Tree Village had the surname Su. They all came from the same ancestor. According to the family records, their first ancestor had been a great general. He had nearly died in battle, and after returning home, he couldn't stand the corruption of the court, so he resigned and went back to his hometown. But he had made enemies. On his way home, he was ambushed and nearly killed. He fainted under a big locust tree and was saved by an old doctor who happened to pass by. That was how he survived. Later, the ancestor married the old doctor's granddaughter, and they lived in the mountains. Their family continued for generations, and now it's the 10th generation, with more and more people in the village. Every family in Big Locust Tree Village is related, and the most respected elder is Ancestor Su Lai, who is over 70 years old. When Su Lai was young, he risked his life to protect the villagers by destroying the enemy's camp. He was badly injured and could no longer have children. His wife, Granny Ningzi, felt sorry that he had no children, so she studied many medical books left by their ancestors, but for decades, nothing worked. After one last attempt with a new medicine, Ningzi discovered she was pregnant. The whole village was overjoyed. The ancestor finally had a direct descendant. During her pregnancy, the villagers took turns caring for her. The baby was calm and gentle, and Ningzi didn't suffer much. Everyone said the baby in her belly was a kind and thoughtful child. When the baby was born, she brought good fortune to the whole village. Everyone saw her as a savior, and from that day on, she was always protected. Su Lai named his daughter Su Sisi. The first, she meant she was precious, and the second, she meant hope. She was the hope of their village's future. Little ancestor, let's go pick some flowers. We shouldn't go near the river, said Gooden, remembering the village chief's warning. But the little ancestor didn't listen. Gooden could only try to distract her with flowers. No, I don't want to.
They're not pretty, Su Sisi said.
She wanted to go to the river. She missed eating fish, and it had been days since she'd had any meat. She had sneaked out while her parents were away, hoping to catch some fish, but Gooden spotted her. Still, he couldn't stop her, and Su Sisi happily ran toward the river. When she looked into the clear water, she was disappointed. She thought she would see fish like before, but there were none. Little ancestor, see? I told you, there are no fish here, Gooden said, hoping she would leave soon. Su Sisi looked around but saw nothing. She sighed and said, "Let's go." Gooden smiled as he watched her walk away, thinking how adorable she looked, just like the ancestor. He quickly caught up with her and began telling her about the flowers blooming at the foot of the mountain, promising to make her a flower crown later. All the way, it was Gooden who kept talking. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw many wildflowers and wild vegetables. He took out a handkerchief and spread it on the grass, then said to Su Sisi, "Little ancestor, please sit here. I'll pick some flowers and make you a wreath." Su Sisi sat down obediently and quietly watched Gooden picking flowers. She felt a bit bored, but there wasn't much she could do. When Gooden finished the wreath, he placed it on Su Sisi's head and said happily, "Little ancestor, you look so beautiful." Su Sisi nodded, took a piece of candy from her pocket, and handed it to Gooden. Gooden accepted it cheerfully. "Thank you for the treat, little ancestor." That was the rule in their village, Dahuai Tree Village. When an elder gave you something, you had to accept it and thank them. If it wasn't suitable, you could quietly return it later. "Let's go back." "It's not very fun here," Su Sisi said. After speaking, she stood up. Gooden folded the handkerchief and followed her, chatting about the funny things other children in the village had done.
Su Sisi liked listening to that.
Her face was full of interest, and when Gooden stuttered, she urged him to continue. On their way back, they met several villagers, all greeting Su Sisi warmly. "Hello, little ancestor." "Little ancestor, your flower wreath looks lovely today." "Little ancestor, would you like to come to my house for a meal?" Su Sisi only smiled and nodded. The villagers treated her with both respect and affection. Even when speaking to those much older than her, she always smiled politely, though she never agreed to go to anyone's house for a meal. "Aren't you all going to work in the fields?" "Go ahead, I'm heading home now," she said, continuing on her way without waiting for their replies. "All right, little ancestor, we'll go now. Be careful on your way home." Someone called from behind. Su Sisi waved her hand without turning around. Seeing how adorable she looked, the villagers chatted as they walked toward the fields. The little ancestor is becoming more and more like the old ancestor. So young, yet she already carries herself the same way. She's really smart, only 3 years old, and already knows so much. My grandson is 5 and still not as clever or well-behaved as she is. Huh. How could your grandson compare to the little ancestor? That's right, she's a little prodigy. You're right. Can't compare, my mistake. When Su Sisi returned home, she saw her parents sitting in the main hall with very serious expressions. She thought they were angry because she had sneaked out, so she ran over and said sweetly, "Father, Mother." The little boy following behind, Go Dan, also greeted them politely, "Greetings, great ancestor, great grandmother." Su Lai picked up Su Sisi and said to Go Dan, "Go call the village chief and the clan leaders. Tell them I have something important to discuss." Go Dan ran off right away. From the look on the great ancestor's face, it seemed urgent. Even though he was still young, he could tell that something serious was happening. When the village chief and the 5 clan leaders arrived, Su Sisi smiled at them from her father's arms. "Greetings, great ancestor, great grandmother, and little ancestor." The 6 men bowed respectfully to Su Sisi's family. "Please sit," Su Lai said solemnly. "I called you here because I have something important to tell you." Everyone's expression turned serious. Su Lai continued, "Azzy and I must go on a long journey. We don't know when we'll return, and it's not convenient to take Sisi with us. We'll be leaving her in your care." Everyone was shocked, including Su Sisi. She couldn't understand why her parents wouldn't take her along. Her eyes turned red as she looked at her mother, who also had tears in her eyes. Ningzi didn't want to part with her either. "Great ancestor, may we ask where you and great-grandmother are going?" Su Gang asked carefully. They would, of course, follow orders, but he still wanted to understand what was happening. "You don't need to worry about that," Su Lai replied.
"Just take good care of Sisi.
I hope that when I return, she will still be safe and happy. Please rest assured, great ancestor," Su Gang promised. "We will take good care of the little ancestor. You have nothing to worry about." Everyone in Big Huai Tree Village owed their lives to the little ancestor, and they were strict about following rules. No one would dare treat her with disrespect. Su Lai trusted his people and believed they would protect his daughter well. After giving a few more instructions, he dismissed them. Then he looked down at Su Cece, who was crying, and gently comforted her. Cece, do you remember the secret father told you? She nodded. Su Lai patted her head and said softly, this time, your mother and I are going to that place. You'll stay here in the village, all right?
No.
Su Cece covered her ears, not wanting to hear what her father was saying. Su Lai sighed helplessly and exchanged a look with Ningzi. Both of them were filled with sadness, but they really couldn't take Su Cece with them on this trip. Ningzi gently took Cece from Su Lai's arms and softly comforted her. Be good, Cece. Father and mother will be back soon. Wait for us in the village, all right? Su Cece sobbed, will you really come back?
Sulia nodded seriously.
We will, I promise. Believe in us, okay? For the next few days, Su Cece didn't go out to play. She followed Su Lai and Ningzi everywhere they went. When the villagers learned that Su Lai and Ningzi were leaving and that Cece would stay behind, they all went to Su Gang, hoping to take Cece into their homes and care for her. But Su Gang refused. He also wanted Cece to stay with him, but Su Lai had told him that Cece must live in her own house. Su Gang couldn't understand why Su Lai would let a 3-year-old live alone. Even though people would come every day to cook and help with chores, a small child would still be scared. But he didn't dare go against the elders' orders. He decided that once Su Lai and Ningzi left, he would stay near Cece's house, so he could help right away if anything happened. He wasn't the only one who thought that way. Almost everyone in the village did. A few days later, Cece's crying echoed through the village for the first time in 3 years. Su Gang rushed over with the villagers and found Cece barefoot, crying hard. Little one, don't cry, don't cry. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Su Gang quickly picked her up and felt her forehead. She didn't have a fever. The village elder brought out a pair of shoes and helped Cece put them on while gently saying, don't cry, little one.
Tell us what happened.
Seeing Cece still crying, the villagers' eyes turned red, and many women began to weep as well.
Wah.
The children who came along also started crying. Maybe their loud cries startled Cece, because she suddenly stopped, though her tears kept falling. Without her crying, the others' sobs became even clearer. Stop crying, all of you, Cece said, wiping her tears. When she said that, everyone stopped crying and looked at Su Cece with hurt expressions. Little one, who made you cry? Tell me, and I'll make the whole village stand up for you, Su Gang said gently. He wasn't joking. If anyone dared to bully Su Cece, the whole village would fight for her. The other villagers were angry too. They wanted to know who had made Su Cece cry for so long. If they found out, they would drag that person over to apologize to her. Su Cece pouted and said, my parents.
Ah.
Su Gang was speechless, and so were the others. That was someone they couldn't punish. But then they realized something. If the little one had been crying for so long, where were the ancestors? Little one, where did the ancestors go? The third clan leader asked. Su Cece sniffled and said they left.
What?
More than one person shouted, their voices so loud that Su Cece covered her ears. Su Gang glared at the ones who had shouted, and they awkwardly looked away or rubbed their noses. Everyone go back. I'll talk to the little one. I'll tell you more later. Don't just stand here. Go take care of your fields and your children, Su Gang said, starting to send people away. Some villagers didn't want to leave. They wanted to see the little one a bit longer. But the village had warned them that if they didn't go, they'd lose work points and wouldn't be allowed to bow to the ancestors in the shrine. For the villagers, losing work points wasn't a big deal, but not being allowed to bow to the ancestors was serious. Soon, almost everyone had left, leaving only the village head and 5 clan leaders. Little one, when did the ancestors leave? How come no one in the village knew?
Sugana said softly, holding Su Cece.
They just left. I cried, but they didn't look back, Su Cece said sadly. The men looked at each other, confused. Just left?
How had they not seen anything?
The eldest clan leader quickly comforted her little one. If the ancestors said they'll come back, they will. Let's wait for them here in the village, okay? Su Cece's eyes were red, and she didn't answer. She turned her face away and crossed her arms. The other clan leaders also tried to comfort her, and in the end, Su Cece fell asleep. Su Gang gently placed the already sleeping Su Cece on the bed, quietly closed the door, and then went out with several clan leaders. Not long after arriving at Su Gang's house, a man's shout came from outside. Village chief! Village chief! There are wild boars. Su Gang quickly opened the door. Where are the wild boars? Did anyone get hurt? The man was still panting.
On
the mountain. They're all dead.
dead?
Su Gang was puzzled. How could wild boars be dead on the mountain? Dolly, take a breath. No rush, said the elder calmly, relieved that no one was injured. Catch your breath before you speak. Su Gang's wife poured Dolly a bowl of water. After drinking, he finally spoke clearly. Just now, Uncle Dafong and I went up the mountain to hunt. We want to catch a rabbit for the little one to raise. Then we heard the little one crying. We were about to head back when we heard several heavy thuds. We thought something bad had happened, so we went toward the sound. When we got there, we saw dozens of wild boars lying on the ground. Uncle Dafong poked a few with his knife, and they were all dead. He told me to hurry back to the village to call for help, so I came. You two rascals. You heard the little one crying and didn't rush back? You still had time to deal with the boars? Su Gang didn't get angry, but gave Dolly a couple of light kicks. Dolly looked wronged. They had wanted to return, but when Uncle Dafong saw the wild boars fainted, he was stunned for a while, just like Dolly. Then he told Dolly to help him with the boars. It wasn't that he didn't care about the child. All right, maybe Dafong remembered what happened 3 years ago, the elder said, speaking up for them. Su Gang also thought of that incident. Dolly, you lead the way. I'll gather some men to go up the mountain and carry the boars back. Got it, village chief. Dolly walked ahead. As Su Gang and the others passed several houses, he called out the names of the men inside. Hearing his voice, the men came out and followed behind. One of them, De Kue, asked village chief, "What are we going to do?" "Just follow me. You'll see when we get there. You all have strength, right?" Su Gang didn't explain further. Dakwi Village chief, we might not have much else, but we've got plenty of strength. Another man, Go Dan's father, chimed in, flexing his arm. That's right, village chief. Look at these arms, I can carry 100 pounds of grain easily. De Kue joked, Gooden's father, do you have 100 pounds of grain at home? Of course I do. Don't look down on me, Gooden's father replied, a bit annoyed. All right, stop arguing. You'll wake the little one.
Be careful, Su Gang interrupted.
By then, they had already reached Su Cece's house. The men quickly fell silent, but Su Cece had already woken up. Hearing voices outside, she wondered what was going on. Why weren't they working at this hour? She opened the door and saw Su Gang leading a few men up the mountain, so she followed them. As soon as Su Cece came out, Gooden followed too and called out to Su Gang, Village chief, the little one is awake. Su Cece glared at Gooden. So much for following quietly. Hearing her voice, Su Gang and the others turned around, smiling and greeting her.
Su Cece nodded.
Where are you all going?
Su Gang smiled.
Little one, Dolly and Dafong found dozens of wild boars on the mountain that had fainted. Dafong already took care of them, and we're going to carry them back. Su Cece's eyes lit up. That's great. But they're not sick, right? We can't eat sick animals. They shouldn't be, Su Gang replied, knowing the real reason.
Su Cece nodded.
Good. I'm coming too. Su Gang wanted to stop her, but she gave him a look that said he'd better not disagree. He had no choice but to agree. He wanted to carry her up the mountain, but she refused. However, she was small and walked slowly, so the men had to move at her pace. In the end, she agreed to let Su Gang carry her. The others wanted to help too, but Su Gang wouldn't give up the chance. He held Su Cece and walked quickly up the mountain. He felt honored to carry the little one. He wished he could do it every day, but she usually didn't like being carried. Since she learned to walk at 1 year old, she rarely let anyone hold her. Even Su Lai and Ningzi had to act pitiful before she agreed to let them. As for others, they didn't even dare to think about it. The group made their way up the mountain, and when they arrived, they saw dozens of wild boars lying all over the place. When Depang saw Su Sisi arrive, he said cheerfully, "Little ancestor, look, all these wild boars are dead. We'll have plenty of meat to eat again." Su Sisi walked around the wild boars. They were all healthy, not sick. She nodded.
Good job.
Take the boars back to the village and share the meat. Yes. The men who came with her were full of energy. It had been 3 years since they last saw so many wild boars. Although there weren't as many as 3 years ago, it was still enough for the whole village. Su Gang thought for a moment and asked, "Depang, how loud were the sounds when they fell?" "Very loud, and not all at once." 3 times, Depang recalled. "Yes, I also heard 3 times," Dolly added. "What's wrong?" Su Sisi asked, confused. "Little ancestor, I think there are still some wild boars that fainted," Su Gang said. "More of them?" Su Sisi asked in surprise.
Sugan nadit.
Since both Depang and Dolly heard 3 sounds, there must be more. "Go look around again," Su Sisi ordered. The men immediately went to search nearby. Su Gang and Gooden stayed with Su Sisi to wait. "Little ancestor, I found some over here." "Little ancestor, me too." Gooden's father and Akue came back calling. Su Sisi followed them and saw more fainted wild boars. "Gooden, go back and call more people. The rest of you start dealing with the boars," Su Sisi instructed. Seeing so many wild boars, Gooden was ready to run back for help. As soon as Su Sisi gave the order, he dashed down the mountain like the wind. "Gooden runs really fast," Dolly praised. "Faster than before. Anyone who follows the little ancestor becomes better. She teaches well." Yes, all thanks to her." The men chatted and worked at the same time. Su Sisi was speechless. What did this have to do with her? She never taught them anything. The villagers just saw her through rose-colored glasses. But it wasn't all imagination. Su Sisi really was special. By the time she was 2 years old, she could already walk very fast, much faster than other children her age. At that time, she told the little kids to walk faster. Su Gang overheard it and added a new rule to Su Sisi's bodyguard training. They had to be fast runners. Of course, Go Dan had to practice, and the other boys in the village joined in too, hoping to become Su Sisi's bodyguards one day. When someone tried to outrun him, Go Dan trained even harder, and so did the others. My Tizi wasn't good enough to become the young lady's bodyguard. My boy didn't make it either. The 2 men who said this looked enviously at Go Dan's father. They were full of jealousy. Go Dan's father grinned proudly. His son had become the young lady's bodyguard, and he couldn't be happier. After the men finished butchering the pigs, Go Dan arrived with many villagers. When everyone saw so many pigs, they couldn't stop smiling. Seeing them just standing there grinning, Su Sisi sighed and said in her soft, childish voice, "Don't just stand there. Carry them back to the village."
Yes.
The villagers answered loudly in unison, startling Su Sisi so much that she almost lost her balance. Luckily, she steadied herself quickly. Not wanting to lose her dignity, she stood up straight and called for the village chief to carry her down the mountain. The villagers saw how adorable she looked but held back their laughter. Su Gang carried Su Sisi in front, while the others carried the wild boars down the mountain. Go Dan joined them, too. But he wasn't strong enough to lift a wild boar that weighed over 100 pounds, so they gave him 2 rabbits to carry instead. He was told to take them to Su Sisi's house. The rabbits had been found near the wild boar herd, small and cute, perfect for Su Sisi to keep as pets. Go Dan happily carried the rabbits, following the village chief and chatting with Su Sisi about them. Su Sisi wasn't very interested in the rabbits. She was more curious about the pork and wondered why the wild boars had fainted. She thought Su Gang must know the reason, and planned to ask him later. When everyone brought the wild boars to the drying yard, the villagers were stunned by the sight of hundreds of them. The younger boys circled around the animals again and again in amazement. Many people remembered what had happened 3 years ago. When the young lady was born, hundreds of pigs had appeared. Now it had happened again, probably because she cried that morning. Since the elder ancestor wasn't in the village, the young lady was now the most important person there. Su Gang said, "Little ancestor, there are more than 200 wild boars in total. We'll keep 50 for you, and the rest will be divided so that each household gets one. Since Dolly and Dafong found them, they'll get an extra one, and those who helped carry them back will get half a share more."
Susiksi nodded.
She didn't really understand these things, so she let Su Gang handle it. The drying yard was lively and full of people. Almost the whole village had come. Gooden brought over a grand chair for her to sit on. There were only 3 such chairs in the village, all belonging to Su Sisi's family. Su Gang raised his voice and said, "Everyone, listen up. We're starting to divide the pork now. Don't spread this around. All of this is thanks to our little ancestor, so you must always remember her kindness." Su Sisi felt a bit embarrassed. What did these wild boars have to do with her? She wasn't the one who found them, but she was already used to this kind of thing. Ever since she could remember, the villagers always believed that any good luck that happened to them was because of her presence. For example, once, Heir Zhu found a nest of bird eggs in a tree. She just happened to walk by, but everyone said it was her good fortune that helped him find them. In the end, they even gave her the eggs to eat. She only ate one, and didn't want any more. Her parents had told her not to take things from the villagers casually. That time, she had only wanted to try them because they looked tasty. Su Lai and Ningzi didn't scold her, but they reminded her not to do it again. After each villager received their share of pork, they came to kneel and thank her. Not wanting to go through that again, she jumped down from the chair and walked home with her hands behind her back. Gooden followed behind her. Someone else would carry the chair back later. His job was to protect Su Sisi. When she opened the door, a delicious smell of meat filled the air. "Xiao Qing, what are we having today?" Chun Qingqing heard her voice, wiped her hands, and smiled. "Little ancestor, you're back. We're having braised pork today." Su Sisi nodded, sat down, and started eating some fruit from the table while waiting for the meal. When Gooden came in, he greeted Chun Qingqing politely. "Aunt Qing." Chun Qingqing was Su Gang's second daughter-in-law. Because she was good at cooking, she was assigned to prepare meals for Su Sisi. The meat meant for Su Sisi wasn't taken to the drying yard, but directly to her backyard. After Daizhu's father divided the meat, Chun Qingqing took her share to cook. Her portion was large, and since the weather was hot and the meat wouldn't keep for long, Marong and Lin Jiadi were in the backyard helping to process the wild boar meat. Marong and Lin Jiadi were specially assigned to cook and clean for Su Sisi. Everyone in the village wanted this job, but since Marong and Lin Jiadi were more careful with their work, they were chosen. A big bowl of braised pork was placed on the table, and Su Sisi couldn't help swallowing. What a delicious smell!
Gooden also swallowed hard.
Su Sisi told Chun Qingqing to bring 4 bowls. Chun Qingqing guessed what she was planning and quickly tried to stop her. "Little ancestor, don't," before she could finish, Su Sisi interrupted, "Go quickly." Chun Qingqing had no choice but to obey. Using a big spoon, she filled 4 bowls full of meat. The large bowl of braised pork instantly lost a quarter of its contents. "Here, you and Gooden each take 1 bowl home. The other 2, let Marong and Jiadi take them later." Gooden quickly said, "Little ancestor, we can't accept this." But Su Sisi didn't care. "I said take it. If I didn't have enough meat, I wouldn't share any." "Little ancestor." Chun Qingqing tried to persuade her again, but one look from Su Sisi stopped her. Gooden and Chun Qingqing exchanged glances, helpless. They both knelt and said, "Thank you, little ancestor. Get up. I told you not to kneel to me." She really disliked it when the villagers knelt before her. It was fine during New Year's greetings, but on normal days, whenever she gave them something, they would kneel. Su Sisi had lost her temper over it more than once. Since everyone knew she didn't like it, the villagers did it less often, but Chun Qingqing and Gooden had forgotten this time. Gooden grinned. "Little ancestor, we forgot."
Susiksi snorted softly.
"Just take it home. I'm going to eat now." Gooden and Chun Qingqing carried the meat home, stopping by the kitchen to give some to Marong and Lin Jiaodi so they could eat first and come back later to finish cooking. Before leaving, Chun Qingqing reminded Su Sisi to leave her bowl on the table after eating and not to wash it herself. I know, go on now. She waved her hand, telling her to hurry. In truth, Su Sisi wouldn't have washed it anyway. She was too lazy. Once everyone had left, Su Sisi began eating happily. She hadn't had meat in a long time, and now she could finally enjoy it freely. Though she was young, she had quite an appetite. Before long, the big bowl of braised pork was completely gone. Rubbing her round belly, Su Sisi looked completely satisfied. She was full, and the bowls were still on the table, but she didn't care. She was too lazy to wash them. She went to the backyard to walk off her meal. Ma Rong and Lin Jiaodi had already been called back to eat, but the wild boar meat hadn't been finished yet. It still needed to be salted to keep it from spoiling. Looking at the meat on the ground, Su Sisi waved her small hand, and the salt from the bucket spread evenly over it. When Ma Rong and Lin Jiaodi came back after eating, they found that only a few pieces of pork hadn't been salted. Lin Jiaodi said, Sister Rong, I remember there was still quite a bit left unsalted. I remember that too, Ma Rong replied. Maybe the little one helped us with it. Oh, dear. Ma Rong slapped her leg, stood up, and went to knock on Su Sisi's door. Su Sisi was lying on her bed, one leg crossed over the other, chewing on the dried beef Su Lai had left for her. Hearing the knock, she said, Come in. Ma Rong entered, followed by Lin Jiaodi. Both greeted her together. Hello, little one. What is it? Usually, no one came to bother her at this time. Could something have happened? Ma Rong asked, Little one, did you help salt the pork in the backyard? Oh, that? Yes, I did it for fun. It wasn't very interesting, though. Oh, dear, little one. How could we trouble you with such small chores? That's our job. Su Sisi interrupted. All right, I won't do it next time. People in the village had one flaw, they talked too much. She had just wanted to help a little, but they always acted like she would tire herself out. It was just salting meat, a simple task, though she couldn't let others know how easily she could do it. Lin Jiaodi added, Then please don't do any more work.
Got it. Got it.
You can go now, I'm going to sleep. Su Sisi pulled the blanket over herself and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Ma Rong and Lin Jiaodi knew her well. They realized she just thought they were being too talkative. The two women exchanged a smile. Su Sisi was so adorable, even pretending to sleep. They didn't disturb her further, gently tucked in her blanket, and quietly closed the door. Once they were gone, Su Sisi popped out from under the covers, continued chewing her dried beef, crossed her legs again, and watched the cartoon playing in her private space. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Su Sisi sat on the steps in front of the door. Villagers passing by greeted her, and she smiled back at them. She wanted to go to the fields, but no one agreed. They told her to stay home and play, and even asked Gooden to keep her company. Resting her chin in her hands, Su Sisi felt that staying home was no fun at all. The cartoons in her secret space hadn't updated, and she was terribly bored. Going to the fields or the river was out of the question. Gooden kept a close eye on her, so she couldn't sneak away even if she wanted to.
Su Sisi Said.
Seeing that she was unhappy, Gooden began telling her gossip from their village and the neighboring one. He knew the little miss loved hearing such things and had saved up plenty to share. Sure enough, Su Sisi perked up as soon as she heard the gossip. The more she listened, the more surprised she became. She hadn't known there were so many stories in the village. The lazy boy from Li's village doesn't even like to bathe, she said in shock. No wonder Xiao Zhang told everyone to stay away from him. And the big yellow dog from Zhang's village is so sneaky, it's always causing trouble. Next time I see it, I'll give it a little kick. Gooden didn't care whether the gossip was suitable for her or not. He just told her everything he knew. With no adults around to stop him, Su Sisi listened with great interest. But gossip always runs out eventually, especially when no one else joins in, so soon Gooden had nothing left to say. Suddenly, Su Sisi stood up. Gooden, take me to see the big yellow dog from Zhang's village.
Little miss, right now?
Yes, hurry up. Oh, okay. The two children set off together and happened to meet Madame Zhang, who was on her way to visit her family. Little miss, where are you going?
She asked. To see the big yellow dog.
What big yellow dog? Madame Zhang was puzzled. She had never heard that the little miss liked dogs. Gooden said the big yellow dog from Zhang's village caused a lot of trouble. I want to scold it. Hearing this, Madame Zhang couldn't help but laugh. She lightly tapped Gooden on the back. You really say everything you hear, don't you? I'll have a word with your mother later. Little miss, she said gently, how about I bring the big yellow dog here for you to see instead? Can you really bring it here? Of course. Madame Zhang crouched down and patted her head. Little miss, why don't you stay and play in the village? When I come back, I'll bring the big yellow dog with me. All right, fine. Persuaded by Madame Zhang, Su Sisi didn't go home. Instead, she stayed at the village entrance to play hide-and-seek with a few children. Su Sisi hid behind a locust tree, crouching beside a pile of straw. Just as she got in, she saw something dark and shiny. Thinking it was a rat, she jumped up in fright and ran out. What's wrong, little miss? Dan, hearing the noise, stopped hiding and ran over. The others came out one after another. Even Xiao Shui, who was supposed to be it, stopped chasing and came over worried. There's something like a rat inside. When the boys heard that, their eyes lit up. A rat? That meant meat. Ergo and Dan were the first to jump into the straw pile, tossing straw everywhere, but they didn't find the rat the little miss mentioned. Xiao Shui and the others also searched but found nothing. Ergo said, Little miss, maybe you saw it wrong? Before Su Sisi could answer, Dan tapped him on the head. How could the little miss be wrong? We just didn't find it. Oh, right. Ergo quickly corrected himself. Little miss, my mistake. I didn't see it wrong. There really was something black, Su Sisi said seriously. She didn't want them to believe her just because of her status. She jumped back into the straw pile. As soon as she grabbed a handful of straw, she saw that black head again. Here it is. All the children looked over. Sure enough, there was a small black head. Dan, being the bravest, picked it up. Whimper. The black bundle squealed and tried to bite. Dan, put it down, Su Sisi ordered. He quickly obeyed. The black bundle shook off the straw, revealing itself. It's a puppy, Ergo said excitedly. He loved dogs the most. Su Sisi frowned a little. The puppy was so dark, but why did it run to her feet? Whose dog is this? Little miss, I don't think it's from our village. Yeah, I've never seen it before. Me neither. The children all started talking at once. Though Su Sisi didn't really like it, she still crouched down and said, You're not from our village.
Go home now.
Whimper. The little black dog cried softly. Little miss, how about I take it home? Ergo looked a little reluctant. He really liked dogs. You like it? Ergo nodded seriously. It likes you. Go play with it. The little black dog glanced at Ergo, then clung even closer to Su Sisi's leg. Its whimpering sounded a bit upset. Even the children could tell that the little black dog didn't want to leave. I don't want you, Su Sisi frowned. To her surprise, she could actually understand what the dog was saying. Woof, the little black dog pawed at Su Sisi's pants. Su Sisi pressed her lips together. Keeping you is useless. You even eat my food. Go back to your home. The little black dog looked up at her with big round eyes, full of sadness. Stop pretending to be pitiful, Su Sisi said helplessly. This dog really knew how to act cute. Then go with Ergo.
Woof.
Nearby, Xiao Shui and the others watched Su Sisi talking with the dog, their faces full of amazement. Their little ancestor was truly amazing. Ergo, the most curious, asked, Little ancestor, can you really understand what the dog says?
Yes. Can't you? Su Siksi looked innocent.
Everyone shook their heads.
Su Siksi Said.
All right then. She said, it told me it doesn't know how it got here and wants to go home with me. Wow, the dog is so smart, Ergo exclaimed, liking the little black dog even more. Xiao Shui tapped Ergo on the head. Silly, it's the little ancestor who's smart. Ergo rubbed his head and frowned. Sister Xiao Shui, everyone in the village already knows the little ancestor is smart. Xiao Shui. Ignoring him, She turned to Su Sisi. Little ancestor, are you going to take it home? Su Sisi looked at the little black dog still pawing at her pants and sighed. All right, I'll take it home.
Yay!
Urga cheered. Woof, the little black dog barked happily, circling around Su Sisi with its short tail wagging fast. Anyone could see how happy it was. Because of the little black dog, the children stopped playing hide-and-seek and spent their time playing with it instead. After a while, Su Sisi finally said, "Let's go home." Su Sisi walked in front, and the little black dog followed closely behind her. Luckily, Su Sisi's legs were short. Otherwise, with the dog's even shorter legs, it would never be able to keep up. On the way back, they happened to meet the clan leader, Suda, who was bringing his young daughter, Su Yanyan, to pay respects to Su Sisi. Greetings, clan leader, Xiao Xue and the others said politely. All right, you may all go back now, the clan leader replied. Su Sisi entered her house, and the clan leader followed her inside. Little ancestor, Yanyan came today to visit you. As he spoke, Yanyan knelt down and bowed. Greetings, little ancestor. I wish you good health and a long, peaceful life. Get up, you're already grown up. You don't need to kneel all the time. Although Su Sisi said that, she was clearly happy to see Yanyan. Yanyan had watched Su Sisi grow up, so she understood her feelings well. Smiling, she said, I haven't come to visit you for months. It's only right that I show my respect properly. All right, I know you're thoughtful, Su Sisi said with a smile. Yanyan took out a cloth bag filled with things she had bought in town. Little ancestor, these are gifts for you. Su Sisi looked at the items. Many of them were her favorites: canned fruit, dried beef, sausages, and milk candies. There were so many things that Su Sisi felt a bit embarrassed. Why did you buy so much? You're spending too much. Little ancestor, these are actually from Jianbang. He's busy at the factory today and couldn't come himself, so he asked me to bring them. I'm not a little child anymore. You don't all need to come see me so often. That's true, but we miss you, Yanyan said softly. Hearing that, Su Sisi smiled happily. All right, I'll accept them then. Thank you, little ancestor. Yanyan was so moved that she knelt again.
Su Sisi sighed helplessly.
You shouldn't kneel so much. You're expecting a baby. At those words, both Yanyan and the clan leader were stunned. After a moment, the clan leader said, Child, you're pregnant? Why didn't you say so earlier? You shouldn't have traveled back alone. If Jianbang was busy, you could have asked your brother to fetch you. Father, I didn't know, Yanyan said pitifully, looking at him with wide eyes. She truly hadn't known. Su Sisi was also surprised. You didn't know you were expecting? Yanyan blushed and lowered her head. Little ancestor, I really don't know. I've just been feeling a bit tired lately. The clan leader, thinking of Su Sisi's special nature, helped his daughter up and said, The little ancestor told you not to get too emotional about things. You must remember that. Father, little ancestor, I promise to behave, Yanyan said, even making a gesture, as if taking an oath. Su Sisi found it very amusing and covered her mouth, laughing softly. Then she seemed to remember something and said, Xiaoda, go to my room and bring me the white jar on the cabinet. The clan leader followed her instructions and went into Su Sisi's room. The little black dog, which had been sitting by Su Sisi's feet, ran over to Yanyan's side. Yanyan pointed at the dog and asked, Little ancestor, is this your dog?
Yes.
It insists on following me everywhere. Such a troublemaker. It must know how kind you are, that's why it follows you, Yanyan said. Of course I'm the best, Su Sisi replied proudly. Just then, the clan leader came out holding the jar and placed it on the table beside Su Sisi. Little ancestor, would you like some milk? I can make it for you now. The jar was filled with milk powder that Su Lai had specially brought back for Su Sisi. The village chief and the clan leaders all knew about it. Su Sisi said, No, this is a gift for the little one. Yanyan should take it home and drink it. Both the clan leader and Yanyan refused. The clan leader said, Little ancestor, how could Yanyan drink your milk powder? That wouldn't be right. Yanyan agreed, Yes, little ancestor, I can't accept it. Su Sisi gave a small humph and said, It's for the baby, Not for you. You're just taking it along. Now take it. The clan leader wanted to say more, but Su Sisi stopped him with a look. Thank you for your kindness, little ancestor, they said, accepting it and bowing deeply.
Su Sixi sighed helplessly.
She decided she would tell Su Gang that from now on, anyone in the village who bowed to her without reason would lose work points.
Stand up, she said.
The clan leader helped Yen Yen to her feet. They had forgotten again that Su Sisi didn't like people bowing to her. Send someone to the county to deliver a message to Jianbang. You should stay in the village for a few more days, Su Sisi said. Yen Yen, like everyone else in the village, obeyed Su Sisi completely. Yes, little ancestor, we'll do as you say. Su Sisi remembered that the cartoons in her space had been updated, so she started sending everyone away. All right, go on now. I'm going to rest. Take care, little ancestor. We'll head back first, the clan leader said, holding the jar as he left with Yen Yen. When Yen Yen got home, she happily shared the good news with her mother, Lin Sonia. Lin Sonia bowed several times in the direction of Su Sisi's house. Yen Yen's older brother, Su Chong, laughed and said, Mother, you might as well go and thank the little ancestor in person. You rascal, you're already a grandfather, yet you still act like a child, Lin Sonia said, giving Su Chong a light pat on the back. Su Yen Yen was the clan leader's youngest daughter. By the time she was born, Su Chong was already married with children. In fact, his eldest son, Su Dun, was 3 years older than Yen Yen. Mother, the little ancestor, is really smart. She could tell right away that Yen Yen is expecting a baby, Su Chong said admiringly. Of course. The little ancestor is no ordinary person, Lin Sonia said proudly. Yen Yen brought back some sausage, so I'll make a special rice dish with it. That's her favorite. With that, she hurried to the kitchen and called her eldest daughter-in-law, Molly, to help. Little sister, make sure you drink what the little ancestor gave you. Don't share it with anyone else. It's a blessing, Su Chong reminded her. He knew his sister was kind-hearted and easily trusting. Don't worry, big brother, I know, Yen Yen said, blinking her big eyes.
Good.
Aden has already gone to the county, so your husband will hear the good news soon. It doesn't matter whether he knows or not, Yen Yen said casually, biting into a piece of fruit. You always tease your husband. I don't. He's the one who married me, she said with a playful grin. While the siblings chatted, the clan leader, after taking Yen Yen home, went to the ancestral hall to pay respects to their ancestors. As for Su Sisi, she knew nothing about what was happening outside. She was happily watching cartoons in her space. Even the little black dog could enter the space with her. It sat beside her, wagging its short tail excitedly during the fun parts. Su Sisi looked at its tail curiously. Why is your tail so short? The little black dog whimpered softly, as if saying, I don't know either, master. Su Sisi, aren't dogs supposed to bark? Why don't you bark? Little black dog, woof. Master, I don't know either. Su Sisi, why do you only know how to say you don't know? Little black dog, woof. Master, I really don't know. Su Sisi rolled her eyes, not wanting to deal with this silly dog. Woof. Master, please pay attention to me. Don't bother me. Su Sisi snorted coldly. The little black dog looked at her with big, watery eyes. Su Sisi sighed. He was pretending to be pitiful again. You don't know anything. I'll just call you don't know from now on. She poked the dog's nose playfully. Woof. Master, that doesn't sound nice. The little black dog didn't like the name. It sounded silly. Oh, then I'll call you not nice, since your bark isn't nice either. Su Sisi grinned mischievously. Woof. Master, that's not nice either. My bark will sound good, once I learn how. Su Sisi sighed again. The dog really was silly. He couldn't even bark properly. All right, from now on, your name will be really black. Look at your fur. It's so dark. The little black dog looked at his reflection in the water bowl. Indeed, he was very black. Woof. I have a name now. I'm really black. The dog ran happily in circles around Su Sisi. Stop it, you're making me dizzy. Really Black stopped, panting and sitting beside her. When dinner time came, Chun Ching Ching and the others came to cook for Su Sisi again. The things Yan Yan had brought earlier were also put away with Chin Ching Ching's help. Ching, make a bit more today. Really, Black needs to eat too, Su Sisi said, pointing at the dog. All right, Chun Ching Ching replied with a smile. Hearing the dog's new name, she thought it suited him perfectly. She had never seen a dog so black. Before Chun Ching Ching finished cooking, Lin Sonia arrived carrying a bowl of sausage rice and a bag of apples. Little one, Yan Yan brought back some sausage today. Look at this sausage rice. It smells amazing. It really does. Leave it there, Su Sisi said casually. She wasn't shy at all, especially since her parents weren't home. As long as you like it, little one. I'll bring you more tomorrow, Lin Sonia said with a smile. She knew Su Sisi must love cured meat rice. Last time, she had seen her swallow hard just hearing about it. But no one in the village had sausages back then. Now that her daughter had brought some home, Lin Sonia immediately thought of making the dish. If Su Sisi knew what Lin Sonia was thinking, she would definitely deny it and shout, I didn't swallow. No need, you keep it for yourselves. I already have some, Su Sisi said. The sausages were rare, and her family was big. There wouldn't be enough for everyone if they gave her more. Little one, it's our honor to share with you, Lin Sonia said sincerely. She always felt that the best things in the village should belong to Su Sisi. I don't care, you're not allowed to bring any more, Su Sisi said seriously. But because she was still so young, her chubby face made her seriousness look more cute than stern. Lin Sonia held back a laugh. All right, I understand. Just then, Chun Ching Ching came out carrying some dishes. Yan Yan's mother, what brings you here? I came to bring the little one some cured meat rice, Lin Sonia replied. Chun Ching Ching noticed the dish on the table and thought, as expected of the clan leader's wife, so thoughtful. She had just finished cooking when she remembered that Su Sisi had once said she wanted to eat cured meat rice. She had simply forgotten. Perfect timing, I almost forgot. Good thing you remembered, Chun Ching Ching said with a smile. Lin Sonia grinned. It's nothing as long as the little one likes it. Su Sisi didn't bother joining their conversation. The food smelled too good, and she focused on eating. She tossed a piece of meat to Jinhei, but after eating it, the dog stared longingly at an apple instead. Su Sisi wasn't stingy, she let it have one. After eating and drinking her fill, she patted her belly, feeling completely satisfied. She left the dishes on the table, too full to move much, and after resting a bit, went out for a walk to help digest. As soon as she stepped outside, Gooden followed her. The sight of a little girl walking with a dog and a small boy behind her was quite amusing. They walked together until they reached Su Gang's house. Village chief, the little one is here. Gooden called toward the door. Su Sisi didn't wait, she stepped right inside. When Su Gang came out, Su Sisi was just lifting her short legs over the threshold. Little ancestor, you're here. Let me carry you inside, all right? In the village, everyone's name had a little in front of it. The village head was called Little Gang, Chin Ching Ching was called Little Ching. But it was different for the clan leaders. Instead of little name, they were called Little Rank. For example, the first clan leader was Little First, the second was Little Second, and so on. No need, I just came out to walk a bit after eating and I have something to talk to you about. Su Sisi pretended to be very grown-up, even putting her hands behind her back. When they entered the main room, Su Gang's wife, Madame Lu, brought out a bowl of fruit and a small plate of mung bean cakes. Little ancestor, please see if these cakes and fruit suit your taste. I just ate, you all can have them. This was why Su Sisi didn't like visiting the villagers' homes. Every time she came, they would bring out their best treats for her. Little ancestor, you don't come often, please just try a little. Madame Lu coaxed gently. Su Sisi couldn't stand seeing the older woman's hopeful face, so she picked up a piece of mung bean cake and took a small bite. Seeing her eat, Su Gang and Madame Lu couldn't hide their smiles. After finishing the cake, Su Sisi took a sip of water from her special cup and let out a tiny burp before setting it down on the table. That cup had been made by Su Lai for her. He had spent quite some time on it. It was very handy. Since Su Sisi's mouth was small, drinking from a big cup often made her spill. So Su Lai made her a bamboo cup with a small bamboo straw fixed inside. Now she could just sip through the straw easily. She patted her little round belly helplessly. Little gang, I want to make a new rule. What kind of rule, little ancestor? Su Gang asked. He always supported her decisions, and the whole village would too. Resting her chin on her hand, Su Sisi said, from now on, no one is allowed to kneel or bow to me casually. Hearing that, Su Gang quickly explained, little ancestor, everyone does that to show respect. I don't care.
No kneeling. This.
No this or that. I'm the little ancestor, so I decide. Yes, yes, of course. But during festivals and holidays, people should still bow, right?
So Siksi froned.
Fine, only during festivals. Otherwise, points will be deducted from their work record. All right. Su Gang wrote it down in his small notebook, where he kept notes about Su Sisi's words and preferences. That's it, I'm leaving. Su Sisi jumped off the chair. Su Gang quickly tried to stop her. Little ancestor, stay and have dinner at my place today.
No.
She asked Go Dan to carry her cup, then walked out of Su Gang's house with quick little steps. Outside, Su Sisi wandered around. Many elderly people sitting by their doors invited her to come in and rest for a while, but she politely refused. As she walked, she soon reached the riverside. Go Dan hurried to stop her. Little ancestor, you can't go near the river. Su Sisi pouted and turned back. She didn't plan to go into the water. She just wanted to take a look. Go Dan scratched his head and followed her. Back home, Su Sisi entered her special space again. Seeing the little black dog beside her, she decided to watch Paw Patrol today. As the sun set, the villagers returned home from the fields. The chief's house was lively. Yanyan's husband, Su Jianbang, finished his work and came back to the village with his nephew, Su Dun. Jianbang, what brings you here? Yanyan said you were very busy, said Lin Sonia in surprise when she saw her grandson bring his brother-in-law home. Su Jianbang smiled. Mother, I've finished my work. I came back to see the little ancestor, and you two elders. Grandma, Uncle Su is really amazing. The way he twists screws is like a whirlwind. He finished one after another. He must have done nearly 1,000 this afternoon. Su Dun was still amazed by what he had seen at the factory. He hadn't dared to interrupt, afraid of disturbing him. When Su Jianbang finally finished, the factory manager gave him 2 days off. That's when Su Dun told him that his wife was pregnant. Excited, Su Jianbang pulled Su Dun out of the factory and took him to the supply store. He bought lots of food and nutritious items, and even a set of soft pink clothes. Su Dun immediately knew those were for the little ancestor. Everyone in the village knew she loved pink. Clothes made for her always had a touch of that color, though pink fabric was rare and expensive. When Su Jianbang saw it, he bought it right away. After buying so many things, they finally headed back to the village. It took quite some time, and by the time they got home, the sky was already dark. Oh, Jianbang, said Lin Sonia, you really should take a break once in a while. Lin Sonia spoke with concern. Her son-in-law was good in every way, except that he never thought about himself. Mother, I'm fine. I'm used to it, Su Jianbang said, shaking his head to show he really was okay. Yan was busy eating fruit when her mother gently patted her shoulder. You child, Jianbang works so hard and you can't even say something nice to him. Oh, mother, don't worry. Your son-in-law is doing just fine, Yan said helplessly. Her husband was like this every day. What else could she say? Lin Sonia didn't care and gave Yan a light pat before heading to the kitchen to cook. Su Jianbang took out the things he had bought that day and shared them with the family. He had set aside a few gifts for Su Sisi and said to the elder, Father, these are for the little ancestor. Should I go and pay my respects to her now? It's too late today, the elder said. The little ancestor doesn't like being disturbed at night. Go tomorrow. And remember, the village chief announced that from now on, when paying respects, no one should kneel or bow their heads to the ground. Father, why is that? Grandfather, why is that? Both Su Jianbang and Su Dun asked at the same time. Su Dun had gone to the county that day and hadn't heard the village broadcast. The elder coughed lightly and said, it was in the village chief's announcement. The little ancestor made a new rule: no kneeling or bowing when paying respects, except during holidays or festivals. The little ancestor must be worried about our knees, Su Dun said, thinking about how she always tried not to trouble the villagers. The elder nodded in agreement. Whatever the little ancestor says will follow. Understood, father. Understood, grandfather. Everyone in the main hall responded. The next morning, the elder took Yan Yan and Su Jianbang to visit Su Sisi. When she saw that they only bowed slightly instead of kneeling, Su Sisi was very pleased. Why are you here so early? Have you eaten yet? Su Sisi asked with a smile. She had watched Paw Patrol the night before and was in a great mood that morning. The elder replied, Little ancestor, we've already eaten. Jianbang came back to the village last night, but it was late and I didn't want him to disturb your rest, so I brought him here early this morning. Su Sisi smiled and said, I know you mean well. Now that you're back, take a good rest. You don't need to come and greet me. Little ancestor, that won't do. We must still pay our respects, the clan leader said quickly. Su Jianbang added, Yes, little ancestor. It's only right that we greet you. All right, do as you wish. Thank you, little ancestor. Su Jianbang almost knelt down to bow, but when Su Sisi gave him a sharp look, he quickly straightened up. Su Jianbang placed the things he brought on the table. Little ancestor, these are small gifts for you. They're nothing special, but please don't dislike them. Yan Yan already brought gifts yesterday. You can take these back, Su Sisi said, refusing directly. She was not someone who liked to take offerings. Yan Yan quickly said, Little ancestor, these are today's gifts. If you don't accept them, it means you're unhappy with us. Su Sisi crossed her arms, showing she still didn't want them. But Yan Yan, knowing Su Sisi liked her a bit more, went ahead and placed the items on the table one by one: sweet rice sticks, mung bean cakes, canned fruits, and more. They were all Su Sisi's favorite snacks. She couldn't help but swallow a little. The clan leader and Su Jianbang noticed this small reaction, but neither dared to laugh. If they made her angry, they would have to kneel in the ancestral hall and wouldn't be allowed to greet her for a whole month, a punishment no villager wanted. Finally, Yan Yan took out a set of pink clothes, and Su Sisi's eyes lit up. At that time, most clothes were black or gray, which she didn't like. She preferred bright colors, especially pink. Little ancestor, Jianbang bought this outfit especially for you. Please try it on and see if you like it. Su Sisi pretended to hesitate, then took the clothes. Since you're all so thoughtful, I'll accept them. Yan Yan smiled. Thank you, little ancestor, for giving us this honor. Su Sisi gave a small humph, then put on the clothes. She turned around in front of them and looked in the mirror, clearly pleased. The clan leader was the first to praise her. Little ancestor, you look wonderful. This outfit suits you perfectly. Yes, you look just like a little fairy, Su Jianbang added. The great elder and Su Jianbang took turns praising her, making Su Sisi blush a little. All right, I know I look the best. Stop praising me, she said. Yan Yan laughed. Little ancestor, we're just telling the truth. Of course I know that. How much did this outfit cost? I'll have Xiaojing pay you, Su Sisi said. She was young, but she still knew the clothes were expensive. The village had 2 accounts, one for the whole village and one for Su Sisi. Both were managed by Su Gang. Since Su Sisi was still a child and didn't like handling money, she let Su Gang take care of it and just asked him when she needed something. Su Jianbang quickly refused. Little ancestor, this is our gift to show respect. How could we take your money? Although he wasn't originally from Dahuai Tree Village, he had married into it, so he was considered half a villager. Everyone in the village felt proud when Su Sisi accepted their gifts. If they found out she had paid him instead, they might not see him as one of their own anymore. Just then, Su Gang arrived. Su Jianbang pulled him over. Village chief, please help me explain to the little ancestor. This is our gift to her. She can't pay us for it. Su Gang looked at Su Sisi's clothes and immediately understood what was going on. Jianbang, life in the county isn't easy for you. You should still take the money for the clothes, he said. Su Jianbang's eyes widened. He wondered if he had done something wrong to upset the little ancestor and the village chief. With tears in his eyes, He knelt before Su Sisi. Little ancestor, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so busy with work and forgotten to visit you. I won't do that again. As he spoke, he began to cry, and Yan Yan's eyes turned red too. She knelt beside him. Oh, dear. What are you two doing? Get up quickly, Su Sisi said, confused by their reaction. Little ancestor, we won't get up unless you accept our gift, Su Jianbang cried. He was truly afraid the village would no longer accept him. All right, I'll accept it, Su Sisi said, trying to comfort them. Then you can't pay us, Su Jianbang insisted. I won't, Su Sisi replied. Thank you, little ancestor. Thank you, little ancestor, Yan Yan echoed. Su Jianbang and Yan Yan spoke in unison, stopped crying, and bowed deeply to Su Sisi. Su Sisi frowned. Get up quickly. Su Jianbang helped Yan Yan stand, but Su Gang was displeased by the couple crying in front of Su Sisi. He quietly made a note to deduct their work points, which meant less pay. Seeing Su Gang's unhappy look, Su Jianbang thought he was about to give them money and quickly said, Village chief, you can't give us money. The young lady already said no. Su Gang, who said I was going to give them money? Jinhei, the black dog, stood up beside Su Sisi and circled Yan Yan twice. Yan Yan looked confused. Everyone knew Jinhei belonged to Su Sisi, so they weren't afraid it would hurt Yan Yan. After circling her, Jinhei returned to Su Sisi's side, leaving everyone puzzled. Su Gang asked, Young lady, is Jinhei hungry? Su Sisi patted the dog's head. No, it just likes Yan Yan. Actually, that wasn't the reason. Jinhei had absorbed some energy from Su Sisi's space and could now sense life. That was why it went to Yan Yan. I like Jinhei too, Yan Yan said with a bright smile, showing no sign of having cried earlier.
Woof.
Master, I can feel two lives inside her. Su Sisi asked, really?
Woof.
Yes, really. It was the first time Su Jianbang and Yan Yan had seen Su Sisi talk with Jinhei, though they could only understand Su Sisi's words. Yan Yan asked in surprise, Young lady, can you understand animal speech? I think so, Su Sisi replied casually. Su Jianbang had heard people say Su Sisi was smart, but he hadn't expected her to have such an amazing ability. Thinking about how Su Sisi had known Yan Yan was pregnant just by looking at her, it didn't seem strange anymore that she could understand animals. They both accepted her ability naturally. Su Jianbang asked, Young lady, what did Jinhei just say? Su Sisi didn't hide it. It said you'll have 2 children. 2 children? Jinhei must be a divine dog. It even knows how many children we'll have, Su Jianbang said, his eyes shining as he looked at Jinhei. Yan Yan's eyes were also full of wonder. Under the intense gaze of the couple, Jinhei felt a little uneasy. Whimper. Master, do you think they want to take me home? Su Sisi replied, No, they won't. The elder beside them thought that Su Jianbang might have misunderstood what Su Sisi said, and Su Sisi didn't think much about his response either. He glanced at Yan Yan's belly and asked, Little ancestor, do you mean that Yan Yan and Jianbang will have 2 children in the future? Su Sisi shook her head. No, Yan Yan already has 2 babies in her belly. At that, Su Jianbang, Yan Yan, and Su Gang all looked at Yan Yan's stomach in surprise. There were 2 babies. Their village, Dahuai Tree Village, had never had twins before. This would be the first pair. Although Yan Yan was married and living elsewhere, she was still part of Dahuai Tree Village. Her name remained in the family record, and her children would also be listed as the village's grandchildren. That was the village's rule. Every child born in the village, boy or girl, must be recorded in the family book. Even after marriage, a woman's name could not be erased. If a married woman divorced, she could return to the village and still receive land for a home. This rule gave the women of Dahuai Tree Village confidence. When they married into other villages, their husbands' families dared not treat them unfairly. If a married daughter came back to complain, or if the villagers learned she was being mistreated, the whole village would stand up for her and help her seek justice. Of course, when a married daughter returned to visit, she had to pay her respects to Su Sisi. That was the custom. If her husband came along, he had to do the same. This rule was made clear to anyone marrying a woman from Dahuai Tree Village. If a man did not show respect to Su Sisi and the elders, there was only one outcome. He would no longer be considered a son-in-law of the village. That was one of the reasons Su Jianbang had cried earlier. If Su Sisi did not acknowledge him, it would be one thing, but Yan Yan would likely divorce him as well. The elder smiled and said, Jianbang, let Yan Yan stay in the village for a few more days. She doesn't need to go back to the county with you yet. Yes, Yan Yan, listen to your father. Stay here and rest for a while, Su Gang added. Yan Yan nodded. Su Sisi had also told her to stay a few more days, and she was happy to do so. Father, village chief, I understand. Su Jianbang agreed. Father, please take care of Yan Yan for me. What are you saying? Yan Yan is my daughter. The elder waved his hand. You should go back and work hard. You have 2 children to raise. Father, I understand. Right now, Su Jianbang felt full of excitement and motivation. For the sake of his children, he was determined to work hard. All right, the greetings are done. You can all go now, Su Sisi said, starting to send everyone off. Little ancestor, please rest well. We'll head back first, the elder said with a smile.
Su Siksi nadid.
After the elder's family left, Su Gang walked up to her. Little ancestor, what did you need me for? Su Gang asked. He had come because Go Dan told him that Su Sisi wanted to see him. As soon as he heard that, he rushed over before even finishing breakfast. He hadn't expected to run into the elder's family paying respects to Su Sisi, nor to hear the good news that Yan Yan was expecting twins. Su Sisi asked, how many children in the village over 6 years old aren't going to school? Su Gang thought for a moment. Little ancestor, there are 10 of them, all 6 years old. Why aren't they going to school? Su Sisi tilted her head. At that age, they should be in school, right?
Sugan smiled.
The commune's primary school says children have to be 7 to start.
Su Siksi froned. How can that be?
She remembered seeing on TV that many children started school as early as 2 or 3 years old. The difference seemed huge. Is the village expecting new educated youth to come?
Su Sisi asked.
When Su Gang heard that, his smile faded. Little ancestor, you already know? The commune officials are just picking on us. They said our village refuses to take in educated youth, so they're forcing them on us. They even said if we don't agree, they'll come bother you. At this point, the village had looked even more upset. Their village had always avoided taking in outsiders, except for women who married in or men who married local girls. The commune officials only dared to act this way because Su Lai wasn't in the village. A few years ago, some educated youth were sent to the countryside, but Su Lai had refused to let them in, so the big locust tree village had never accepted any. It's fine. Let them come. They can stay near the village entrance, Su Sisi said. She actually thought the educated youth might be useful. Little ancestor, don't worry. I'll go talk to the commune again. Our village won't take them. If they send them here, we'll just send them right back. Before he could finish, Sisi interrupted him. Xiaojing, it's all right. If the commune sends them, just accept them. I have a plan.
Huh.
Su Gang was stunned. He had spent all last night thinking of reasons to refuse the commune's request. Little ancestor, are we really accepting them?
Su Siksi nadid.
Yes, we should. Our village needs to follow the national call. But the old ancestor said no educated youths were allowed in the village. Su Gang said, troubled.
Who should he listen to?
Even though the old ancestor was no longer around, his words still carried weight. But the little ancestor's orders couldn't be ignored either. They're not coming into the village, Su Sisi explained. Didn't they say they'd stay at the village entrance? Outside the village. Su Gang understood, though he still hesitated. Seeing this, Su Sisi pouted. So, are you listening to my father or to me? To you, of course, little ancestor. You're the one in charge here, Su Gang said with a smile. It wasn't just flattery. Everyone knew it was true. Su Lai adored his daughter and would agree to anything she said. Su Gang thought for a moment. If Su Lai were here, he would probably support Su Sisi's idea too. When will the educated youths arrive?
Su Sisi asked.
The next group should come in about half a month, Su Gang replied. That was what Officer Liu from the commune had said, giving Big Locust Tree Village time to prepare. Tell the villagers to build a house at the village entrance, Su Sisi said. We can't take too many at once, 6 at most. She held up her chubby little hand, showing the number 6 in front of Su Gang. Don't worry, little ancestor. I'll take care of it right away. I'll also go to the commune to make things clear. If they try to send more. Su Gang's tone made his meaning obvious. All right, go ahead, Su Sisi said, waving her hand. Su Gang left immediately. There was a lot to do. He got on his bicycle and rode toward the commune. It was one of only 2 bicycles in the village. One belonged to Su Sisi's family, used by her father Su Lai, and the other was shared by the villagers, though Su Gang used it most often. The commune wasn't close. Walking there took about 2 hours. That's why Su Gang usually rode the bike, unless someone else had taken it first, then he'd walk or ride a bull cart. When he arrived at the commune, the staff grew nervous at the sight of him. Talking with Su Gang was never easy. Officer Liu was the unlucky one pushed forward to greet him. Village Chief Su, what brings you here? Officer Liu asked carefully. He had only been at the commune for half a year and dreaded dealing with village chiefs and secretaries. Officer Liu, why are you the one coming out? Su Gang looked unfriendly at everyone from the commune, even if they were just minor officials. But he knew, without much thought, that Officer Liu was probably pushed forward by the more experienced staff to take his anger. Haha, just here to serve the people, Officer Liu said with a smile. Su Gang didn't waste words. All right, I'll just say this. Our village agrees to accept the educated youth. But no more than 6, or we'll all be kicked out. Hearing Su Gang's first words, Officer Liu and the others in the office relaxed. They finally got approval. But then Su Gang added but, which made everyone tense up again.
Fortunately, it wasn't a big demand.
The commune's plan was for each village to take 6 to 10 educated youths, so Su Gang's request could be met. Mayor Su, don't worry. Our commune will handle the arrangements, Officer Liu said while wiping his sweat. He was nervous when he heard the word, but worried it might be an unreasonable request. That's more like it, Su Gang said, though his tone wasn't very friendly. Officer Liu didn't dare say anything more. This shows the village's strength. Otherwise, Su Gang wouldn't speak so confidently to the commune officials. The village's unity gave them power. If anyone from the village caused trouble, the whole village would stand up for them. The officials from the commune would try to avoid trouble with Dahuai Tree Village. Plus, when Su Lai was still in the village, he was tough on everyone and never soft. If this year's county hadn't sent about 20 more educated youths than usual, they wouldn't have targeted Dahuai Tree Village. Luckily, Su Lai was away this time. Su Lai was out of town, supposedly to accompany Ningzi back to their northern hometown. The villagers kept their lips sealed. No one told the truth. They didn't even know where Su Lai and Ningzi had gone, so they kept quiet. Everyone in the area believed Su Lai was just returning to his hometown with Ningzi. Thinking for a moment, Su Gang warned, make sure the educated youths assigned to our village aren't too delicate or troublesome. They must be hardworking and respectful to elders. Officer Liu was overwhelmed, realizing that last part was probably the most important. Everyone knew Dahuai Tree Village valued filial piety the most. The whole village respected the family of Su Lai, who was the most senior. Respect for Su Lai and Ningzi is not a big deal. Their age and seniority are clear. However, many people don't understand why so many listen to Su Sisi, even though she is only 3 years old. But they dare not say this aloud, only complain silently. Otherwise, Liu officer remembers what his colleague Zhang said earlier, and he shivers at the thought. It's too frightening. Seeing Liu officer not respond and trembling slightly, Su Gang thought he might be unwell, so he quietly took a few steps back. Liu officer quickly recovered and nodded, saying, Village Chief Su, don't worry. We will select good, hard-working young workers for your village. Su Gang was satisfied and said, All right, I trust your commune this time. If there are any problems with the young workers, I will come to you. After that, Su Gang turned and left. Liu officer watched his back and muttered softly, This Daweishu village is really not easy to deal with. Zhang also agreed. Yeah, unless the higher-ups arranged it. No one would want to provoke them. Lu officer was startled by Zhang's sudden words. Brother Zhang, when did you come out? Zhang patted Lu's shoulder and said, Good job, kid. I can't believe Su Gang didn't scold you. Why? Why would he scold me? Lu officer still felt uneasy, still shaken from the scare. Before Zhang could reply, a cough came from behind. Lu officer immediately pushed Zhang aside and straightened up. The director of the commune, Lu Jiangwo, said, It's not proper to be fooling around during work hours. Director, we're sorry. Lu and Zhang quickly admitted their mistake. They blamed Su Gang for scaring them, and now they couldn't stay serious. If Su Gang knew what these two were thinking, he would definitely scold them and make them pay. Lu Jiangwo looked at the two and said, All right, get back to work. Since Daweishu village agreed, review the young workers' files carefully. If you don't choose well, you'll be the ones to suffer later. When Lu Jiangwo returned to his office, the two officers let out a sigh of relief. They had been scared twice that day, really unlucky. After leaving the commune gates, Su Gang didn't go straight back to the village. Instead, he went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 bottles of soda and a sugar-coated hawthorn stick for Su Cici. The reason I bought 2 bottles is that the soda at this time has 2 flavors, and Su Hong thinks Su Cici will like both. After buying the soda, he rode his bike back to the village, jingling all the way. On the way, he met Li DePeo, the village chief of Li Jia village, who was walking to the commune. Su Hong snorted coldly and ignored him. Of course, Li DePeo also ignored him. The 2 villages often argued over water issues, but each time, Dashu village won. Li Jia village was very angry with Dashu village, but they couldn't win. Dashu village looked down on Li Jia village, which was the poorest, laziest, and most conflicted village in the county. As Su Lai once said, they were uncooperative and useless. When Su Hong returned to the village, he went straight to Su Cici's house and placed the soda and candied hawthorn on the table. Little ancestor, this soda is new stock. Try it. Su Cici glanced at it and nodded. Su Hong then poured the soda into Su Cici's bamboo cup. The outside of the soda bottle looked like it had been used by many people. Although it had been cleaned, villagers were reluctant to let Su Cici use things that others had used. Su Cici took the bamboo cup and took a big sip of the soda. It was so refreshing. Xiao Hong, it's delicious, Su Cici said with a happy smile. Su Hong also smiled. Little ancestor, I'm glad you like it. I'll bring some again tomorrow. No need, drinking it often makes it less tasty, she said. The soda wasn't cheap, so she didn't want to waste money. Then she asked, Did the commune agree to our request? They agreed, little ancestor. Don't worry, I will definitely bring back good educated youths, Su Hong promised. Su Cici pouted and gently patted her small belly. As long as they don't cause trouble or act up, that's fine. That's not a high requirement. Exactly. I don't know what those educated youths are thinking. They don't know anything and go to the countryside for what? Dashu village hadn't had educated youths before, but they had heard about what some had done in other villages. Just responding to the national call, Xiao Hong. You can't say these things anymore, Su Cici advised. Su Hong scratched his head. Hee, little ancestor, I was just complaining in front of you. Remember to return the soda bottles. They cost 2 cents each. Little ancestor, I know. Su Cici felt bored at home. I'm going to check the fields. Little ancestor, I'll go with you. Somewhat worried, Su Gang looked at her with suspicion. Don't you have something to do? She asked. I'll go with you to take a look first. No need, you go ahead and busy yourself. Gooden is with me. All right, little ancestor, take your time. Su Gang still felt uneasy and reminded her. She was so young. Why was she so clingy? Su Cici had already turned towards the door with her hands behind her back, but she still responded. Got it. Gooden and Jun He followed behind Su Cici. She trotted along with her short legs and arrived at the fields. The sun wasn't at its peak yet, but Su Cici still had to wear a straw hat, which Gooden had just placed on her head. Although she was unhappy about it, she didn't take it off. The villagers were busy working. The rice seedlings in the fields were about to produce grain heads, but there had been no rain lately. The weather was getting hotter, and the water in the fields was running low. Many villagers went to the small river at the village border to fetch water. Otherwise, this year's harvest would be reduced. The busy villagers didn't notice Su Cici's arrival, but the little children playing in the fields saw her and ran over to greet her. Su Cici told them to go play and to be careful. Then she walked to the edge of the field. She pinched a rice stalk in its flowering stage with her small hand, gently opened the rice husk with her fingertips, revealing a tiny, needle-sized grain. Looking at the small grain, she murmured, "So tiny." Her voice was very soft, but Gooden still heard her and said, "Little ancestor, I heard my dad say it hasn't rained for a long time. The water in the fields is running out, and these grains are like pregnant women who have run out of food, stuck inside, about to die. When harvest time comes, they'll all be shriveled." Su Cici nodded. That was a good comparison. She looked up and saw that some rice plants had drooping yellow leaves. At this moment, someone finally noticed Su Cici and the others. "Little ancestor, why are you in the fields?" Gooden's mother asked. Then she looked at Gooden and said, "Gooden, what's wrong? The sun is so hot. Why did you bring the little ancestor here?" "Mother, Before Gooden could finish, Su Cici stopped him and said, "I came by myself and I'm not hot. You all go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about me." "All right, little ancestor, be careful," Gooden's mother warned. Su Cixi nodded, finished looking at the rice fields, and then went to see the cornfields. The corn was okay. It is naturally cold-resistant. However, corn affected by drought had smaller grains and was not very full. This year's melons, however, were especially sweet, which was also due to the drought. But there weren't many melons grown in Dashuai Tree Village. These melons were a new variety introduced by their commune, grown specifically in sandy soil. The village received a small quota, only enough for 2 or 3 per family, but Su Cixi got 10. The little girl sighed and looked up at the sky. If it didn't rain, how could her villagers survive? Even if every family had meat, they still needed enough food to live. Gooden didn't know what Su Cixi was thinking, but could sense she was a bit sad. Just as he wanted to comfort her, he heard arguing in the distance. Su Cixi couldn't see far, so she asked, "Why is it so noisy?" Gooden said, "Little ancestor, it's probably Li Jia village fighting with us over water again." This happened often, and Su Cixi knew it well. So annoying. Without caring about the distant quarrel, she turned around and walked home with her hands behind her back. Since she was so small, going alone wouldn't help. Besides, their village had never lost a fight, so she wasn't worried. She especially disliked Li Jia village, who always came to cause trouble. Seeing Su Cixi leave, Zhang He followed behind. Gooden stopped paying attention to the noise from afar and followed as well. When they reached home, Su Cixi didn't go inside. Instead, she sat on the steps in front of the door, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Gooden also sat down, copying her, while Zhang He lay on the steps. The 2 kids and the small dog looked quite amusing. A little baby girl slowly crawled over.
Little
ancestor. Su Cixi looked at her, patted her head, and recognized her as Yaya, Chen Qingqing's daughter. "Yaya, where is your mom?" "She went to help fight." The little girl couldn't speak clearly, but Su Cixi understood her meaning. Chen Qingqing was probably helping to fight. As for Yaya, she was likely left behind by her mischievous older brother, Song Zai. Actually, she wasn't exactly left behind. Song Zai carried Yaya to the corner of Su Cixi's wall and told her to play while he went to call for help. But in that short time, Yaya saw Su Cixi return and crawled over. When Song Zai arrived, Yaya was holding a candy, licking it now and then. "Little ancestor, be careful." Without needing Su Cixi to speak, Go Dan made Song Zai lift his bottom and hit him 5 times, pushing his sister aside. He deserved it. Song Zai knew he was wrong and didn't dare to beg for mercy. "Little ancestor, I know I was wrong." Su Cixi gently poked Yaya's small face. "Yaya, do you forgive your brother?" Yaya didn't understand very well but nodded. "Li, all right, keep eating your candy," Su Cixi said, patting her head. Yaya only nodded. always agreeing with whatever Su Sisi said. Okay, get up now, Su Sisi said to Songzai. Even if it's urgent, you shouldn't let your sister play alone. What if something happens? Songzai nodded hard. Little ancestor, I won't do it again, Su Sisi said. Go back and apologize to your parents and take Yiya home. Thank you, little ancestor, he replied. Then he picked up Yiya, who struggled and didn't want to leave. Zong. Su Sisi waved her hand, and Yiya pouted but didn't resist anymore. Su Sisi thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to help the villagers. Her current abilities couldn't make it rain on the land. She stood up and walked back up the mountain. Little ancestor, you can't go up the mountain. Godan wanted to stop her, but Su Sisi didn't care. Her short legs ran even faster. But Godan was faster and reached her first. Little ancestor, you can't go, Su Sisi pouted. I'll just go to the foot of the mountain. Godan said, then you can't run too far. I know. You're so naggy, Su Sisi said, crossing her arms and walking instead of running up the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, she met Ergo and Jiwa and a few others. Little ancestor, you can't go up the mountain, Ergo said quickly, and Jiwa and the others came over.
So Siksi.
I'm not going up the mountain. I just want to look, Su Sisi said seriously, with her hands behind her back. Jiwa asked, Little ancestor, what are you here for? Su Sisi slightly frowned. The land isn't fun. I just want to come over and see. Ergo nodded. He also thought the land wasn't fun. He said, my dad said a drought might happen. The rice in the fields isn't as good as previous years. My dad also said that if the harvest isn't good, we won't have enough food. My dad also said that. The children were talking loudly, and she felt overwhelmed. She didn't want to listen. All right, everyone stop talking. Guawa looked at Su Sisi. Little ancestor, if we don't eat, will we starve? No, Su Sisi said firmly. Guawa nodded confidently. Little ancestor always tells the truth. If she says we won't, then we won't. Hearing this, Daodu and the others cheered and jumped up. Oh, great. We won't starve anymore. Guawa also smiled and looked at them, then lowered his head to look around. Su Sisi was gone. Guawa and the other children became worried. The youngest, Ruer, started crying. Wow, little ancestor. Among the children, Guawa was the oldest. He said, stop crying. Let's look for her. If we can't find her, we'll go back and tell the adults. Okay, Ruer said with a choked voice, tears still on her face. Little ancestor. Little ancestor. Little ancestor. They called out several times but got no response. Not only Ruer was crying, but Daodu and Guawa also started crying. Guawa's eyes turned red. Ergo, you're fast. Go back and tell the villagers. Okay. Ergo ran to the fields, tears in his eyes. At this time, the villagers were still fighting for water with the people from Li family village. The fields were almost dry. Whoever got the water first was saving their food. Leer Wang, do you have no shame? This is ours. Your village chief is here, and this water is ours too. Try to take our water again? Watch out. My hoe might get you. The villagers holding tools like sticks and hoes confronted the people from Li family village. The Li villagers were scolded harshly and looked defeated. They turned around and started to leave. The villagers from Da Huashu village were proud, thinking they had won. But soon after, they heard Ergo running to the water pool, crying, Dad, Mom, little ancestor is missing. Wu Zhu Zhang Su Lao ran over. Ergo, what did you say? What happened to the little ancestor? She's gone up the mountain and disappeared, Ergo cried out.
Wu Zhang fainted immediately.
Luckily, his son was there to support him. He pinched himself hard to stay awake. Go quickly. And find him. The villagers also realized what was happening. Hurry up and look for him. The previously confident villagers' faces turned anxious, and some women had red eyes. People from Li's village, who hadn't gone far, heard the news and hurried even more. If they couldn't find the person, Dahuai Tree Village would surely blame them. No one dared to curse Su Sisi for not coming back because her life was at stake. If she was gone, their village would be in even worse trouble. The people of Dahuai Tree Village were not only united but also prone to panic. Without a leader, their village would be the first to suffer. Thinking of this, Lier Wang, who had just been scolded, trembled and said, "Maybe we should go help find him too." The others nearby paused and looked at Lier Wang. "Ask the village chief first." Lier Wang nodded. "Okay, let's go quickly." Meanwhile, the people from Dahuai Tree Village reached the foot of the mountain, and Su Gang also hurried over. He asked, "Ergo, was the little ancestor just here?" and disappeared. Ergo was crying. "Village chief, yes, he was here. We jumped a few times, looked down, and then we couldn't see the little ancestor anymore." Su Gang was very worried. "What about Go Dan and the others?" Ergo choked up. "They went up the mountain to look for him." Sighing, Su Gang said, "These kids are so small. How can they find him?" He then ordered the villagers to split into 3 groups and search along different paths. The village elders also wanted to go up the mountain, but Su Gang calmed them down. "Go back to the village first. What if the little ancestor has already returned?" Yen Yen, who was pregnant with twins, stayed with the elders and returned to the village. She was very good at talking, and with her there, the elders felt more at ease. Just as the elders turned back, they saw people from Li's village arriving. Yen Yen blocked them and said sternly, "What do you want?" Li Debao, with a cold face, explained, "We came to help find your little ancestor." Gooden's Greatnut asked suspiciously, "Are you really so kind?" Lier Wang said, "It's also because we're worried your village might go crazy." Seeing that Yen Yen and the others were still blocking the way, Li Debao, though angry, spoke patiently. "Miss Yen Yen, we really came to help. If I'm lying, our village will give all our water to yours." "Really?" Yen Yen asked. Water was precious, and if it weren't, the Li family village wouldn't have come to fight over it. "Really?" Li Debao said, holding back his anger. He decided to be the good guy this time. Yen Yen felt a little relieved, but still cautious. She told a young man to call the village chief. When Su Gang saw Li Debao leading his people over, he asked, "You really came to help?" "If you don't need us, we'll leave," Li Debao replied. He spoke politely to Yen Yen and the women, but his tone towards Su Gang was much colder. "If you help us find them, I won't hold today's water fight against your village," Su Gang said, glancing at Li Debao and the others.
Follow me.
The back mountain of Dahuai Tree Village was large, full of tall trees and wild animals. Once, when Su Sisi cried, hundreds of wild boars fainted, showing how strange the place could be. But the more animals there were, the more dangerous it became, so most people didn't dare go deep into the mountain. Su Gang led Li Debao and his group to the foot of the mountain. A team that had gone up earlier was just coming down. The path they took was blocked. The team leader, Deju's father, asked village chief, "Why are people from Li village here?" "They came to help," Su Gang explained. "They're being that kind?" The people of Dahuai Tree Village were doubtful. Su Gang said, "The more people, the better. The back mountain is too big. Extra help is useful." Just then, a small black dog suddenly jumped out of the grass, startling Lier Wang. Li Debao scolded him, "It's just a little black dog. What are you afraid of?" Lier Wang scratched his head awkwardly. The dog had jumped out so suddenly that he couldn't help being scared. He was about to kick the dog when Su Gang quickly picked it up. "Jinhei, do you know where the little one is?" "Woof. Yes, the master told me to come down." Although Su Gang couldn't understand the dog's words, Jinhei pointed its paw in a direction, and Su Gang understood. He put the dog down and said, "Jinhei, lead us to the little one."
Woof. Follow me.
Jinhei started running, and Su Gang told everyone to follow. The people of Li Family Village finally realized that this little black dog belonged to Dashu Village. Lier Wang touched his chest and thought, "Luckily, I didn't kick him just now, or my leg might have been broken." A group of people followed Jinhei up the mountain and met another team. Su Gang called them to come along. Near the middle of the mountain, the little black dog stopped. Su Gang and the others saw Su Sisi, dressed in a pink short-sleeved shirt and shorts, squatting in a grass patch. Su Gang ran over crying and hugged her, saying, "Little ancestor, we finally found you." Seeing the crowd of people, many men with red eyes, Su Sisi knew she had caused trouble this time. She gently touched Su Gang's tearful head and softly said, "I didn't run away on purpose. I was looking for the spring." Wow, Su Gang cried even louder. The villagers nearby also started crying. Tai Zhu cried and said, "Little ancestor, we found you. Little ancestor, what will we do if you disappear? How can we face the elders?" Little ancestor. Su Sisi knew she was wrong this time. She was too young and could only comfort one person first. She continued to pat Su Gang's head to soothe him. After he cried for a while, he finally managed to get down and said, "Xiao Gang, look, I found the spring." Su Gang looked at the direction Su Sisi pointed with tears in his eyes. There was indeed a spring, and water was flowing from it. He wiped his tears, reached out to catch some water, and took a sip. "Little ancestor, it's so sweet. Let's lead it to the village's water reservoir. Then we'll have water," Su Sisi said happily. It was worth all her effort to find it. Tai Zhu's father also tasted some. "It's really sweet." A few others also tried it and agreed it was sweet. Li Debao and others didn't dare to try. It wasn't their mountain, and it wasn't their people who found the spring. They didn't have the face to drink it. In the end, Su Sisi was carried down the mountain by Su Gang. "Xiao Gang, when we get back to the village, let someone bring the water down the mountain. The rice in the fields can still be saved. Little ancestor, don't worry. I'll arrange it when I go back. You can't run off like that again." "What if we can't find you?" Su Gang's voice choked again.
So siksi nadith.
"I understand. I won't do that next time." The whole village mobilized to search the mountain. The scene was truly grand. Why are people from Li family village here too? Although these people looked unfamiliar, Su Sisi still remembered Li Dabe and knew he was the village chief of Li family village. "They came today to take water from our village. Maybe they are afraid we will cause trouble, so they came to help us go up the mountain and find you," said Su Gang. Su Sisi didn't believe Li family village was so kind-hearted. They were probably feeling guilty and seeking forgiveness. Su Sisi responded within, "Oh," and stopped worrying about Li family village. Suddenly, Zhen He spoke up. Master, 2 tigers are coming." Hearing this, Su Sisi shouted, "Everyone be alert. 2 big tigers are coming." The villagers quickly steadied their tools like hoes and shovels. Some from Li family village were suspicious. How did this little girl know? But they also prepared themselves just in case. "Quick, dig a big hole, then hide inside." "Hurry, hurry, hurry," Su Sisi pointed to the ground. The tigers were still a little way off, and with so many of them, they still had time. Father Tai Zhu asked, "Little ancestor, how big should we dig?" "The bigger, the better. You guys go over there and cut some bamboo, sharpen it, and do it quickly." Su Sisi was lying on Su Gang's back, directing the people from Li family village to cut bamboo. Li Dabe and others didn't really want to move, but their legs obeyed and went over. Since everyone was already turning around, they decided to go. Father Tai Zhu and others kept digging with hoes and shovels, taking turns when tired. There were many people, so it was manageable. The third team searching for Su Sisi had also been called over. After more than half an hour, the hole was deep enough, about a meter, but Su Sisi felt the tigers were getting closer. They decided to stop digging and use the sharpened bamboo from Li family village, standing it upright at the bottom of the hole, then covered the top with grass. After everything was done, Su Sisi thought it was safer to go down the mountain now. If the tigers weren't fully gone, it would be hard to deal with them. Even with many people, some might get hurt. "Follow this way, quickly. Run down the mountain," Su Sisi pointed to the left, with Zhen He leading the way. Everyone hurriedly followed Zhen He down the mountain. Along the way, they saw a few rabbits hopping away quickly. The quick and agile little Ru's uncle picked up a rabbit by its ears. Some people from Li family village also carried wild chickens. Su Sisi felt the tigers were getting closer to the trap. "Hurry up!" A large group of people ran even faster. As they reached the foot of the mountain, they heard 2 loud howls. "Ow!" Su Sisi happily moved on Su Gang's back. "We did it, little ancestor. Is this a tiger trap?" Although the voice sounded similar, Father Tai Zhu still couldn't believe it. Could it really be that easy? "Yes," Su Sisi said excitedly. She hadn't eaten tiger meat before. "Let's go back." When everyone returned to the same spot, they saw that the grass pile on the trap was already inside, and a tiger was lying on the ground, howling in pain. Upon closer look, it was pierced through the throat by bamboo. Su Sisi shouted, "Quick, knock it out." The villagers quickly hit its head with shovels several times. The tiger stopped making noise. One villager said, "It's probably knocked out now." "Yeah, it's probably unconscious." No more sounds. Everyone was talking at once. Someone finally asked, "Little ancestor, you said there were 2 tigers, but I only see one. Where's the other?" Indeed, only one tiger was visible, and the other one was missing, so everyone became more cautious.
Su Sisi didn't speak.
Su Gang patted the person who asked on the head. "Fool, it's under this tiger. Why are your eyes open? Are you blind?" The person covered his head and laughed foolishly. He hadn't noticed it. Su Gang ordered someone to find old mountain vines and tie up the unconscious tiger, then carry it down the mountain. Su Sisi got off Su Gang's back. Watching 10 people lift the tiger, the other tiger was fully revealed. It was in a terrible state. Su Gang immediately covered Su Sisi's eyes. Su Sisi didn't want to, but Su Gang didn't let go. She could only pout and listen as everyone carried out the dead tiger. All the bamboo spears had pierced its belly, blood flowing non-stop. The pit was filled with its blood. "Move faster. We need to get down the mountain quickly," Su Gang urged. The smell of blood was too strong. Wild animals in the deep mountains might come down. It wasn't safe to stay here. Everyone hurriedly finished tying up the tiger. The tiger, which was only knocked out before, was hit a few more times. Seeing it bleeding from the mouth and no longer breathing, they confirmed it was dead and carried it down. Su Sisi continued to rest on Su Gang's back as they descended. The people who were anxious to go up the mountain earlier now looked lively and energetic on the way down. The tiger was caught, and each person involved played a part. However, the villagers down the mountain became more anxious. Although someone had returned to deliver news, no one had come back yet and they felt uneasy. They sat at their doorsteps, staring eagerly toward the back of the mountain, waiting for the people on the mountain to come down. A young boy from the village shouted, "They're back. The little ancestor is back." The little ancestor caught the tiger. In the eyes of the village children, it didn't matter who actually caught the tiger. As long as Su Sisi was there, they would say it was her achievement. This was something the villagers had taught them, and when Su Sisi found out, she was too speechless to respond. When the news spread, the villagers headed toward the back of the mountain. They saw a small black dog leading the way. Su Sisi was sitting on Su Gang's arm. Behind them were villagers carrying 2 tigers. "Little ancestor, you're back." Grandma Gooden wiped her tears and called out, "Little ancestor." Su Sisi knew she had made a mistake this time. She patted Su Gang's head to signal her to get down. She jogged over to an elderly villager, saying, "I'm fine, don't cry." Everyone patted Su Sisi's head and said, "Good girl, go away from evil spirits." Su Sisi was speechless. She felt like her head was being patted bald, but she understood it was their way of showing kindness, worried she might be scared. Feeling it was enough, Su Sisi pushed away their hands and said, "I'm really fine, little ancestor. You can't go back to the mountain again." The villagers chattered, but Su Gang quickly helped Su Sisi out of the crowd. "Grandma and Grandpa, the little ancestor needs to rest. I'll take her back now." Today, she not only found the spring but also caught 2 big tigers. "You should go see the grain drying yard," Su Gang said, not only helping Su Sisi out but also sharing her great achievements. All right, little ancestor, go rest. Little ancestor is so amazing, no wonder she's the smartest in our village." Little ancestor is incredible. Amid the villagers' praise, Su Sisi walked further away. She finally didn't have to listen to their chatter. Her ears felt much clearer. She let out a breath of relief, and Su Gang smiled. The little ancestor was most afraid of the villagers' nagging. However, he still wanted to give some advice, saying, "Little ancestor, you can't do this again." Before he finished, Su Sisi covered his mouth and said, "I know, no more talking." When they got home, Su Sisi struggled to get down and said, "I want to rest properly. Don't bother me." With a loud bang, the door was closed. Su Gang touched his nose at the door, thinking he shouldn't have spoken. Su Sisi had safely arrived home, so Su Gang went to the threshing yard. Everyone from Lee's village had left. They didn't want to stay long, they were jealous. They also had a part in catching the tiger. The bamboo was cut by them, but they probably didn't get any of the meat. The wild chicken they caught was considered a good reward. The entire back mountain belonged to Dawaishu village. If they dared to steal, they might be knocked out and thrown into the deep mountains at night. When Sugang arrived at the threshing yard, almost everyone from the village was there, gathered around the two big tigers. Sugang rang a bell, and everyone looked at him from the stage. Everyone quiet down. I have something to say. The tigers were found by Little Ancestor, and it was Little Ancestor who set the trap to catch them. The good things our village has gained over the years all come from Little Ancestor. We must not forget our conscience and should respect Little Ancestor more. Sugang spoke for a long time. Besides explaining how the tigers were caught, he kept urging the villagers to respect Su Sisi and praised how good and kind she was to them. Gooden's mother loudly said, "Village chief, we all know that. We're not ungrateful. We will definitely treat Little Ancestor well." Fellow villagers, what do you think? Yes, the whole village responded loudly, even the 1- or 2-year-old babies shouted along. All right, no more talk. Let's divide the tiger meat. After Sugang finished speaking, everyone eagerly watched as Su Dafu opened the tiger's belly. The tiger, which was only skinned after being stabbed in the throat with a bamboo spear, was to have its hide carefully removed and given to Su Sisi. Su Dafu, who had seen people dissect tigers when he was young, was in charge of dividing the meat. Since it was for Su Sisi, he was very careful when peeling the skin. The young men in the village crowded to the front, eager to learn from Su Dafu. Maybe one day, they would be the ones dissecting the tigers. Su Dafu was generous and said loudly, "Young men, watch carefully." Suddenly, Su Dafu held a knife and carefully cut from the tiger's lower jaw to its anus. It only broke the skin and did not hurt the flesh. Everyone admired his skill. He was very talented. He completely skinned the tiger. The villagers wanted to see, but Sugang told them to be careful. After everyone finished, Sugang stored the tiger's skin. Once the work was done, the skin could be given to Su Sisi as a blanket. The two tigers were quite large, weighing over 1,000 pounds in total. Su Sisi kept 200 pounds, and the rest was shared among the village. Inside the most injured tiger's belly, they found a little lamb, but it had also been killed. Sugang felt it was a pity. Otherwise, they could raise sheep, and later, Su Sisi could drink sheep's milk. When Su Sisi woke up, the door was open. Sugang came to report to her. The division was fair. She received a lot, but Su Sisi was not stingy. If she gave her something, she would take it. Thinking of Lijia village, Su Sisi said, "Give 50 pounds to Lijia village from what I have." Little Ancestor, "No, this is all your meat." Sugang quickly refused. This was for Su Sisi. How could he give some to lazy villagers in Lijia village? They also contributed. "Just give a little," Su Sisi said, feeling it was no big deal. Sugang was still reluctant. "The whole mountain behind us belongs to our village. They even caught a few wild chickens. Listen to me. I have other things for them to do." Su Sisi smiled. Her meat wasn't free either. "Little Ancestor, what do you mean? Our village can do anything." Sugang thought the villagers of Lijia village were lazy and unreliable for tasks. "You are the village chief. You can't be so stingy," Su Sisi said while eating a fragrant melon Sugang brought her. "You saw the spring on the mountain, right? It's not very big. Building a reservoir is impossible. It's better to divert water down the mountain. I know that. But what does this have to do with Lijia village?" Sugang didn't understand. "What do you think?" Su Sisi didn't explain further, leaving Sugang to think for himself. Sugang could only go home with a puzzled look. His wife, Zhang, looked at him and sighed many times. She asked, "What happened? Weren't you going to bring fragrant melons to the Little Ancestor?" "Mother, father-in-law is sighing because he can't figure out what the Little Ancestor is talking about. Chun Qingqing was hanging clothes in the yard and had overheard everything at Su Sisi's house." Actually, she couldn't understand either. She wondered what Su Sisi was planning. Seeing that Su Gang did not answer himself, Mrs. Zhang asked Chen Qingqing, "Little ancestor, what did the second family say?" Chen Qingqing repeated what Su Sisi had said. Mrs. Zhang patted Su Gang's back and said, "You're so silly. The little ancestor means that the water diversion project should be done by the Li family village." Su Gang's eyes widened, and he was momentarily stunned. Chen Qingqing took it well and said, "Mother, so the little ancestor meant that." Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, "Yes, it's so hot today. Bringing water into the village isn't a small job. The little ancestor cares about us, so she wants the people from Li family village to help. But can Li family village agree?" Chen Qingqing asked. "Of course they will. How could they refuse?" Su Gang suddenly stood up and spoke, then ran out of the house, leaving Chen Qingqing and Mrs. Zhang looking at each other. Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, "Your father-in-law must have gone to see the little ancestor." "I think so too," Chen Qingqing agreed. Her father-in-law probably already knew what the little ancestor wanted. Then she looked at Mrs. Zhang and said, "Mother, you're so clever." "Of course," Mrs. Zhang said proudly. "Her husband isn't as quick as she is." Meanwhile, Su Gang went to Su Sisi's house. Su Sisi was watching Ruerue and the other little girls dance and wiggle their hips. When Su Sisi saw Ruerue dancing, she smiled. The other children followed and kept dancing. Su Sisi sighed to herself. It would be great if there was music, but their village still can't afford a radio. Su Gang said, "Little ancestor, okay? Did you figure it out?" Su Sisi signaled him to find a seat. "Yes, I understand now." "Little ancestor, did you find another spring?" That was the reason Su Gang couldn't understand at first. Su Sisi understood his meaning, but building a water channel to bring water down the mountain is something they can do themselves. If they ask the villagers to rest and let the people from Li family village do it, they wouldn't be comfortable with that. So if Su Sisi insists that the people from Li family village do the work, it probably means she has more than one water channel planned. That's why Su Gang came to ask. Very clever, Su Sisi smiled. She had been up the mountain for so long. She couldn't have only found one spring. That would be underestimating her too much. Little ancestor, you're really amazing. Su Gang gave her a thumbs up, noting that the recent days without rain were making it hard to save the crops. At this moment, Su Sisi found the spring, which could save the entire village's crops. Actually, Su Sisi found 5 springs, but they were far away. 2 were closer, while the other 3 were higher up in the mountains, making water diversion difficult. However, it was still possible to divert water, just not directly into their village. Su Sisi asked Go Dan to spread out the map she had just drawn. With Su Gang's surprised look, she slowly explained, "This is the spring you saw. Its location is good for building a water channel to bring water into the village, so everyone can drink this water." She pointed to the second spring enclosed in a circle and continued, "This is the second one, leading to a pond near Li Jia village, where they can fetch water." Then she pointed to the third spring, saying, "This one is harder to bring into our village, but it can supply other villages. Think about how to handle it when you go back." Su Gang, who had been shocked at first, thought about what Su Sisi said and finally understood. "Little ancestor, Little Gang understands now. All right, I leave it to you." Su Sisi handed him the map. The rest was not her concern. She just wanted to drink sweet mountain water. "Rest assured, little ancestor, I'll go right now," Su Gang said and stood up. Su Sisi reminded him, "Go to the backyard and get some meat." "Little ancestor, I can't take your meat. Just a little from each family to make 50 jin is enough." Su Gang still didn't want to take her meat. Actually, 200 jin wasn't much, and Su Sisi ate a lot at each meal. "If I tell you to take it, then take it." "Stop fussing," Su Sisi said, crossing her arms, looking very stern. Su Gang held back a laugh. All right, I'll go now." Su Sisi snorted, turned her face away, and kept watching Ruer and the others. She gave each of the little kids a candy, and they sat obediently, watching the black dog fetch the ball. After the dog brought it back, they threw it again, creating a peaceful scene. Su Gang took the meat and told 2 young men to go with him to Li Jia village. "Village head, how can we give them our little ancestors' meat?" One of the young men, Su Kai-xian, said. He was Su Fu's youngest son. "Yeah, village head, just share a little from each family," said Taiju. Both of these young men's fathers were butchers, so bringing meat over could also impress the people of Li Jia village. This tiger was given to Su Dafeng, and the little lamb was shared by Iron Pillar's father. However, Su Sisi said she didn't want to eat lamb, so the meat was given to the family that helped carry the tiger down the mountain. Su Gang didn't want to do it either, but it was Su Sisi's order, so he had to follow. According to you, but the little ancestor refused, he said. Su Kaixian and Iron Pillar looked at each other. Well, except for the old ancestors and the grandmother, no one could persuade the little ancestor. Su Gang took 2 young men into Li's village, and everyone there saw them. But no one greeted them, and it was already good if they didn't start trouble. The timid ones ran far away, and some clever ones went to report to Big Leopardly. After all, he was the village chief. When Big Leopardly heard about it, he went to the village entrance. As he stepped out, he bumped into Su Gang. Su Gang, what are you here for? Big Leopardly asked, sounding a bit weak. He was worried that they might come to settle scores over the water dispute from this morning. But usually when they came to settle scores, they brought a group of people. Today, he only saw 2. Did they look down on them? Su Gang didn't know or care what Big Leopardly was thinking. He simply said, "This is 50 gene of tiger meat sent by our little ancestor. You can divide it yourselves." As soon as Su Gang finished speaking, Kaixian and Iron Pillar quickly lifted the cloth from the bamboo basket, revealing the fat and fresh tiger meat. The villagers of Li's village, who hadn't tasted meat in years, couldn't help but swallow hard.
Why?
Why are you giving us this? Big Leopardly still found it hard to believe. They just sent it over like that? Although your village shamelessly stole our water, considering that you helped find people and helped catch the tiger, our little ancestor decided to share part of the meat with you, Su Gang explained again, since there were still things for their villagers to do. Then we thank the little ancestor, Big Leopardly said. He hadn't seen meat in a long time, so he accepted it without hesitation. Kaixian wasn't happy with Li's village calling Su Sisi by her name. What are you saying? She's your little ancestor.
Just call her that.
Then thank you, little ancestor Su, Big Leopardly added, including her surname. Although Kaixian wasn't completely satisfied, he didn't say anything more. Big Leopardly invited Su Gang and the others into his house. The 50 gene of meat was placed in the yard, and everyone stared eagerly, hoping the village chief would start dividing the meat soon. But no one dared to go in and urge a few people to talk, afraid that Su Gang and the others would take the meat back. Li Dabio, I really don't like your village, Su Gang said straightforwardly, not giving any face. Li Dabio wanted to get angry, but seeing the meat in the yard, he forced an awkward smile. Inside, he was thinking, you think I look up to your village? But since our little ancestor is kind-hearted and allowed your village to come to our water pond to fetch water, but Su Gang paused here. Li Dabio was already very excited and stood up quickly. Village Chief Su, is what you're saying true? I haven't finished talking, Su Gang said with a sigh. Why get so excited? No matter what your conditions are, we agree, Li Dabio said. Their village is lazy. They haven't dug a water pond. During droughts, they try to steal water from Dashu village, but haven't succeeded. Later, they did dig a water pond, but over the years, with little rain, it couldn't hold much water. They could only watch year after year as the rice harvests remained low. Then it settled. Su Gang didn't expect Li Dabio to be so straightforward, but he thought about it. Water is so precious now. They are really lucky. Seeing that Su Gang had no objections, Li Dabio asked, what are your conditions? Tell me. We accept all. Su Gang cleared his throat and said, it's not really a condition. Look at the sky. It's unlikely to rain. The water in the reservoir will run out eventually. Don't you think? Li Dabio nodded. There's nothing to do. We just make do for a day. Su Gang continued. Our little ancestor found a spring. She said she wants to lead water to the reservoir. Really? Li Dabio was excited again. Today really is a good day. Got several good news. Our little ancestor wouldn't lie, Su Gang said with a slightly harsh tone. Anyone can be doubted, but not Su Sisi. Li Dabio felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't mean that. Su Gang snorted coldly. Then what do you mean? Our little ancestor is kind-hearted and thinking of you, yet you doubt her. Exactly, that's too much, Kai Xian also said from beside them. Tai Zhu didn't speak, but everyone could see he was also angry. I said the wrong thing, sorry. Li Dabio can only admit his mistake. Who told him to talk too much and forget the rules of Dashuisha village? This little ancestor Su has no instructions for drawing water to the reservoir. Our village has plenty of people who can repair the water channels. Li Dabio could only change the subject. Since they kept arguing about what was just said, he felt this matter might be over. Everyone knows he's a clever fox. Su Gang naturally understood he was shifting the topic. If it weren't for completing the task assigned by Su Cece, he would definitely give Li Dabio a good scolding. Fixing the water channels isn't easy. Do you think your lazy villagers are willing? Su Gang deliberately pointed out Li Dabio's weakness. Don't worry, they're willing. If they weren't, the whole village might as well starve, Li Dabio said confidently this time. He believed the villagers would work because they really had no water. Su Gang nodded. All right, I'll leave this to you. Once you've discussed it, call someone to find me. I'll take you up the mountain. We've prepared the plans. Just follow the drawings when you dig. After talking everything over, Li Dabio gave a few baskets of fragrant melons as a gift. Their village received a good quota of melons this year. Despite the drought, the melons in the sandy land grew especially well and were very sweet. However, the supply and marketing cooperative couldn't buy too many because their village didn't produce enough grain. They could only exchange melons for grain. The villagers are lazy and didn't take good care of the plants. The melons are sweet but crooked and ugly, not very attractive. The cooperative only took the best melons, leaving the rest as damaged goods for the villagers to share. Looking at those melons, Su Gang frowned. The Li family village really doesn't know how to farm. How can melons look so ugly? But since they were free, Su Gang wouldn't refuse. It was hot, and this little ancestor loved eating melons. He took them all home to give to her, as a way to make up for the 50 gene of meat she lost. After Su Gang and his group left, everyone in Li family village rushed into Li Dabio's house. The hungry young men already started shouting about sharing the meat. This was tiger meat. Who had ever eaten such? Quiet, he struck a gong and loudly said, Listen to me. Su little ancestor agreed that we can fetch water from their village. Hearing this, the villagers of Li family were all shocked. They were usually beaten and scolded when fighting for water. Why were they so generous this time? Lier Wang spoke first. Village head, is this true? There's no poison in the water, right? Li Dabio rolled his eyes. Who would poison the water these days? Without Li Dabio making a move, old lady, Li gave him a sharp slap. You're as stupid as a pig. Lier Wang covered his head, tears in his eyes. It hurt so much. Li Dabio struck the gong again. Don't speak. Just listen to me. When everyone quieted down, he continued, Su Xiaozu is grateful that we helped her go up the mountain and find her. She also helped cut bamboo. Li Dabio repeated what Su Gang had said, then asked, What do you all think about building the water canal? Does anyone disagree? Village chief, I have a question, said Song Ran, Li Sanwa's wife. Li Sanwa saw everyone looking at her and felt a bit nervous. He wanted her to put her hand down, but she wouldn't listen. She was already tired of being a mother of 3 children. Her original husband was unreliable. Every day, she looked up to the sky and sighed. She wondered what she did wrong in her past life. She had enjoyed modern times with good food and high technology, but now she woke up to find herself in a poor village, hungry and cold. Her family was lazy. They didn't bother her no matter what she said. They didn't hit her either. When they wanted to leave, they quickly ran into the house and locked the door. If they had the courage, they could break in. Only when her children were starving and couldn't take it anymore did she go outside. She ate what she made herself. She placed a kitchen knife on the table to keep it safe from anyone grabbing it. Sanwa's wife, tell us your question, Li Dabio said. Recently, he heard about Song Ran's unusual behavior, but he thought she was probably forced into it. Li Sanwa's family was the laziest in the village. Even now, they weren't working. Who wouldn't go crazy? Song Ren shook off Li Sanwa's hand and asked, "Village chief, are the stones used to build the water canal paid for by our village?" This was an important question. Su Sisi mainly didn't want to pay for it. Buying stones wasn't easy for their village. But for Li Jia village, it was different. Zhang Jianzhong, the director of the stone factory, had family ties to Li Jia village. That's why this village was so lazy but still survived. Zhang Jianzhong often helped out from time to time. His mother grew up eating in Li Jia village. Luckily, she married Zhang Jianzhong's father. She had no worries about food or drink and sometimes helped support the village. After she passed away, Zhang Jianzhong took over this role. This is such a small village. It can't provide much. It's just enough for one family to have a meal, so it can't change the fact that Li village is the poorest. Yes, the water reservoir belongs to Dashui Tree Village, and they also found the spring. Even the spring is on their mountain. If we don't pay, how can we get water? Li Dabio knows this is Dashui Tree Village's plan, but he can accept it. How much will it cost? Yeah. The villagers started to have opinions. Since they have to pay, most of them don't wanna. Li Dabio doesn't spoil them. He says, "I've made it clear, anyone who doesn't pay can't use the water. If anyone steals water, I'll tie them up and send them to Dashui Tree Village." Song Ran has no problem with this, but she wants to know how much it will cost. If her family doesn't have enough money, she'll need to borrow in advance. Village head, how much does each household need to pay? Li Dabio replies, "I've estimated that we need to build 2 water channels, one to bring water to Dashui Tree Village and another to the reservoir near our village. It will cost about 400 yuan, so each family should pay 8 yuan. Village head, that's too much. Village head, we need to build 2 channels. Village head, can it be less? Another drum beat sounds. Li Dabio says, "I've already said, anyone who doesn't pay can't use the water. Those who can pay, come line up for meat. If you take the meat but don't pay, I'll send the Dashui Tree Village people to take over your house. Think carefully. Now line up for the meat." Everyone who was craving meat had already started lining up in front of the bamboo basket. Li Dabio asked Li the butcher to weigh the meat, while he kept track of names. After getting their meat, everyone had to come and stamp their handprints. Song Ren also went to line up. She had no idea that in the half-month she had been here, she hadn't tasted any meat. Her family had a hen, but it was for laying eggs, so they didn't dare to eat it. As for the situation in Li Village, Su Sisi didn't know and didn't want to know. Su Gang finished his work and went back to report. The 5 baskets of fragrant melons weren't all kept by Su Sisi. She asked Su Gang to deliver 1 to each home of the elderly over 70. These melons were really sweet, but the elders had given all their sugar to the great-grandson, so they didn't want to eat any themselves. Su Sisi then thought about letting them taste the sweet flavor of these melons. This matter doesn't need Su Gang to handle personally. Let Kai Xian and Tai Zhu take care of it. The old man knew that Su Sisi had given this to him, so he wouldn't share it all with the family. Instead, he would eat a piece first and then think about how to share with others. Su Sisi asked, "Did Li Dabeo bargain hard?" "No, little ancestor. They still got the better deal." Su Gang felt he lost out. "Then let's take some back. We still have a spring nearby. You go handle it," Su Sisi said, scooping up some fragrant melon while eating. "Got it, little ancestor." "I'll go now," Su Gang said excitedly. The other nearby villages are wealthy, and even those without money can be pressured to have some. Su Gang didn't leave the village immediately. He first went home, cut half a jin of tiger meat and 5 jin of wild boar meat, and put them in a basket. He asked Zhang's wife to pick some vegetables, then took her to Zhang's village. Zhang's village is Zhang's maternal home, a wealthy village, but they always follow Dahui Tree Village in everything. The best match for girls from Zhang's village is to marry into Dahui Tree Village, the county town, or their own village. Many girls from Zhang's village have married into Dahui Tree Village. Some men from Zhang's village have married women from Dahui Tree Village. The 2 villages are very close. This time, Su Gang came to discuss matters, so he also needed to visit Zhang's maternal home. When they arrived at Zhang's village, the elders under the tree greeted Zhang's family and Su Gang. Many villagers envy Zhang's family. They have caring parents, brothers, and sisters-in-law. The daughter married into Dahuai Tree Village, where the village chief is, and her children and grandchildren are successful. An old lady munching melon said, Manhwa doesn't look like she's 40. That's right. I wish my daughter could marry into Dahuai Tree Village too. You better hurry. I heard. While chatting about gossip, Zhang's family returned home and talked with her parents and sister-in-law. Su Gang just greeted them when he entered, took a sip of water, then went to see the village chief of Zhang's village. Grandma, Yang's sister-in-law's grandson, saw her come and wanted to hug her. Look at this kid, still remembers his little aunt, said Zhang's sister-in-law, a Fong. Of course I remember. This child was born thanks to his aunt, said Zhang's mother, who is 60, but still very spirited. Zhang didn't agree, saying, Mom, it wasn't me. It was thanks to our little ancestor. Oh, yes, it's all thanks to you little ancestors, Mrs. Zhang said as she looked at her daughter, knowing her girl was lucky. Mom, sister-in-law, I brought half a gene of tiger meat and 5 gene of wild boar meat. You can eat it yourselves, don't tell anyone, Zhang said softly. Her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were stunned by her words. Mrs. Zhang asked, Daughter, say that again, what kind of meat? Zhang replied, Mom, you heard me right, tiger meat. Oh my goodness, where did it come from? Did anyone get hurt? Mrs. Zhang's basket dropped from her hands. Mom, our little ancestor caught it. No one was hurt, Zhang said proudly. Zhang's sister-in-law looked at Zhang with red eyes, very jealous. Her little sister-in-law was truly lucky. Meanwhile, at home, Su Sisi stopped teasing the children and entered her space to watch cartoons with Junhei. Drinking her drink, Su Sisi said, Junhei, when will the villagers be able to watch cartoons like us? I don't know either. You're so silly. If they can't watch cartoons, there are movies. Next time, I'll ask Xiaojiang to bring someone to show movies. Su Sisi thought she was very clever. Master, movies are shown in parts in the village, so no one can come. Why is that? Su Sisi pouted. Then I'll take the villagers to the cinema. Too many people, the cinema can't hold everyone. Su Sisi asked, Do you have any good ideas? No. She rolled her eyes at Junhei, thinking he was useless. She was a carefree person and would forget about things she couldn't think of, planning to think about it later. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Little ancestor, I brought you some honey. It was Chicken Baby's voice. Su Sisi naturally wouldn't open the door for him, letting him push it open himself. Besides Chicken Baby, Ergo also came. The two boys carried a small jar filled with honey. They opened a lid, and the sweet smell of honey filled the room. Junhei kept barking. She really wanted to eat it and was drooling. Su Sisi gently patted her head to calm her down. Where did this honey come from? The little girl smiled and said, My little uncle went up the mountain to check if your trap caught any game. He saw something by accident and brought it back. Why didn't he bring it himself? Usually, villagers who find good things in the mountains bring them home themselves. Su Sisi often praised them for this. Although it was just a simple compliment, it meant a lot to the villagers. They would be happier and eat a few more bowls of rice at home. Little uncle. The girl hesitated to speak. Seeing her hesitant, Su Sisi guessed she was hiding something. Did you get stung by a bee? Yes, the girl sighed. She promised her little uncle not to tell. Su Sisi shook her head and told Godan to go inside and get some medicine. She handed it to the girl. From now on, don't poke at the beehives. Let him put on the medicine himself. Little ancestor, I can't use your medicine. The girl refused. I'm the little ancestor, so you have to listen to me, Su Sisi said confidently, and she was right. The girl had no choice but to accept the medicine. She stayed a little longer with Su Sisi before heading back. Li DePeo returned from the county. Passing by the big locust tree village, he thought for a moment and decided to go in. The villagers saw him, but didn't stop him. Everyone knew about Su Sisi's decision. But he wanted to see Su Sisi, not just to visit casually. He was stopped by Su Gang, who had just come back from Zhongjia village. Li DePeo, what do you want to see our little ancestor for? Li DePeo didn't hide anything from Su Gang. He knew that if he didn't explain clearly, Su Gang wouldn't let him see her. I just asked at the county about the stone slabs. There are 2 types. I want to ask your little ancestor which one is better to buy. This was indeed an important matter, but seeing Li DePeo come all this way just to ask about the stone slabs made Su Gang feel proud. He said proudly, "Come with me." Li DePeo was annoyed by Su Gang's arrogance. He really wanted to hit him, but this was Big Locust Tree Village. If he dared to touch Su Gang, he might be thrown out immediately. Besides, he probably couldn't beat Su Gang. Most villagers in Big Locust Tree Village were thin, but they were strong and healthy. Although they didn't have much grain, they ate meat and had some oil, so they were quite energetic. He knocked on the door, and Su Cici's voice came from inside. Su Gang then went inside. However, Li DePeo still had to wait outside. At this moment, Li DePeo thought of Su Gang as if he were an ancient eunuch delivering imperial edicts, but he only dared to think this silently and not say it aloud. Getting beaten by Su Gang was a small matter. If he reported it, he would be finished. With Su Cici's permission, Su Gang called Li DePeo inside. When he saw Su Cici, Li DePeo looked eager. "Little ancestor Su, are you well?" Su Cici felt a bit embarrassed. The village chief of Li's village looked just like everyone else in the village. "I'm doing fine," Su Cici said slowly while eating candy. Little Gang said, "You don't know much about the stone slabs." "Yes, little ancestor Su, there are many types of stone slabs in the factory. I've never repaired a water channel before, so I don't know which one to use," Li DePeo said with a smile. After swallowing his candy, Su Cici asked, "Did you ask the factory?" Li DePeo nodded. "Yes, I asked. They said it's best to use blue stone slabs or granite. The prices aren't very different, but I couldn't decide right away, so I came to ask for your help." "Oh, then just use both," Su Cici said casually. Li DePeo was confused. Su Gang was speechless. "What do you mean, Didn't you say you'd listen to our little ancestor?" Li DePeo rolled his eyes at Su Gang. He wasn't ignoring him, he was just confused. "Little ancestor Su, I'm not ignoring you. I just want to understand the reason." Su Gang interrupted. "What's there to ask? If I tell you, you'll understand." Li DePeo was annoyed by Su Gang, unable to finish his sentence. "Little Gang, the village chief is a guest," Su Cici said. She wasn't blaming Su Gang, just asking him to stop. Li DePeo was still useful. "Little ancestor, I understand," Su Gang said, ignoring Li DePeo. He understood Su Cici's meaning and didn't want to argue with Li DePeo. But Li DePeo thought he had won against Su Gang and snorted coldly. Su Cici smiled sweetly. "Village Chief Li, Little Gang is from our village. I won't let anyone bully our villagers." "Haha, little ancestor Su, no one dares to bully him," Li DePeo said with a smile, secretly feeling he was too proud just now. Su Cici said, "That's good. My idea is that since both types of stone slabs are good, we can use both. I don't like making choices. For the more important parts, use granite. All right, little ancestor Su, don't worry. I'll go arrange the shopping right away." Li DePeo received the reply and hurried to handle it. The crops are waiting for water. Before leaving, Li DePeo also said he would send some melons later so Su Cici could taste something fresh. Su Cici naturally accepted happily. Since it was a gift from others, she wouldn't refuse. At this point, Su Gang finally had a better attitude toward Li DePeo. At first, he came to ask about Su Cici without bringing any gifts, which was quite rude. But it's not entirely Li DePeo's fault. He was just too anxious and forgot. Fortunately, he remembered later, and Su Gang's attitude improved a little, though not much. After leaving Su Cici's house, Su Gang urged Li DePeo to quickly go back to the village to get money for buying stone slabs, then have someone go with him up the mountain to repair the water channels. Although Su Gang was a bit dissatisfied, Li DePeo was also anxious. After hearing Su Gang's words, he immediately returned to the village. Su Gang kindly lent him the bicycle, but it cost him 2 cents. Li DePeo clenched his teeth, paid the money, and rode off on the bike. Of course, these 2 cents belonged to the village's account. The bike was owned by the village, not Su Gang, so the money should go to the village. Back home, Su Gang recorded the village's money, planning to deposit these 2 cents when he went to save money later. Looking at the village's funds, it's no wonder Su Cece wanted the Lee family village to build the water channels. There wasn't enough money. The stone slabs had already been bought. Su Cece followed Su Gang up the mountain again. Of course, it wasn't just the two of them. Many villagers from Li Jia village and even some from Da Huangshu village came to watch. They were just there to see the excitement. Their little ancestor felt sorry for them working hard all the time, so she didn't let them help with building the water channels. Su Gang took out the map Su Cece had drawn earlier and directed the villagers from Li Jia village on what to do. The first step was to set the lines. The route on the map was very clear, just stake out along the line, making digging later much easier. Many villagers from Li Jia village came to help. Most of them were working on building the Suli water channel, which would direct water to the reservoir used by both villages. The channel was named after the two big families. Another water channel led to the reservoir inside Da Huangshu village. This one was also built by Li Jia village's people. Although they felt it was a big loss, no one dared to complain. If they did, they wouldn't be able to drink water anymore. The construction of these water channels was in full swing. The villagers of Da Huangshu village weren't lazy either. After finishing their farm work, they still worked on repairing the houses for the educated youths. This was explained by Su Cece, and everyone worked very hard. However, they were confused about building a few more houses at the village entrance, but no one asked questions. Anyway, whatever Su Cece said, they just did. After half a month, the two water channels still hadn't been built, and the old water reservoir still had some water. There was enough water to irrigate the crops, but as the weather got hotter, the water in the reservoir started to run low. The villagers of Li Jia village were also very worried. Sometimes, after finishing work, they would work through the night to repair things. Su Cece was very pleased to hear this. Although the water channels were not yet finished, the houses for the educated youth had already been built. Coincidentally, the educated youth were about to arrive. Su Gang received a notice from the commune and told Su Cece about it. Su Cece nodded and told Su Gang to handle it himself. Su Gang was busy and couldn't go to meet the educated youth. He also thought they didn't deserve his welcome, so he arranged for Su Dali and Su Dafong to go. Su Dafong drove a ox cart, with Su Dali sitting in the back. These two usually loved hunting. Recently, many people in Li Jia village had been in the mountains, so they stayed put to avoid causing trouble or making others jealous. Dali and Dafong were not brothers but uncle and nephew from a different generation. The wild boar meat the villagers were eating now was discovered by these two. Uncle Dafong, do you think the little boss will agree to let the educated youth come into the village? Dali asked, feeling bored as he drove. Although Su Dafong had some guesses, he didn't say anything. He just replied, the little boss has her reasons for doing this. We just listen. Dali nodded. He didn't really need to know the reasons. He was just looking for something to talk about because he was bored. When they arrived at the commune, many educated youth were already waiting at the gate. Su Dafong and Su Dali didn't know who was who, so they shouted, people from Dahuai Tree Village. People from Dahuai Tree Village. Here, as they spoke, 6 educated youth approached. Leading the group was a young man dressed very neatly. Hello, we are the educated youth going to Dahuai Tree Village. My name is Lin Zifeng. May I ask how to address you two, big brothers? Dali was very pleased with Lin Zifeng. He was polite and well-mannered. My name is Dali. This is my uncle Dafong. Lin Zifeng eagerly called out to them, and the other educated youth followed suit, introducing themselves one by one. Lida and Dafong both liked their names, so they let them carry the luggage onto the truck. As for the other young workers, they could only follow along. There were 6 young workers, 3 men and 3 women. They seemed to not complain, which made Dafong quite happy. He disliked children who refused to endure any hardship. Actually, Dafong was a bit biased. To him, Su Cece couldn't handle any hardship, but if others couldn't, they were just lazy. Lida and Dafong weren't the type to tease the young workers. When it was time to rest, they still let the young workers take a break by the roadside. Lin Zifeng was the leader of the 6. They met him on the train, and he handled most of the negotiations, with the others agreeing afterward. During the break, Lin Zifeng offered a steamed bun to Li Da and Da Fong. The bun wasn't really from him. Later, the six would share the cost and give the money to Lin Zifeng. Li Da and Da Fong refused, since they didn't know him well. Even though the young workers were from their village and had household registration there, Su Sisi hadn't been accepted by them. In their hearts, she wasn't considered part of Da Huangshu village. This surprised the young workers. They thought villagers would accept the buns and be more pleased with them, but they didn't expect to be turned down. Even after being refused, Lin Zifeng just smiled and said, "I'll keep these for you too. If you're hungry, just come to me. No need you keep them." Da Fong politely declined. Lin Zifeng nodded with a smile. After resting, they followed the truck again. At the village entrance, the young workers didn't need to go into the village. Lida told them to rest at the youth station and that he would take them to meet the village chief and Su Sisi later. When they arrived at the youth station, the young workers were quite satisfied with the living conditions. It was all new. Inside, there were only simple wooden beds and nothing else. They didn't complain. After they got off the truck, the commune officer called them inside and strictly told them to behave and not cause trouble, or they wouldn't be able to protect them. At first, the six were scared, but Officer Liu from the commune said that Da Huangshu village was easy to talk to and respectful of elders. They just needed to show respect. All of them had living elders at home, so they promised to follow this rule. Actually, Officer Liu chose these six because they had elders. Families with elders knew better how to take care of and treat others. Da Fong and Dolly entered the village and went with Sugong to report to Suxixi's house. Suxixi nodded and said, "Let these educated youths work with the villagers in the fields. Once the water channels are built, we will assign them other tasks." Sugong replied, "Okay, little ancestor. Later, I'll have them come over to greet you. No need for greetings." "They're not really villagers, just recognize them," Suxixi said. She didn't like people she didn't know coming to visit her all the time. Sugong understood that Suxixi hadn't yet accepted the educated youths as part of her village. Dolly told Sugong and Suxixi everything that had happened on the way. Sugong smiled and said, "It's probably the commune officials who talked to them." "No wonder," Dolly said. Da Fong, who is actually a year younger than Dolly, didn't find it strange that he called Da Fong and others uncles, and they called him the same. He thought these educated youths were sensible, but it turns out someone had guided them. After chatting, Sugong and the others left Suxixi's house. As for the educated youths, they could rest a bit longer. Suxixi was lying in a rocking chair, kicking her little feet at Junhei nearby. She said, "Junhei, go check on those people at the youth station." "Master, why do you want me to see them?" "Just see what they're doing." "I've never been to the city." I'll go now." Junhei ran out quickly. Outside, Gooden saw a black shadow rush out and wasn't sure if it was really Junhei. She knocked on the door and went inside. "Little ancestor, was that really Junhei just now?" Suxixi nodded. "Junhei runs very fast now." "Gooden, you need to work harder." "Don't worry, little ancestor. I will do my best," Gooden said seriously. He couldn't lose his position as her bodyguard. Suxixi just smiled and called him over to write with a pen. As her bodyguard, he had to learn to read and write. Gooden hadn't gone to elementary school but had been following Suxixi around the village. It turned out he couldn't read either, but Suxixi gave him homework every day to practice writing. After a while, his writing finally looked less messy than at first. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell what the characters were. Soon, Junhei ran back. Master, those people aren't very interesting. There's one named Li Tingting who has a watch on her wrist. They all have lots of delicious food. People in the city probably eat a lot," Su Sisi said. "She also has plenty to eat and isn't jealous of others. She doesn't need a watch either, since she doesn't work. What's the point of checking the time?" Before dinner, Su Gang brought some young workers to see Su Sisi. "Hello, little ancestor." They all bowed. Su Sisi nodded and asked their names and about their families. After that, she let them go. Everyone brought a little gift when they came. Su Sisi naturally accepted them. Even if she didn't like the food, she could use it to cheer up the village kids. Su Gang approved of how polite the young workers were. He compared Li Debeo with them and found these young workers much better. If Li Debeo had been there, he would have argued loudly with Su Gang. On the way back, the young workers started talking. Lin Zifeng said, "Luckily, Officer Liu reminded us, or we might have been rude." Li Tingting also spoke up. "Officer Zhang said the village chief might hit someone, but I don't think so." "The village chief is really kind to the little ancestor," Gon Tian said. "Aren't you all curious about the 3-year-old little ancestor?" As soon as she said that, Li Tingting quickly covered her mouth. She looked around and Lin Zifeng and the others did the same. Then they hurried back to the young workers' camp, and Li Tingting finally let go of Gon Tian's mouth. Breathing heavily, Gon Tian shouted, "Li Tingting, you're going to suffocate me. You're the ones trying to get us killed," Li Tingting said angrily. They had just arrived, and the commune officials warned them many times not to cause trouble. Gon Tian was already gossiping about elders on her first day. If others found out, she would definitely be targeted. "I didn't say anything," Gon Tian pouted, looking like she wanted to cry. Seeing everyone watching her, her eyes turned redder. All right, we're all young workers. We should look out for each other," Lin Zifeng said, looking at the two. "Gon Tian, you can't say things like that again. Just remember that the little ancestor is an elder, the oldest elder." "Li Tingting, don't worry too much. It's late, and the villagers probably haven't heard anything." Under Lin Zifeng's encouragement, the two people's tempers cooled down a bit, but they still didn't think the other was right. Li Tingting's family is well off. Her parents work in a factory. If not for the need for better housing, she wouldn't have agreed to go to the countryside as arranged by her family. Her family has a great-grandmother, who is the oldest person in their neighborhood, so she is always respected. The adults have always taught the younger generation not to speak ill of elders behind their backs. Because of what Gon Tian said today, she felt a bit upset and got angry. Gon Tian was also spoiled at home. Besides being scolded once for secretly going to the countryside, no one had ever yelled at her loudly. She was still angry now. Their beds are next to each other, but at night they still sleep facing away from each other, showing they're still upset. Su Sisi learned about the youth camp from Zhenhe, but she didn't say anything. However, she found Li Tingting quite interesting, mainly because she was good-looking. The next day, Su Gang took 6 young people to the fields. This was the first time Lin Zifeng and the others saw such large fields. The rice was swaying in the wind. "Village chief, what are we going to do today?" Lin Zifeng, as the leader of the youth, asked. Su Gang said, "Today, I will have Dolly teach you how to hoe the land. Just follow him and learn well. You can relax a bit these days. Soon, you'll join the harvest." Before Lin Zifeng and the others could speak, Dolly started demonstrating. "Watch carefully. This is how you dig the soil, row by row. The depth should be even." Lin Zifeng and the others took hoes and started learning. Since none of them had used a hoe before, their first few attempts were poor. Gon Tian was worse, almost hurting her own foot. When Su Gang came to check, he shook his head and muttered, "Such a delicate one." Su Sisi also came to the field, with Go Dan and Zhen He behind her. Su Gang walked over and said, "Little ancestor, why are you here?" "The sun is shining on the field. I just came to see how the rice is growing," Su Sisi said as she walked with short legs. "It's growing well. The village isn't short on water now, so they are willing to water the fields more," Su Gang replied. It's true. The village had little water before. Besides watering the fields, people also needed water for drinking, so everyone was careful with water use. Now that water will soon flow down from the mountain, everyone relaxed. The fields also became more lively with water, and the previously small rice plants gradually grew fuller. Su Sisi nodded and looked at the rice, which indeed had grown much taller since her last visit. After checking the rice, she wandered to other fields and saw a few young workers with hoes, digging randomly. She shook her head slightly. Followed by the dog and the black dog, she also shook her head. Su Sisi suddenly felt that letting these people work in the fields might ruin the village's crops. After thinking for a moment, she decided to let them work in the fields, but warned herself to be careful if they helped repair the water channels, so they wouldn't accidentally damage the channels that had just been fixed. After teaching the young workers how to hoe the land, Dolly took a few people to cut grass in the afternoon. All 6 of them cut themselves, which was quite an achievement. Back at home, Sisi heard about this and shook her head again. Luckily, her goal in involving the young workers wasn't to have them work in the fields. Little ancestor, my family sent 2 fish. I brought 1 to you. Would you like me to make pickled fish for you? Chun Ching Ching came over carrying a grass carp. Hearing Chun Ching Ching's words, Sisi swallowed hard and nodded firmly. In Dahwai village, every household makes pickled vegetables, sauerkraut, and pickled beans. During this hot summer, Sisi loved eating sour foods the most. No wonder Chun Ching Ching was called to cook by the village chief. Her cooking skills were truly excellent. When the pickled fish was ready, its aroma spread far and wide. The 6 tired young workers, exhausted like dogs, followed the smell and came over. They approached and saw it was Sisi's house, then turned around and went back to the young workers' camp. If it had been a regular villager's house, they might have dared to ask for a little in exchange for money. But since it was Sisi's house, they didn't dare. Yesterday, before the village chief took them to see Sisi, he had made it clear. If they dared to steal from her, they would be kicked out of the village immediately. Although they wanted to exchange something for food, none of the 6 dared to do so. Sisi didn't know about these things outside. She was happily enjoying her meal. Jean He also got some, but he didn't like to eat that. He preferred sweet things like honey. The summer breeze was warm and a bit hot, and the weather kept getting hotter. Sisi no longer liked going out. In a few days, the rice would be ready for harvest. Meanwhile, the 2 water channels had finally been repaired. Little ancestor, the water channels are fixed, Su Gang happily announced. Oh, then let's release the water, Sisi said lazily, drinking soda. She still felt hot. Su Gang looked at Sisi's slightly flushed face, knew she was hot, and felt sorry for her. He said, Little ancestor, I will go buy you a fan. Buy what? Do we have money? Do we have tickets? Because of a heat, Sisi's tone was not good. Well, Su Gang was speechless for a moment. They had enough money, but tickets were hard to get. Little ancestor, I will definitely get one for you. No need. That thing doesn't work well anyway. Sisi waved her hand. Although the village had electricity now, the electricity bill was very expensive. If they bought a fan, the village's money would be gone. Little ancestor, don't worry. I will get it for you. Su Gang knew Sisi was worried about their hard work, so he said this. I said I don't want it anymore. Sisi got off the rocking chair. Let's go. Su Gang was caught off guard. Little ancestor, where are you going? The water channel is fixed, right? I'm going to see the water release. Yes. Little ancestor, I will take you. Su Gang hurried to follow Sisi. He had been busy talking about the fan and forgot his main reason for coming. This spring was discovered by Sisi, and she drew the water channel plans. She had to be the one to oversee the water release. When Sisi arrived, the place was already full of people. A boy shouted, The little ancestor is here. Everyone looked over and said, Little ancestor, you're here. Sisi nodded and asked Su Gang to speak. Su Gang rambled on, mostly claiming that all the credit belonged to Sisi. The villagers from Lee's family worked hard on the water channel, but it was their duty. He talked for a long time, and Sisi felt annoyed. She signaled to Su Gang, who then finished quickly and said, Now, please, little ancestor, say a few words. Everyone was looking forward to Sisi's speech, all eyes on her. Open the floodgate. Sisi lifted the iron gate, and a stream of water, like a silver snake, burst out and headed toward the water reservoir. Wow! Children cheered loudly, and the villagers' faces were full of joy. One villager from Lee's family started crying. Wow! We don't have to fight for water anymore. Sisi glanced at the villager. I don't recognize him. Sisi didn't recognize him, but Su Gang did. That person was Li Wang, who had often been scolded by villagers from Dashwai Tree Village. The water channel to Su Litsu was now open, so the villagers from Dashwai Tree Village were less excited. It was their turn to use their own village's water channel. Su Sisi opened the gate, and water started flowing. The first splash of water reached the ground, and many children rushed to catch it, but Su Sisi stopped them. Nobody is allowed to catch the water. Su Gang gave each of them a light tap on the head. This water isn't for drinking. Stay back. The children looked disappointed but then ran to Su Sisi, feeling safest near her. Now that the water channel was open, Su Sisi went home. With this weather, she was almost cooked. However, she still asked Su Gang to remind the children in the village not to play in the water casually. If they were caught, they would be made to kneel at the ancestral hall. Back home, Su Sisi closed the door and entered her space. It was still very comfortable inside. But Su Lai had said she shouldn't stay in the space for too long, or she might end up spending all her time there. Once the water was flowing, Su Gang's worries eased. He went to find the village chief to ask if Yan Yan and Jian Bang had fan tickets. He wanted to buy a fan for Su Sisi. When the village chief heard it was for Su Sisi, he went with Su Gang to the county to look for Yan Yan. Unfortunately, neither of them had any. Such precious items were only for leaders. But Jian Bang and Yan Yan promised to try to exchange with others. That was all they could do. Su Gang and the village chief bought a few ice pops and headed back. They knocked on Su Sisi's door, which was opened by a very dark-looking door guardian. "Oh wow, you're really dark. You're so clever. You can even open the door now," Su Gang praised. Of course, I can do everything." The dark guardian looked proud. Although Su Gang didn't understand what it was saying, he could tell from its expression. He followed the guardian inside, where Su Sisi was reading a book. "Little ancestor, I bought you an ice pop.
Try it."
Su Sisi glanced at it, then looked at Su Gang's flushed face. "You eat it." "I don't want to." "Little ancestor, what's wrong?" Su Gang asked nervously. Usually, Su Sisi would eat what he bought. "I'm reading," Su Sisi said seriously, lifting her head. "You sit over there and eat. You must eat it." Su Gang also stopped talking and went to sit on a nearby chair to eat. Zhen He followed him and made a sound. I want to eat too." Unfortunately, Su Gang didn't understand what it meant and thought it was coming to keep him company. He patted Zhen He's head and said, "Zhen He, you are really black. By the way, what about me?" The little ancestor is very clever. Even at such a young age, he can read books. Of course, don't change the subject. "What about me?" The one person, one dog, and one pony chat was mismatched, and in the end, Su Gang finished all the ice creams he bought, but Zhen He didn't get to eat any. "Little Gang," Su Sisi called out from her desk. "Little ancestor, I'm here," Su Gang replied, and went over to her. Su Sisi asked, "Jian Bang works at the machinery factory, right?" "Yes, little ancestor," Su Gang said, not quite understanding why Su Sisi asked. Could it be that she found out about him asking Jian Bang and his wife for a fan ticket? "Can you help me ask him tomorrow? I want a few things, and I wonder if he can bring them or make them for me." "Sure, little ancestor. You tell me, and I'll remember," Su Gang said, taking out his small notebook and writing down what Su Sisi wanted. The main item was a copper pipe, but it might not be available. Su Sisi also said that if they don't have the oil pipe for farm machinery parts, that's okay, as long as some common parts are available. After writing it down, Su Gang asked again, "Little ancestor, what do you want to use these for? I read in a book that I want to play with them." "I'm too bored at home," Su Sisi said. She was indeed bored at home, but her purpose wasn't just to pass the time. "All right, I'll talk to Jian Bang tomorrow and ask him to bring it back as soon as possible," Su Gang said, hearing that Su Sisi was bored and wanting to get it back quickly for her to play with. "Okay, if he doesn't have it, that's fine. Just tell him not to feel pressured," Su Sisi added. Su Gang agreed, saying he would do his best to make Jian Bang find it. It was hard for Su Sisi to finally ask for something, and if she didn't get it, it would make her seem too helpless in the village. The next morning, Su Gang rode his bike to the county town. When he arrived outside the machinery factory, he couldn't go inside and had to wait at the gate. Su Jianbang ran out of breath, asking, "Village chief, why are you here? Is something wrong in the village?" Su Gang patted his back gently and said, "Why are you running so fast?" There's no rush, we can wait. It's nothing, just exercising. Village chief, does the little ancestor need something? Su Jianbang asked. Su Gang didn't beat around the bush and said directly, no wonder the little ancestor said you're smart. The little ancestor wants some materials. See if you can get some for him. Su Jianbang took the note handed to him by Su Gang. Accessories are easy to get. He can ask his master for help. But the copper pipe is really difficult. Village chief, the little ancestor might not have the copper pipe he wants. I'll try my best. If I can't find it, I'll use scrap farm oil pipes. I'll look in the warehouse. All right, it's up to you. Don't worry, village chief, Su Jianbang said with a smile. By the way, I've already found out about the fan tickets. Once I exchange for them, I'll bring them back to the village for you. Su Gang patted Su Jianbang's back again. Good, Jianbang. If you need anything to exchange the tickets, ask quickly. Don't spend your own money and effort. Yen, and the kids still rely on you. Village chief, I understand. I'll tell you once I get the tickets, Su Jianbang replied. Although he said that, he and Yen had agreed that as long as the requests weren't too much for their family to handle, they would pay for the tickets themselves. All right, I'll leave everything to you. Go back and get busy. I'll visit the supply and marketing cooperative. Okay, village chief. I'll go now. When Su Jianbang returned to the factory, someone asked, Jianbang, what did you go do? Your master just looked for you. Before he could answer, a sarcastic voice said, what else? Going to see his rural wife's village chief. Su Jianbang punched the person, who let out a painful scream. Li Ming angrily said, Su Jianbang, how dare you hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? Do I need to check the date? Su Jianbang sneered at Li Ming. Li Ming, shorter and less strong than Su Jianbang, wanted to fight back, but was too afraid. He could only shout loudly, Su Jianbang, you wait for me. I'll report to the director. Go ahead, I'll report too. Why should you report? You hit me first. Li Ming glared at him angrily. However, Su Jianbang ignored him and left a message. Go ahead and report it. You see, will they punish you or me? Don't lose your job over this. After saying that, he went to find his master. Li Ming, who was being laughed at by everyone, shouted loudly in anger. Su Jianbang, just wait and see. This remark made many people secretly laugh. Su Cece didn't know what was happening at the factory because she had just woken up. She shouted, so dark, then brought her shoes and placed them under the bed. She petted its head and went to wash up. Little ancestor, you're awake, Chun Qingqing said with a smile. Yes, Shao Qing, what are we having for breakfast today? Little ancestor, I made millet porridge and boiled eggs. Try them. This millet wasn't available in just any household. Only Su Cece had a small bag. Chun Qingqing always changed her recipes daily, trying not to repeat. After eating, Su Cece sat at the door again. It was a habit of the village elders, and for some reason, Su Cece liked it too. Two pregnant young women passed by and greeted. Little ancestor, good morning, Su Cece nodded with a small smile. Seeing how big their bellies were, she added, walk slowly. Little ancestor, we understand, they said together, and their steps indeed slowed down. Su Cece didn't look at them anymore and continued to daydream. Now, the little babies who had been allowed out to play by the adults in the family all ran near Su Cece's house. Seeing her at the door, they ran over to greet her. Little ancestor. Little ancestor. Little ancestor. About 10 or so 1- or 2-year-old children ran up to Su Cece in a rush. Seeing so many little children, Su Cece also smiled. Run a little slower in the future. Be careful not to fall. Although not all of them understood her words, each little one nodded seriously. Su Cece didn't know what to play with them, so she asked Junhei to play with the children. Junhei. She wasn't sure what Su Cece was thinking, but suddenly a shout from afar broke her concentration. Dog Egg, go see what happened. Hearing Su Cece's words, Dog Egg ran over quickly. After a while, she ran back again. Little ancestor, Sister Dolly suddenly went into labor, and Aunt Daphne nearby is also about to give birth. Su Cece responded. Oh, realizing that the two people who had greeted her earlier were about to have their babies. Daphne's daughter-in-law, Lu Xiaomei, shouted inside the room. The midwife encouraged her. Daphne's daughter-in-law, you've seen the head. Keep pushing a little more. Another scream. It's coming out. It's coming out. The midwife cut the umbilical cord, held the baby, and handed it to Daphne's mother. After quickly cleaning up Lu Xiaomei, the midwife finished her work. Daphne's mother then came in holding red sugar and eggs, as Lu Xiaomei was exhausted from childbirth and needed some nourishment. Third daughter-in-law, eat quickly to regain strength. Lu Xiaomei obediently ate the red sugar and eggs her mother-in-law offered. Once she caught her breath, she asked, "Mother, how is the baby?" "He's fine. You gave me a big, chubby grandson. He weighs about 7 jin," Daphne's mother said happily. Lu Xiaomei hadn't yet reached her due date. She was frightened by the early labor, worried the baby might suffer, but the delivery went smoothly and the baby was healthy. She felt very lucky. "Mother, today is all thanks to the little ancestor. What's going on?" Daphne's mother was a bit confused. Could it be that the little ancestor used some divine power to save Xiaomei and the baby? "Mother, today I and Sister Dolly went to do laundry. Passing by the little ancestor's place, she told us to walk slowly. That's when we saw a poisonous snake slither at our feet. If not for her, we would have been bitten," Lu Xiaomei said emotionally, her eyes welling with tears. "Oh my." Daphne's mother clapped her thigh in surprise, then immediately knelt and bowed her head towards Su Sisi. Su Sisi didn't allow them to kneel at her door, so they did it secretly when she wasn't looking. After getting up, Daphne's mother said, "Third daughter-in-law, the little ancestor is our family's great benefactor. In the future, we must be even more filial to her and not harbor any bad thoughts." "Mother, I understand," Lu Xiaomei nodded. That evening, Daphne's mother told the family about the events. They learned from the eldest daughter-in-law that Sister Dolly also safely gave birth to a big, healthy boy. The whole family then bowed towards Su Sisi's house in gratitude. Meanwhile, in the dark, someone was wandering around. Seeing Su Daphne's family bowing towards Su Sisi, they couldn't help but feel speechless. The owner didn't allow them to bow in front of her, yet they secretly bowed behind her back. Because the true darkness was so deep that it blended with the outside night, Su Dafeng's family also couldn't see the real darkness. When they visited Su Dolly's family and saw they were also praying, they felt even more speechless. They returned to Su Sisi and told her everything. Su Sisi was also speechless but decided to let it go. Since she couldn't see it, she would pretend she didn't know. The next day, Dolly's mother and Dafeng's mother both went to Su Sisi's house to bring her red eggs. "Little ancestor, my third daughter-in-law just had a big, chubby baby boy," Dafeng's mother said with a smile. "Little ancestor, my second daughter-in-law also had a big, chubby baby boy," Dolly's mother added with a big smile. Su Dolly is the second son in the family, and her daughter-in-law, Songyu, is the second daughter-in-law. Su Sisi nodded and said, "Good, as long as they are healthy. Give them some extra nourishment." She said this because she thought women need to rest and recover after giving birth. But to the two mothers, it seemed like Su Sisi had used her special power yesterday and knew their daughters-in-law were frightened, so she was letting them rest well. "Yes, little ancestor, don't worry. Yes, little ancestor, we will do that." Su Sisi, with her hands behind her back and a serious look, said, "In the future, you can't secretly pray to me. If I find out, I will have Xiaogang deduct your family's points and not let you come to see me." Although she looked serious, her voice was soft and childlike, making her seem less strict. Dolly's mother and Dafeng's mother were surprised that Su Sisi knew they were secretly praying, but after thinking about it, they understood. There's nothing in the village that Su Sisi doesn't know. "Little ancestor, we're sorry," they said in unison. Su Sisi waved her hand and told them to continue delivering red eggs to other families. After they left, Junhei said, "Master, they really understand and I do too." Su Sisi looked proud and said, "Of course, the villagers of our great walnut tree village are all sensible." A few days later, on a day off, Su Jianbang returned with Yan Yan, who was visibly pregnant. "Yan Yan, Jianbang, why did you come back?" Lin Sonia was surprised to see her daughter and son-in-law return. Mom, little ancestor asked Jianbang to help carry some things. When we gathered everything, we came back together, Yan Yan explained. Oh, so little ancestor wanted this. Finish your water quickly, and then go. Although Lin Sonia didn't know what it was, as soon as she heard that Su Sisi wanted to use it, she hurriedly urged the two to go. Su Sisi was flipping through an old book when she heard the knock. She asked Zhenhe to open the door. Little ancestor, we are here to greet you, Yan Yan and Jianbang said. Su Sisi looked up. Sit down. Thank you, little ancestor, Yan Yan smiled. Jianbang has brought everything you asked for. Su Sisi's eyes lit up. Bring it here, let me see. Jianbang placed the package on the table. When he opened it, various parts like oil pipes and fittings were displayed. She didn't see any copper pipes, but she wasn't disappointed. The oil pipes were okay. Little ancestor, we don't have copper pipes at our factory. Only the arms factory has them. You might have to use oil pipes taken from farm machinery, Jianbang said a bit sadly as he really couldn't get them. It's okay. This is good enough. Thank you for your effort, Su Sisi said happily. She was excited to start her experiment. Yan Yan asked confusedly, little ancestor, what are you going to do? You'll find out later, Su Sisi said with a sly smile, her eyes narrowing. Little ancestor, I already exchanged the ticket for the fan for you, Jianbang said, taking out the ticket and handing it to Su Sisi with both hands.
Su Sisi looked puzzled.
I didn't ask for a ticket. The village chief told me to exchange it for you. He wanted to buy you a fan, Jianbang explained. Then he realized maybe the village chief was secretly planning a surprise for her, and he had just spoiled it. Su Sisi was speechless. Gooden, go call Xiaojing over. Okay, Gooden quickly ran off, moving faster than Zhenhe. Yan Yan tugged Jianbang and smiled at Su Sisi. Little ancestor, the village chief meant well. He asked Jianbang to exchange for the fan ticket. How much did it cost to exchange this ticket? Not much, Jianbang replied. The ticket was exchanged from his master's friend. It turned out that the person they heard about was Li Ming's cousin, who was a rival. Li Ming mocked him, so Jianbang decided not to exchange it. His master saw that he was in a bad mood for 2 days straight. When he found out why, he said his family had won and told Jianbang to give 10 yuan to exchange it. Jianbang originally wanted to give more, since the fan ticket was rare. But his master refused, only asking for 10 yuan. If he paid more, he wouldn't exchange it. It didn't cost much to see, so Su Sisi finally took the ticket. This was her first time seeing a fan ticket. Not long after, Su Gang arrived. He smiled and said, Little ancestor, you called me? Su Sisi looked at Su Gang with a smile and waved the fan ticket. Little Gang, what is this? Little ancestor, this is a fan ticket I asked Jianbang to exchange, Su Gang explained honestly, secretly glancing at Jianbang. Jianbang looked innocent. He didn't know Su Sisi didn't know about this. I told you not to exchange it, but you didn't listen, Su Sisi said, feeling wronged. The villagers always listened to her. Little ancestor, it was Little Gang's mistake, Su Gang said, kneeling down. Don't kneel to me, kneel at the ancestral hall, Su Sisi said, crossing her arms, very angry. She knew Su Gang was doing this for her, but the ticket was hard to exchange. Even if they got it, they would need to spend hundreds more to buy a fan. I'm planning to make an air conditioner. Why are you asking Jianbang to spend money on a fan? Are you crazy? Su Sisi told them directly what she was planning. It had been too hot these days. She found her space book and started trying to make machines. Little ancestor, what is an air conditioner? Su Gang asked, and Yan Yan and Jianbang looked at her curiously. Su Sisi realized they didn't know about it yet. It's something that makes the room cold. It's very comfortable in summer, better than a fan. Little ancestor, you're really amazing to understand this, Su Gang praised before she even finished. Yan Yan and Jianbang echoed. Little ancestor, you're so impressive. Su Sisi was never modest. Of course. You'll see next week. Yes, we'll come back next week, Yan Yan said, looking at Su Sisi with admiration like a little fangirl. Su Sisi waved her hand, and they left. Yan Yan and Jianbang went home, while Su Gang went straight to the ancestral hall. It was unnecessary, and he deserved to be punished. Seeing the ancestral hall door open, the villagers went in and found the village chief kneeling there. When they got home, they warned their children not to make the little ancestor angry, to listen and be filial. Otherwise, they would end up kneeling at the ancestral hall like the village chief. Everyone in the village, big and small, has bowed at the ancestral hall. It's not surprising that Su Gang bowed, and even the 5 clan leaders, who usually don't listen to advice, were asked by Su Lai to bow there. At this moment, Su Sisi closed the door and stared intently at Su Gang bowing at the hall. He would stay kneeling until nightfall. Following the instructions in the book, she prepared all the materials and started assembling the parts. Actually, Su Sisi's space had all the materials needed. As for asking Jianbang to bring some accessories and copper pipes, it was just to hide her real plan. The air conditioner she wanted to make needed many parts. It was impossible for a single mechanical factory to have everything. But they had machine tools, and if something was missing, they could just make it themselves. Moreover, even if a large state-owned factory didn't have some parts, other factories might. They could negotiate and get what they needed. But all this depended on whether what Su Sisi made was worth their effort. Su Sisi assembled the air conditioner. Some unfamiliar materials she claimed were Su Lai's secret treasures, and no one knew where they came from, especially since Su Lai wasn't around. She tried plugging it in. Slowly, a gentle breeze started to blow.
Wow.
It's so cool. Blackie ran around the room, feeling no heat at all. Su Sisi held a bamboo cup, feeling the cool air from the machine. I made this, so it must be cool.
Gooden also came in.
Little ancestor, what is this? It's so cool. This is called an air conditioner, Su Sisi explained. Gooden, go call Ruerue's dad, Grandpa, and Xiaojing. Gooden ran out, and soon, the 3 of them came back with him. As soon as they entered, they felt the room was very cool, like 2 different worlds from outside. Little ancestor, is this the air conditioner you mentioned? Su Gang looked at the small rectangular pillar in front of him. The coolness was coming from there. Su Sisi nodded. Little ancestor, you're really amazing. Su Gang praised. Ruerue's father, Su Manquan, and Grandpa, Su Liang, didn't understand what an air conditioner was, but from the conversation between Su Sisi and Su Gang, they knew it was the small rectangular pillar in front of them. Is it very cool?
Su Sisi asked.
Everyone nodded seriously. Su Liang smiled and said, Little ancestor, this is so cool. In a few days, the harvest will be over. When you're tired, go rest at the ancestral hall. In a few days, I will have Xiaogang move the air conditioner there, so you can stay cool. Little ancestor, that won't do. It's made by you, so it should be for your use. Su Gang immediately objected. Exactly, little ancestor, being able to come here and enjoy the cool is our blessing, Su Liang added. Yes, little ancestor, just use it yourself, Su Manquan agreed, and everyone disagreed with giving it away. But Su Sisi was not someone who followed orders easily. She crossed her arms and said, Who says I can't take it? I still need the materials. I can even make another one. This made everyone relax a bit. They thought it was fine as long as they could use it, but they still felt it wasn't worth giving such a good item to them. Su Gang spoke again. Little ancestor, keep one more for yourself, or maybe sell it. Su Sisi shot a quick glare at Su Gang, and he didn't dare finish his sentence. I'm the little ancestor, and I make the decisions, Su Sisi said, arms crossed. Do you have any objections? No, we all agree, they replied. That's better. From now on, just listen to me. If you say anything more, go kneel at the ancestral hall, Su Sisi said, then looked at Su Gang, who was the most talkative. Little ancestor, we understand, Su Gang said, warning himself silently. From now on, he wouldn't speak much. Whatever the little ancestor said, he would do. Su Sisi was satisfied and looked at Su Liang. Xiao Liang, do you know how to make a water wheel? Yes. Little ancestor, Manquan, and I can do it, then make 2 big water wheels. I really need them. When they're done, have Xiaogang record your work points, Su Sisi said softly, like a child. Xiaogang, remember that. Little ancestor, Xiaogang will handle it. Don't worry, Su Gang promised. He would definitely remember such small tasks. Su Sisi handed the water wheel plans to Su Liang. Make both of them according to this. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Okay, little ancestor. We'll go find the wood now. Alright, you can go. After giving instructions, Su Sisi went back to lying and enjoying the air conditioning again. Zhenhe said, Master, it would be great if I had an ice lolly. Harvest season is coming, the village is busy. We'll eat it later, Su Sisi replied. Since she said so, Zhenhe agreed. In the evening, Chun Qingqing came to cook and also felt the coolness, praising Su Sisi once again. That night, Su Sisi slept very well with the air conditioner on. She felt extremely comfortable. However, the next day brought new worries. The air conditioner used a lot of electricity, costing about 1 yuan a day. The factory workers might not earn that much in a day. Thinking of this, Su Sisi hoped that Su Liang and the others would finish making the water wheel soon. She turned off the air conditioner and took Dog Egg and Zhenhe to the village entrance for a walk. There were a few new houses and a large yard. Su Sisi didn't tell the villagers what it was for. She just said they could do whatever they wanted. Outside the village entrance was the youth camp. Su Sisi hadn't been there before, and she wasn't familiar with the young people there, so she didn't bother visiting. Although she hadn't been there, some young people came out and greeted her. Hello, little ancestor. Su Sisi nodded and looked at Li Tingting. She had been sunbathing for so many days and still looked quite fair. Are you used to it now? Su Sisi asked. Since they greeted her, she decided to be polite. Li Tingting was surprised that Su Sisi spoke to her and responded with a nod. Yes, I'm used to it now, little ancestor. Don't worry, we will work hard. Good. How are your grades? Little ancestor, I'm good at math. My dream is to get into college and study accounting, just like my mother. But now, I can't go to college. You're still in high school? Yes, little ancestor. All 6 of us youth camp members have finished high school.
Su Siksi responded calmly.
So they were all high school graduates. That made things easier. Li Tingting took out a few candies from her pocket. Little ancestor, here, have some candy. Su Sisi looked at it. It was white rabbit candy, but she didn't want any. Although she had a good impression of Li Tingting, she didn't think she was worth her respect yet. You can eat it yourself. Little ancestor, you don't need to be polite. This is a gift for you. I don't want it. I have my own, Su Sisi said seriously, crossing her arms. Li Tingting finally put the candies away. Alright, if you want some, just ask me. Su Sisi nodded perfunctorily and glanced at her watch, which was quite pretty. Li Tingting was going to visit the village chief. She wanted to go to the county, and her family had sent her a package. Su Sisi, who is quite grown up, has never been to the county before. But she definitely couldn't walk there alone. Her short legs wouldn't get her very far. She didn't follow Li Tingting to find Su Gang. Instead, she turned and went to Rui's house. Rui is just 3 years old, but she is a little girl who loves to cry and play. Little ancestor, you're here. Grandma Li had just finished feeding the chickens. When she saw Su Sisi come into the house, she smiled and said, I'm here to play with Rui. Actually, she wanted to see how Su Liang and Su Manquan were doing with the water wheel. Grandma Li was even happier, thinking that her granddaughter had good eyes to come and visit her. She shouted loudly, Rui, come out quickly. The little ancestor is here. Hearing this, Rui ran out in the backyard, excitedly shouting, Little ancestor, here, I apologize for stepping on you last time with some candy. Su Sisi handed Rui a piece of candy, just a regular one, not a milk candy. Little ancestor, you don't have to. True Black didn't do it on purpose, Rui said, waving her hand. She thought to herself, this candy belongs to the little ancestor. I can't take it from her. It wasn't on purpose anyway. True Black called out from the side, but no one except Su Sisi understood what it said. Su Sisi, in a soft voice, said, True Black, take it. Rui looked at True Black, then accepted the candy, but decided to secretly give it to Su Sisi later. Little ancestor, do you want some water? Grandma Li poured a glass of water for Su Sisi, with some sugar inside. Su Sisi took a sip and immediately knew. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Maybe she should visit the villagers less in the future. Rue chattered on about what her father and grandfather were doing in the backyard. Su Sisi smiled, using this as an excuse. Your father and grandfather are so amazing, Su Sisi asked with a smile. Rue nodded and then said happily, the most amazing is you, little ancestor. Su Sisi spread her hands. I can't make a water wheel. Little ancestor, I will take you to see the water wheel my father and grandfather made. You'll definitely be able to do it after seeing. Su Sisi thought to herself, how much blind confidence is this? She is almost 4 years old, only a few months older. When she arrived in the backyard, Sud and Manhwa were already cutting wood with a saw. Seeing Sisi, they stopped their work. Little ancestor, Manhwa and I are about to start working. Sisi, with her hands behind her back, walked over to look at the elm wood that Su Liang was sawing. It was a good piece of wood. Where did you get this wood? Little ancestor, last time we went up the mountain to see you, we saw many trees along the way. My dad and I thought about finding a good time to cut some. We just came down a few days ago, and today the wood dried just right, perfect for making a water wheel. Manhwa smiled and said, since we came back yesterday, I saw the dried elm wood in the backyard. My dad patted his thigh and said, this elm wood is perfect for a water wheel. That night, Manhwa told his wife that the wood appeared just at the right time. His wife secretly told him that it was a gift from heaven, specially prepared for Sisi. She wanted a water wheel, and the wood had been ready for her a few days ago. Manhwa thought this made sense. Early in the morning, he and his dad started planning how to begin. Su Liang saw his son speak first and shot him a look. Sisi nodded. Then go ahead. Rue and I will watch from the side. All right, Su Liang answered first, proudly glancing at his son. Manhwa was speechless. He thought his dad was really childish, even arguing with his son over who should talk to the little ancestor. Sisi watched carefully from the side. Rue brought her a chair, and she sat down to watch. Su Liang was skillfully using a plane to shape the sawed wood into a round cylinder. His movements were very practiced, showing he had done carpentry work before. Each cut was precise and strong, and wood shavings fell like golden snow. Rue ran over to pick some up and played with them, inviting Sisi to join. Sisi, feeling she was the elder, decided not to play with these. After watching Su Liang and the others work, she thought she wouldn't have to wait long for the water wheel and decided to leave. Rue stood up and followed her. Now, Sisi was walking behind the two people and a dog. As she headed home, she suddenly heard a loud cry from nearby. Then came frantic shouts. Quick! The pig ran away. Hurry! Stop it! Sisi looked over and saw a pig running toward her. Get out of the way! The person chasing the pig shouted loudly. Dogdan quickly pulled Su Sisi and Rue aside. Zhenhe, being very clever, also ran to the side. Su Sisi let go of Dogdan's hand, stretched out her small palm, and the pig stopped right in front of her. Ignoring Dogdan and Rue's surprise, Su Sisi said, Squat down. The pig really squatted down. Su Sisi sniffed it and found no bad smell, so she sat on its back. Let's go. The pig listened to Su Sisi and started walking with her on its back. Zhenhe hurried to catch up. Dogdan and Rue were still shocked, and the young workers chasing the pig were panting. Seeing the pig carrying Su Sisi slowly walking ahead, they looked very surprised. Rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things after running for so long, he said, this, but couldn't finish his sentence. Dogdan ignored him and pulled Rue to follow Su Sisi. Rue happily said, Little ancestor, this pig really listens to you. Su Sisi nodded. Aren't all the villagers supposed to listen to me? Yes, Rue suddenly understood. Since Su Sisi is the village's little elder, everyone has to listen to her. Only a 3-year-old like Rue believed this. Dogdan didn't believe it at all. He knew Su Sisi had the ability to understand animals, just like Zhenhe. The young workers following heard Su Sisi and thought, can this pig really talk to people? They knew the pig was carrying Su Sisi, and since she was the village's little elder with the highest status, they didn't dare make her get off. They wanted to catch the pig and take it back to the pig pen. Gontian also ran over. Just now, she thought the pig was too smelly, so she used soap to wash it. Right after washing, before she could close the pig pen door, the pig ran out. The young worker Wu Di, who was coming to feed the pig, helped catch it. When he missed, he kept chasing. The two of them looked at each other silently, neither speaking, and both dared not let Su Sisi get off. Along the way, people passing by saw Su Sisi sitting on the pig's back. A boy shouted, "Little ancestor is riding a pig." Hearing this, the children nearby marveled at Su Sisi's bravery. She could ride a pig, and the pig was walking steadily without wobbling. The adults at home also peeked out, worried Su Sisi might fall, and try to help her. Su Sisi. Under everyone's watch, Su Sisi sat on the pig's back and arrived home. Following her instructions, the pig lay down. Suksiksi jumped down from its back, patted its back, and the pig got up again. The villagers watched all of Suksiksi's actions with surprise. Then they understood. This was how it should be. Wu Di and Gantian exchanged glances. Gantian said, "Do you think this pig can still go back to the pig pen?" Wu Di shook his head. "Probably not." Sure enough, a villager said, "Little ancestor, from now on, this pig can be your mount. You won't have to walk so hard. Yeah, little ancestor, this pig looks clean. It's an honor for it to be your mount. Little ancestor, now you can ride it everywhere and have fun." The villagers around kept talking one after another. Suksiksi only felt her ears buzzing. She looked at the white pig beside her and thought it might not be a bad idea. Sugong, who squeezed through the crowd, loudly said, "All right, quiet down. You're disturbing the little ancestor." Everyone quieted down. Sugong smiled and asked, "Little ancestor, do you want to keep this pig as your mount? It's quite obedient." Suksiksi originally had no intention of making it a mount, but after hearing the villagers, she thought it might be okay. The pig is still very young and can't move her around, so having a mount is not bad. But still, riding a pig as her mount felt a bit strange. Sugong understood what Suksiksi meant and said to the villagers, "This pig is raised by our Dahwai tree village itself, not handed over to the commune. Now that it's going to be the little ancestor's mount, does everyone agree?" "Agree?" The villagers responded loudly, making Suksiksi have to cover her ears. "Village chief, isn't that obvious? Everything in the village belongs to the little ancestor." "Exactly, village chief, since everyone agrees, why are you still asking us?" "Village chief." The villagers kept talking, giving Sugong a headache. All right. From now on, this pig is the little ancestor's mount. No one is allowed to touch it without permission. This decision was unanimously approved by the villagers. The pig no longer needed to stay in the pig pen. Sugong arranged for someone to build a pen near Suksiksi's house to raise it. Daily cleaning, bathing, and feeding would be handled by Gantian and Wu Di. Gantian looked at the watermelon she was holding. It was a reward from the village chief, because she helped bathe the pig. She never expected that her reward for washing the pig with soap, because she couldn't stand how dirty the pig pen was, would be a watermelon. Although it wasn't a big prize, she had not eaten fresh fruit in over a month since coming to Dashwai Tree Village. Smiling with her teeth showing, she carried the watermelon back to the youth commune, divided a small piece for each person, and ate the rest herself. Li Tingting wasn't there, so she left her a small piece too. Although they had some disagreements before, it had been a long time, and her anger had faded. When she told other young workers about her reward, everyone was very surprised. Even more surprising was the story about Su Sisi riding the pig. Lin Zifeng couldn't believe it and asked, "Comrade Gantian, is what you're saying true?" Gantian thought he was talking about her reward for helping wash the pig and said, "Of course it's true. The watermelon is already in your stomachs. If you don't believe it, ask Wu Di." Wu Di nodded to confirm Gantian's story. "No, I mean, does the pig really listen to the little ancestor and let the little ancestor ride on it?" "Yes, now that pig isn't in the old pig pen anymore. It's being raised near the little ancestor's house," Gantian answered seriously, not feeling embarrassed. Everyone was very curious and wanted to see the scene for themselves. Wu Di said, "Zifeng, the little ancestor will definitely ride again. When that happens, you'll all get to see it." Zifeng and the others nodded eagerly, looking forward to witnessing it. They regretted not going to feed the pig today, otherwise they would have seen it. When Li Tingting returned in the evening and heard about this, She also looked regretful. She thought, if only I had followed the little ancestor all along. It wouldn't have been too late to go get my things in a couple of days. Seeing the small piece of watermelon Gantian left for her, she said, "Thank you." The youth commune's discussion about Su Sisi didn't interest her at all. She had already gone into her space to watch cartoons. Today, since she had a pig as a mount, she wanted to watch pig-themed cartoons. Coincidentally, there was a cartoon called Peppa Pig, which was quite funny. Su Sisi watched it with great interest and decided her riding pig would also be called Peppa. The next day, Su Sisi rode Peppa around. Everyone who hadn't seen her riding the pig yesterday saw her today. They arrived at the rice field, where the golden rice swayed in the wind like waves of gold. She looked up at the sky and asked Godan to go call Su Gang over. Su Gang is sharpening his sickle at home now. The whole village is preparing for the autumn harvest. If he doesn't sharpen his sickle well, he won't be able to compete with the sky for the harvest. "Village head, little ancestor is looking for you," Godan shouted at the door. Su Gang quickly put down his sickle and ran to Su Sisi's house. Godan called from behind, "Village head, little ancestor is in the field." "Oh, you little rascal, you should have told me earlier." Su Gang turned around and ran toward the field, with Godan following quickly. Before reaching the field, Su Gang saw from afar a little girl in a pink short-sleeved shirt standing on a white pig, waving her small hand at something. He hurried over to Su Sisi and said, "Little ancestor, Xiao Gang is here." Su Sisi took a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to Su Gang, telling him to wipe his sweat first. "Thanks, little ancestor. I'll wash it and give it back to you later," Su Gang said with a smile. "No need, this is for you." Su Gang is busy helping around the village, so giving him a small handkerchief isn't a big deal. Just as he was about to thank her, Su Sisi spoke first. "Xiao Gang, when will the harvest start?" "Little ancestor, it will be ready in 2 days." They had chosen an auspicious day for the harvest, hoping for a good yield next year. Su Sisi said, "No, I want to start harvesting today. It needs to be done quickly." "Yes, little ancestor. I'll have someone start now." After saying that, Su Gang ran to the old locust tree at the village entrance, picked up an iron hammer, and struck the ancient bell hanging under the tree. The 3 loud dong sounds marked the start of the harvest bell, and villagers grabbed their sickles and rushed to the fields. Even children as young as 5 or 6 carried baskets, following the adults, running toward the farmland. Su Gang finished ringing the bell and also hurried to the field, shouting loudly, "Time to harvest." The lively harvest had begun. In the rice fields, the sound of swish swish filled the air. Men and women in the village worked quickly to harvest the rice. Golden waves of rice stretched as far as the eye could see, heavy grains bending the stalks. Su Sisi watched as Su Gang held the rice stalks with his left hand and swung his sickle with his right, cutting a big handful at a time. Everyone else was doing the same. Children followed behind adults, collecting rice grains, and even Godan was sent by Su Sisi to gather rice. The villagers didn't let Su Sisi go into the field. The sun was very hot today, and Su Sisi's skin was delicate. It wouldn't be good if she got scratched by the rice plants. The harvested rice was neatly tied by the women. The fine edges of the rice leaves cut into their arms, leaving red marks, and sweat dripped down, causing a sharp pain. The villagers of Daweshu village were working eagerly. Villagers from Lajayakan, who came to fetch water, saw this and hurried back to ask Li Debeo if their village should also start harvesting early. Li Debeo came by and saw that Su Gang and others had already begun working in the fields. He returned to the village and told the villagers to start harvesting as well. At the same time, Zhangjia village, which had been following Daweshu village's lead, also began harvesting. Some villagers asked confused, "Village chief, isn't the harvest supposed to be in a few days?" "Following Daweshu village is always the right choice," said village chief Zhang. Hearing this, the villagers had no objections. The water they used now was from a spring discovered by Daweshu village. Although it cost money, it was very worth it. By evening, the workers from several villages finished harvesting the rice. The women went home to cook, while the men continued tying the rice. Su Sisi returned home. Eating the meal Chin Ching Ching had just prepared, but her mind was busy with thoughts. Seeing that Su Sisi didn't have much appetite, Chin Ching Ching asked, "Little ancestor, is the food not to your liking?" "No." Su Sisi shook her head. "Xiao Qing, do all the families in our village raise chickens and ducks?" "Yes, little ancestor." "Do you want to eat chicken?" "No, I'm thinking about how to raise more." Su Sisi put down her chopsticks. If she didn't raise more now, and if it was discovered, she would definitely be criticized. Chun Ching Ching went home and told Su Gang about it. "Dad, little ancestor can't even eat now because of this." Su Gang frowned tightly. "How can little ancestor not eat?" "Yes, I tried to persuade her, but it didn't work." She just poured the uneaten food to Zhenhe. Chun Ching Ching looked worried. "Old man, later you go ask little ancestor." "Not eating isn't good," Zhang said. If everyone found out that little ancestor wasn't eating, they might lose their motivation for tomorrow's harvest. Su Gang nodded and went straight to find Su Sisi after dinner. He was allowed in and saw Su Sisi looking at a map of the back mountain. "Little ancestor, I heard from Xiao Qing that you don't have much appetite today. Are you feeling unwell?" Su Gang asked with concern. Su Sisi waved her hand and said, "Xiao Gang, come over and take a look." Su Gang walked over and Su Sisi pointed to a spot, saying, "I want to use this place to raise chickens." "Little ancestor, such a big area and only a few chickens." Su Gang was confused. "Who said just a few?" "I want to raise 1,000. Su Gang's eyes widened. "Little ancestor, we don't have that many. Go collect them." Su Sisi took a water cup, took a sip, and continued, "If there are no chicks, then collect eggs. First, use my money." "Little ancestor, the village has money, so your money should stay safe." "Xiao Gang, the village's money isn't enough.
Plus mine.
If that's still not enough, I can exchange meat from my backyard." Although Su Gang was reluctant, since Su Sisi insisted, he could only do as she said. Before leaving, Su Sisi also asked Su Gang to move the air conditioner to the ancestral hall so everyone could rest there at noon. Back home, she had a late-night chat with Zhang. Zhang patted Su Gang's arm. "Old man, why think so much? Little ancestor's actions definitely have her reasons. You wife, I understand why little ancestor is doing this. It's because I care." Su Gang's eyes welled up with tears. He already knew what Su Sisi was planning. It's all for the village. Thinking about it, Su Gang couldn't help but cry. It's all our fault for not being strong enough, making little ancestor suffer so much, even giving up her own meat. Zhang also wiped her tears. "Old man, little ancestor asked you to do this. Just do your best. The autumn harvest won't suffer if you're a little less busy." Su Sisi didn't know that Su Gang had gone home and cried. He hadn't eaten well at dinner and was hungry, so he just took out some beef jerky to eat. The next day, Su Gang told everyone to harvest carefully, then took the young workers to neighboring villages to collect eggs. Those with chickens to exchange could do so. The 6 young workers were too slow, even slower than 10-year-olds, and they lost many rice stalks. Yesterday, most of the rice the children picked up was from what they dropped, not one by one, but in handfuls. So today, Su Gang took them out to collect eggs, saying that the village had started the harvest and needed eggs to supplement. As the harvest season approached, fewer people were willing to exchange eggs. But after talking about trading meat, everyone was happy to do so. An entire morning passed, bringing 500 eggs, but also losing 50 pounds of meat. 10 eggs could be exchanged for 1 pound of meat, which Su Gang thought was too little. But during the harvest season, this was the best they could do. Every family was thinking about how to give their family members enough food, since harvest was very tiring. This amount still didn't meet Su Sisi's needs, but it was what they could manage. At noon, the villagers working in the fields were called to the ancestral hall for a meal. Everyone on the rice fields became more lively. Those who had been bending over to cut rice straightened up, the clothes stained with rice chaff from bundling rice, and the children carrying baskets ran quickly to the hall. Su Sisi was directing Chin Ching Ching and a few other young women to cook. From today, during the harvest season, everyone in the village ate from a big pot. When everyone arrived at the hall, the warmth from their bodies gradually faded, leaving a cool breeze. "It's so cool. This must be the little ancestor's air conditioner. It's amazing." As expected of the little ancestor, so clever, Su Sisi came out from the cooking area and heard the villagers praising her, her face turning a little red. Big White Pig Peppa snorted and followed in. Su Sisi stood on it and said, "Everyone has worked hard. Now take your bowls and line up." The ones who had been cutting rice took their bowls first. Chun Ching Ching and others served rice and dishes. White rice with meat, eggs, and green vegetables, an extremely rich meal. With the cool air from the air conditioner and the rice in their bowls, the villagers smiled with their eyes squinting. The hall became lively. Around the big table, people crowded, and those without seats sat on the doorstep or stone steps. Children couldn't sit still. They ate while standing and occasionally ran around. Dolly carried his bowl and sat on the steps. As a younger generation, he naturally gave his seat to elders. Eating rice, he squinted and said, "It's so delicious." Next to him, Dekue smiled and said, "How can rice not be tasty? There's also meat." That's true. Inside the hall, everyone was lively. Su Gang didn't let the young workers go to the hall. He told them to go back to the youth station to cook their own meals since they hadn't gone to the fields that morning. In the afternoon, Su Gang gathered Dolly and 9 others and went up the mountain to clear the places Su Sisi had mentioned. They finished cleaning everything in the afternoon. The area was surrounded by many big trees, making it the perfect place to raise chickens. When the group was descending the mountain, they saw a dark shadow pass by. At first, they thought it was a wild animal, but after hearing a call, they realized it was a black dog. The black dog looked like a regular dog, but it didn't bark normally. Its bark sounded strange and not quite like any known animal, making it hard to tell what kind of creature it was. "Where is the black dog going?" Dolly asked. Su Gang didn't know. The black dog was raised by Su Sisi, and only she knew what it was thinking. "Maybe it's helping the little one catch something," Su Gang guessed. "That black dog is really strange. It doesn't even bark properly." Yeah. The group discussed the black dog as they continued down the mountain. They didn't go home, but headed straight to the fields. The little ones said they needed to harvest quickly and they were also free now. They didn't want to risk rain, which could ruin everything, so they decided to harvest as soon as possible. After seeing their village start harvesting, other villages also began, even if a bit hastily. Everyone was a little worried about the grain, wondering if they had received some news that prompted the rush. The main reason was that the harvest in the big locust tree village was only a few days earlier than usual, so people thought it was safe to follow suit. If the rice had just turned golden, fewer people would have started harvesting at the same time. When all the villagers returned to the fields, the black dog carried a stunned wild chicken back to Su Sisi's house. Su Sisi asked, "Black dog, can you catch wild chickens?" The black dog replied, "I can, master. I'll go catch another one for you." Before Su Sisi could say anything, the black dog ran out again. "Little one, where did this wild chicken come from?" Chun Ching Ching came from the backyard, surprised to see the chicken on the ground. "Black dog caught it," Su Sisi said with a smile. Chun Ching Ching praised, "Wow, the black dog is really amazing." "Little one, tonight I'll make you some plain boiled chicken." Su Sisi refused. "No need. We're having a big pot meal tonight. Keep that chicken. I have other plans for it." At this time, the black dog was still in the mountains, catching chickens as if it had found a wild chicken nest. It brought back 3 stunned wild chickens in a row. Chun Ching Ching looked at the 3 unconscious chickens in the yard and praised, "Black dog, you're really incredible." True Black raised his head and said, just a little. Including the wild chicken he brought back at the beginning, there are 4 chickens in total, all raised by Chun Ching Ching. Su Sisi also went to the backyard to see the chickens, and the fainted ones slowly got up. She patted True Black's head and asked, "True Black, did you find the chicken nest?" True Black replied, "Yes, I really found it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Aren't you tired running around? You should have called the villagers to come with you." I forgot, master." Su Sisi was a bit speechless and asked again, "Are there many wild chickens there?" "Yes. A lot, about 40 or 50. Su Sisi nodded and turned to Chun Ching Ching, saying, "Xiao Qing, go to the fields and call Dafong, Dolly, and Dakue to come over." "Sigh, little ancestor, I'll go right now." Soon Dafong and the others arrived. "Little ancestor, greetings," they said in unison. Su Sisi said, "All right, you three follow True Black up the mountain to catch chickens. Keep them in my pen, and then each take one home to eat." Da Fong shook his head and said, "Little ancestor, the chickens are all raised on the mountain. We have some at home." Su Sisi crossed her arms and snorted, "It's not for you to eat. It's for your wives to eat. Take one home." Hearing Su Sisi's words, Da Fong and the others scratched their heads, forgetting that their wives were still postpartum. Da Kuei said, "Little ancestor, my family doesn't have pregnant women, so we don't need to take any. Take one for your grandma." Su Sisi said softly, "Everyone must take one home. No excuses. True Black will supervise you." True Black barked a few times to agree. Da Fong and the others looked at each other, and then nodded. "All right, go quickly," Su Sisi urged. The three and their dogs then hurried up the mountain. During dinner, they hadn't returned yet, but Su Sisi wasn't worried. If something happened, True Black would send her a message. For more than 10 days, Daqing Tree Village had been busy harvesting. Finally, the harvest was complete. The golden waves had turned into bare fields, but the autumn harvest was not fully finished yet. The scene had shifted to the threshing yard. The threshing machine was making a loud noise as men carried bundles of rice and placed them on the machine. The golden grains fell like rain, pouring down in a loud stream. After 2 more days of working through the night, the threshing was finally finished. Looking at the high sun in the sky, Su Gang told the villagers to let the rice grains dry in the sun and also asked some people to plow the fields. One villager said, "Village chief, let's rest for a few days before plowing." "Yes, village chief, let's take a break first." "Village chief, why are we in such a hurry to plow the fields this year? In previous years, we didn't." Before finishing, Su Gang patted his head. "Stop arguing, everyone. You don't understand how good this year's harvest is. Don't want to keep some for yourselves?" After Su Gang finished speaking, everyone finally understood. They had already paid their grain quota, but the officials from the commune were always eager to see more grain. If they found out the village had so much, they would probably demand extra. This was one reason why the villagers of Daweisha village were unhappy with the officials. They kept trying to take grain from the villagers. Now, the villagers had no problem. They continued to dry the rice and plow the fields. When the officials came to check the fields, they wouldn't see the rice stalks, and although they might ask about it, Daweisha village was not a place to be easily questioned. They left without asking. But other villages wouldn't be so easy. They would definitely want to know the reason. However, rural villagers had dealt with the officials before. As long as they had plowed the fields, they could always come up with a reason. Usually, it wasn't a good harvest. The harvest and grain delivery were over, but Su Sisi's chicken-raising project was still going strong. Last time, Da Fong and others caught over 50 wild chickens, which they kept in a fenced chicken coop. Now, with the newly hatched chicks, there were over 600 chickens in the coop. "Little ancestor, I collected 400 more eggs," Su Gang said, carrying a large basket full of eggs. He had gone to a farther village to collect them. Now that the harvest was over, he could go and collect eggs more often. Su Sisi was very happy. "Let's take them to the chicken coop, so the chickens can hatch them naturally." "Okay, good." After a pause, Su Gang asked, "Little ancestor, why don't you keep some to cook and eat?" "No, I don't like eating eggs," she replied. Su Gang thought to himself, who doesn't like eggs? She's probably just doing it for the good of the village. That's why she said that. Although Su Sisi never explained why she was raising chickens, Su Gang noticed she had so many. He also thought about her request for an early harvest, which gave him an idea. He told the villagers that if they had extra eggs, they should bring them all. The village would keep track and return the eggs later. Su Sisi discovered this when she went to check the chicken farm. It was supposed to have only 1,000 chickens, but she secretly counted and found there were 1,500 chickens, an extra 500. She also found many eggs in the incubation area. When she asked Su Gang, he explained that the villagers had been saving eggs for their own use. After learning this, Su Sisi told them not to save so many eggs anymore. The chickens were enough, and having more would make it hard to find space and could attract attention from other villages. The villagers then cooked the eggs they had saved for their families. Ruerue's family did the same. She was holding an egg when Su Liang came to find Su Sisi, carrying her. Little ancestor, here, Ruerwei said, handing the egg to Su Sisi. You eat it, Su Sisi replied. She thought of herself as an elder and didn't want to take things from children. Su Liang helped out, saying, Little ancestor, this was specially cooked for you. Ruerwei has already eaten hers. Su Sisi looked at Ruerwei.
Did you really eat it?
Ruerwei nodded seriously and patted her stomach. Yes, I ate it. It's very tasty. Su Sisi smiled and accepted the egg but didn't eat it. Little ancestor, the water wheel is ready. Do you want to see it?
Su Liang asked.
Su Sisi's eyes lit up.
So fast.
Seeing her so happy, Su Liang's smile grew wider. Su Sisi sat on Peggy and went to Ruerwei's house. In the backyard, she saw the finished water wheel. She walked around it, with Ruerwei, Go Dan, and Jun He following behind. Peggy, her riding animal, sat nearby. Xiao Liang. Well done. Su Sisi praised Su Liang with a thumbs up. Ruerwei and Go Dan imitated her. Jun He only had paws, so he couldn't hold a thumbs up, but he raised one paw anyway. Su Sisi asked them to carry the water wheel to the edge of Su Liziu. When the water flowed and hit the blades, the wheel started turning with a creaking sound. Clear water was scooped up and poured into the water storage tank. Su Sisi watched the spinning water wheel, very pleased. Go Dan, go to my house and bring the small red wooden box, she said. Okay, little ancestor.
Go Dan replied.
Dog Dan replied crisply and turned to run towards Su Sisi's house. On the way, he met many people. Everyone was amazed that Dog Dan was running faster and faster. But no one paid attention to what Dog Dan was doing. They all knew he was probably sent by Su Sisi to do something. The villagers headed towards Su Lihu. They had heard that Su Sisi asked Su Liang and his son to make a water wheel. Now it was finished and being tested at Su Lihu. Seeing the water wheel turning steadily, many children watching found it very fun. At this moment, Dog Dan ran over holding a red wooden box. Little ancestor, I brought it. Su Sisi asked him to open the box. Inside were some copper wires and a few light bulbs. At the same time, Su Gang arrived. He wanted to tell Dog Dan to wait, but Dog Dan ran too fast and disappeared in a flash. He hadn't even called out, so Su Gang could only run after him. Little ancestor, what are you going to do? Su Gang asked curiously. You'll see soon, Su Sisi replied with a gentle smile. Then she placed one end of the copper wire in the wet mud and swung the other end onto the water wheel's axle. As the water wheel turned, the copper wire trembled slightly in the water, and tiny sparks appeared at the contact point with the wet mud. Be careful, little ancestor. Are you okay, little ancestor? Are you hurt, little ancestor? The villagers were stunned by this scene. Afraid Su Sisi might get hurt, they pulled her back and asked with concern. I'm fine. Su Sisi waved her hand and spun around to reassure the villagers. Seeing she was really okay, Su Gang quickly asked, Little ancestor, what are you doing? Electricity. That just now was electricity, Su Sisi said with bright eyes. She had succeeded. Everyone was shocked.
Huh.
Then Su Sisi took a light bulb out of the wooden box and connected its metal filament to the copper wire. Under everyone's watch, as the water wheel turned, the light bulb lit up.
Wow.
The children watching exclaimed, Oh my goodness. Granny Lee shouted, This is amazing. Many people stared at the light bulb and water wheel, switching their attention between the two. Su Gang thought of something and asked, Little ancestor, does this mean we won't have to spend money to use electricity in the future? Suksixi nodded, thinking that the air conditioner used too much electricity, which led her to consider hydroelectric power. When Su Gang heard this, the villagers were first surprised, then cheered loudly. Great! We won't have to pay for electricity anymore. Our little ancestor is so amazing. Suksixi asked everyone to be quiet. Don't just celebrate. The water wheel needs proper maintenance, and we need to build more water wheels to meet our village's electricity needs. Su Liang stepped forward. Don't worry, little ancestor. My team and I will take care of the water wheels. Suksixi nodded. It was the harvest season and they had free time so they could work on making water wheels. After that, Suksiksi didn't need to do much. She just guided the children, who were about 10 or 12 years old, on how to assemble the generator and connect it to the water wheel. When the water wheel turned, the generator produced electricity, which could be connected to the village's power lines. The boys in the village worked all afternoon and finally succeeded.
Esu yun rano.
Little ancestor, we've finished installing everything. Suksiksi chewed on some beef jerky and pointed to the air conditioner, asking him to turn it on. Soo-jun thought she was feeling hot, so he turned it on without much thought. Soon, a cool breeze came through, and Suksiksi squinted her eyes happily. Soo-jun was no stranger to air conditioners. During the harvest break, he returned to cut rice and had also experienced the cool air at the ancestral hall. Little ancestor, it's so cool. Suksiksi swung her little feet. Of course. In a few days, your family will have one too. Little ancestor, we don't need it. You can use it, Soo-jun said, waving his hand. Their family couldn't just take Suksiksi's air conditioner. Suksiksi didn't know that Soo-jun thought she was going to give the air conditioner to his family. If she knew, she would definitely jump up and give him a playful kick. Every family in the village will have one. Just wait, Suksiksi said with a smile. Soo-jun finally understood that Suksiksi wanted to give one to everyone in the village. Little ancestor, that's too much work for you. We don't need one. Who said I made them? There's a factory, after all. Huh, Soo-jun was confused. Suksiksi didn't explain. She just said, the generator is working well. We need to install one more and test it again. Little ancestor, aren't you going to check on it? Suksiksi smiled and said, this air conditioner is connected to the generator's power. See, I've already used it. Soo-jun finally understood. The little ancestor wasn't asking him to turn on the air conditioner because of the heat. Little ancestor, I'll go tell them now, Soo-jun said happily, almost jumping with excitement. As soon as Suksiksi finished speaking, Soo-jun hurriedly went to the generator. The workers installing the machine were waiting for Suksiksi to arrive, but only saw Soo-jun. He quickly asked, Xiao-jun, where's the little ancestor? Yeah, why didn't the little ancestor come? Maybe she thinks we didn't do a good job. Stop, stop, stop. Soo-jun interrupted one question after another. Listen to me first. Everyone quieted down and looked at him. Soo-jun couldn't hold back and stammered. He cleared his throat and said, the little ancestor said. He paused briefly before continuing, we succeeded. Everyone got excited. Great. We did it. After a cheer, someone asked, Xiao-jun, how's the little ancestor know? Su-lulu, who was also helping, said, the little ancestor is so smart, she must already know. Yes, the little ancestor is the smartest, others agreed. Soo-jun told everyone to be quiet and explained, the little ancestor's air conditioner is connected to the generator's wiring. I just tested it, and there's power. Everyone suddenly understood and looked at Suksiksi's house with admiration. Soo-jun then told everyone about the additional generator assembly instructions from Suksiksi. After that, they stopped celebrating and started working. Seeing Soo-jun still looking stunned, Su-lulu urged him. Xiao-jun, come help quickly. Oh, coming, the generator team got busy. Su-gang, along with Jianbang and Yan-yan, arrived at Suksiksi's house. Little ancestor, this is the air conditioner. It's so cool. Jianbang circled the air conditioner. A few days ago, he went to the provincial city with his master and couldn't come back to help. When he returned, he learned from Yan-yan that the air conditioner was finished, so he hurried back without delay.
Suksiksi glanced at Su-gang.
Su-gang nodded and said, Jianbang, you haven't seen this machine in the provincial city, right? Village chief, I guarantee that this machine isn't just in the provincial city. It might not be anywhere else in the country. Hearing Jianbang say this, Su-gang felt more confident. Jianbang, most of the materials for this air conditioner come from your factory. You won't steal the machine, right? Village chief, you're joking. Our factory is a state-owned enterprise. We wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, I got the materials with approval from our leaders and they paid for it. That's good to hear. Su-gang smiled happily. As long as they wouldn't seize the small ancestors' creations, they could work together. Seeing that Su-gang had asked enough questions, Su-cc finally said, Jianbang, do you want to have one of these air conditioners too? Hearing this, Jianbong's eyes lit up. He asked uncertainly, "Little ancestor, do you mean I can also have one?" "Of course you can," Su Sisi nodded. But when she said, "can have," it depended on whether Jianbang could do it himself. "Little ancestor, do you still need materials?" "I brought some for you," Jianbang said excitedly. He was happy to have such a good machine. Before Su Sisi could reply, Su Gang patted him on the head. "You brat, do you still want the little ancestor to make one just for you?" Jianbang realized he was too excited. He scratched his head and said apologetically, "Little ancestor, I was wrong." Yen Yen, who knew Su Sisi's plan, pretended to complain. "Jianbang, how can you think like that? You should be grateful to the little ancestor. Even my dad wouldn't dare do that. Why don't you make one yourself at your factory?" Jianbang felt even more guilty, with a sad face, losing all his earlier excitement. Su Sisi said, "All right, Yen Yen, I didn't say anything." Then she continued, "Getting a cold air conditioner is easy. Just go back and talk to your factory director to see if they can produce it." "Little ancestor, do you mean you're going to sell this technology to our factory?" Jianbang couldn't believe it. Their factory would definitely agree. Su Sisi nodded. "Yes, but I have some conditions. Little ancestor, don't worry. I'll go back to the factory and ask." "Good, I'll leave it to you." Jianbang didn't stay long. He rode his bike quickly to the factory. As for Yen Yen, she wouldn't go back with him. She wanted to eat a big pot meal in Dahuai village. In just over an hour, Jianbang arrived with his master Wu Gang and the factory director Lu Dahai. Su Gang was very pleased with Jianbang's quick progress. Actually, Jianbang went straight to his master's house in the county. Coincidentally, the factory director was there too. Hearing Jianbang speak so highly of everything, they all wanted to see for themselves, so they came along. After greeting Su Gang, they all went to Su Sisi's house. At that moment, Su Sisi was still listening to Yen Yen talk about gossip in the county. When she heard the knocking, she stopped. "Little ancestor, this is Director Lu and my master Wu Gang," Jianbang cheerfully introduced Su Sisi. Director Lu and Wu Gang were surprised to hear Jianbang call a 3-year-old girl little ancestor. They had heard about the strong respect for elders in Dahuai village, but seeing it in person was still a bit surprising. Su Sisi nodded and said, "Hello." Director Lu and Wu Gang quickly responded with warm greetings. "That's the air conditioner. Feel free to look at it," Su Sisi said directly, thinking it was better to let them see for themselves rather than talk too much. They really went to look at the air conditioner, and standing in front of it, they felt cooler. As soon as they entered Su Sisi's house, they felt the air was very cool. But since it was someone else's home, they didn't look around too much. Now that they knew, they wanted to see more. Although both of them circled around the air conditioner, their thoughts were different. Director Lu thought about how if their factory made it and sold it, they could make a lot of money. Wu Gang, on the other hand, was thinking about what materials the machine was made of and how to assemble it. After watching for a while, they stopped. Director Lu hesitated, unsure how to address Su Sisi. Calling her little girl or little ancestor didn't seem right. "Just call me Su Sisi," she said. Su Sisi eased Director Lu's awkwardness. She knew her age and rank were quite different, and many outsiders didn't know how to address her. "Comrade Su Sisi, do you sell the technology for this air conditioner?" "No, I don't sell it," Su Sisi paused, then added, "but I want to cooperate with you and share the profits." Director Lu was surprised and then said, "Please tell me more. I can provide you with the technology for this air conditioner, but for each unit sold, I want a 20% share of the profit. I need to discuss this with my superiors first. Since they are a state-owned factory, decisions about money are not made by the factory director alone. They also require approval from county officials." Su Sisi said, "That's fine. Also, after the first batch of air conditioners is produced, our village, Dahuai Tree Village, wants 100 units. Okay, I will tell the county leaders about your request. But can we take the air conditioners back with us?" "Yes, but until I get a reply, you can't dismantle them." "Don't worry, we won't do that." Jianbang added, "Rest assured, little ancestor, I will protect our village's air conditioners and won't let them be taken apart." Su Sisi nodded. Actually, she had already asked Su Gang to find out about the machinery factory. The leadership team there is quite good. For example, Director Liu is honest and upright, so he probably wouldn't steal parts or learn technology by dismantling others' equipment. Wu Gang is Jianbang's master and a rare level 8 technician. Whether for personal reasons or reputation, he wouldn't do such a thing. Moreover, the materials used in Su Cici's air conditioners are not known to everyone, and they can't be made just by anyone. The first step is settled. Now it depends on how Director Liu explains to the county leaders. After that, Su Cici won't interfere anymore. She will leave everything to Su Gang and Su Jianbang. Director Liu and his team took the air conditioners from the ancestral hall. When they saw the second one, their eyes widened like bells. They thought producing one was already impressive, but they didn't expect there to be a second. When Director Liu attended a county meeting, he brought the air conditioners with him. As soon as the leaders entered, they felt a cool breeze and thought someone had brought in ice blocks. Later, the textile factory director next to Liu noticed the cool air was coming from behind Liu. He asked about it and Liu answered in a moderate voice. Everyone's attention then shifted to the air conditioners. Director Liu wanted to go directly to Su Cici's house, but Jianbang stopped him, explaining that Su Cici hadn't gotten up yet and that everything afterward was handled by Su Gang. He then took Director Liu straight to Su Gang's house. "Old brother Su, the county has promised us the air conditioner," said Director Liu excitedly, now calling Su Gang "Old brother Su" instead of Village Chief Su. Su Gang smiled and thought to himself, as expected, little ancestor predicted, Director Liu will come back within 3 days. "That's great, Director Liu. Do we need to sign a contract now?" Director Liu slapped his forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot." He then asked Jianbang to take out the contract from his bag. Su Gang carefully looked at it several times. This was his first time signing a contract, so he had to be very careful. Su Cici had told him that contracts are easy to manipulate. Missing a word or adding an extra one could change the meaning by a lot. So Su Gang was very cautious. Even though Jianbang secretly gave him a look, indicating he had also checked, Su Gang still read it carefully again, word by word, before signing his name and pressing his thumbprint. After signing, he pretended to be shy and said, "Director Liu, sorry about this. Farmers like me don't read much, so I had to look at it several times." While Su Gang was looking at the contract, Director Liu was thinking about the large sums of money coming in. He didn't notice that Su Gang was taking his time. He waved his hand. "Old brother Su, don't worry about how many times you look at it. Even if you read it 10 more times, I wouldn't mind. Thank you, Su Gang said, shaking Director Liu's hand. "I should be thanking you," Director Liu replied, shaking hands again before letting go. They talked for a while longer. Nearby, Wu Gang and Jianbang looked a bit bored. Seeing that they had finished talking, Wu Gang interrupted, "Village Chief Su, do you have the blueprints for the air conditioner?" Yes. "Wu Master, Jianbang has always said you're a good master and an 8th level technician. We really admire you. When our little ancestor heard about it, he said only you could be the main person for this air conditioner." Hearing this, Wu Gang modestly replied but felt very happy inside. He looked at Jianbang, thinking he was a good kid. Director Liu was also very pleased. Wu Gang and he were brothers-in-law, part of the same family. He trusted the skills to his own people. Su Gang finally handed over the drawings to Wu Gang and agreed to let them dismantle the air conditioner in the county. That was settled. Now they just waited for their factory to produce the air conditioner. The cooperation was confirmed. Su Gang invited everyone to stay for lunch. Director Liu and a few others initially refused, but when they heard it was a big pot meal and that 2 of them had never tried it before, they decided to stay. Jianbang, as the son-in-law of Dashui village, had already eaten big pot meals before, so only Director Liu and Wu Gang had not. Today's big pot meal was eaten at the grain drying yard. Each household brought out their tables and chairs. The main cook was Ching. Since Su Cici also came to eat, she helped cook more. Before Su Gang and Director Liu arrived at the drying yard, they already smelled the aroma of meat. "Old brother Su, why is there meat in the stew?" Director Liu asked. Although he was the factory director, meat was very scarce at this time. The slaughterhouse had little meat, and they hadn't eaten meat for over a month in the county. This is because our little ancestor cares about us after the busy harvest. She wanted to go into the mountains to find something to help us. But she's so young. What could she find? Still, our little ancestor is lucky. Big Fong and a few others went into the mountains and caught 2 wild boars. Now the whole village is eating them. Su Gang's words were partly true and partly false. It was true that Su Sisi caught the wild boars, but the number was exaggerated. This mix of truth and falsehood made people believe it. Sure enough, Director Liu and Wu Gang believed it. Director Liu said Comrade Su Sisi is really smart and lucky. Hearing others praise Su Sisi, Su Gang felt proud. Their little ancestor was truly clever. They arrived at the drying yard, where the dishes were already set on the table. After Director Liu sat down, he saw everyone hadn't started eating. Even the little kid with drool hadn't cried or demanded food. He quietly asked Jianbang nearby, "Why aren't you all eating yet?" "Director, our little ancestor hasn't arrived yet," Jianbang explained. Director Liu and Wu Gang suddenly understood. They looked at each other as if to say, "Yes, they are very strict about rules." Soon, a big white pig came over, with a small child lying on its back. Behind it followed a boy and a small black dog. The villagers all stood up. Director Liu and the others also stood. The big white pig got closer and closer, and Director Liu looked at it with envy. Feeling Peichi stop, Su Sisi finally rubbed her eyes, sat up, let out a small yawn, and gently patted Peichi's back before jumping down from her back. Su Gang stepped forward and said, "Little ancestor, the food is ready." Su Sisi nodded. "Yes, let's start eating." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, so most people heard her. Director Liu also heard, but since no one started eating, he didn't move either. Only after seeing Su Sisi take a bite did the villagers begin to eat. Seeing this, Director Liu understood that Su Sisi had to take the first bite before everyone else could start. There were only 7 people at Su Sisi's table, her, 5 clan leaders, and the village chief. Her bowl was already full of food offered by the clan leaders and the village chief. Chen Qingqing's cooking was really good, and she was willing to use a lot of oil. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Even Director Liu and Wu Gang ate 5 bowls of rice. At first, they felt embarrassed to eat a second bowl after just one, but Jianbang was considerate and helped serve their rice. They planned to pay later, but they kept eating, finishing 5 bowls. Su Gang saw this and secretly complained to Su Sisi that they looked like they had never eaten before. Director Liu rubbed his full stomach and felt a bit shy. He checked his pocket, only 5 yuan. He nudged Wu Gang with his elbow, who also took out 10 yuan. They decided to give 15 yuan and bring some gifts next time to make up for it. After thinking, Director Liu felt less awkward. He stood up, took a few steps to digest, and suddenly saw a whole pig on the cooking shed table, which made him crave meat again. He and Wu Gang had eaten meat today, but their parents and children at home hadn't. They felt a bit embarrassed to ask Su Gang and Su Sisi, but they felt more comfortable asking Jianbang, since he was the factory director and their master. Director Liu's eyes brightened as he watched Jianbang and Su Gang talk on the other side. He secretly felt glad. Thank goodness Jianbang was the son-in-law of Dashu village. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to ask for a meat swap. In fact, Su Gang and Jianbang were just pretending to chat. The meat was prepared for Director Liu and Wu Gang. There was plenty of meat in the village. Every household still had some from when they went up the mountain to find Su Sisi last time. But they lacked tickets and money, so they were truly poor. If they told others that their village wasn't short of meat but lacked money, no one would believe it. However, selling meat on the black market is too risky. If caught, going to jail is one thing, but being sent to the far northwest is another. Either way, it could be very dangerous. Su Sisi does not allow villagers to take part in such risky activities. Now, Director Liu and Wu Gang volunteered to exchange, which was different. The risk was not borne by the villagers of Daweishu village, but by Liu and Wu, since they're the leaders. If something went wrong, they could say that the leaders forced them to exchange, not that they wanted to do it themselves. Soon, Su Gang and Jianbang approached Liu and Wu. Su Gang frowned and said, "Director Liu, you're asking for too much meat." Director Liu looked at Jianbang in confusion. He hadn't said he wanted that much. He worried that Jianbang might have said too much, making Su Gang unhappy. Just as he was about to speak, he felt Jianbang secretly press his hand, so he stayed silent. Then Jianbang said to Su Gang, village chief, "Look, this is our first time working with Director Liu. Exchanging some meat is just to promote cooperation. Wu is my master, so I should show respect. Please, exchange a bit more." Su Gang sighed and said, "All right, everyone can have 10 pounds of pork. That's the limit, no more." Village chief Jianbang wanted to bargain further, but Su Gang interrupted, "Don't call me that. No, at most 10 pounds. Director Liu and Wu Gang listened to their conversation and were shocked. They hadn't expected to get 10 pounds. Being able to exchange even 1 pound was a blessing. Meat was so precious. However, both of them silently agreed not to interrupt Jianbang because 10 pounds of meat was a lot. Which leader's family in the county could get 10 pounds? Maybe, just maybe, they could get it because of Jianbang. Jianbang kept persuading, "Village chief, look at our director. He's lost a lot of weight. Could you give a little more?" All right. 12 pounds per person, no more. If you keep bothering me, I'll find the little ancestor," Su Gang said. Director Liu and Wu Gang's expressions didn't change, but their tightly clenched hands revealed their excitement. They exchanged glances. Each could get 12 pounds of pork. Jianbang kept pleading, "Village chief." Actually, Director Liu and Wu Gang now felt satisfied. They were afraid Su Gang wouldn't give them anything later, but both still held on to hope. "What if?" Su Gang said, "We can't take more. Besides, even if we trade with you, Director Liu might not want that much." Although Director Liu didn't expect Jianbang to ask for so much, he still could take it. He quickly said, It's okay. Wu Gang nodded and said, "Village Chief Su, we can take any amount. Let's trade a bit more." Because private trading was not allowed, everyone agreed to just exchange items. Jianbang looked at Su Gang with a sad face, as if begging him. Su Gang sighed, patted his thigh, and said, 20 jin per person, no more. The village still needs food. If they ask for more, I won't trade." After saying that, Su Gang turned around. Seeing Jianbang still looking sad, he glared at him and then, with his hands behind his back, told someone to cut the meat. Director Liu and Wu Gang were very excited, but tried to hide it. It was hard for them to control their feelings. After Su Gang left, Director Liu quickly pulled Jianbang aside and said, "Jianbang, you're really impressive. You made Village Chief Su agree. Don't blame me for asking for too much, Director," Jianbang said, scratching his head, looking a bit shy. "No, not at all. You're very capable. I can take as much as you want." "But, Director, did you bring the money?" Jianbang pointed out the most important thing. Director Liu and Wu Gang looked at each other. Oh no, they were so busy thinking about the meat that they forgot they had used their money for food. They were still confused when Su Gang's people brought over 2 large pieces of pork, each weighing 20 jin. Seeing the 2 big pieces of pork in front of them, the 2 men, who were already full, couldn't help but swallow hard. As Su Gang approached, Director Liu put his arm around his shoulder. "Brother Su, thank you so much. You've helped me a lot. Not only did we agree on a deal, but I also got meat from you. I really appreciate it. Director Liu, you're too polite. You're Jianbang's leader, and you're our leader too. That's not how I see it. We're workers and farmers like family." "Yes, like family," Su Gang smiled. "Brother Su, come with me to the county. I want to show you my new fish. I think you'll like it." "No, I can't. I still have things to do in the village." Wu Gang and Director Liu, being brothers-in-law, immediately understood what Director Liu wanted to do. He helped say, "Village Chief Su, you just mentioned that Comrade Su Sisi likes to eat fish. Coincidentally, Director Liu's family has plenty of fish. You know Comrade Su Sisi best, so you must know her favorite type of fish. Su Sisi is the lifeline of Dahuai Tree Village. As long as someone treats her well, the villagers will try their best to get it." When Wu Gang said this, Su Gang also felt like going. He knew why Director Liu said that. It's just because he didn't bring enough money. These words were just to go back and get the money. The 40 pounds of meat cut out is worth at least 70 or 80 yuan plus tickets. No one usually carries that much money and tickets at once, so he would need to go home to get them. Such a big leader wouldn't be embarrassed to say he didn't bring money. That would be embarrassing. So Su Gang could understand. He smiled and asked, "Director Lu, do you really have all kinds of fish? Really, more than 10 kinds? Just tell me which one you like." Su Gang waved his hand. "That can't be. I just want to see the world. If I happen to meet one someday, I can even send it to our little ancestor." Director Lu patted his shoulder. "Brother Su, you shouldn't be polite to me. Look at this meat. I'm not being polite to you either." Seeing this, Su Gang didn't refuse anymore. He accepted the offer and said, "Then thank you, Director Lu. I'll help you bring this meat back." Great. Director Lu and Wu Gang were very happy. They finally achieved their goal. They didn't have money on them now, but once they got home, they would have money. Carrying 20 pounds of meat directly was too eye-catching. Su Gang asked two young men to put the meat into a basket, covering it with some greens to hide it. Several bicycles jingled as they arrived in the county town. Su Gang and the others went into Director Lu's house and couldn't help but be amazed. It's so big, and there are many treasures they had never seen before. Although they were all surprised, Su Gang and the others didn't lose their composure. They only glanced at the objects and then looked away. Director Lu and Wu Gang watched their behavior and liked them even more. Someone poured water for Su Gang and the others. Director Lu said he would go inside to change clothes and told them to help themselves. After Director Lu left, he secretly whispered to Su Gang, village chief. "Director Lu must have gone inside to get the money." "I think so too," said Dolly softly. The two young men who came with Su Gang were Dolly and Dafeng. They were very strong. Carrying a small bamboo basket with about 20 jin of meat was easy for them. Su Gang gently kicked their feet to signal them to stop talking. Because Wu Gang and Jianbang came over with tea and snacks, placing them on the table, so Su Gang and the others didn't need to be polite. They chatted on the sofa for a while. Most of the conversation was Jianbang trying to liven up the mood. When talking about skills, Su Gang also praised Wu Gang. Although he said he had never seen anyone as impressive as Wu Gang, he secretly disagreed because he thought their little boss was even better than Wu Gang. Soon, Director Lu came out of the house. He had changed clothes but also brought money and tickets. Wu Gang didn't have money at the moment, so Director Lu helped him pay together. "Village Chief Su, we'll sell this meat at black market prices. Please don't hold back," Su Gang said. "Director Lu, no need. Just follow the supply and marketing cooperative's prices." "You're too kind." Actually, Su Gang was planning to suggest black market prices from the start. He and Jianbang had already made a plan. He didn't expect Director Lu to be so generous and just say the black market price. "Village Chief Su, if you're being so polite, it means you don't take me seriously," Director Lu said with a teasing look. Su Gang could only smile and say, "All right. We'll follow your lead, Director." "Good," Director Lu said happily, smiling. "The recent black market price is 2.5 yuan per jean, plus half a cloth ticket. Brother Su, is that okay?" Yes, Su Gang nodded with a smile. That was the current black market price. Although villagers from their village couldn't go to the black market, relatives from other villages could. Indeed, Su Gang asked his niece's cousin to check, and the information was the same as Director Lu's. Director Lu counted the money and placed it on the table, saying, "Brother Su, here is 100 yuan along with cloth tickets and sugar tickets. The cloth tickets are not enough, so I gave you some extra sugar tickets to make up for it. I hope you don't mind." "No problem." Su Gang was very pleased. A few days ago, he noticed that the little boss's sugar jar was almost empty. He could use the sugar tickets to buy sugar and fill it up. After accepting the money and tickets, Su Gang and the others prepared to leave. It was better to take the money home for peace of mind. However, before finding a reason, Director Lu took me to a small pond in the backyard. There were quite a few fish, most of which Su Gang and the others had never seen before. Although taking Su Gang to the county to see fish was just an excuse to get money, talking with Su Gang on the way made Director Lu trust this honest village chief even more. So, he took the excuse seriously. While Su Gang was still looking at the fish, The villagers also gathered around to watch Su Sisi. Little ancestor, your fish are really big. Little ancestor, you're so amazing. Little ancestor, these fish can be braised or cooked in soup. Listening to the children's words, the villagers watching admired Su Sisi even more. Of course, some people were drooling. Such big fish could be cooked in many ways. These fish were raised in the pond on Su Sisi's second birthday. She hadn't paid attention to them for a long time, but today she suddenly wanted to see them. To her surprise, they had grown so big. Looking at the grass carp weighing nearly 60 jin, about 30 kilograms, Su Sisi thought they would taste delicious when cooked. But such a big fish would be a shame just to braise. Su Sisi called out, "Xiao Qing, little ancestor, I am here." Chun Qingqing squeezed out of the crowd. "Use 10 jin for braised fish, and the rest for soup. We'll have a big pot of rice tonight. Little ancestor, this is your fish. How can you just make a big pot of rice?" Chun Qingqing thought that since Su Sisi raised this big fish herself, it belonged to her and shouldn't be shared with the villagers. "I'm the little ancestor. Just listen to me," Su Sisi said, washing her hands after touching the fish. She felt a bit of fishy smell, so she turned her back, jogged home, and washed her hands in her space before feeling clean. When Su Gang and the others returned, they saw several large pots with milky white soup and asked, "Where did this come from?" Some talkative villagers quickly explained what happened this afternoon. They regretted not seeing such a big fish, but it was about to be eaten. Su Gang also brought back pastries and colorful small fish from Director Lu's house and hurried to Su Sisi's home. "Little ancestor, everything is ready and here is 100 yuan and the receipt." Su Gang went inside and took out the money. Su Sisi only glanced at it and knew the amount was correct. "Xiao Gang, everyone has gone to the county. Why not save the money?" "Little ancestor, you need to check it first," Su Gang said with a grin, smiling. For these villagers, showing money to Su Sisi feels safer than keeping it in the bank. Hearing Su Gang say this, Su Sisi didn't blame him, just reminded him not to forget to deposit the money. The money Su Gang needs to deposit isn't just the 100 yuan earned from selling meat. It also includes money from several nearby villages around Zhongjia village, paid with water from the springs they discovered. This water is used first, then paid for later. Su Sisi is testing the neighboring villages this way. Zhongjia village pays the fastest, immediately after the harvest ends. Some villages pay quickly, but others, like Wangjia village, are reluctant. Wangjia village is known for being the most rebellious and quarrelsome. No village within 10 miles has avoided conflicts with them. Even Dahuai Tree village isn't an exception. But fighting Dahuai Tree village usually means losing. This is one of the few failures Wangjia village has experienced, which makes them even more hostile toward Dahuai Tree village. They use water, but they refuse to pay money. Dream on. Su Gang and his men have already gone to their village to demand payment, but Wangjia village still refuses and even threatens to report Dahuai Tree village to the commune for occupying state property and seeking benefits. A few butchers from Dafu village got angry and started hitting people with wooden sticks, fighting anyone they saw. Many villagers from Wangjia village were beaten to the ground, crying and begging, but they still refused to pay. Su Gang then led his men to search the ancestral halls of Wangjia village and found quite a few valuable items. Since Wangjia village is a clan-based village, the villagers usually keep valuables in the ancestral hall out of respect. They don't want to do anything disrespectful, and storing things there is fair, so it avoids disputes. But the villagers of Dahuai Tree village are different. They only respect their own ancestors. They don't care about others' ancestors and often start rummaging through the ancestral hall without warning. When village chief Wang saw the ancestral hall being disturbed and chaotic, he fainted from anger. When he woke up, he had everyone return the owed money to Su Gang, who then took his men back. Later, he went to tell Su Sisi about his achievements. Su Sisi was very happy and praised Su Gang 3 times for doing a good job. When Su Gang returned home, he kept a big smile on his face. To Su Sisi, it was outrageous that their village's money was owed and not paid back, like they didn't care about their lives. She is also the kind of person who fights back if provoked. That night, when Su Gang and the others returned, the ancestral hall in Wangjia village was robbed again. When village chief Wang heard about it, he fainted once more. Everyone in Wangjia village believed Su Gang and his group were responsible, but there was no proof. They reported it to the commune, which also found no evidence. So, the matter was left unresolved. The money was recovered, and Su Sisi wanted to see it too. After checking, she reminded Su Gang to deposit it, but because he was busy with other things, he delayed for a few days and hadn't gone yet. Little ancestor, I understand. I will go deposit it tomorrow. Su Sisi nodded. Xiao Gang, don't you have a lot of cloth vouchers? Go buy some cloth tomorrow. Use it all up, don't leave any. Little ancestor, I understand, Su Gang said with a smile. Choose nice colors for children and the elderly to wear. Sugan nodded. Little ancestor, I also want to buy you lots of pretty pink cloth. Su Sisi waved her hand. One set is enough for me. The rest, you can arrange as you like, but the villagers must have some. Don't worry, little ancestor, Su Gang replied. All right, go eat now. Today, I'm serving my special fish. When she mentioned her fish, Su Sisi looked proud. Little ancestor, your fish must be delicious, Su Gang said, knowing how to flatter her, making her smile with narrowed eyes. They all went to the ancestral hall, where today's big pot of rice was served. The milky fish soup made many villagers' mouths water. Everyone ate happily. As for the braised fish, 10 portions were slowly brought to the table. Only the older villagers and Su Sisi could eat the fish. The younger ones wouldn't compete with the elders, just watching eagerly. Some elders, caring for the younger ones, would pick a piece from their bowls and give it to the children. There was no extra. The whole village was lively in the ancestral hall, eating and chatting about local gossip. Suddenly, Li DePeo hurriedly ran in. Little ancestor Su, something's wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Li DePeo received the angry stares from the entire village of Dahui Tree, who said their little ancestor was in trouble. That's asking for a beating. Su Sisi didn't put down her chopsticks or bowl, just calmly asked, What's wrong? Su Gang asked, Li DePeo, is what you're saying true? Li DePeo explained, Yes, I really heard Officer Liu and others say it. They should be on their way to inform each village now. He heard the news and immediately ran back to the village, but then thought it might be useless to tell the villagers. Besides crying and shouting, they couldn't think of any solution. So he left the village again and hurried to tell Su Sisi. Oh no, what should we do now? Oh heavens, are we really going to be left to die? Our newly planted sweet potatoes will be ruined. The joyful atmosphere in Dahui Tree Village disappeared, replaced by sadness. The older folks had experienced locust plagues before, which left nothing behind. Now, they were a bit luckier because the rice harvest was finished, and each family had some stored food. But the supplies would only last a little while. By next year, there might be nothing left to eat. After the harvest, the villagers planted sweet potatoes, hoping to use them instead of some rice after the next harvest. They planned to cook sweet potatoes and rice together to save rice. While everyone was still mourning, a loud gong sounded, growing more urgent with each strike. Officer Liu sat in the back of Officer Zhang's cart. After ringing the gong, he shouted loudly, Locusts are coming. The higher-ups have ordered an emergency gathering of all villagers. Fight the locusts and protect the crops. Hearing this, everyone looked terrified. Some who had doubted Li DePeo's words sank to the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Oh heavens, if the locusts eat the sweet potatoes we just planted, what will we eat next year? It's true. How can people survive like this? Crying won't help. Su Gang shouted, though his voice trembled. Everyone, get ready. Do whatever you can to block them. The villagers hurried home to find tools. In the past, they fought locusts by waving old sheets, cloths, or bamboo sticks in the fields to scare them away. Suddenly, Su Sisi said, Wait. Su Gang turned around and asked, Little ancestor, Little Gang, how are the chickens I raised on the mountain? Su Sisi asked softly. No, you don't need to feed them too much these days. Feed them a little less, Su Sisi advised. You don't need to worry too much about the locusts either. Hearing this, Li DePeo was more excited than the villagers from Dashwixiang village. He quickly realized that he came to Dashwixiang village mainly to get advice from Su Cece. Little Ancestor Su, do you have any ideas? Before Su Cece could speak, Su Gang interrupted. Li Dabio, what are you planning? I knew there was a reason you came to our village whenever the locusts appeared. You wanted to trouble our little ancestor. I'm just out of options. Everyone knows that little ancestor Su is very clever. When I go back to the village, those simple-minded folks can't come up with good ideas, Li Dabio said confidently, not afraid of Su Gang. He also sensed that Su Cece had a solution because she said something that suggested she knew what to do. Why did Li Dabio suddenly trust Su Cece so much? It was because he accidentally overheard a conversation between Su Gang and village head Zhang. The method of making money from the spring was Su Cece's idea. He didn't believe that a child under 4 could come up with such an idea, but after seeing Su Cece riding a pig, he thought she might be a genius. Su Gang didn't want to listen to Li Dabio and glared at him. If you can't help, then stop bothering our little ancestor. You're not from our village, so go back to yours. Hey, Su Gang, I'm not looking for you. Why are you talking so much? Can't you see that little ancestor Su isn't saying anything? We don't need our little ancestor to say anything. I can throw you out right now. Hearing this, Li Dabio took a few steps back. Don't mess around. How am I messing around? Who told you to come to our village? I'm not looking for you. Our little ancestor is not even 4 years old. She doesn't get involved in everything. Get out of here. This locust disaster is a big deal. If little ancestor Su has a solution, it would be a great blessing for 10 miles around. Su Gang wanted to say more but was interrupted by Su Cece. Little Gang, stop arguing. Su Gang and Li Dabio then stopped their fight. Seeing everyone quiet, Su Cece continued. Little Gang, over the next couple of days, take everyone to harvest the vegetables from the fields. If they can't be harvested, just leave them be. Su Hong nodded and Su Cece didn't give any instructions, so he would do the same. However, most of the crops in the field couldn't be harvested yet, like the sweet potatoes, which were still small seedlings. The village chief said, Little ancestor, the crops in the field can be harvested, but the sweet potatoes are still small and hard to harvest. It's okay. I won't let anything happen to them, Su Cece said confidently. Little ancestor, what's your plan? Su Hong asked. As soon as he asked, everyone in the village looked at Su Cece with wide eyes, including Li Dabio. Are there many locusts? Su Cece didn't answer directly, but asked about the locusts instead. She was only about 3 years old and hadn't experienced a locust disaster before, so she didn't know what it was like. Yes, there are a lot. Dense and countless, Su Hong said. Impossible to count. When locusts come, they will eat everything in the fields, Li Dabio added. During past locust disasters, many people in their village had starved. Su Cece lowered her head, her small fingers seemingly calculating something. Then she looked up and said, It's okay. I said I won't let the crops be harmed, so I won't. Su Hong smiled and said, Little ancestor, we trust you. The villagers of Dashwai village also started to cheer. Everyone began shouting. Even Li Dabio joined in. All right, since you trust me, let's eat well. After eating, go with Xiao Gang to harvest what can be collected. Tomorrow, we'll have extra food. The sad mood suddenly turned happy. The young people who had never seen such a scene were confused. They were happy to join the big pot meal today. During this time, the villagers felt that although they were a bit weaker, they weren't troublemakers and they no longer had many guards against them. Gan Tian said in surprise, Dashwai village really lives up to its reputation for rules and respect for elders. Little ancestors' light words made them change their mood instantly. Speak softly, Li Tingting reminded her. Gan Tian poted. She hadn't spoken loudly, but her voice was much quieter afterward. The less noticeable Huang Feifei whispered, Guess what plan the little ancestor has? No one nodded. Although they had never seen a locust plague, they had heard about it. After all, if a disaster happened, not only would the villagers struggle to survive, but the city people would also be affected. Without supplies from the supply and marketing cooperative, they would have no food. Not only would the villagers starve, but many city residents would also go hungry. Li Tingting thought about her great-grandmother, who, when she was very young, secretly stored away her younger relatives' grain to leave some food for them. She endured hunger, and luckily, her family found out, or she might have lost her great-grandmother. This is one reason why Li Tingting respects her elders even more. She is probably the most understanding among the youth team about the respect villagers have for their elders in Dashui Tree Village. Lin Zifeng showed his youthful spirit and said, "Everyone, stop guessing and overthinking. Since the villagers listened to the little ancestor, we should do the same." Zifeng, are you worried that the little ancestor's plan might not work? Liang Gao asked. Like Huang Feifei, he was also a quiet youth with little presence. In the villagers' eyes, although the youth from the city were outsiders and all the same, only Lin Zifeng, Wu Di, Li Tingting, and Gan Tian were well known enough for most villagers to recognize their names. Liang Gao and Huang Feifei had been following Lin Zifeng and spoke little, so not all villagers could call out their names. Sometimes, they were simply called youth comrades. "No, I believe in the little ancestor," Li Tingting said firmly. Gan Tian agreed, and Lin Zifeng also said, "Li Tingting is right. We must trust the little ancestor." Seeing everyone so confident, Liang Gao stopped worrying. "I believe too." "I believe as well," Huang Feifei and Wu Di said at the same time. The six of them exchanged smiles. This was the most coordinated they had been in a while. Although the small movements of the youth team were not noticeable, some villagers saw them. Moreover, since the children were running around freely, they didn't hide anything, and the village kids learned their conversations. Su Sisi found out about their talk that night. Rue and Ergo came to bring her fruit. They mimicked the youth team's manner and repeated what they heard very accurately. Su Sisi thought these two had great talent for acting, especially Rue, who imitated Li Tingting's way of talking to Gan Tian perfectly. Although Li Tingting and Gan Tian had some disagreements, later they realized that Li Tingting saw Gan Tian as a younger sister. So, she often taught her how to do certain things. The villagers also often saw Li Tingting scolding Gan Tian, so Rue watched more and learned to act more like her. Su Gang was at Su Sisi's house because of the locust problem. Su Sisi wanted to make sure Su Gang knew the plan. "Little ancestor, these young workers are pretty good. They haven't caused any trouble and trust you." Su Sisi nodded, agreeing. "Xiao Gang, early tomorrow morning, take some people up the mountain to let the chickens out and head to the fields." "Huh? Little ancestor, I'm worried the chickens might run away if we chase them out." Su Gang was worried. These chickens were carefully raised by Su Sisi, many of them hatched from eggs exchanged for meat. "Don't worry. Just have the villagers watch over them. With so many people, they can keep an eye on the chickens," Su Sisi said with a glance. "Of course we can. The villagers can watch over everything else, but they can definitely keep an eye on your chickens," Su Gang said with a smile, trying to make up for his earlier hesitation. "Make sure the villagers watch carefully. If any eggs are laid, pick them up. But keep the wet eggs separate from the dry ones. Got it, little ancestor?" "I've remembered everything," Su Sisi nodded and told Su Gang to go and arrange everything. There were quite a few chickens on the mountain, including newly hatched chicks. There were at least 3,000. 2 days later, early in the morning, Su Gang led a group of people up the mountain to herd the chickens into the fields. The villagers were ready in the fields, each assigned to watch over different parts of the chicken flock. Soon, everyone noticed the sky getting darker. "The locusts are coming." The locusts flew over the back mountain and headed straight for the big locust tree village, covering the sky and heading toward the young seedlings in the fields. The villagers quickly grabbed sticks and bamboo poles, waving them to scare away the locusts. "Stop everything."
Sugans shouted.
"Chickens, eat locusts. Don't panic. Watch your assigned chickens. If even one is missing, you'll be in trouble." The villagers then saw that although the locusts swooped down, they were immediately pecked at and eaten by the chickens nearby. Some locusts just landed on the seedlings, but in the next second, they were swallowed by the chickens. Some villagers had locusts on their clothes, and chickens were flapping their wings, pecking the locusts off the villagers' clothes and swallowing them directly. Da Fong was one of the people herding the chickens. He had many chickens to watch over. Because there were too many locusts around him, the chickens didn't run far. They just kept eating the locusts. This morning, Su Gang didn't have anyone feed the chickens. Plus, They hadn't eaten enough the past few days. They were very hungry and ate the locusts quickly, as if afraid others would steal their food. Seeing many people stunned by the scene, Su Gang quickly shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't just stand there. Watch the chickens. Some chickens are still slow and stupid." Herd them toward the locusts. The stunned people finally reacted and carefully drove the gathered chickens. Before long, a few groups of people started helping herd the chickens together, saving a lot of effort. Li Dabio and village head Zhang also arrived with people. The locusts first moved toward the Daqiao village area. Usually, after eating the fields in one village, they fly to the next until they are full. So, they came first to help herd and kill the locusts in Daqiao village to prevent them from moving to their village. However, the scene they saw was not villagers waving sticks and bamboo poles to kill locusts. Instead, they saw the whole village following the chickens, collecting eggs, and herding the chickens. Su Gang turned and saw Li Dabio, village head Zhang, and others standing stunned on the ridge. He rolled his eyes at Li Dabio, but didn't look at him. Since village head Zhang was also there, he could only ask Zhang's family to help collect eggs. "Why are you here?" he asked village head Zhang, not even glancing at Li Dabio. Su Gang was still annoyed. "We saw the sky darkening in the distance and thought the locusts might have reached your village first. We came to help," Zhang explained. "Their two villages are close, and helping each other is normal."
Exactly.
"I kindly brought people to help, but you didn't even smile," Li Dabio added, feeling that Su Gang was very stingy and wondering why he was angry for so many days. Su Gang wanted to reply, but since they brought many people, even though they didn't need to, it was still kind of them. He held back and said, "You came just in time. The locusts are being eaten by our chickens in the fields. Let me show you this amazing scene." Everyone followed Su Gang into the fields. Just then, a locust landed on Li Dabe's head, and a chicken near Zhang's feet flapped its wings and pecked at Li Dabe's head. Before Li Dabe could grab the chicken, it flapped its wings and flew away. Everyone watched the scene with wide eyes, hardly believing what they saw. Lin Zifeng came over and said, "Village chief, most of the locusts over here have been eaten, and a small part has moved toward Li Jia village." "What?" Li Dabe was shocked and hurried toward the village. Su Gang stopped him and said, "Don't be in such a rush." "Huh?" Li Dabe was confused because he was too anxious and didn't understand what Su Gang meant. Su Gang didn't answer Li Dabe directly. Instead, he said to Lin Zifeng, "Lin Jiqing, tell the young people to take your chickens and go to Li Jia village to get rid of the locusts." "Okay, village chief. We'll go right now," Lin Zifeng replied and hurried off. Dealing with the locusts was very important, whether they belonged to their village or not. Since the village chief asked for help, they had to act quickly. Li Dabe and the villagers from Li Jia village who had followed him also realized what was happening. They hurried back to their own village to see how the chickens were eating the locusts that had come. Li Dabe only said, "Thanks, Su Gang," and then ran back to the village with the others. They ran very fast. Su Gang muttered that they were faster than someone being chased by a ghost. Just as Su Gang was about to talk to village head Zhang, Da Fong and Dolly ran over. Da Fong spoke first. "Village chief, the locusts over there are all gone, but the chickens still look hungry." Dolly agreed. "Yes, village chief, that's the same on my side." Su Gang looked around. The number of locusts above their heads had decreased a lot, probably mostly eaten, but some might have moved to other villages. He paused and said, "Everyone listen up. If you finish the locusts in your area, take your chickens to the neighboring village to help out. We need to save the crops." "Got it," the villagers responded. Some of the neighboring villages were relatives or in-laws, and everyone was willing to lend a hand. Da Fong and Dolly took their chickens to Zhang's village first. The village head there had already brought people to help. Even though they hadn't done much, they showed good intentions, so they went to help their village first. Chief Zhang and the others also hurried along with De Li and Da Fong. Although there was no news of locusts reaching their village, they took the chickens to patrol, which made them feel more at ease. Fortunately, they went to Zhangjia village. When they arrived at the village entrance, they saw villagers heading to Dashuai Tree village to look for them. When they learned that locusts had indeed arrived, Da Fong and Do Li immediately drove the chickens to the fields. All day long, chickens from each village went to the fields to eat locusts. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that everyone had a chance to rest. Su Sisi was only responsible for giving instructions. She was inside reading a storybook. The storybook was brought back by Yen Yen to cheer her up. Although she wasn't bored, she accepted it as a kind gesture from the younger generation. At this moment, Go Dan, Ergo, and Ruerue led a group of little children over. Each of them was holding a small bowl of fried locusts, which was their harvest for the day. Little ancestor, I caught a lot of locusts today. Look, Ruerue said, running over to Su Sisi and presenting her with the fried locusts like a treasure. Encouraged by Ruerue, the others also brought their bowls to Su Sisi, showing off their catch. Seeing their eager little faces, Su Sisi smiled and said, "All right, I will eat them all. Just place them on the table first." The children obediently placed their bowls on the table and lined up. This scene made Su Sisi smile, reminding her of how she used to discipline children in kindergarten. "Okay, everyone sit down. Then raise your hands one by one and tell me what happened today." A dozen children obediently found places to sit, mostly just sitting down where they had been standing. No need for benches. Su Sisi's house has wooden floors, cleaned daily by Ma Rong and Lin Jiaodi. Sitting on the floor was no problem and wouldn't dirty their clothes. Go Dan, who was Su Sisi's bodyguard, had also been sent out to catch locusts today. He was the first to raise his hand. "Go Dan, you go first." Go Dan smiled and said, "Little ancestor, today the village chief and the uncles led the chickens down the mountain." The villagers were all amazed. If Go Dan missed anything, Ruerue and the others would raise their hands to add details. Listening to the children retell the story, Su Sisi learned what happened today. For things the children didn't know, even the dark corners would tell her the truth. Today, Zhenhe also went out, but everyone's attention was on the chickens and locusts, so they mostly overlooked Zhenhe. Zhenhe wanted to help in the field and see if locusts tasted good, so he tried to eat one. But as soon as he ate it, he felt like vomiting. When the little kids brought over fried locusts, Zhenhe felt a bit disgusted. He thought they probably didn't taste good. After they finished talking about today's work in the field, Su Sisi started telling them the story of Peppa Pig. Her own mount was named Peppa, so the kids' eyes lit up. It's best to have snacks in hand while listening to stories. That makes it more fun. So, Su Sisi asked them to put 2 fried locusts on a big plate on her table and let them eat the rest themselves. Listening to Su Sisi's story, they enjoyed it more and more. Ruerue happily asked, "Little ancestor, does your Mount Peppa also know how to read?" Su Sisi shook her head. "No, that's just a story." "Little ancestor, what about Peppa's parents?" "Little ancestor, does Peppa also ride in a car?" After one story, the kids kept asking questions. Su Sisi started to regret telling the story. She decided not to tell stories next time and let Zhenhe play with them instead. But since the children were very familiar with Zhenhe and no longer interested in him, after hearing Su Sisi's story, they became more curious about their Mount Peppa. With Su Sisi's permission, the kids all ran over to Peppa and chattered away. But as a pig, Peppa couldn't speak, so she just listened to the kids' innocent chatter with a sad face. When Su Gang arrived, the kids had already gone home. He only saw Su Sisi lying down and looking at a picture book, Peppa looking bored, and Zhenhe lying on the ground sleeping. "Little ancestor, the locusts have all been wiped out."
Su Siksi nodded. "Good job."
"How are the young seedlings in the field?"
"They're all fine."
"A small part was eaten a little by locusts, but they're still alive." "Nothing serious." "That's good." Everyone worked hard today. Su Gang smiled and said, "Little ancestor, it wasn't hard." Everyone's full of energy. "It's the first time I've seen such a big scene of locust destruction." Su Sisi also smiled. "That's good. Tonight, we'll have a big pot of rice." "All right, little ancestor, I will go arrange it now." "Wait," Su Sisi stopped him. "Did we pick up a lot of eggs today?" "Yes, little ancestor. The chickens laid several eggs today. I told you to separate the wet eggs from the dry ones. Have you done that?" "Don't worry, little ancestor. I've separated them all. There are more wet eggs." Su Sisi nodded. "It's okay." Some of the wet eggs we collected today will be eaten tonight, and some will be shared with each family. You can distribute them. Understood, little ancestor. I'll handle it right away. Su Gang came out smiling. As he passed by, villagers wondered if he was praised by the little ancestor. Su Sisi did praise him, but not only him. Everyone in the village was praised. Villagers returning from herding chickens carried bamboo baskets filled with eggs they had collected. Su Gang had someone count them. There were 1,000 wet eggs. When the others heard this, they widened their eyes. They had never seen so many eggs before. There were also about 800 dry eggs. Su Gang thought these could still hatch into chicks, so he left them alone. Each person in the village, including the educated youths, received 1 egg. The rest were cooked for dinner. Egg soup, scrambled eggs, egg custard, and so on. That evening, everyone enjoyed the big pot meal. They ate happily with meat and eggs, something city folks wouldn't dare do. A few educated youths like Lin Zifeng ate at a small table, eating quickly because they had worked hard that day. Besides herding chickens in the village, they also went to Li's and Wang's villages. Although relations with Wang's village were a bit strained, they helped because it was about saving grain. No one wanted the grain to be wasted. However, some of the educated youths saw that those sent to Wang's village were having a tough time. Comparing their own good fortune, they felt lucky to be assigned to Daikyu Tree Village. As long as they ate from the communal pot, they could have meat. Recently, eggs were scarce, but having meat was enough. Today, they not only had meat but also eggs. They felt this place was even more comfortable than the city. When they first arrived at Daikyu Tree Village, they heard it was hard to get along with the locals. Even the commune officials warned them to avoid trouble. Although they didn't do anything harmful to Dahuai Tree Village at first, sometimes they felt helpless about how the leader only listened to one person and made decisions alone. The leader was a child under 4 years old, and they even mocked the villagers for being so naive. Now, they truly admired the villagers from their hearts. Gon Tian was in a hurry during dinner and accidentally swallowed a bone from the rib, which got stuck in her throat. She tapped Li Tingting beside her, pointing at her throat, and shouted, "Ah." "Ah." Li Tingting immediately understood what was happening and quickly patted Gon Tian's back. But Gon Tian still couldn't spit out the bone. Li Tingting became worried and made more noise. Lin Zifeng also helped, but nothing worked. A villager at the next table suggested giving her vinegar to make her vomit, but that didn't work either. Seeing Gon Tian's face turn redder and redder, the villagers quickly called the young workers to take her to the hospital by bicycle. Su Sisi saw what was happening and, after understanding the situation, called Chen Qingqing. She explained some methods and then asked her to help with the first aid. It's good if she can spit out the bone. If she can't, her life might be in danger. Chen Qingqing came over, told Gon Tian to stand still, and stood behind her, wrapping her arms around her waist. She remembered what Su Sisi had just taught her. Make a fist with one hand, place the thumb side of the fist just above Gon Tian's navel and below her breastbone. Then, cover the fist with the other hand and quickly press inward and upward on the abdomen several times. After a few tries, Gon Tian spat out the bone. Her face was no longer as red, but she looked a bit weak because she had been stuck for a while. Seeing the bone finally come out, Chen Qingqing felt relieved. Take her to the hospital. Her throat might still be hurt. Everyone recovered from their shock. Is that enough? Li Tingting thanked Chen Qingqing, helped Gon Tian onto the bicycle, and they headed to the county. Lin Zifeng and a few others followed. It was already evening, and it wasn't safe for 2 women to go to the county alone. They stayed behind to keep her company, which was safer. Ajwa's wife, how did you learn this rescue method? Li Pozi asked. She was talking about Chen Qingqing. Ajwa's full name was Suzhua, and he was the second son of the village chief, Su Gang. Grandma Li, I don't know. This was taught by the little ancestor, Chen Qingqing said with a smile. She didn't want to take credit. Wow, little ancestor is so clever. She knows everything. Everyone knew that Su Sisi had taught her, and they praised her warmly. The little children around her heard the praise and all ran over to Su Sisi. They were very familiar with praising Su Sisi. Little ancestor, you're so amazing. Little ancestor, you know everything. Little ancestor is the smartest. All these compliments came from the children's mouths. Su Sisi patted their heads and said, "Be good." She gave each of them a piece of candy and told them to go play. Chun Ching came over and said, "Little ancestor, the sweet girl is fine now." Su Sisi nodded and said, "Yes, thank you for your hard work." Chun Ching patted her chest and said, "Little ancestor, I was so nervous just now, worried I wouldn't do well. But you did very well." Su Sisi pushed a small plate of red bean cake toward her. "Eat some cake to calm your nerves." Chun Ching waved her hand and said, "Little ancestor, this is for you." "I don't need it. I've already calmed down. I was just acting cute with you earlier." She blushed a little and looked a bit shy. "This is your reward for saving someone. Take it." "Thank you, little ancestor." Su Sisi smiled and said, "Don't overwork yourself these days. Rest more. I'm not tired, little ancestor." Chun Ching knew Su Sisi was worried about her. Recently, she had been cooking most of the meals, which was a bit more tiring than just cooking for Su Sisi, but she also had helpers, so it was okay. "Just listen to me. Okay, little ancestor, I've taken note." The next morning, Su Gang blew the whistle to gather the villagers at the grain drying yard. After breakfast, the villagers took their farming tools and headed to the drying yard. After the meeting, they still had to go to the fields. Over 100 people stood in the grain drying yard. The whole village was there. Even Su Sisi was lying on a grand chair, yawning. Su Gang loudly said, "Everyone, be quiet." Everyone quieted down, waiting for Su Gang to speak again. He cleared his throat and said, "You all know about the sweet girl's throat getting stuck last night, right?" "Yes, we know," the villagers responded loudly. Because he mentioned the girl's throat being stuck, the villagers started gossiping again. "This sweet girl from the countryside is really something. She's already so grown up, and she still chokes on her food." "Exactly. I guess life in the city isn't easy for them. They eat less meat, and now that there's so much, they must be craving it." "That's true. Did you see how Director Lu's eyes lit up when he saw the meat? I was afraid he might try to grab some." Gantian, who had returned late at night, listened to the villagers' gossip with a blush on her face. She wasn't craving meat. She just didn't mean to do it. Seeing the crowd start chatting again, Su Gang sighed and called out, "Everyone listen to me." The crowd quieted down. Yesterday, Azwa's wife used a rescue method taught by the little ancestor. "Now I will teach you all, so pay close attention." After that, she asked Chun Ching to come up and demonstrate. Chun Ching moved her hands and said, "Dear villagers, the method is simple. Just like I do, hug from behind, with your fist here and then quickly lift up." Azwa's wife, "We can't understand if you do it like that," someone said. Yeah, others agreed. Yushi, yawning, spoke up, "Gantian, do you want to come up and help Ching demonstrate?" Gantian didn't expect it was her turn. She looked at the crowd and said, "Little ancestor, I am willing." Su Sisi nodded and let her come up. Then she said to Ching, "Don't be nervous. Just do it like last night." "Little ancestor, I understand." Chun Ching took a deep breath. Last night, her father-in-law came back and told her that the little ancestor wanted her to demonstrate how to save someone in front of the villagers tomorrow morning. She was nervous all night and didn't sleep well. When she just demonstrated, she was very nervous, but luckily, the little ancestor spoke up for her. As soon as Gantian stepped on stage, Chun Ching repeated her movements from last night to demonstrate again. With some help from others, the villagers could see more clearly. Someone asked, "Won't that tear the intestines apart?" Chun Ching and Gantian looked at Su Sisi. She looked at them blankly, wondering why she asked. If it tore, how could Gantian stand here so well? But she still helped out, saying, "It won't." Chun Ching smiled and said, "The little ancestor said it won't." The little ancestor is always right. Of course. If her intestines were torn, Gantian wouldn't be standing here, Su Sisi thought. Everyone already knows that. Suksixi stood up and told the villagers below, "If someone ever gets a blocked throat in the future, everyone should use this method. You all must learn it. Don't worry, little ancestor, we will all learn it well." "Yes, little ancestor, you can rest assured. All right, keep practicing. I'm going back now." Suxixi came over because she was worried that Chen Qingqing might do something wrong, but after checking, everything was correct. Now that the villagers had no more issues, she could go home to rest. She lay on Peiqi's back and headed home, with Shun He following behind. Chen Qingqing asked loudly, Gontian, do you feel uncomfortable after what I just did? No, I don't. Gontian also shouted back, thanks to Comrade Chen and the little ancestor for saving my life. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the little ancestor, Chen Qingqing humbly said. At this moment, Su Gang spoke up. The little ancestor said that if someone is choked for 4 minutes, it can be life-threatening. By the time they reach the commune health clinic, they might already be gone. So, everyone should learn this method carefully. It's a life-saving technique. The villagers nodded seriously. After Suxixi explained, they decided to learn it carefully. This was the method taught by the little ancestor and they had to master it. They practiced for a while. Whenever Chen Qingqing saw someone doing it incorrectly, she would guide them until everyone learned it properly. Then she relaxed. Lao Pozi asked, Hey, Azwa's wife, did the little ancestor say what this method is called? I forgot to ask, Chen Qingqing said with a worried look, then turned to Su Gang. Dad, do you know? Su Gang endured the villagers' gazes, cleared his throat, and said, I'll ask about it later. Since everyone had learned the method, Su Gang told the villagers to go back to work. The locusts were gone, but they still needed to turn the soil and plant vegetables. At noon, after Su Sisi finished lunch with Su Gang, he asked her what the method was called. Suxixi wanted to say it was called the Old Bear Hug the Tree, but she wasn't sure how to explain where the name came from. She couldn't say she saw it in a book from space. Thinking for a moment, she casually said, It's called the Old Bear Hug the Tree. Oh, so that's the name. It does look a bit like that. Su Gang thought about the way someone might hug from behind, and it really did resemble an old bear hugging a tree. After learning the name from Suxixi, the villagers shared it when they went to work in the afternoon. The villagers found this name very fitting, and the children looked excited. They had never seen a bear before. They thought bears could hug trees, and their small minds filled with all kinds of imaginations. But Su Sisi didn't know what the little kids were thinking. She was focused on True Black. Recently, the food was good, and True Black had grown bigger, with shiny black fur. Su Sisi stroked its black fur and said, True Black, what have you been eating these days? You've gained so much weight. Master, I haven't eaten much. I don't know why I got so fat. Really, you didn't sneak up the mountain to steal food. Su Sisi was a bit doubtful. I only ate a little honey. I only took 2 beehives. True Black sat on the ground, paws touching and tapping each other. Su Sisi then looked carefully at its paws. They were getting wider, unlike a normal small dog's. She asked True Black to extend its paws, and she touched them. Its nails were thick and blunt, not sharp like a small dog's claws. Recently, True Black liked to hit things with its front paws. The broken bowl she used to give it water had already been smashed twice. At this moment, Su Gang came over. Little ancestor, Jianbang is back. Let him come in, Su Sisi said. She thought Jianbang probably had good news this time. As she guessed, Su Jianbang indeed brought good news. Little ancestor, our mechanical factory has made the air conditioner. Not too slow, Su Sisi nodded. She said that, but in fact, it was much slower than she expected. She had drawn clear plans, but the factory still needed a few days to assemble everything. They weren't very fast. Little ancestor, do you want to come see the factory with me? Jianbang came back not only to share the good news but also to invite Su Sisi to visit the factory, just in case they made any mistakes. This was what Director Liu asked him to do, so Jianbang had no choice but to agree. Yes, I can go see it, Su Sisi agreed since she still had something to sell. Little ancestor, I'll pick you up tomorrow, Jianbang said. It was getting late, so they could only go tomorrow.
Su Sisi nodded.
Okay, but not too early. Little ancestor, I know. Yen already told me. Yes, you should go back and rest. Hey, little ancestor, this is a gift for you. Remember to eat it. After saying that, Su Jianbang ran away quickly, afraid that Su Sisi wouldn't accept it. Su Sisi shook her head and muttered, One by one. None of them are careful. Although her voice was soft, Su Gang nearby still heard her and agreed. Little ancestor, you're right. I'll go back and teach the villagers to be more careful. Forget it. When they grow up, they'll be more careful. For now, let's not worry about it. All right, got it, Su Gang said with a smile. Su Sisi kicked her tiny foot and thought for a moment, then said, Xiao Gang, help me check on Junhei. He's looking more and more like a dog. Hearing this, Su Gang really looked at Junhei for a while, then suddenly reached out and opened its mouth. Junhei whined unhappily, showing 2 small rows of teeth. Master, the village chief is bothering me. Su Sisi said, be good. Xiao Gang is checking your identity. All right, okay. After checking, Su Gang quickly put Junhei down and hesitated, asking, Little ancestor, does Junhei know if he's a dog? Su Sisi patted Junhei's head and said, I'm asking you. Master, I don't know. Su Sisi translated. It says it doesn't know. Su Gang was a bit speechless. Are there animals that don't know what they are? Did you see anything? Just say it, Su Sisi said, noticing Su Gang's hesitation. She couldn't believe Junhei was a spirit creature, but even if it was, she was its owner. Little ancestor, I think Junhei isn't a dog. Maybe it's a bear. Su Gang wasn't entirely sure, but he was sure it wasn't a dog. Oh, Su Sisi nodded as if she suddenly understood, kicking Junhei. So you're a bear. Master, am I a bear? Su Sisi said, if you often go up the mountain to get honey, then you are a bear. Hearing this, Su Gang realized that Junhei sometimes didn't even eat meat and went to the mountain to find honey. But bears are not good animals, and Su Gang wasn't sure if Junhei might hurt Su Sisi. Su Gang's expression was very obvious, and he could clearly feel Su Gang's anger. Master, the village chief wants to hurt me. You're a bear. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid you don't want me. Sisi was happy and said to Su Gang, Junhei is mine. Whether it's a bear or a dog, I am its owner. You don't need to worry. Yes, I will always stay with my owner. Little ancestor, Xiao Gang knows now. Su Gang didn't expect that he was just cautious about Junhei, and Junhei actually went straight to complain. Although he said that, Su Gang still didn't feel completely at ease. Usually, he asked Chen Qingqing to pay more attention to Junhei. Junhei naturally sensed someone watching him. He's not an ordinary animal. But knowing that the villagers were worried, he didn't do anything special. The next day, Su Jianbang arrived after Su Sisi finished breakfast. Worried that Su Sisi might feel uncomfortable sitting in the back seat, he put a cushion there early in the morning to make sure she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Little ancestor, are you comfortable? Have you eaten yet? Su Sisi nodded and asked. Yes, my mother-in-law cooked rice noodles today. They are very tasty, Su Jianbang said with a smile. Ever since he married Yan Yan, his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brothers-in-law have all been very kind to him, making him almost want to move in. Let's go. Su Sisi climbed into the car herself. She felt like a big kid and didn't like to be carried. Besides Su Sisi going to the county town, Su Gang also accompanied her. He didn't trust Su Sisi alone, and since Jianbang wasn't very careful, he had to be there. If Su Jianbang knew what Su Gang was thinking, he would definitely protest. Now, he was very attentive and strong, confident he could protect the little ancestor. The 3 of them arrived at the county town and headed straight to the machinery factory. The gatekeeper saw Su Jianbang bringing the child and said, Jianbang, you're working now. Why are you bringing the kid here? The gatekeeper knew Su Jianbang and cared about him, worried he might get scolded by the boss. Su Jianbang smiled and explained, Grandpa Zhang, this is my little ancestor. Director Liu specifically asked me to come back to the village to pick him up. Grandpa Zhang remembered that Su Jianbang's wife was from Dashuai Tree Village, a place known for strict rules. It seemed she was the youngest, but held the highest status among the elders. Oh, then you all go inside quickly, Grandpa Zhang said, opening the door to let Su Jianbang and his group ride their bikes in. Su Sisi nodded politely at Grandpa Zhang. She was a well-mannered child. When they entered the factory, many people saw Su Jianbang bringing a child and started talking quietly. What's going on with Su Jianbang? Why is he bringing a kid to the factory? Is that kid his? He looks so cute. With the boss and master watching, he's being too bold. I must report this, said Li Ming, who had a conflict with Su Jianbang before. Now, Su Jianbang was the boss's favorite, and Li Ming was jealous. Su Jianbang wanted to explain, but Su Cece thought it was boring to argue with those people. Who cares what they say? Where are the machines? Hey, little ancestor, over here. Su Jianbang led Su Cece and Su Gang into the manufacturing area. This was a restricted part of the factory. Not everyone could enter. As soon as they entered, they saw several people gathered around an air conditioner. What's going on? Hearing the noise, everyone turned around. When they saw Su Jianbang and Su Gang, the leader excitedly went over and shook Su Gang's hand. Hello. You must be Jianbang's little ancestor. The air conditioner you designed is amazing. Su Gang looked confused. I'm not. Su Jianbang quickly explained, Brother Luda, this is our village chief, not the little ancestor. Oh. Luda heard this and awkwardly let go of Su Gang's hand, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry. Su Gang withdrew his hand and waved it off. Luda asked, didn't the boss ask you to invite the little ancestor from your village? Is he unwilling to come? The small Su Cece pushed the person closest to her. Everyone was so tall. She had to look up to see them. I'm here. Hearing her voice, Luda and the others looked around but didn't see anyone. Su Cece was speechless. She didn't want to come here again in the future. I'm downstairs. Luda and the others finally noticed Su Cece. At first, they saw a person and thought she was a child brought to the factory because no one was taking care of her. But their main focus was on Su Jianbang's little ancestor, so they overlooked her. Luda hesitated and squatted down to ask, Are you the little ancestor? Yes. Su Cece crossed her arms and glared at Luda. Your legs are too long, blocking me. Luda awkwardly scratched his head. Then I will squat down to talk to you from now on. That works. Su Cece nodded. That's better. Su Jianbang said, Brother Luda, this is my little ancestor. The design for the air conditioner was given by her. Hearing this, Luda and the others gasped in surprise. Could that be true? Is this child really only 3 years old? Ignoring their shock, Su Cece walked past them to the air conditioner. She pressed the switch, and cool air slowly started to flow out. After a moment, she turned it off again. She turned around and saw a bunch of long, black legs, making her face twitch with frustration. Crossing her arms, she said, Everyone squat down, okay? Luda and the others obediently squatted. They didn't understand why they listened so well and didn't question it at all. Su Cece said, This machine needs improvement. It cools too slowly and is too noisy. Luda asked, Little ancestor, how do we improve it? Open it up. There's probably a part installed backwards inside. Ah. Okay. Luda moved to the air conditioner and squatted down to remove the outer shell. Everyone watched him, but they felt a little sad about disassembling it since they had just assembled it carefully. Before he finished, Su Cece pointed it apart and said, Here, the ceiling ring is installed backwards. She looked again and continued, The angle of this heatsink isn't right. Adjust it. Following Su Cece's instructions, Luda asked the others to help with the adjustments. After inspecting the internal parts again, Su Cece confirmed everything was correct and told Luda to put the shell back on. He tightened the last screw, and the air conditioner was reassembled. Turn it on yourself, Su Cece said. Luda nervously switched it on, and everyone held their breath, staring intently at the air conditioner. The air conditioner quickly started working, no longer making the loud noise from before. Cool air quietly and evenly spread out. Success! Lu Daxing shouted excitedly, and others cheered along. Everyone looked at Su Cece with admiration and respect. This small girl had such impressive skills. Little ancestor, you're really amazing. Su Gang was the first to praise her. Little ancestor, you're so awesome. Su Jianbing followed. Little ancestor, we didn't notice this problem, but you found it right away and helped us fix it. Thank you so much. Luda and others also praised her. They thought they had assembled it well, but after experiencing reassembly, they realized they were too confident. Su Cece crossed her arms, her face full of pride. This is nothing difficult. Everyone gathered around praising Su Sisi, when suddenly a stern voice came from behind. What's going on? Why are you all gathered here? Everyone fell silent. They turned to see Director Liu and Wu Gang walking over with their hands behind their backs. Seeing Su Sisi surrounded, their serious expressions softened into kindness. Comrade Su Sisi, you're here, Su Sisi nodded. Jianbang said it was fixed, so I came to check. Director Liu squatted down and said, You've worked hard on the way here. Do you want to rest first? Sure, I've already fixed it anyway. Fixed it? Director Liu looked confused. They had tested it after assembly yesterday, and it worked very well. Why did it need fixing? Yes, Su Sisi nodded. It seemed these people didn't think there was a problem with the air conditioner. Without needing her explanation, Lu Daxing and others started explaining the details. Although they argued a bit, Director Liu understood. He pressed the power button, and the cold air came out quickly with almost no noise. It was completely different from yesterday. He was glad he had asked someone to bring Su Sisi here. If the experts from the provincial capital came, they would definitely find this flaw. Director Liu prepared a special restroom for Su Sisi, but she didn't go there. Instead, she went to Su Jianbang's house. Yan Yan knew Su Sisi was coming today and had taken half a day off to cook several dishes for her. She wouldn't let Yan Yan down. When she arrived home, Yan Yan and her mother-in-law Wu Shi had already finished preparing the dishes. As soon as Su Jianbang entered, he loudly shouted, Mom, Yan Yan, the little ancestor is here. Yan Yan and Mrs. Wu came out to greet him. Mrs. Wu smiled and said, Dear little ancestor, you've arrived. Come in and sit. Su Sisi nodded and followed them inside. Su Jianbang's family are true locals from the county. They have their own house, which isn't very big, but since there are only 3 people now, it feels quite spacious. Yan Yan brought some sweet water. Little ancestor, village chief, you too can drink some water. Dinner will be ready soon. Su Sisi took a sip of the sweet water. She was really thirsty. Mrs. Wu looked at Su Sisi and liked her more and more. She secretly hoped that her own grandchild in her belly would be as adorable as Su Sisi. She smiled and asked, Dear little ancestor, I heard from Yan Yan that you came to help fix the machinery at the factory. Yes, just here to take a look, Su Sisi nodded. Oh, you're really impressive, Mrs. Wu praised. She had a good impression of the people from Daweishu village. Their family was now living very comfortably, thanks to the villagers. A few years ago, Su Jianbang's father passed away, leaving them as a single mother and child. Many people tried to take advantage of them and wanted to seize their house. Since he married Yan Yan, nothing bad has happened to their family. Those who wanted to take advantage were driven away by the villagers. That's the benefit of marrying a girl from the countryside. Everyone in the village supports you. Of course, this isn't always the case, but in Daweishu village, it's definitely true. Su Sisi and Mrs. Wu didn't talk much, mainly because she didn't know what to say. Later, Su Gang was chatting with Mrs. Wu. Not long after, Yan Yan and Jianbang brought out the dishes. There were 4 dishes and 1 soup, all very plentiful. After eating and taking a nap, Su Sisi went back to the factory with Jianbang. Today's events spread quickly. Everyone knew that Su Jianbang's wife, the little ancestor from the countryside, was a genius. The air conditioner they were building used her drawings, and she even helped earlier that morning. Now, their factory had its first air conditioner. When Li Ming found out, he was furious. He even went to complain and got scolded by the supervisor, which made him even angrier. Even though he knew Su Sisi was a genius, he still didn't look at her kindly when he saw her. This scene was seen by Director Liu, who asked his assistant to handle it. Seeing Director Liu, Su Sisi didn't bother with pleasantries. She directly said, Director Liu, you know that air conditioners still use a lot of electricity, right? Yes, I understand. Director Liu nodded. The main buyers for this machine are not ordinary people but wealthy individuals and those earning foreign exchange. They don't worry about electricity consumption. After all, it's not their own electricity being used. What if the power goes out? Then the air conditioner won't work, someone asked. Comrade Su Sisi, do you have a device that can generate electricity? Director Liu asked uncertainly. Could such a thing exist? Seeing Su Sisi nod, Director Lu got so excited, he jumped up. The onlookers were also surprised. They just finished making an air conditioner, and now they're working on a machine that can generate electricity. Director Lu took Su Cece and a few others into the manufacturing area. The workers who wanted to watch were stopped because they weren't part of the key team. Lu Da and the others were busy assembling other air conditioners and didn't notice Director Lu's group coming in. It was only when Director Lu called out that someone turned around. Seeing Su Cece also arrived, they quickly put down what they were doing. "Little ancestor, you're here." Lu Da crouched down and smiled. He truly admired such a talented person. Su Cece, with her hands behind her back, looked around. There was plenty of material here. "Are you all busy?" "We're assembling a few more units following your morning instructions," they replied.
Oh, so Sixi nadid.
"Can you help me with something when you have time?" Yes, Lu Da nodded eagerly. "Anything to help. Little ancestor, I can help too. I can help as well." One after another, they all volunteered. Everyone knew helping would be a good way to learn. Seeing the noise, Director Lu cleared his throat to quiet them, worried they might scare Su Cece, but no one paid attention. Su Cece spoke softly. "I only need 2 people. I can do it. Little ancestor, I graduated from university with a mechanical engineering degree. I can do anything. Little ancestor, I also graduated from university and have experience in." "Me too." About 10 people introduced themselves in front of her. Su Cece realized these people were very talented. But what she needed to do didn't require many people. She chose Lu Da and Zhang Hui to help, while the others could either continue working or watch. Lu Da is the best among these people. As for Zhang Hui, she was the first to speak up and want to join, and she is the only female comrade. So, Su Cece decided to let her participate. She asked Su Gang to take out the items from the cloth bag, which included a folded blueprint. She laid it on the table and unfolded it. Su Cece explained, "This is a small generator. Its structure is simple, and it can generate electricity. If the power is low or runs out, it can be used to supply power." As she finished speaking, Lu Da and Zhang Hui rushed to the blueprint, while Factory Director Lu and other engineers who weren't chosen also gathered behind them to watch. Su Cece said, "Find the materials listed on the blueprint and assemble them step by step." "Got it." Lu Da and Zhang Hui immediately went to find the materials. The other engineers also helped, all eager to see the generator work as soon as possible. Because of the air conditioner manufacturing, many materials had already been approved, and all the materials needed for the generator were available. Following the blueprint, Lu Da and Zhang Hui successfully assembled the generator. Everyone looked at the small machine in front of them, feeling a bit disbelief. Could this tiny thing really generate electricity? Even Lu Da and Zhang Hui hesitated, nervously looking at Su Cece. They had been assembling according to the blueprint and hadn't thought about anything else. Now that they stopped, they felt nervous. "Try it out." "Why are you just watching me?" Su Cece jumped down from the stool. She had been sitting nearby watching but hadn't taken action. Lu Da took a deep breath and turned off the switch. Everyone quieted down. After a slight humming sound, the generator started running. The voltmeter needle slowly rose and steadied at the middle of the scale, not moving anymore. Zhang Hui was recording various parameters: temperature, vibration, current, all within normal ranges. She shouted, "All parameters meet the standards." Everyone cheered. Director Lu patted Lu Da on the shoulder to congratulate him. Su Cece was the calmest among them. Although she believed her blueprint was correct and Lu Da's team assembled it properly, whether it could actually work still needed to be tested. Then she said, "Don't celebrate too early. We haven't tested it for actual use yet." Director Lu asked, "Comrade Su Cece, how do you plan to test it?" Su Cece looked at him and asked, "Can your factory do that?" Suksixi nodded and said, "To be safer, we might need to test for 3 days in a row." Director Lu hesitated. "Comrade Suksixi, the factory still has work to do, and this might delay production tasks. Are you doubting me?" No, I just worry." Before Director Lu could finish, Lu Da interrupted. "Director Lu, just agree. If something goes wrong, I'll take responsibility." "How will you take responsibility?" Director Lu snapped. His nephew was becoming more careless. "If you don't agree, I'll ask the little boss to take the machine to the weapons factory. My dad will definitely agree. You brat, how can you say yes or no to such a big matter so easily? If you don't believe me, I'll go now. Director Lu covered Lu Da's mouth and said to Suksiksi, Comrade Suksiksi, let's discuss this in a meeting. Is that okay? Whatever, she felt it was really troublesome. It turns out working with state-owned factories still brings a lot of hassle. She decided it would be better to run her own factory in the future. The reason she chose to cooperate with the machinery factory was first because they had machine tools so they could produce anything needed. Second, the factory's leadership team was good, which was why she picked them. But if working with them slowed down efficiency, she'd rather not cooperate at all. Problems like production and testing always took days to decide in meetings, which was too long. She couldn't accept that. Su Gang understood his little boss well and knew she was angry. His face didn't look as friendly toward Director Lu anymore. Little boss, maybe we should go back first and let Director Lu decide on their own? Yeah, let's go. Suksiksi yawned, turned around with her hands behind her back and walked out. Su Gang and Su Jianbang followed behind. Third uncle, I'm sure the little boss is angry. We can't test the generator immediately this time. She probably won't work with us again in the future. Luda openly revealed his relationship with Director Lu. He was too anxious this time, so he didn't hide anything. The factory isn't just mine, Director Lu frowned. He also felt things were getting tense. But this wasn't something he could decide alone. The factory still had items in production. If it failed, it would delay the progress. You're the factory director. What are you afraid of? Luda said angrily, thinking to himself that he must start testing today, or else the little boss wouldn't come back again. Director Lu didn't reply, only saying, I'll talk after the meeting, and then left. The people in the workshop looked at each other, all thinking the same thing. What should we do? Zhang Hui looked at Lu Da and saw him staring at the generator on the ground. She asked, Lu Da, do you have any ideas? After she asked, Lu Da stopped talking, and the others went back to assembling the air conditioners. But Zhang Hui didn't believe Lu Da had no ideas. She had worked with him on the assembly, and she could feel his nervousness and hope during the testing. She didn't think Lu Da would give up at the final testing stage. Since Lu Da wasn't saying anything, she didn't ask more. There were still many people around. Meanwhile, Su Cici was sitting on the back of a bicycle, eating the ice cream that Su Gang bought for her. Xiang Gang, ride faster. Okay, little boss. I will speed up. Go. Su Cici raised her hand and gave commands to Su Gang from behind. When they got home, Su Cici immediately turned on the air conditioner because she was very hot. Master, you're finally back. I missed you. Stop it. You didn't even wipe the honey off your lips, her pet said. The pet used its paw to wipe its mouth and found nothing. Master, you're lying to me. All right, nothing happened in the village today, right? No, everyone is fine. Chun Qingqing even came to see if you were back at noon, knowing there was nothing wrong. Su Cici went into her space. She had several days' worth of cartoons she hadn't watched. At night, the whole county was very quiet. Someone appeared at the electrical switch of the machinery factory and turned off the main switch. They pulled out 2 wires and thought about how to connect them. Connect the red wire here, a voice said in his ear, startling him. Zhang Hui, how are you here? Why am I here? Because you're here, Zhang Hui said with a smile. She knew Lu Da wouldn't give up so easily. The person at the switch was Lu Da. He came at night to secretly connect the wires, which was his plan during the day. He wanted to say more, but Zhang Hui interrupted him. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and connect it. I'll keep watch. Lu Da nodded and connected the wires. Seeing the indicator light turn on, he let out a breath of relief. It seemed the generator could supply power. Is it ready? Zhang Hui asked urgently. Yes, let's go quickly. He closed the electrical room door and hurriedly left the machinery factory with Zhang Hui. They ran quite far before stopping to catch their breath, sharing a smile. The next day, Lu Da and Zhang Hui arrived at the factory as usual. Seeing the machines running smoothly, they felt more at ease. Meanwhile, Su Cici didn't realize how brave the 2 people she chose were. Today, she had an important task for Su Gang. Little ancestor, you mean all children from ages 2 to 6 should go to school? Yes, Su Sisi replied. But the village elementary school doesn't accept young children. If they don't go to the village school, they'll study right here in the village. Su Sisi sat on a rocking chair. The house at the village entrance can be used as a school. As for teachers, we'll find 2 from the educated youth. Hearing this, Su Gang thought it was a good idea. Children in the county start daycare early, and by age 6, they can attend elementary school. Why do children in their village have to wait until age 7? And there's no daycare in the village. Thinking this way, Su Gang felt that Su Sisi was overworking herself. She was still a child herself, but was worried about whether the village children had books to read. Actually, Su Gang was overthinking. The village's food had improved a lot, and the women could give birth more easily. The children who often came to play with Su Sisi were a dozen or more, and with so many, Su Sisi thought it was a good opportunity to nurture them from a young age. Su Gang shared this plan with everyone, and it received full support from the villagers. Even the educated youth at the youth station knew about this. 6 of them gathered for a meeting. Lin Zifeng said, "The village school teachers will be chosen from among us. Since we came together as educated youth, no matter who goes, everyone should avoid unfair competition. We need to stay united and support each other." Everyone nodded, but secretly, each hoped it would be them. Li Tingting asked, "Lin, educated youth, did the village chief say how they will choose?" Lin Zifeng shook his head and said, "The village chief didn't say how they will choose." Gan Tian suggested, "Maybe we should ask the village chief." The others agreed. There was no point in discussing here. It was better to go directly and ask the village chief. "All right, let's go together," Lin Zifeng decided firmly. When they arrived at the village chief's house, they were told by Zhang that the village chief had gone to the county and wouldn't return until tomorrow. Lin Zifeng looked disappointed. "It seems we can't get an answer today. How about we ask the little ancestor?" Wu Di suggested. "That might bother her." Huang Feifei hesitated. "Let's wait until tomorrow when the village chief is back. Things won't be decided so quickly." Everyone looked at Lin Zifeng, as he was the leader. They all agreed to wait until tomorrow. "Yes, let's ask the village chief then. The little ancestor might be resting now." Seeing that Lin Zifeng agreed, they all headed back home. It's not that Su Sisi was hard to talk to, but she held a very high position. The young people in the village were afraid of accidentally upsetting her and causing trouble. If Su Sisi knew what the young people thought of her, she would probably roll her eyes and be annoyed. She was not the type to get angry easily. On the way back, they overheard villagers talking about building a school. The little ancestor probably saw other children going to school in the county and thought our village should have one too. Of course, the little ancestor cares about us. Is the little ancestor even 3 years old? Can she go to school? No, the little ancestor doesn't need to. No one in the village is smarter than her. Their words were heard clearly by Lin Zifeng and the others. They all wondered, will Su Sisi go to school? Back at the youth camp, Gan Tian was the most outspoken. "Do you think the little ancestor will go to school?" "No," Lin Zifeng and Li Tingting said together. Gan Tian blinked her big eyes. "How do you know?" Li Tingting replied first. "The little ancestor suggested building the school. She's so smart, she probably won't go herself. And among us, who dares say they're smarter than her?" Lin Zifeng nodded. "Li is right. Even if the little ancestor goes, she would be the principal." Someone started laughing first, then others followed. A 3-year-old principal, who would believe it? But in Dahuai Tree Village, it was possible. What if, just what if, the village chief told us to decide who should be the teacher? Liang Gao leaned on his hand, thinking. If that happens, then Lin Jiqing and Li Jiqing should go. Fei Fei took the lead in speaking, but when she learned that 2 teachers would be chosen from among them, her first thought was to hope it would be her, though she also wished for herself. Gan Tian said, "I think so too." Besides Lin Zifeng and Li Tingting, the other 4 nodded in agreement. Lin Zifeng also wanted this chance, but he had been taking care of other young workers for a long time. He modestly said, "We are all good, so don't underestimate yourselves. If the village chief lets us choose ourselves, I think drawing lots is the fairest way." Everyone agreed with this idea. Gan Tian took out paper and a pen and said, "Let's draw lots. Out of 6 paper balls, only 2 had writing on them. They put the paper balls into a basket and shook it randomly. Okay, the person who picks must close their eyes and choose. One by one, they picked a paper ball. When opened, the ones with writing were Wu Di and Gantian. Everyone accepted this result. All right, it's decided. If the village chief asks us to choose someone ourselves, we will pick Wu Di and Gantian. Good. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Su Sisi was counting money. Besides her bank account, she had some pocket money, but now she only had 25 yuan, 6 mao, and 7 fun. Such bad luck, I'm so poor. Master, what are you going to do with the money? Buy desks and chairs. The school is empty now. And books, notebooks, and pens need to be prepared. Su Sisi pouted, feeling that the village was missing many things. Didn't the village chief go shopping? I don't know if Xiaojiang can buy them. I still need to reward the kids who do well in exams. This money is too little. Once the machinery factory sells the air conditioners and generators, you'll have money. At their current speed, I'll have to wait a month or 2 to get the money, Su Sisi sighed. Working with other factories was so troublesome. Thinking about this, she entered her space to see what skills or items she could sell. Seeing her mess in the space warehouse, she thought, it's a good thing it's here. What's this? Su Sisi found a farming book, flipped through it, and said, so, it can be done this way. Master, what did you find? Good stuff. It seems we need to work with the machinery factory again. Master, are you still planning to sell the technology? No, I want to buy materials from them, Su Sisi said. These materials need to be custom-made and require their machine tools. The items we need to make this time are not replaceable in our village. With this, our village can even build a factory. After solving the problem, Su Sisi started her eating and drinking time again. Kids should eat more. The next morning, Su Gang pulled a cart early and brought back all the books Su Sisi wanted. Many were found at the recycling station, and some were exchanged with eggs and meat from families with children. The cart was full of several bags of books. Su Gang didn't dare to load more because it was too heavy. He felt sorry for the ox. Thinking about how hard the ox worked to bring the books back, Su Gang decided that if any child didn't study well, they would have to kneel at the ancestral hall. Even the young ones couldn't avoid kneeling. At this time, Su Sisi hadn't woken up yet. Su Gang didn't disturb her. He and some villagers placed all the books in the big house at the village entrance, which is now called the school. A villager asked, "Village chief, so many books." Su Gang nodded and said, "The little ancestor said that any good books can be brought back. We should read more and learn more." Dafeng, who helped carry the books, scratched his head. "Village chief, we can't read most of these. We don't understand them. If you can't understand, learn. Don't you want to be able to write your son Su Yang's name?" "My son Su Yang's name, I already learned it," Dafeng replied.
See?
"You learned it." Su Gang waved his hand and directed them. "Put the books nicely. From now on, this will be the library. Anyone who wants to read can come borrow, but they must return them." After they finished arranging the books, Su Gang checked everything and then closed the door to leave. Back home, he learned from Qin Qingqing that Su Sisi had woken up, so he hurried over. "Little ancestor, Xiao Gang is back," Su Sisi nodded. How is it?" "Little ancestor. The wood factory said we don't have the quota, so they won't make it." Su Hong felt very upset. The factory and the county looked down on their village people, saying they needed to buy tables and chairs, but they called them mud legs and said they didn't have the furniture. "It's okay. We'll make our own." Su Sisi guessed this might happen, but she still wanted Su Hong to ask, just in case.
All right, Su Hong nodded.
Then he said, "Little ancestor, who do you think should be the teacher?" "My wife told me yesterday that some young workers came to see me, probably about becoming teachers." Su Sisi didn't know about this and asked, "Who do you think is suitable?" "I think Lin Jiqing and Li Jiqing are good. Lin Jiqing is kind and responsible, and Li Jiqing is smart and knowledgeable. Li Jiqing is indeed good, but I have other tasks for her." Su Hong asked, "Then what about Wu Jiqing?" Su Sisi shook her head. "Let them take the exam themselves. You should tell them about this." After explaining everything, Su Sisi rode Peiqi to the fields to see how the vegetables were growing. Without the locusts bothering them, the crops were doing well, and the sweet potato seedlings were safe. After inspecting the fields and feeling confident, Su Sisi went home. On the way back, she met some young workers also heading to the youth camp. They all said together, "Little ancestor, hello." Su Sisi nodded and asked, "From among you, choose two to be teachers." "What do you think?" They didn't expect her to ask so directly. Lin Zifeng said, "Little ancestor, we decided to pick by drawing lots." Su Sisi replied, "Drawing lots is fair, but what if the ones chosen aren't the ones I want?" They all blushed, realizing they had overthought it. "Little ancestor, we're sorry. I'll give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I will give a test. The top 2 scorers will be the teachers." Ignoring their strange expressions, she rode Peichi back home. They looked confused. A test? They hadn't studied in a long time, and little ancestor hadn't said what to be tested on. Gan Tian asked, "What should we do?" Li Tingting said, "Let's review more at home. The teaching is for children aged 2 to 6, so it shouldn't be too hard. Probably just basic content." Li Jiqing is right. "Let's study carefully." Lin Zifeng spoke seriously, and after hearing Su Sisi, he realized that exams are the fairest way. When the educated youths returned to the youth station, Su Gang came to tell them the news. Knowing they had already learned about the exam from Su Sisi, he added, "Dear best, villager Su Deli, the best carpenter in the village, was asked by Su Gang to take some people up the mountain to cut down a few trees and bring back wood to make small tables and stools for the children." Su Deli quickly agreed. After everything was arranged, Su Gang went to find Su Sisi. "Little ancestor, everything is set." "Little ancestor, are you the one setting the exam questions for the educated youths?" "Why? Do you want to set them?" No. I just worry you might get tired." Su Sisi waved her hand. "It's very simple." 3 days later, Su Sisi took Su Gang and Su Dafeng to the school at the village entrance. Seeing nothing at the door, she suddenly remembered she had forgotten to name the school. Xiao Gang. Later let Deli make a signboard. "Our school still needs a name." Su Gang noted it in his notebook. "All right, little ancestor, I've got it." The 3 of them entered one of the classrooms, where 6 educated youths were already inside. "Little ancestor, peace." Su Sisi responded, then said, "No need to talk much. The exam is very simple. Each of you will give us a 10-minute lesson. You can choose what to teach." Su Gang asked, "Who goes first?" The first to raise his hand was Lin Zifeng. Among these youths, he was always the first to lead, so Su Gang had a good impression of him. "Okay, the podium is yours." After saying that, Su Gang sat next to Su Sisi and watched Lin Zifeng start his lesson. At first, Lin Zifeng was a little nervous, but he became more confident as he spoke. Dafeng kept an eye on the clock, and after 10 minutes, he signaled for him to stop. They borrowed the clock from Li Tingting since their village didn't even have one, and they had to estimate the time by the sky. The second was Wu Di. One after another, all 6 youths finished their lessons. Su Gang told them to wait outside, and they would announce the result soon. After the door closed, Su Sisi and the others discussed inside. Su Sisi asked, "Did you understand what they taught?" The village leader first said, "Little ancestor, I understand everything Li Jiqing said. It's simple, just count on your fingers." Su Gang also said, "Gan Jiqing can draw and recognize characters. The children in the village will definitely like that. Lin Jiqing is also good, and he can sing too. His singing is quite nice." Inside, they were discussing, and outside, others were talking as well. Since moving to the countryside, the 6 of them had only been working in the fields, eating, and chatting. This was the first time they saw each other give a lesson, and they were all very surprised. Li Tingting praised, "Gan Tian, you're amazing. You draw so well, and so quickly." Gan Tian blushed. She hadn't drawn in a long time. Her grandmother used to teach her, but after her grandmother passed away, she stopped drawing. Thinking of her grandmother, her eyes turned a bit red. She changed the subject. "Lin Jiqing's singing is really good." Lin Zifeng was the most modest. He waved his hand and said, No. While the 6 were still talking about what they could do, they heard the door open, and Dafeng invited them in. At first, they were excited, but suddenly they became nervous. But no matter how nervous they were, they had to face it. They lined up on the stage. Su Sisi said, "This time, the commune did a good thing. They assigned 6 outstanding young people to our village." Hearing Su Sisi's words, the 6 were very excited. This meant Su Sisi approved of them, which also meant the whole Dawaishu village approved of them. But there are only 2 spots this time. The 6 faces instantly froze, and they became very tense. Su Sisi continued, "After discussion, the 2 who will become teachers are Lin Zifeng and Gon Tian." Lin Zifeng and Gon Tian were surprised at first, then their faces lit up with happy smiles. The other 4 felt a bit disappointed, but still offered their blessings. They had expected this outcome. Indeed, Lin Zifeng and Gon Tian were the most outstanding among them. After the teacher selection was decided, they needed tables and chairs. Su Deli and the others were still working hard to prepare. Su Sisi also asked someone to clean up a few rooms next to the school, turning them into the village committee office for Dawaishu village. The village committee had only 3 rooms, one for the village head's office, a larger one for meetings, and one for the accountant. Currently, the village didn't have an accountant, but Su Sisi already had someone in mind. Li Tingting was very surprised to hear from the village chief that Su Sisi wanted her to be the village accountant. "Village chief, is that really what the young lady said? I wouldn't lie to you. I don't mean that exactly, I just didn't expect it."
Su Gang repeated Su Yesrits.
Actually, during the last teacher exam, Su Sisi noticed that Li Tingting had her own ideas about math. Plus, her mother was an accountant in the city, so she had been exposed to it since she was young. Su Sisi thought she could do a good job as the village accountant. When Li Tingting heard Su Gang, she was overjoyed. The young lady really approved of her and even remembered her mother was an accountant. She promised Su Gang, "Village chief, I will work hard. Alright, there are no income sources in the village right now, so just teach Fong Fong more. Got it, village chief." You can rest assured, Fong Fong just graduated from high school and couldn't find a job in the county, so she returned to the village to help. Su Gang nodded and continued, "The accounting books are in the school library. You can look for them yourself, but you'll need to return them later." Li Tingting's eyes widened. There were such books in the village? She nodded vigorously. "Village chief, I will." When Li Tingting returned to the youth station, everyone could see she was happy. Gon Tian asked what good news she had, and she told them about becoming the village accountant. Everyone was very jealous and asked how it happened. When they heard Su Sisi thought she was good at math and chose her, they were even more envious. Gon Tian said, "Tingting, I knew the young lady would see your good qualities." Li Tingting nodded seriously, and the others also offered their blessings. This also motivated the remaining 3 young people working in the fields to work harder. Maybe their talents would be noticed too, and they wouldn't have to work in the fields anymore. Meanwhile, over with Su Sisi, she had just finished reviewing the village committee's situation and had given instructions to Su Gang about the meeting room setup. She was about to go home when she saw Li Debao entering the village. Li Debao also saw Su Sisi and the others and ran over to greet her. "Su young lady, have you been eating well lately?" Su Sisi nodded. "Yes, pretty well." Seeing Li Debao, Su Gang knew he probably had something up his sleeve. "Our young lady is doing fine. Why are you here?" Indeed, as Su Gang predicted, Li Debao's arrival was not really good news but rather a request for help. People from Li village knew that Su Sisi wanted to open a school and thought about sending their children there. Li Debao also believed that following the lead of Dawaishu village would be beneficial, so he came. "Su Gang, look at you. Can I come to say hello to little ancestor Su?" "No," Su Gang replied. "This is our village's little ancestor. If you want to see the ancestor, go back to your village. We're all one family, no need to divide us." "Who told you we're one family?" "My surname is Su, and if you're capable, yours should be Su too. We are one family because we share the Suli Canal." Su Gang rolled his eyes at Li Debao. "Stop pretending." Watching these village leaders bicker like children, Su Sisi shook her head, hands behind her back, acting like a little adult. "Village chief Li, what do you want from me? Just say it." "Oh, little ancestor Su, I knew you'd be the most understanding," Li Debao said, still giving Su Gang a provocative look. "Our villagers are all reasonable. When Su Sisi said this, Su Gang also shot Li Dabio a disdainful look. Yes, Li Dabio said, unable to argue back. Seeing Su Gang's proud expression, Li Dabio held back and told himself not to argue with him. Then he smiled and asked Su Sisi, "Little ancestor Su, does your school need students?" Before Su Sisi could answer, Su Gang got excited. "I knew you, old troublemaker, had bad intentions. Why does our village's school concern you?" "I didn't ask you." Li Dabio rolled his eyes. Su Sisi said, "The school is managed by Xiao Gang. You should ask him." After saying that, she turned and rode off on her white pig, humming as she headed home. After Su Sisi left, Su Gang looked proud, knowing that the little ancestor would defend him. When someone asks for help, Li Dabio had to lower his head and smile politely. "Village Chief Su, does your school still need students?" Su Gang also smiled back. "No, it doesn't." Li Dabio used flattery and said, "Village Chief Su, you know our two villages have always been friendly. The children from both villages have played together since they were young. Now that some children are going to school, it's a bit sad for the others to watch, isn't it?" Su Gang, the village chief of Daweishu village, saw through Li Dabio's intentions and remained cold and firm. "None of my business. They're not my children, nor are they from our village." Li Dabio had to change his approach and said, "Since you happen to have a school, why not let them all attend? We'll pay the tuition fees, of course." Su Gang rolled his eyes and replied, "Of course they have to pay tuition. Do you think it's free?" "Brother Su, the school is big, and more students are better. Just agree to let children from our village also attend. Really want to come? We have conditions." Hearing this, Li Dabio felt like he was falling into a trap and asked, "What conditions?" "Next to your village entrance, that piece of wasteland belongs to your village, right?" "Yeah. Do you want it?" "Our village has little land. If you sell that piece of wasteland to us, I might consider helping your village's children go to school." Li Dabio thought for a moment and said, "I need to discuss this with my village first." The wasteland at Li family village's entrance was about 10 acres. It couldn't be farmed anymore because it was used for storing sand and stones. Now it's returned, but the land is full of sand and stones, making it unsuitable for planting. The people of Li family village were quite lazy. No one took care of such a large piece of land. "Come back after you've discussed it," said Su Gang, then turned and walked away, hands behind his back. As for why Su Sisi liked to walk with her hands behind her back, it was because everyone in the village did, and she had unconsciously adopted the habit. A few days later, Li Dabio returned. The land could be sold, but he wanted to hear the price. In the end, they agreed on 30 yuan for the land. However, they couldn't openly say they were exchanging money. The excuse was that Li family village would exchange 10 acres of wasteland for the right to send children under 6 years old from their village to school in Daweishu village. Besides children from Li family village attending school, children from Zhongjia village also came. Their tuition was a little higher, by a dime, but Zhongjia village was relatively wealthier, so they could afford it. A small school was established, and Su Sisi named it Future Kindergarten. As the number of students increased, 2 teachers couldn't manage everything, so Su Sisi asked the remaining 3 educated youths to become teachers as well. The work points earned from being a teacher were enough for a few youths to live comfortably in the village. Li Tingting, the accountant, received the first payment from the kindergarten's tuition fees. The village bought land and books, and the current funds were almost gone, so she saved a little from the tuition fees. Soon, she had to handle incoming payments again. Su Sisi sold the air conditioners and generators from the machinery factory, and the profits were transferred to her account. Earlier, the generator needed to be used for factory power, but Director Lu couldn't decide on a plan after several meetings. During those days, the factory's orders weren't finished, and the factory leaders argued a lot. Later, the county suddenly experienced a power outage, and many factories' machines couldn't run. Only the machinery factory kept working. The factory leaders were confused and went to the power station. They found a generator, and Luda explained that the factory had been using the generator for power, so they hadn't paid any electricity bills during those days. After investigation, Director Lu confirmed Luda's statement, but Luda was punished for switching the electrical circuits. Zhang Hui wanted to share the responsibility, but was stopped by Luda. The generator ran continuously for 5 days, providing power without any problems. Thus, the generator successfully became a product that earned foreign exchange for the machinery factory. Every sale meant a share for Su Cici. However, she quickly spent the money she earned. She planned to build a factory. The land bought from Li Jia village was for this purpose, along with 5 acres from her own village, totaling 15 acres. The factory was still under construction, but the kindergarten had already opened. Su Cici didn't need to attend school. She was very busy managing the kindergarten and the youths. She got the parts she needed from the machinery factory and was assembling an oil press. A regular oil press was easy to assemble, but she wanted to make one with a high oil yield. Otherwise, the factory would be pointless. After a week of experimenting, Su Cici finally built the oil press she wanted. She didn't do everything alone. She was too young and couldn't handle everything by herself. There are 2 villagers, Su Kai and Su Yuan, who just finished high school with me. They're very interested in machines. When they visited the village before, they saw the air conditioner I made and were very surprised. They kept asking how I did it. Now I need help to make a new machine, so I asked Su Gang to bring them here. This time, the reason it took so long to build was because I wanted to teach them carefully. Otherwise, I could have finished it earlier. Little ancestor, did we really succeed? Su Kai looked at the machine in front of him and couldn't believe that they had built it after a week of hard work. I pointed to a small bag of peanuts at his feet. The peanuts are right there. Just try it and you'll see. Su Kai picked up a peanut. Okay, I'll try. Su Yuan turned on the power. Su Kai poured in the peanuts. As the machine vibrated with a humming sound, after a while, a drop of golden oil slowly seeped out, followed by a second and a third drop. Wow, it's oiling out, Su Kai and Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly, hugging each other. I said, I told you it would work. They scratched their heads, unable to believe they had actually assembled the oil press machine. Let's see how much oil we get. Calculate the oil yield. After testing with electricity, try manually and calculate both. Got it, little ancestor, they replied. I nodded and left the rest to them. I was tired and wanted to sleep. The oil press I designed has 2 power options, electric and manual. It can be operated by electricity or by hand shaking. When I got home, I didn't go to sleep right away. I went into my space and watched cartoons. Since I found out that Junhei is a bear, I've liked the show Bunny Bears. Junhei also likes it. It always hopes to grow up quickly and become reliable like Big Bear. It also thinks its owner looks most like a child when watching cartoons in the space. That night, I learned the oil yield results. Using electricity, the machine produced 50% oil. Using manual effort, it only produced 46%, a difference of 4%. Little ancestor, I used electricity to press 10 gene of peanuts and 10 gene of rapeseed, and both produced 5 gene of oil, said Su Kai. Su Yuan followed and said, Little ancestor, I took turns with Uncle De Fong to manually press 10 gene of peanuts and only got 4.6 gene of oil. Yes, the oil press machines are all assembled now, and we have the materials. Tomorrow you should continue assembling a few more so we can set up an oil factory. Su Kai and Su Yuan saluted. We promise to complete the task. Those 2 troublemakers. Su Gang chuckled as he watched their backs, then said to Su Cici, Little ancestor, you're really impressive. The oil yield in the state-owned factory isn't as high as ours. The oil I produce must be the best. Yes, yes, Su Gang replied with a smile. Little ancestor, the commune says they will send another batch of young workers. Bring them on, but we still need to choose carefully. Yes, if any of the young workers are not well behaved, I will send them back to the commune, Su Gang said, secretly hoping that the new batch would be as good as Lin Zifeng and the others. The villagers only learned about the oil press the next day. Su Kai and Su Yuan moved the machine to the grain-drying yard so everyone could see how the oil was made. Afterward, they would go back to assemble more machines. Oh wow, this is the first time I've seen such golden oil. Little ancestor is so clever and amazing. 10 gene of peanuts makes 5 gene of oil. If I have 100 jin of peanuts, I could get 50 jin of oil. The villagers looked at the oil press with bright eyes. Su Kai said nearby, fellow villagers, little ancestor said that for good oil, the peanuts need to be carefully selected, shelled, and pressed so the oil is more fragrant and better. A villager asked, what about rapeseed? What does the little ancestor say? Su Kai replied, rapeseed should be roasted first, then pressed for better, more fragrant oil. After hearing Su Kai, everyone decided to follow this method in the future. After teaching the villagers how to use the oil press, Su Kai and Su Yuan returned to their workshop to continue assembling more machines. The villagers watched eagerly as the oil press operated, and a truck carrying dozens of air conditioners was heading toward their village. Gooden ran from the village entrance shouting, a truck is coming. The villagers looked at Gooden with curiosity. His father asked, Gooden, what kind of truck? A big truck. Just as he finished speaking, they heard the sound of the truck. They were about to run out to see it when Su Gang drove the vehicle into the grain drying yard. This truck is really big. Dad, a big truck. Driving this kind of vehicle is so impressive. The villagers were very surprised by the truck, but no one asked what it was for. Only when the truck stopped did someone secretly ask Su Gang, village chief, what is this truck for? Su Gang loudly said, dear villagers, the air conditioners on this truck are a gift from little ancestor for us. A few people come and help carry down the air conditioners. Everyone was stunned. Were all these air conditioners on the truck? Do each of their families have one? Seeing their confusion, Su Gang kicked a few people to get them to react quickly and start helping to carry the items. One by one, the air conditioners were brought down, and only then did the villagers realize what was happening. When Su Sisi arrived, all the air conditioners had already been taken down, exactly 130 units neatly arranged. The truck driver was invited to their home for a meal by Su Gang. Since his son was hosting, the driver didn't notice Su Sisi riding a pig, nor did he see the respectful scene of the entire village towards a 3-year-old child. Little ancestor, hello? Little ancestor, I saw the big truck. Little ancestor, do we really each get an air conditioner? Hearing this, Su Sisi smiled and said, the air conditioners are right there. Don't you want one? Everyone laughed when they heard this. Someone teased the questioner, father of little June, if you don't want one, you can give it to me. I can take 2. Get out of here, this is a gift from little ancestor. Of course I want one. Ha ha. Another round of laughter followed. Su Gang quieted everyone down. After hearing Su Sisi speak, the crowd on the threshing ground fell silent. Only the oil press machine was still making noise. Su Sisi stepped onto a few of the air conditioners, finally no longer needing to look up at the villagers. Dear villagers, each family can take 1 air conditioner home. The village has electricity, so don't worry about using it. Thank you, little ancestor. The villagers lined up, each taking an air conditioner home. The children were eager to get back and install theirs. They wanted to enjoy the cool air. The summer in the south is especially long. In Guangnan province, where Dahuai Tree Village is located, there's almost no autumn. Now it's September, and it's still very hot. Dahuai Tree Village has only about 120 households, each with 1 air conditioner, so 10 units are left. 2 are placed in the youth training dormitories, 3 in the kindergarten, 3 in the village committee, and the remaining 2 are kept in the ancestral hall. The young people at the Knowledge Youth Station were very excited to see that they also had some. A few days ago, they had been to the county, where a big shopping building sold items for 500 yuan each, and you needed a ticket to buy them. Gon Tian exclaimed, our little ancestor is so generous. How much do you think this costs? We don't know. Everyone shook their heads. Li Tingting, who knew most about Su Sisi's account, also didn't know. She remembered that Su Sisi hadn't spent any money. But even if she knew, she couldn't say. That's basic accounting knowledge. Lin Zifeng spoke up. Our little ancestor is so good to us. We should be more respectful. If we don't, we might be kicked out of the village. Don't blame us for not helping to speak up. Since becoming a teacher, Lin Zifeng felt more responsible. He set a goal to lead the young people and always protect the little ancestor as she grew up. When a big truck entered Dahuai Tree Village, everyone around knew about it. But no one knew what was inside. After the truck entered, Su Gang told people to guard the village entrance and not let outsiders in. The adults and children in the village were also told not to say anything. This thing was very valuable. If outsiders found out, thieves might come, and there would be nowhere to cry. People from nearby villages who came to visit relatives were also turned away when they asked about the situation. To prevent outsiders from sneaking around, Su Gang got Su Sisi's permission to build a small pavilion at the village entrance. The village elders took turns guarding it, just like at a factory in the county, not letting anyone in casually. The elders all agreed. Old people often feel bored, so when there's something to do, they are happy and smile all day. On the first morning, the elders on duty at the entrance were Grandpa Go and Grandpa Ruerue. Both were old, with few teeth, but they happily chatted and watched the gate. Look at those outsiders. Coming to our village, they just want to take advantage, Grandpa Go said. Exactly. Why didn't they come before? Ruerue asked. Xiao Gang said that our little ancestor is trying to get a cooling machine for us, and even suffered some trouble at the machinery factory. Grandpa Go replied. Xiao Gang is really something. He doesn't even know how to protect our little ancestor. If I were younger, I wouldn't let her suffer any unfairness, Ruerue said. At the village committee, Su Gang sneezed loudly and muttered, Could it be that our little ancestor needs me? Village head, the young people will arrive in a few days. How should we arrange things? Dafeng, now assistant village head, asked. He was handling these matters. Seeing Su Gang silent, I called out again, Village chief. Oh, Su Gang snapped out of his thoughts. You can take people to meet them now. Make sure to clarify with the commune people that we need to select carefully. Not everyone can come into our village. Village chief, I've got it, said Dafeng, who, like Su Gang, always carried a small notebook filled with tasks. Li Tingting, standing nearby, asked, Village chief, how will we arrange the work for the educated youth? She was also an educated youth, but apart from her, most of her group were teachers. If a new batch of educated youth arrived, they might not be happy about it. What else can we do? Just put them to work in the fields, Su Gang replied, knowing what Li Tingting was thinking. Li, you, and the others are different. Only those approved by the young master are considered part of our village. All right, village chief, I understand. Good. By the way, the village needs to allocate some money to buy rewards for the kindergarten. Lin, the educated youth, will come to you soon to reimburse expenses. Got it. I'll keep track of the expenses. How much money does the village have now? 30 yuan, 6 mao, 7 fun. That's a bit short. We should go remind Wangjia village to pay us back. Why is everyone so late with their payments? Okay, I'll go with Fong Fong later to ask. After everyone finished discussing the matters in the meeting room, they dispersed. As soon as they left, Su Gang ran to Su Sisi's house. He still needed to tell her about today's meeting. Su Sisi listened and simply said, just go ahead with your decisions. She was just a child and didn't know much. It was better to leave things to the villagers. Little master, we've settled the accounts, but how come the mechanical factory only sent the air conditioner? Oh, I sold a drawing and used the money to pay for the air conditioner. Little master, Su Gang felt like crying again. She was so young but had to worry so much for the village. Su Sisi said, Xiao Gang, you shouldn't always be crying. Su Gang pouted. He didn't want to, but he couldn't help it when facing Su Sisi. Little master, I only act like this in front of you. All right. Su Sisi waved her hand. Just let him be. It's not a big deal anyway. After calming down, Su Gang asked, Little master, the factory building is almost finished. How many workers do we need? Let's start by choosing 20 people, focusing on those who can read and write. Don't worry, young master. The villagers now have free time and are learning to recognize characters along with the children from the kindergarten. That's good. The more characters they learn, the less likely they are to be called illiterate. Yes, those young intellectuals are still useful. Now Lin Zifeng and the other teachers teach the village children to recognize characters and play games during the day. After dinner, they also teach the villagers to read and write. Now, the villagers of Dahuai Tree Village can write the name Su Sisi and the name of the village. The villagers all agreed that Lin Zifeng and the others should teach them to write the name Su Sisi. Although they don't call her by her full name, they need to recognize and be able to write it. Once they learn these characters, the villagers become curious about how to write their own names. It's not suitable for each of the teachers to teach individually, so many villagers go home and ask their children. If a child doesn't know how to write, they often get a scolding like stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. For example, at Ergo's house.
Ergau's volname is Sur.
His name is easy to write, but his father is called Su Fan. How come you can't even write your father's name? What kind of school did you go to? Are you worthy of the young master? Dad, your name is too hard to write. I don't know how. How come? You look like you didn't study seriously. Dad, I didn't. Ah, you say you didn't know. His father tried to hit him again, but missed. Ergo ran away very quickly. Now, all the children in the village run fast, sometimes too fast to catch. Ergo's father chased him around the yard several times, exhausted. But Ergo still looked lively and energetic. Finally, Ergo's grandmother came out and spoke, and only then did they stop. There are quite a few families like Ergo's. The villagers of Dahuai Tree Village have nice names, many chosen by the ancestor Su Lai from books. They only know their names but are not good at writing them. When Su Sisi learned about this, she just smiled and then changed the subject. The second group of young intellectuals will arrive soon, right? Su Gang responded, yes, young master. I already asked Dafeng to talk to the commune. This time, the people assigned to our village will be selected again, just like last time. Su Sisi nodded. Selection is necessary. We don't want just anyone in our village. Of course, young master. Su Gang confidently assured, I told the village elders that we will only select those young people who are willing to work hard and capable. He was very satisfied with the previous batch of educated youths, like Lin Zifeng, who had been carefully chosen by the commune. If only Su Sisi could show the same respect as they did, he would be even happier. While they were talking, Zhenhe wagged his tail and ate honey. Now, Su Gang no longer felt any hostility toward Zhenhe, and the two of them had become close again. A few days ago, Zhenhe heard from Su Sisi that Su Gang's mother was coughing. When she went into the mountains to find honey, she also brought some for Su Gang. Of course, Su Sisi had some too, and she gave more to the village elders and children. But she no longer liked sweet things and shared them occasionally. Dafeng was riding his bicycle to the commune, determined to warn those officials who were not doing their jobs properly. He was greeted by a new official named Lu Xingwang, who had a strong background. He was assigned directly to the commune, and even the director didn't dare to challenge him. When Dafeng asked for something, Lu Xingwang refused, saying, Comrade, the young people are assigned by the commune based on their situation. We cannot agree to your selection request, but Dafeng didn't listen to the official's excuses. He simply replied, Lu, then our village will stop accepting new young people. Lu Xingwang explained, Comrade, these young people responded to the national call to go to the countryside and help villagers learn. If you refuse, it means you're not supporting the national effort. Dafeng sneered, that's a big accusation. He continued, if you don't help us select good young people, I guarantee they will be sent back from where they came. Seeing that they might fight, Zhang, the office clerk, hurried out to mediate. He regretted letting this troublemaker end the village clash. He was also praying that the director and Lu would return soon, as he couldn't handle the villagers from the Huangshu village and Lu Xingwang alone. The commune director and Lu had gone on a business trip. This time, the county was awarded by the provincial city. It wasn't directly related to the commune, but the praise was largely thanks to Su Sisi and the machinery factory's joint production of air conditioners and generators. Originally, the county wanted Su Sisi to go, but Director Lu learned from Su Jianbang that she refused, and Su Gang also didn't want to go. So, the honor was given to the commune director instead. Since they had to bring an assistant to the provincial city, the director took Lu along. Officer Zhang smiled and said to Lu Xingwang, Lu, leave this to me. You can go inside and rest for a while. Lu Xingwang looked at Officer Zhang, then snorted at Dafu, and only then went inside. Dafu also rolled his eyes and said to Officer Zhang, Officer Zhang, our village's needs, you can meet them, right? Comrade Dafu, all the educated youths responding to the national call are good. Don't worry, the educated youths assigned to your village will be fine. That's not quite right. Our little ancestors have said that there are all kinds of people in this world. Our village has always been united. If we let in a troublemaker, it might ruin our village's unity.
Ah,
Yes, yes, I will handle this. You can rest assured. Dafu still didn't fully trust Officer Zhang. Our village prefers Liu, who is honest. Unlike other officers who don't care about the people, Officer Zhang's words are sometimes questionable. Anyway, I've made my stance clear. If you dare to send some troublemakers here, our village will stand up against it.
don't worry.
Officer Zhang forced a smile, secretly cursing. These commune officers are only so helpless when dealing with people from Dashu village. Having received the go-ahead, Dafu rode his bike back to the village. On the way, he stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things to show respect to Su Cici. On the way back, he met Li Tingting and Gon Tian riding a bullock cart. They were both going to the county post office to pick up packages. Seeing the two large parcels, Dafu sighed. Their families are really well off. Gon Tian smiled and asked, Uncle Dafu, are you going to the commune? Yes, to discuss some matters. They didn't chat much. When passing her mother's village, Dafu stopped to visit the elders. A few days later, the second batch of educated youths arrived. The second batch of educated youths was picked up by Dafu, as Su Gang was busy. Today, they were holding interviews for oil mill workers. The requirements for the first batch of workers weren't high. They needed to be literate, regardless of gender, aged 18 to 60. When the news of the recruitment spread, many villagers came to ask if it was true. Aunt Zhang asked, Village Chief, I'm only 40. Can I sign up? Su Gang nodded. As long as you meet the requirements, you can. Grandma Li also asked, I'm not yet 60. Can I sign up too? Yes, but there is an interview. You need to answer questions well to pass. I want to sign up. I do too. A lot of people were shouting to register. Dahui Tree Village is a big village with many people. Naturally, many want to work in the village factory. Li Debao and village chief Zhang also asked if they could apply from other villages. But for the first group of workers, Su Cici said only villagers could apply. There might be opportunities for outsiders later. After hearing this, Li Debao and village chief Zhang understood. They were just asking just in case. Outside the kindergarten gate, it was crowded with people. Inside the yard, now it should be called the playground, was also packed with people. It was noisy and chaotic, making interviews difficult. Su Gang shouted, Anyone not signing up for the interview, get out. As village chief, Su Gang had some authority. Many people left, but the playground was still full of people, with no order at all. Feeling helpless, Su Gang shouted again, Line up properly. Anyone not following the rules will be disqualified. As soon as he said that, everyone lined up quickly. The village committee had 8 members, but since they were busy welcoming the educated youth, only 7 villagers were being interviewed. The interviews were one-on-one. Different people asked different questions. However, the scoring sheets were the same. They assessed how villagers dressed, behaved, and how reasonable their answers were. Since the interviews took place at the kindergarten, when Dafuang drove the ox cart with the educated youth into the village, he saw many people gathered at the gate. Some of the young educated youth looked confused. Sun Jiao Jiao asked, Uncle Dafuang, what are the villagers watching? Sun Jiao Jiao was the youngest among the second batch of educated youth, only 15 years old. She had big eyes, a round face, and looked very lucky. Dafuang liked this young girl and said, Oh, they're choosing factory workers. What? Factory workers? The 6 young people exclaimed together. Their loud voices attracted the villagers watching at the kindergarten. They turned to look at the 6. The 6 looked embarrassed. They didn't mean to be so loud. They just didn't expect the small village to have a factory. Sun Jiao Jiao asked again, Uncle Dafuang, does our village have a factory? Is it a state-owned factory? No, it's our own village factory just built. After learning this, Sun Jiao Jiao praised Dahui Tree Village and also complimented Su Cici, the little ancestor. Before these educated youths came to Dahui Tree Village, they were also called in for talks by the commune officials, just like Lin Zifeng and others. They were told to respect Dahui Tree Village and that the most influential person there was the little ancestor, so they should not offend her. Sun Jiao Jiao was very good at flattering people, so when she praised Dahuai Tree Village, she also mentioned the little ancestor. De Fong knew Sun Jiao Jiao was just flattering, but he liked others praising their little ancestor, so he tolerated her flattery. Zhang Peng was also among these educated youths. Unlike Sun Jiao Jiao, he didn't call the older man uncle and asked, "Comrade De Fong, what kind of factory are we building in the village?" De Fong had a neutral impression of this youth and simply replied, "An oil press factory." Everyone's eyes widened. An oil press factory needs equipment, and such equipment isn't cheap. A normal village building a factory meant they must be quite rich. The young people's minds were active. If Dahuai Tree Village was rich, they wouldn't mind settling there. Zhang Peng continued, "Comrade De Fong, can we also go for interviews?" "Why not? We're also from Dahuai Tree Village. Why shouldn't we?" The girl youth who spoke was Wu Xiaoqiao, a lively girl dressed in the latest fashion, wearing stylish cloth shoes. When she spoke, De Fong didn't want to pay attention to her. She was the most pretentious among the youths. When they first arrived, it was clearly said that the ox cart was only for luggage, and the youths had to walk. But Wu Xiaoqiao, wearing high heels, kept complaining her feet hurt after walking a few steps and insisted on riding in the ox cart. The oxen were the village's treasure, and De Fong didn't want to burden them with heavy loads. He was also eager to return to the village for interviews, so he simply said, "If you can't walk, go back to the commune." "I won't go if you don't let me ride." Wu Xiaoqiao started throwing a tantrum. At home, her family spoiled her, and she was used to getting her way. But in Dahuai Tree Village, no matter how much she was spoiled at home, everyone was treated equally. "Want to ride the ox cart?" "No way." Hearing her words, De Fong just responded with an "oh," then drove the ox cart forward. The other educated youths quickly followed, afraid they would get lost later. As for Wu Xiaoqiao, they had no time to comfort her. Everyone left, leaving Wu Xiaoqiao standing there, stomping her feet and pouting. She hurried to catch up because she didn't dare walk alone in this remote countryside. This also made Dafu think less of her, so his words sounded sarcastic. He rolled his eyes and said, "Who do you think you are from the big Huaishu village? Did we agree? Did the little ancestor agree? If you say so, then so be it. Your face is really big. You." Wu Xiaoqiao's eyes turned red with grievance. No one had spoken to her like that before. She held back tears so they wouldn't fall. "We came to help you learn knowledge in the countryside." "How can you say that to me? I'm just telling the truth," Dafu replied coldly. "Factory workers aren't recruiting educated youths for now. Don't get your hopes up." "Why not?" Wu Xiaoqiao was very upset. All the educated youths here had high school diplomas, and they should have a chance to be workers. "Because you're not considered a resident of Huaishu Village. Our household registration is here." "Why doesn't that count?" "So what? We don't recognize it. You." Wu Xiaoqiao was so angry she started crying. "Our village doesn't have funerals, only celebrations." "Stop crying so much." "I'm not crying." Wu Xiaoqiao bit her lip, trying to hold back her tears. "Good," Dafu said bluntly. "Take your luggage down. The educated youth station is over there. Go by yourselves. Someone will arrange your accommodation." The few educated youths could only carry their luggage down. The youth station was outside the village entrance. They took their luggage and headed out of the village. The ox cart was emptied, and Dafu quickly took off the planks, tied the ox to the shed, and fed it grass. After everything was done, he hurried to the kindergarten. There were many people coming for interviews. With only 7 interviewers, they definitely wouldn't finish today. He had to go help. Su Gang saw him arrive and told him to go directly to the last classroom. The people waiting in line behind should go to Dafu's classroom to queue. With one more person helping, things would go faster. Su Sisi didn't care about this. She and Jun He were watching cartoons in the space. "Ugh, Master, when can I be like Bear Big? Eat more." Actually, Su Sisi doesn't know much, but eating more will help her grow. Master, I also want a little brother like Bear too." "You don't have a bear brother, but you have a pig brother. Peppa can be your brother." Jean He glanced at Peppa in the pig pen outside, who was just eating. He shook his head. He didn't want that little brother. After watching the cartoon, Su Cece felt bored. She rode Peppa around to explore. Most villagers were at the kindergarten, so Su Cece went over to join the crowd. When the villagers saw her, they cheerfully called out, "Little ancestor." Su Cece just nodded and didn't get off. She rode Peppa straight into the school, and the villagers made way. She only went to the playground, watched everyone lining up, and saw some people asking those just coming out of the classroom about the interview questions. But those who went in were told not to talk about it outside, so everyone just shook their heads when they came out. The person at the end of the line saw Su Cece come in and asked, "Little ancestor, are you here to be an interviewer too?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. If Su Cece was the interviewer, they would all want to be on her side.
Su Cece shook her head.
"I'm just here to watch." Someone complained to her, "Little ancestor, I just saw a new group of young workers arrive, and they were very rude." "Really? What happened?" "Those young workers saw us lining up and tried to cut in line. Young workers can't participate in this worker selection. We know, but one girl said she's from Dahwai Tree Village too and should be allowed to join." Su Cece snorted. "How shameless." "Exactly," others agreed. Uncle Dafu also said the same thing to that girl. "All right, you all line up properly." "I'm leaving." "Okay, little ancestor, take your time." Su Cece left the kindergarten and looked over at the young worker station. She hoped there wouldn't be any troublemakers, or she wouldn't be polite. Riding Peppa to the factory, she saw 8 oil press machines inside. Su Kai and Su Yuan were busy assembling them with a few others, including Su Jun. When they saw Su Cece, they greeted her warmly. Su Kai smiled and said, "Little ancestor, you're here. We're assembling the 9th oil press." "Good, keep up the good work." After receiving praise from Su Cece, everyone smiled, and their enthusiasm for assembling increased. Su Cece asked the others to continue working on the assembly, while she checked the oil press machines they had already put together. She examined all 8 assembled oil presses and found no problems. Since there was nothing else for her to do at the factory, Su Cece quietly left without disturbing Su Kai and the others. When Su Kai and the others looked up from their work, Su Cece was gone. At that moment, Su Cece met a few new young workers at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Wu Xiaoqiao saw Su Cece riding on a large white pig and shouted, "Hey, kid, how can you ride a pig?" "Why not?" Su Cece tilted her head, looking innocent and playful. "The pig belongs to everyone. If you ride it, you're taking away the community's property," Wu Xiaoqiao said. Su Cece simply replied, "Oh," and ignored Wu Xiaoqiao, letting Peiqi continue walking forward. "Get down from there." Wu Xiaoqiao tried to go over and pull Su Cece down, but Peiqi was not an ordinary pig. With a quick move, she made Wu Xiaoqiao fall flat on the ground. "What are you trying to do?" Su Cece was angry. No one had ever dared to offend her like this before. Wu Xiaoqiao was on the ground, looked up, and said, "Get down." Su Cece was speechless. Who was this crazy woman meddling and trying to pull her down? "You're so mean," Su Cece shouted. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded, and Wu Xiaoqiao was kicked aside. The 3 young workers who were with Wu Xiaoqiao were stunned. They were just out for a walk around the village to get familiar with the place. They didn't expect Wu Xiaoqiao to suddenly lose her temper and boss around a child. At first, they thought it was nothing, but then Wu Xiaoqiao collapsed and was kicked by a black dog. Realizing what was happening, they hurriedly helped Wu Xiaoqiao up. At this point, they didn't care about social rules. It looked like Wu Xiaoqiao was seriously hurt. "Kid, how could you let your dog kick someone?" Zhang Prim looked at Su Cece with anger. Su Cece sat on Peiqi's back, arms crossed, and said, "What are you?" Zhang Prim got angry. "I'm not anything." "Oh, so you're nothing," Su Cece replied. Zhang Peng was speechless, choked by her words. Wu Xiaoqiao, now recovered, glared at Su Cece. These eyes didn't have any real intimidation power. Su Cece was too lazy to talk to these fools and said, "Stay back and don't block the way." Zhang Peng surprisingly moved aside. Su Cece smirked with disdain. Zhang Peng clenched his teeth. Why did he just step aside? He was about to chase after, but Lu Kong stopped him. "Zhang Jiqing, we just arrived. Don't cause trouble." Zhang Peng was angry. "Lu Jiqing, What do you mean we're causing trouble? Look at how badly Wu Jiqing was beaten. Wu Jiqing went to bother a girl, and her dog just defended her. Are you saying if a dog bites you, you want to bite back? If you won't go, I will. Zhang Prung pushed past Lu Kong, supporting Wu Xiaoqiao. Wu Jiqing, let's go see the village chief and make sure that Wild Kid gets punished. Okay, Zhang Jiqing, let's go, Wu Xiaoqiao said through her pain. She was hurting all over. Lu Kong shook his head. Before they arrived at Dahuai Tree Village, the commune officials told them not to fight with the villagers. It seemed Zhang Jiqing and Wu Jiqing didn't take that seriously. Cousin, what should we do? Lin Jia, Lu Kang's cousin, asked. They were both sent to the countryside together. Their parents were both working adults, each with 3 sons and a daughter. 2 brothers and a sister were already married. They were the youngest in their families. Originally, their families had arranged jobs for them to avoid going to the countryside, but when Lu Kang's father's rival found out, he reported to the street office that their family, being dual earners, was not responding to the country's call. Their parents had no choice but to send the younger son to the countryside. Lu Kang's uncle's family was the same. They also had to send Lin Jia. Lu Kang thought for a moment and said, "Let's go find the village chief. It's not that kid's fault, but we don't know the village well. Where should we look? The village head is probably inside, with so many people at the entrance." Lin Jia slapped his forehead. "Oh right, I didn't think of that." Lu Kang just patted Lin Jia's shoulder and headed back to the youth station. On the way, they passed the kindergarten, so they decided to look for someone there. When they arrived, Wu Xiaoqiao and Zhang Peng hadn't yet come back and seemed to have gone somewhere else. Aunt Zhang had just finished an interview. Seeing 2 unfamiliar faces, both around 18, young men dressed in nearly new white shirts and dark blue pants, one taller and one slightly shorter. The elderly guard at the village entrance allowed them to enter. Both of them had much fairer skin than the villagers. "I think these 2 are new young workers." Aunt Zhang asked, "Are you new young workers?" "Yes, Annie," Lu Kang smiled, showing a row of neat teeth. "My name is Lu Kang, and he's Lin Jia. We just arrived today." Aunt Zhang nodded and looked between the 2 of them. She said, "What are you here for?" "Workers don't usually recruit young workers. We're not here to sign up," Lu Kang said, scratching his head awkwardly. "We want to see the village chief. The village chief is busy. If you have something to say, just tell me." Su Gang was busy interviewing people. Aunt Zhang didn't want anyone to disturb him, and since the young workers just arrived, there probably isn't anything urgent. Lu Kang hesitated, exchanged a look with his cousin, and finally told her about the conflict between Wu Xiaoqiao and a child, asking her to help speak for them. But Aunt Zhang's reaction surprised Lu Kang and his cousin. They could feel her anger, and even the villagers listening nearby looked angry.
What?
"You say a young female worker tried to pull down a girl riding a big white pig," Lu Kang and Lin Jia nodded. Now, the villagers' anger couldn't be contained. Lu Kang and his cousin felt a bit scared. A man asked, "Who is she?" Lu Kang stammered, It's Wu Xiaoqiao, the young worker." As he spoke, the villagers gathered at the door grew even angrier. "Go settle the score with her. Let's go, get the tools. Come on, don't let her run away." The villagers who had been watching at the kindergarten entrance started moving toward the young workers area. Since she was a young worker, they assumed she was there. Meanwhile, the villagers lining up on the playground didn't understand why everyone outside the gate was leaving. They arrived at the young workers' place. Leading the group was Aunt Zhang, who loudly knocked on the door and shouted, "Wu Xiaoqiao, come out. If you have the guts to bully someone, come out." The door was opened by Lin Zifeng. Seeing the angry villagers, he was startled. "Dear villagers, what happened?" Young worker Lin hand over Wu Xiaoqiao. She dared to hit the little ancestor. "If I don't beat her, I won't be called Grandma Zhang." After understanding Aunt Zhang's meaning, Lin Zifeng also became very angry. He is the leader of the youth station and decided to always support and protect the young girl growing up. Unexpectedly, a troublemaker appeared. "Auntie, Wu the youth is not here. Please stay calm and don't get too upset." Aunt Zhang looked alert. "Lin the youth, are you going to help that Wu Xiaoqiao?" "Annie, I am from Daweisha village. Anyone who bullies the young girl, I will be the first to stand up. I will not tolerate anyone who harms her. Hearing Lin Zifeng's words, the villagers nodded in approval. Gan Tian and a few others ran out of the house. When they heard about this, they were also very angry. At this moment, Wu Xiaoqiao appeared. Gan Tian shouted angrily, "Wu the youth, why are you bothering the young girl?" Everyone looked in the direction of Gan Tian's gaze. It was a young woman and a young man. Aunt Zhang looked at Wu Xiaoqiao, sizing her up. Suddenly, she shouted like a firecracker, "Are you Wu Xiaoqiao?" Wu Xiaoqiao nodded blankly. That one nod made the scene become even more chaotic. Aunt Zhang slapped her hard, leaving Wu Xiaoqiao stunned. But that was just the beginning. Soon, there were more slaps, punches, hair-pulling, and other rough actions. Wu Xiaoqiao, already injured, was hurt even more and fainted on the spot. The people hitting her were village women. The men did not interfere. If any young man had helped, they wouldn't hold back. Seeing Wu Xiaoqiao fainted, the villagers left. They couldn't vent their anger with just a beating. The rest of what happened was enough to teach Wu Xiaoqiao a lesson. By dinner time, Su Gang received the news. The interview was already over. When he learned that Su Cece had been wronged, he hurried to her house. "Young girl, you were wronged today. Why didn't you tell the villagers?" "I wasn't wronged," Su Cece said confusedly. She was fine, and she had new cartoons to watch in her space. "Young girl, you don't need to hide it from us. We all know." Aunt Zhang and the others have already taught Wu the youth a lesson. Hearing this from Su Gang, Su Cece remembered the crazy woman she met in the afternoon. "Trying to bully me? She's not capable of that," Su Cece sneered. Although she was young, her mind was quite mature. Su Hong thought about it, but still insisted that Su Cece must speak if she had something to say. He also told her about Wu Xiaoqiao being beaten up and bruised today. After hearing this, Su Cece smiled slightly. She got what she deserved. It's her own fault. Exactly, Su Hong said angrily. He decided to arrange for the new young worker to be assigned to clean manure tomorrow. At the youth station, everyone was feeling heavy-hearted. Li Tingting finished her interview and returned to the dormitory. Only then did she learn about the incident from Gan Tian. Wu Xiaoqiao was now awake, but her injuries were serious, and she needed a few days to rest. Lin Zifeng called all the young workers for a meeting. 12 people crowded around the dining table. Wu Xiaoqiao was also supposed to come, since the trouble started because of her. She was a bad example of disrespecting elders. Lin Zifeng cleared his throat. "Before coming to the village, I believe the commune officials talked to you about not offending the villagers. They also mentioned that the village values rules very much." Everyone nodded. That was true. He continued seriously, "So, Wu Jiqing, what happened today? Why did you clash with the little ancestor and disrespect your elders?" Wu Xiaoqiao endured the pain in her mouth and said, "I didn't know a 3-year-old could have such a high status." "Shut up," Lin Zifeng snapped at her. "You can't even bully a village dog." Li Tingting looked at her coldly. "You should be thankful the villagers were in a good mood today. They didn't hurt you badly, or you might have lost an arm or a leg." Wu Xiaoqiao shouted, "They dare? There's nothing they dare," Gan Tian said dismissively to this foolish young worker. Tingting often said she was stupid, but she thought she was much smarter than Wu Xiaoqiao. The Huaxi village is not to be taken lightly by the commune. Do you know why the officials specifically told us to respect the villagers? Gan Tian rolled her eyes in frustration. She thought staying away from Wu Xiaoqiao would help her avoid being influenced. They call a 3-year-old little ancestor, and everything listens to her. That's feudal thinking. As young workers sent to educate farmers, we must eliminate this feudal mindset, Wu Xiaoqiao loudly declared. While applying medicine, she had already figured out why she was beaten. The child she had a conflict with was actually the highest-ranking person in the village. Everyone in the village, young and old, listens to her. To her, this is a leftover of feudal thinking. Since she has come to the countryside, she wants to change this outdated idea in Dashuai Tree Village. Li Tingting said loudly, "The little ancestor is just young, but she is a genius. The air conditioner you're using was made by the little ancestor. The reason the village built a factory is also because of her." This can't be true," Wu Xiaoqiao said, wide-eyed, unwilling to believe it. Lin Zifeng snorted coldly. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. I want to remind everyone, no one in the village, not even a dog or a cat, should be bullied or insulted. The consequences are more than you can handle. After speaking, he looked meaningfully at Wu Xiaoqiao, then his gaze shifted to Zhang Prung. Zhang Prung looked uncomfortable and turned away, avoiding eye contact with Lin Zifeng. The meeting at the youth camp ended. Through the space's projection, Su Cece saw the scene. The space now has more functions. Before, the screen could only show cartoons and only a few episodes a day. Now, not only are there more cartoons, but it can also project what's happening within 50 miles. Su Cece was curious about how Wu Xiaoqiao looked after being beaten into a pig face, so she projected the scene at the youth camp. Looking at Lin Zifeng and the first group of young people, Su Cece nodded with satisfaction. It was worth making them teachers because their minds were progressing quickly. Seeing Wu Xiaoqiao's face really swollen like a pig, Su Cece giggled. She compared Peiqi's face with Wu Xiaoqiao's. Peiqi looked better. Wu Xiaoqiao's face, although swollen like a pig, was also very strange. Her face was too twisted. The next day, the new young people had to start working in the fields. Wu Xiaoqiao was still unwell and had some free time, but she wasn't doing well either. Her whole body hurt. Lu Kong and the others thought she was going to work in the fields with Lin Zifeng and the others, but it turned out that the previous group of young people were either teachers or accountants, so no one needed to work in the fields. Lin Zifeng advised, when you go to the fields, learn well from the villagers. Someone will teach you how to hoe. We went through the same before. Hearing that Lin Zifeng and the others had also worked in the fields, not just becoming teachers or accountants immediately, made the others feel more at ease. They hoped that one day they could also become teachers. So, when they confidently taught the villagers how to till the land, Lu Kong and the other four were very eager. They wanted to leave a good first impression of being hardworking. However, what they didn't know was that the villagers already had a fixed opinion of them. They thought they might cause trouble and decided to keep their distance. After finishing the land in the morning, they had to go collect manure in the afternoon. As Zhang Peng approached the manure pit, he immediately vomited up his lunch. Of course, Lu Kong and the others weren't doing much better. Sun Jiao was the only female youth among the five. She couldn't stand the smell either. Uncle Daffy, this cow dung is too heavy. I can't carry it. It's okay. You can carry less. Sun Jiao clenched her teeth, rolled up her pants by an inch, and used her sickle to tear off the bottom of her pants. She covered her nose with one hand and tore off the other pant leg, covering her mouth. She had to do this, or she felt she would be overwhelmed by the smell and faint. The others didn't have extra cloth like Sun Jiao, so they had to endure the smell and carry the manure to the field. Daffy nodded at them, satisfied if they could accept it. He then looked at Zhang Peng, who was carrying even less than Sun Jiao, and frowned. This person was not suitable. At this moment, Su Gang was reporting yesterday's interview results to Su Cece. Several stacks of score sheets were spread out on the table. The score sheets were divided into 4 categories: fail, pass, good, and excellent. But first, they focused on the ones marked excellent. Su Cece casually flipped through the stack of excellent scores. There were quite a few, more than 20 sheets. Let's rank them by scores. Okay, little ancestor. Once I finish organizing, I'll put it on the notice board, Su Gang said with a smile. Yes, and also publish the scores so the villagers can see where they need to improve. All of them? Yes, especially those who failed. You should tell them clearly. Su Cece looked at the few failing score sheets, pouted and said they didn't answer the questions properly. They deserve to be punished. Su Gang agreed. After organizing the list and scores, he immediately posted them on the notice board. This notice board was also Su Cece's idea. It was placed to the left of the village committee's door. If there was something important in the village, besides broadcasting it once, they would also post it on the notice board. Although I don't recognize many characters, I know my own name, and finding it isn't easy. Mom, I ranked 10th. I am now a worker. Wow, I'm actually 21st, just a little behind. Wu Yang is first with 98 points. That's really impressive. After finding their own names, people looked to see who was first. The top scorer in this interview was Su Wuyang, the grandson of the second clan leader. Once they saw the first place, they looked at the last place. Villagers are more curious about the last person than the second. Hey, what's going on with Long Mao? Only 45 points. Could he have done something wrong again? Maybe. Su Longmao is the grandson of the fifth clan leader and looks very much like him. Both are not very steady. When he was young, he lived with his grandparents in the city. His grandmother was the street's women's director, and Longmao often helped her settle disputes, learning many rude words. He was quite fierce when insulting others, but he was very honest in front of Su Cece. Longmao has always lived in the city, but his grandparents have been unwell these past 2 years, so they moved to Dahuai Tree Village. Dahuai Tree Village is a place full of talented and kind people. After his grandparents arrived, they felt much better and often worked in the fields with villagers. So Longmao also moved to live in the village. At first, villagers thought he was a polite and sensible boy. Once, during a water dispute with Li family village, Longmao got so angry he swore loudly, making several people from Li village cry. That's when villagers learned about Longmao's fighting spirit. But constantly swearing isn't good, so Longmao has been trying to control himself. Su Longmao, who was being talked about by everyone, was kneeling in the ancestral hall, along with brothers Su Fucking and Su Fuju. These two brothers thought their family only needed one worker spot, so they both hoped their older or younger brother would get it. Neither of them answered questions seriously. Longmao's poor test score was because he simply didn't want to take it seriously and didn't answer the questions properly. The interviewer was Li Tingting, who asked, "If the amount of peanuts you pour during work doesn't match the oil output, what would you do?" He answered, "Someone must be stealing oil. I will find the thief." Because of this, Li Tingting gave him 0 points for problem solving. Suksixi learned about the situation of the 3 people and shook her head helplessly. The list of workers was confirmed, and the factory would start working in 3 days. "Little ancestor, are you awake?" Outside the house, Chun Qingqing's voice was heard. Today was the first day of the oil mill's opening, and Suksixi was sure to be there. "I'm awake," Suksixi yawned, having not gotten up so early in a long time. After washing up, she used a hot towel to wipe her face, feeling more alert. Today, she wore a dark blue, button-up jacket, which made her look even more fair and delicate. "Little ancestor, you look really nice today." Chun Qingqing wanted to pinch Suksixi's chubby face. It looked so tempting. Hearing the compliment, Suksixi was naturally happy. After breakfast, Sugong also arrived. "Good morning, little ancestor." Suksixi nodded. "Xiaogang, are the offerings ready? All prepared?" "Whole chicken, whole fish, 20 gene of pork belly, and 20 freshly steamed buns." Since the oil mill was the first factory in Daweisha village, the opening ceremony had to be grand, including a sacrifice. Suksixi sat on Peiqi, with Sugong, Chun Qingqing, and Zhenhe following behind, heading toward the factory. When they reached outside the factory, many villagers had already gathered, including some from Li's village, all here to watch. "Good morning, little ancestor. Today, you look so spirited. Little ancestor, you are so handsome." The villagers eagerly greeted her. Outsiders still couldn't understand why the villagers of Daweishu village respected a child so much, but since it was not their village, they didn't understand but also didn't loudly complain. Suksixi stood on a high stool, adjusted her clothes, and nodded at Sugong. Sugong understood and shouted loudly, "The Daweishu village oil mill opening ceremony begins now. Please have the little ancestor lead the sacrifice." The crowd immediately quieted down. Even the children stopped running and shouting, standing beside their families and looking up at Suksixi as she spoke. "Uncover the offerings." Sugong stepped forward and lifted the red cloth covering the altar. Suddenly, a wave of amazement erupted among the crowd, mostly from outsiders. "Daweisha village is so rich. That chicken is so fat, and that big piece of meat, how many gene do you think it weighs? The steamed bun is so white, it must be made from white flour." The noise grew louder, and Su Kong shouted, "Quiet, Everyone finally calmed down. Su Sisi took the incense handed to her, placed it on the harvest altar, and everyone bowed together. Su Sisi's voice was soft and childish as she recited the ancestral blessing, "Heaven and earth, spirits above, our ancestors." She finished the long prayer quickly and then poured the sacrificial wine. After the ceremony, Su Sisi shouted, "When the machine starts, gold will come." She turned on an oil press. The machine vibrated, and soon oil began to flow out slowly. At first, the villagers didn't understand what Su Sisi meant by her words, but when they saw the oil, they thought to themselves, "This oil looks just like gold." The factory started working. Su Sisi walked around inside, checking for problems. Seeing nothing wrong, she called out to the big, white pig outside. "Peppa." Peppa ran over and squatted down. Su Sisi climbed onto her back, with Black following behind. The girl, the pig, and the dog left together. Song Ran, who was watching the fun, heard the name Peppa and thought it was a villager's name. Seeing it was a big white pig, she remembered the popular cartoon, Peppa Pig, from her past. She couldn't hold back her tears and started crying. She wanted to go home. The people nearby thought she was crying out of envy and comforted her. Sanwa's wife, "Don't cry. If you cry, you won't be able to work," Song Ran. She just wanted to go home.
She was really fed up with this day.
She couldn't get a divorce, couldn't eat enough, and had to listen to her lazy family complain all day. She was about to lose her temper. The oil factory was no longer lively, and everyone from Lee's village had gone back home. Song Ran was among them. When she entered her house, she saw the yard was messy. She picked up the broom behind the door, opened the door, and started hitting Lee Sanwa. Hearing her sons crying, Lu hurried out to help, but Song Ran was not polite. She used the broom to hit both of them. Only when they begged for mercy did she stop, angrily saying, "Lee Sanwa, clean up the yard or I'll tie you up and beat you." She looked at Lu and said, "You, go feed the chickens." Both had to obey her orders, struggling with their sore bodies to do the chores. Song Ran was inside the house drinking water and catching her breath. Hitting people was really exhausting. When Su Sisi returned home, she went to take a nap because she rarely woke up so early. When Chun Chingching came to prepare lunch, she was just getting up. "Little ancestor, today we're having boiled fish. Do you think that's good?" "Yes," you decide. Chun Chingching went to the kitchen, and Su Sisi rubbed her very full stomach, lost in thought. Master, what's wrong? Your fur is getting rougher." That means I've grown up. Not fun." Su Sisi pushed away her pet, Zhenhe, and started reading a book on the table. The last time she sat on a bicycle seat, it hurt her, and she thought bicycles were not fun. She wanted to try a new riding tool. But now, no matter what kind of vehicle, the roads are hard to travel. Getting the county to repair the roads is more difficult than climbing to the sky. Their factory needs to transport goods for sale, so the roads must be fixed. But they have very little money, and they still owe money for the glass bottles made by the glass factory. The smell from the kitchen made Su Sisi lose her interest in reading. She ran to the dining table, waiting for the meal. Su Gang arrived after the meal, ready to report on the oil factory's situation this morning. "Little ancestor, this morning we pressed 100 gene of peanut oil and 80 gene of rapeseed oil. Yes, if there's not enough peanuts, go buy more." "Yes, we've already arranged for people to do that," Su Gang replied. "The village's peanuts and rapeseed are limited, so they need to buy from other villages." Su Sisi said, "Don't buy all the peanuts. Focus on quality, and don't take the bad ones." "I understand. By the way," Su Sisi asked again, "how many oil bottles have been filled?" Su Gang said, 60 bottles this morning and they're still filling. "We expect to fill about 120 bottles today." Su Sisi estimated the amount and said, "Xiao Gang, tomorrow bring the sales team over. I'll train them. Our oil needs to be sold outside." "Little ancestor, are we selling it tomorrow?" Su Gang asked. "The oil is only about 100 bottles. Let them bring the goods out first. We want people to know about our oil. It's okay if the initial amount is small." "Got it. I'll tell them right away." After confirming the list of workers, the personnel from each department were also finalized. The sales team had 6 people. The next day, Su Gang brought the team over. The training took place in the village committee meeting room. Su Sisi sat in the middle seat, which was higher than the others and reserved just for her. Otherwise, if she sat on a regular chair like the others, everyone would only see her small head. Once everyone arrived, Su Sisi spoke. "Do you know why you were assigned to the sales department?" The 6 people shook their heads. When they signed up, they didn't choose their positions. The assignments were made by Su Sisi and her team. All of you are good talkers. Selling things needs that skill. Be a little braver, think a bit more, and there's nothing you can't sell. They all took notes on Su Sisi's main points. Be brave, think smart, and remember them. Writing notes was a habit in the village. When they bought notebooks and pens in kindergarten, they bought extra notebooks for villagers to use. They could write down ideas and practice their handwriting. Su Sisi continued, "The oil has been produced. Now it's time for you to show what you can do." Su Weiyang said, "Rest assured, little ancestor, we will sell all the oil." He scored the highest in the interview and was very smart. Su Sisi learned from Su Gang that he was the most quick-witted. During the interview, he solved problems well and considered many angles. So, Su Sisi was the first to assign him to the sales department. Su Sisi smiled and said, "Good. Once you sell the oil, besides your monthly salary, you'll get a bonus." When they heard about the bonus, their eyes lit up. Su Jinsui raised his hand and asked, "Little ancestor, what is the bonus?" "Want to know?" Su Sisi smiled meaningfully. Everyone nodded. Su Gang hadn't heard Su Sisi mention it before and looked at her with anticipation. "Once you sell the oil, you'll find out. I promise you'll be happy." Su Sisi left a little suspense and then moved on to the main topic. "The bottles of oil are ready. Take some to the supply and marketing cooperative and the distribution stores to sell." Someone else raised their hand and asked, "Little ancestor, what if they refuse to sell?" "We should be friendly to people and offer a little more profit at the beginning, but not too much. You have all tasted our oil. It's more fragrant than others and makes better dishes. You can bring a bottle of regular oil for comparison. Everyone who has seen it knows our oil is better." Su Sisi shared all the sales methods she read about in books. The rest depends on how Su Weiyang and others do. Getting products into stores is not easy. It takes a lot of time to negotiate with places like supply and marketing cooperatives. But Su Weiyang, whom Su Sisi trusts most, did not disappoint. He was the first to succeed in getting products into stores. Su Weiyang returned to report, "Little ancestor, the supply and marketing cooperative at the textile factory wants 20 bottles of oil at 1 jin, and they also want 50 jin of loose oil in barrels." "Okay," Su Sisi nodded. "Go talk to the warehouse, register it, and then take it over."
Got it.
Su Weiyang nodded strongly. He succeeded once, and once he has won, there will be a second, then many more. Seeing that Su Weiyang had successfully stocked the products, the others came to learn from him. Su Sisi then asked Su Weiyang to share his method for successful stocking in the meeting room. In the meeting room, Su Weiyang explained his process. At first, when he approached the head of the supply and marketing cooperative, he was refused because they thought their oil factory was too small. He then started talking to the salespeople, offering a share of the profits. They agreed to try. To thank them, he took a small bamboo tube from his bag and shared a little oil with her. That day, the saleswoman took the oil home, cooked with it, and the aroma spread. Many workers in the compound came to ask what dish was so fragrant. She replied it was just a normal stir-fry, the same as yesterday, and suggested it might be because of the oil. Soon, neighbors in the workers' compound came to smell it. They agreed it was very fragrant and asked what kind of oil it was. The saleswoman said it was oil from the Daweishu village oil mill, made from peanuts they grew themselves. It smelled wonderful. The next day, people came to the supply and marketing cooperative, wanting to buy some. One was even the director's aunt. When she heard it wasn't for sale, she went to see the director. At the same time, Su Weiyang came to talk to the director about stocking the products. As a result, the oil from Daweisha village was successfully placed on the cooperative shelves. All 10 bottles of oil Su Weiyang brought were sold out. He quickly returned to the village to restock and reported back. After learning from Su Weiyang's experience, the others also started to think more carefully. After sending the oil, Su Weiyang's cooperative paid 30% of the bill up front, and the rest would be settled after selling all the oil. Miss Zhang, this is for you, Su Weiyang said, handing a bottle of oil to the sales assistant who was helping him. Miss Zhang waved her hand. Oh, no need. I didn't ask you to do this, but you managed it yourself. There's no need to ask, Mississippi. This was all thanks to you. Rest assured, for every gene of oil sold, you'll get 2 cents. All right, I won't refuse then. Miss Zhang accepted the oil from Su Weiyang, looked at his back happily, and decided that if anyone wanted to buy oil, she would recommend their village's oil first. Since 1 gene earns 2 cents, 5 gene would give her a penny. That's a great deal. Having learned from Su Weiyang, Su Jinsui went to another cooperative bringing not only oil, but also some peanuts. Director Zhang, I heard you love peanuts. These are grown in our village. Please try some. Seeing Su Jinsui holding a handful of peanuts, Director Zhang waved his hand, bringing peanuts won't help. The oil from your village isn't suitable for our cooperative. Director Zhang, this is a gift for you. Please consider it. I'll ask around other places too. Seeing that he was about to leave, Director Zhang took the peanuts.
His goal was achieved.
Su Jinsui didn't stay long and headed to other cooperatives. There were over a dozen cooperatives and 20 or 30 sales stores in the county, and he had to visit all of them. The next day, when passing by Director Zhang's place again, he was called over. Young man, do you still have that batch of peanuts from yesterday? Yes. Su Jinsui pulled out a handful from his bag. Director, I wasn't lying. Our village's peanuts are the most fragrant. Director Zhang smiled. They are indeed good. Su Jinsui smiled confidently. Of course. Our villagers take great care of their products. That's why they taste so good. Just as he was about to leave, Director Zhang asked, are the oils from your village made from these peanuts? Yes, besides peanut oil, we also have rapeseed oil. Recently, we've been researching tea seed oil. Do you have sesame oil? If you want, we can make that too, Su Jinsui replied. Su Sisi told them that they should first press the most commonly used oils. Once the stock is sold out, they will produce more types like tea oil, sesame oil, and corn oil. Your village is just a small oil workshop. Can you really press so many kinds of oil? Our village's oil factory is small, but our little ancestor said that once the road is fixed, the factory will expand to 20 acres. Then we can press more oil. Oh, Director Zhang didn't expect such ambition from a small village. How much land does your factory occupy now? Only about 15 acres. It's all wasteland. It took quite some effort to build the factory. Director Zhang widened his eyes. 15 acres? Yes, it's smaller than the state-run factory. Su Jinsui sighed, looking very modest. Director Zhang rolled his eyes. The state-run oil factory is about 16 acres, so theirs is just 1 acre smaller. Thinking about how big their oil factory is and how delicious peanuts are, he said, your village's oil can be put on shelves for sale. Su Jinsui was happy. Thank you, Director Zhang. How many bottles do you want? Start with 10 bottles and also 30 gene of bulk oil. Okay, I don't have bulk oil with me now. Can I deliver it to you tomorrow? Yes, as soon as possible. After talking with Director Zhang, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative and chatted with the clerk. She explained the division of profits, and the clerk agreed happily, earning 2 cents per transaction. Su Jinsui set up one stall and then moved on to the next. By the time she returned to the village, she had already received 5 orders. Little ancestor, I also sold some goods. 5 points, a total of 80 bottles of oil, and 140 gene of bulk peanuts. Su Sisi nodded with a smile.
Good.
Tell the warehouse, and then tomorrow we'll deliver. If we don't have enough people, we can ask villagers to help. All right, I'll go now. Besides Su Jinsui, others also successfully sold their products. At another meeting, Su Sisi took out the reward she mentioned earlier, golden beans. Little ancestor, several people looked at the golden beans on the table in shock, unable to believe it. Su Sisi said, for each point sold, you get that many beans. Su Weiyang was the first to speak. Little ancestor, we can't take these. These golden beans are very valuable. They must be the dowry left by the ancestors for the little ancestor, and they shouldn't be taken. I told you to take only what you need and hide it at home, so others won't find out, she said seriously. Su Sisi looked serious, so Su Wuyang and the others had no choice but to take some. They had planned to each take just one, but when Su Sisi glared at them, they all took their own share. Su Wuyang had the most, followed by Su Jinsui, and the others had similar amounts. Su Sisi collected all the remaining golden beans, which she had accidentally found. Recently, Zhun He was digging in the space, making holes, and she noticed something underneath. She told Zhun He to keep digging, and he uncovered a box. The box was too heavy for her to carry, so she went down to open it. Inside, she found lots of golden beans and gold, almost blinding her. She only took a little to put in her small bag. She wanted to exchange it for money, but it was risky and could be seen as being a capitalist. Recently, Li Tingting and Su Fongfong had been counting money in the finance office, and each day they counted more than the day before. All the supply and marketing cooperatives and stores in the county had started selling oil from their village. Su Wuyang and others got back the deposit from their first batch of sales. Some stores sold out quickly after a small stock, then restocked and settled the last payment from the first batch. They became busier, checking deposits and oil quantities, making sure everything was correct before recording it. Seeing the account balance grow bigger made them very happy, even if counting money made their hands numb. The factory was producing what it should, and sales were going well. Everything was moving in a positive direction. However, during this time, a small incident happened in the village, mainly caused by the new educated youth, especially Wu Xiaoqiao. On her first day back after healing, she went to pick manure. The smell was terrible, and she couldn't stand it, so she quit immediately. She accidentally tripped and fell flat on her face. Su Gang was too busy to handle the situation, so De Fong was managing it. Because Wu Xiaoqiao quit work recklessly, she was deducted a day's work points, which made her feel very wronged and sad. Other educated youth were still working in the manure pit. She tried to rally everyone to complain to the commune, but no one paid attention. She knew she couldn't complain alone and might even be accused of being lazy, so the next day she went back to pick manure. The new batch of educated youth worked in the manure pit for a full month before being transferred to the fields to pull weeds or hoe the land. The villagers knew little about what had happened in the village. After finishing their sales at the local market, Su Wuyang and others went to several neighboring counties. If it hadn't been close to Su Sisi's birthday, they wouldn't have returned so quickly. They had been selling for over a month, and the village's peanuts were already finished. The purchasing department went to nearby villages like Zhangjia Village and Lijia Village to buy more peanuts, so oil production continued without stopping. People in the surrounding villages were happy to sell peanuts because they earned money, which made everyone glad. Su Sisi's birthday is on November 11th. At this time, Guangnan province is still not cold, but quite cool. Early in the morning, villagers waited at her door, all hoping to be the first to wish her a happy birthday. Su Sisi was awakened by Zhun He. Hearing that villagers were waiting outside, she yawned widely and got up. When she opened the door, all the villagers kneeled and bowed, saying, "Little ancestor, peace." Wishing the little ancestor good health and long life, with blessings forever. Su Sisi yawned again, still tired from staying up late last night. Wu Xiaoqiao looked at the villagers' traditional manners and realized she had also bowed to greet them. She felt like she was being influenced and wanted to cry. Su Gang said, "Little ancestor, the whole village has prepared a birthday feast for you. Would you honor us with your presence? You are thoughtful." Hee. Su Gang chuckled. "It's what we should do." After everyone bowed, they took turns offering blessings in the order they arrived. The first to arrive at Su Sisi's house was Rui's family. Su Liang and Su Manquan got up in the middle of the night to make a water wheel. Before the rooster crowed, they woke their family. Rui was still asleep. Su Manquan carried her over. Not long after they set out, they saw other families behind them and immediately ran ahead. The third group was the family of the great clan leader. Yan, Su Jianbang, and Wu Shi all came together. After everyone in each household offered their blessings, everyone gathered around to walk toward the grain-drying yard. The feast was already prepared, and Su Sisi still sat at the main seat at the front table. Su Gang and the 5 clan leaders presented their birthday gifts. Little ancestor, this is a token of the whole village's good wishes. Wishing you happiness as vast as the East Sea and a long life as the Southern Mountain. The whole village wishes the little ancestor happiness as vast as the East Sea. The men of the village cheered. The whole village wishes the little ancestor a long life as the Southern Mountain. The women cheered. Long live the little ancestor, shouted the children. Su Sisi smiled and said, okay. She lifted the red cloth covering the gift to see a gold necklace, which was quite heavy. Her eyes glanced at Su Wuyong, who was grinning foolishly, showing his teeth, and Su Jin Sui did the same. Su Sisi understood that they must have received the golden beans, and after returning home, they told the clan leaders, who then gave her a more precious gift, a gold necklace. Su Sisi said, you all are so thoughtful. Little ancestor, would you like to try it on? Su Gang asked with a smile.
Su Siksi nodded.
Since it was everyone's kind gesture, she thought it was fine to wear it and make them happy. The necklace was already heavy, and wearing it made her feel even more weighed down. Little ancestor, you look so handsome. Little ancestor is like a generous spender. Su Sisi only wore the necklace for a short while before taking it off because it was too heavy to bear. After the gifts were given, the feast began. Each dish on the table had a special meaning. For example, the braised carp in the middle had a red chili in its mouth, symbolizing the carp leaping over the dragon gate. There was also a dish called Fortune and Longevity Whole Chicken, which was a whole chicken arranged in a plate to resemble a chicken, even though it was cut into pieces. The most essential was the longevity peach. Chun Ching Ching even stuck 2 tender spinach leaves on it, making it look more like a peach of longevity. There was also a bowl of longevity noodles made especially for Su Sisi. The noodles were just 1 strand, but 3 meters long. Su Sisi ate it for a long time. Everyone at the birthday feast ate happily, with some children sneaking up to Su Sisi when adults weren't paying attention, offering her what they thought was the best gift. Rue took out a pretty-looking stone. Little ancestor, this is my favorite gemstone. I give it to you. Ergo took a bamboo dragonfly out of his pocket. Little ancestor, this is a gift for you. Su Sisi was very generous and accepted all the gifts, giving each person a piece of candy. Su Gang looked at the nearly empty candy bag and decided to go back and talk to the villagers, telling them to educate their children not to always expect candy from the young master. Noticing Su Gang's gaze, Su Sisi also handed over a piece of candy. Here, young master, I don't eat candy. I gave you this, so you have to take it.
Ah.
Okay. Su Gang got his candy, and the village elders also received some. Su Sisi then handed out 5 more candies. Seeing the candy bag almost empty, Su Gang thought that when Su Wuyong and the others went to stock the shop, they should bring back some different kinds of candy. After dinner, Su Sisi watched a village performance, which had 4 acts. The first was a village choir singing, The East is Red, led by the 3rd village elder, Su Ti, who sang beautifully. The second was a rewritten song called All Members Are Sunflowers, Little Ancestor of Da Huai Tree Village, leading us to press oil. During the chorus, many women played cooking spoons, adding a special flavor to the scene. The third act was performed by children, singing a lively nursery rhyme. Little oil bottle, swaying gently. Young master gives us fragrant oil. The fourth act was organized by the educated youth, and they also sang, but with musical instruments. The lead singer was Lin Zifeng, and others showed their talents. Wu Di played the flute, Lu Kong played the harmonica, and Lin Jie made a makeshift guitar from an oil drum. The 3 played and sang together. Actually, Sun Jiao Jiao, Li Tingting, and Wu Xiaoqiao all knew how to play the arrow, but they didn't bring theirs. Lin Zifeng thought the arrow wasn't suitable for the occasion, so he didn't let them play, only singing instead. Lin Zifeng couldn't understand why some young girls liked playing the arrow. Gon Tian followed along and sang a few lines, then went to the back to write the words, "Long live the longevity," on a scroll. After singing, everyone held up the scroll and loudly said, "Wishing the young master endless life." The children echoed, "Wishing the young master endless life." Finally, the whole village shouted together, wishing the young master endless life. Su Sisi loved this birthday gift very much and was smiling all day. When she returned home, Junhei also brought her a gift, several jars of honey. Seeing this, Su Gang said, "Young master, Junhei is really clever, even knowing to bring you a gift." After hearing this, Junhei snorted a few times, thinking to himself, "Weren't you just worried that I might hurt the master? You've changed so quickly." Su Gang doesn't understand animal language and can't hear Junhei's thoughts, so he doesn't know that Junhei might have any opinions about him. Su Sisi patted Junhei's head and said, "Thank you, Junhei. Master, you're welcome. It's what I should do. Do you like it?" "Yes," Su Sisi nodded firmly. Since Junhei loves eating honey so much, these jars are probably his weekly supply. That's good." Junhei grinned, showing his teeth, which made Su Gang look at him with surprise. He didn't know that bears could also smile with their teeth. Seeing Su Gang's expression, Junhei snorted coldly. Not so strange, right?" Not understanding Junhei's words, Su Gang asked, "Little ancestor, what is Junhei saying?" Su Sisi rubbed Junhei's head and said, "He says he can smile." "Don't be surprised." Hearing this, Su Gang started talking to Junhei again. "Junhei, besides smiling and eating honey, what else can you do?" Junhei looked confused. "I suspect you're making fun of me." Su Gang didn't care about Junhei's reaction and kept talking on and on. Su Sisi was so tired, she went back to her room, closed the door, and ignored the old man and the bear. In the afternoon, Li Dabio and village head Zhang brought gifts from their villages. Li's village gave a large steamed bun made of flour, with a piece of pickled meat hidden inside. Zhang's village gave a carp made of glutinous rice, with red beans for eyes, and also hid a piece of pickled meat inside. They received the gifts graciously. Of course, Su Sisi also gave a return gift, which she only sent the next day. When Li Dabio and village head Zhang received it, they were very happy. The return gift was actually a message. Su Sisi plans to open another factory. Workers from both villages can sign up. She also plans to help repair the road between Li's and Zhang's villages, with money involved. If the road isn't repaired, the goods produced by the factory won't be able to be shipped out smoothly. Li Dabio told the villagers about Su Sisi's plan, but most villagers were lazy and didn't want to help repair the road. "Village chief, how long will the repair take? How much will it cost? If it takes too long, I won't do it." "Yeah, village chief, I think this road is fine as it is." "Why fix it? De Huaishu village is so rich. They don't know what to do with all the money." Before he could finish, someone covered his mouth. Looking around, he saw everyone was from his own village. He relaxed a little, hoping no one from Da Huaishu village overheard. The person who said this was Li Saida, one of Li Sanwa's close friends. Like Li Sanwa's family, he was extremely lazy. Song Ran silently recorded his bad words about Da Huaishu village. She kept the notes to threaten him later or to report to Da Huaishu village. She couldn't write herself, so she had to secretly remember everything. Fortunately, all 3 children were in kindergarten, where teachers helped them learn to read and write. She planned to have the children teach her, which she could use as an excuse to say she knew how to write. "Everyone shut up," Li Dabeo shouted. "Even if you don't want to fix the road, at least one person from each family must do it. Those who refuse will not be allowed to walk on the roads we repair. If you walk on it, you get punished." He was tired of villagers constantly complaining. They were lazy and lacked money, always waiting for Zhang Jiandang to send things to share. "I already promised Su Xiaozuzong. If you don't go, you're opposing De Huaishu village. Can you really compete with De Huaishu village's strength?" "Village chief, how can you do this?" "Yes, village chief, this is dictatorship." "Village chief, you're only thinking about De Huaishu village now." The villagers kept arguing, but Li Dabeo ignored them. In the past, their complaints only made them lazier. From now on, he would rule with an iron fist. If they didn't listen, he would threaten them with De Huaishu village. Song Ran was the first to support Li Dabeo. She quickly told him Li Sanwa's name. Li Dabeo appreciated Song Ran's understanding and cleverness. He thought to himself, This Sanwa's wife is finally starting to get serious. Unlike Li Jia village, the villagers of Zhongjia village all agreed with what village chief Zhang said. They were used to following Da Huaishu village. It was just fixing a road. What's the big deal? In the finance office of Da Huaishu village, Li Tingting looked at the decreasing numbers on the account. She felt very upset. Even though she knew the money was for fixing the road, she still felt sad. That money was earned little by little, and now it was starting to run out. What she didn't know was that the money in the account would soon be completely gone. With the approval from Li Debao and village chief Zhang, the road repair project officially began. Lime and cement naturally come from Li family village. They have a good relationship with Zhang Jiandang from the stone factory, and it's cheaper to buy these materials from him. Zhang family village is responsible for fixing the vehicles and the mixer, while many people from Da Huaishu village helped repair the road. Overall, they are in charge of the road construction. On the first day of the road work, over 500 people from the 3 villages gathered, each bringing shovels, pickaxes, shoulder poles, and baskets. They were waiting for the signal to start. The person in charge of this project was Su Gang. Neighbors, the commune doesn't help us with the work, and they won't fix the road for us. But we need to develop. If we don't fix the road, it will be hard to go out. It's also difficult for children to go to school. When there's a big wind or rain, the road will be unusable. So, we must fix it. Su Gang said loudly.
Fix it.
The villagers responded loudly, even louder than Su Gang. Seeing how motivated the villagers were, he was very happy. As soon as he said start work, everyone began to move. In an open space, an old diesel mixer was making a brrr sound. Although it was old, Zhang village chief had gone to great lengths to borrow it. Li Sanwa scooped sand, cement, and gravel into the rotating mixer. Next to him, the experienced village elder directed 3 shovels of sand, 2 shovels of cement, 1 shovel of gravel. Don't get confused, and don't add too much water. Some men from Da Huaishu village pushed wheelbarrows, transporting the mixed concrete to the roadbed. Others used wooden sticks to level the concrete. Women weren't idle either. Many brought water jugs, and some brought food. Su Sisi also came to watch for a while. The progress was quick because there were many people and strength. But there were also some small disagreements. People from Li family village were a bit lazy, taking their time shoveling materials. When asked to do other tasks, like pushing carts, they looked unwilling. I'm in charge of shoveling materials. Why should I push carts? One said. Exactly, you just want to do the easy work, another added. Su Gang came over angrily and said, What are you arguing about? If you keep arguing, don't bother eating today. The 2 groups quieted down and continued, If you argue again, go home. We don't need you. If the work isn't finished, you won't get paid. Hearing this, everyone returned to their places. They had worked so many days. If they didn't get paid, it would be a waste of effort. 20 days later, most of the road had been paved. Only half remained to be finished. However, on that day, the sky suddenly grew dark. Someone shouted, It's going to rain. Quickly bring some straw. The section of road just laid hadn't hardened yet. If it rained now, all the work would be wasted. Everyone hurried to bring straw and mats to cover the new road, and they pressed stones on top to hold it down. Large raindrops started falling just as they covered the road, covering the new pavement. The rain also soaked many villagers' clothes. Su Gang directed everyone to take shelter from the rain. Fortunately, the rain didn't last long. The new road wasn't damaged. To prevent more rain from ruining their work, the villagers worked even harder. No one wanted their hard-earned road to be destroyed. 38 days later, a smooth cement road stretched like a gray ribbon, winding its way to the county. The first person to walk on this cement road was Su Sisi. She was the one who suggested building the road. Soon after, people from several other villages also came to walk on it. Su Gang rode his bicycle along the road, which made Li Dabe feel jealous. His village didn't have bicycles. Not long after the road was finished, the new year was approaching. On the morning of the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, villagers from Daweisha village set out in small groups along the new cement road. Wow, this road is so smooth to walk on. That's right. Others agreed. They were going to the county to buy things because they were preparing for the new year. Their homes still had nothing. On the way, they met many people from Lajiakan and Zhangjiakan, and they traveled together. This road is so much better. Let's walk faster. Maybe we can be back before noon. That's true. Dabin, hurry up. Someone urged the children. The children going to the county were the most excited. They wore new cotton jackets, ran and jumped along the road, and occasionally crouched down to touch the smooth surface.
Mom.
This road is even smoother than our wooden bed, a child said, looking up. Hearing this, the adults all burst into laughter. As the new year approached, the oil factories sold a lot of oil. The money spent on building the road was gradually earned back, and it even doubled. Seeing the amount in the account, Li Tingting smiled and said, "This year, we can have a prosperous new year." Su Fongfong laughed and said, "Tingting, the village chief said that this year, everyone will get a chicken for the new year. Everyone will have one, so it will be a good year." Listening to Su Fongfong speak, Li Tingting smiled again, realizing it was indeed a lucky year. Earlier, Su Sisi had been raising chickens on the mountain but hadn't eaten many. She planned to give some to the villagers during the new year. At this moment, Su Gang was talking with Su Sisi about this matter. "Little ancestor, there are now over 4,000 chickens in the coop. Su Gang didn't expect it to be so many." Su Sisi checked the number. There were quite a few mature chickens and many chicks. Each person in the village can have 2 chickens. During the new year, the village will slaughter some chickens from the coop, and there are also gifts for neighboring villages. You can handle the arrangements. Okay, Su Gang noted down. Xiao Gang, does the commune have any spots for young people to return to the city for the new year? Little ancestor, I'll ask the commune. Good. Su Sisi stroked her very dark fur. Winter is the best time to pet her. If there are spots, try to get a few back. Su Gang nodded. All right. That afternoon, Su Gang rode his bike to the commune. Officer Liu, I heard the commune has spots for young people to return to the city for the new year. Officer Liu looked troubled. Village head Su, there aren't many of those spots. Oh, how many can our village get? Village head Su, there are none. Before he finished, Su Gang interrupted, don't say none. I don't believe that. Officer Liu looked around and whispered in Su Gang's ear, there are only 2 left. If other villages ask, just say you took them. I didn't give them to you. Su Gang patted Officer Liu's shoulder. Don't worry. Officer Liu took 2 referral letters from his drawer and secretly handed them to Su Gang. The letters had the words, permission to return to the city for family visits, stamped with an official seal. These last 2 spots were specifically reserved by Officer Liu for young people to bribe him, but now Officer Liu had given them to Su Gang. With the referral letters, Su Gang didn't stay long. He waited at the supply and marketing cooperative for a while, then picked up his wife Zhang from shopping and headed back to the village. After returning Zhang home, Su Gang went to Su Sisi's house. Su Sisi looked at the 2 referral letters on the table. It was the first time she had seen such letters. Take these to the young people station. Let them decide for themselves who will go. Little ancestor, won't you assign them? No need. Let them decide for themselves. Su Gang went to the finance office, where Li Tingting and Su Fongfong were organizing the accounts. Today was the last working day before the new year. When they saw Su Gang arrive, they greeted him. Village chief, you're here. Yes, have you finished organizing everything? Almost. We just need to double check, then the accounts will be settled. Li Tingting looked at the village chief again. Village chief, do you have something to say? Finish your check first. I'll talk later. Li Tingting and Su Fongfong continued reviewing the accounts. After they finished organizing everything, Su Gang still looked thoughtful. Village chief, we're done. Do you have something to tell us? Su Gang realized and handed Li Tingting the introduction letter. Here, these are the 2 spots for returning to the city for the new year. Take them back to the youth station. You can decide who goes. Li Tingting was stunned by this good news. Su Fongfong was also surprised. Can the youth return to the city now? Seeing Li Tingting standing there in a daze, Su Gang urged, take it, he continued. The little ancestor said you should decide among yourselves who goes. Decide early, or there won't be any tickets left. Thank you, village chief. Thank you, little ancestor. Li Tingting took the letter with a grateful look. At dinner, Su Gang didn't eat much. Zhang sure found it strange. It was almost New Year, so why was this old man so gloomy? Zhang sure didn't ask directly, but turned to her second daughter-in-law, Chen Qingqing. Second daughter-in-law, has the little ancestor been feeling upset lately? She asked because she knew that only the little ancestor and the crops could make her old man lose his appetite like this. Chen Qingqing shook her head. No, the little ancestor ate dinner happily. Recently, he's been joking around a lot and said he wanted to eat rice cakes for the new year. Hearing this, Zhang Shi became more curious about Su Gang's behavior. She pulled Su Gang into the room and asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you eating properly?" "I'm not refusing to eat. If I don't eat, I won't have the strength to work," Zhang Shi snorted. "Usually you eat 2 bowls of rice and 2 steamed buns." "I understand you, but today," Su Gang sighed. "You know the youth can go back to the city for the new year, right?" "Yes, I know. You went to the commune today just for that." After a pause, as if thinking of something, he grabbed Su Gang's ear. "You old man, are you reluctant to let any young girl go back to the city?" Hey. Let go. Let go," Su Gang shouted, trying to make Zhang release his grip. "No, listen to me. Speak, I'm listening," she said, but she didn't loosen her hold. "Come on, let go." Su Gang felt wronged. It hurt so much. Zhang finally let go. "Quick, tell me." Rubbing his red ear, Su Gang felt very wronged. His wife still had such strong strength. The little ancestor probably missed the old ancestors and grandmother, or else why would they send me to the commune to get a spot for young people to return to the city for the new year? I don't know where the elders went. It's almost New Year, and they still haven't come back. Knowing this was the reason, Zhang sighed. They really had no way around it. The elders quietly went out, leaving only the little ancestor at home. The little ancestor hadn't mentioned the elders for half a year, probably upset with them. Zhang said, "This year, make the new year lively. Let the village children stay with the little ancestor, so he doesn't feel lonely." Su Gang nodded. "Yes, I understand. All right, don't always frown." It's not good for the little ancestor to see. Not only was the atmosphere on Su Gang's side a bit heavy, but the young people at the youth station also felt the same. When Li Tingting returned with the referral letter, all the young people were overjoyed. They didn't expect they could go back, even if just for a few days. If their families could use those days to make some connections, they could stay in the city. After the happiness, a heavy mood returned. There were 12 of them, but only 2 spots. Everyone wanted to go back. Lin Zifeng spoke first. "Li young person, the village chief gave you the referral letter. Is one of these yours?" Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. If one was already confirmed, only 1 spot would be left. Li Tingting shook her head. "No, there are 2 spots. The village chief said the little ancestor told us to decide for ourselves." Everyone relaxed a little. They still had a chance. Huang Feifei stared at the referral letter for a long time, her eyes a bit sore. She softly said, "I won't go back. You all decide about the spots." "Feifei, everyone has a chance." Gan Tian gently patted her back. Someone offered comfort, and Huang Feifei started to choke up, lowering her head. "It's too hard for me to go home, and I might not even be able to go back." Hearing her words, everyone fell silent. When they first went to the countryside, as they introduced their hometowns, Huang Feifei said she was from Cheong Province. It wasn't far from Guangnan Province, but they were separated by a strait. Tickets for the boat were hard to get, and rough seas often prevented the boat from sailing. Another voice said, "I also won't go back." The speaker was Sun Jiao Jiao. Seeing everyone looking at her, she smiled softly. "My dad married a stepmother, so now he's a stepfather. Going back wouldn't be meaningful, they wouldn't accept me." "Jiao Jiao," Gan Tian called out. "There's no need to persuade me. If I go back, I might end up sleeping on the streets." "Why bother?" Seeing her say that, no one tried to persuade her further. Wu Xiao kept her eyes on the letter of introduction on the table and said, "We still have 10 people. How do we divide them?" "Maybe divide based on contribution," Wu Di suggested. "That seems fair," Wu Xiao argued. "We came later, so our contributions aren't as much as yours." Plus, your work is much easier than ours. That's not fair. So, what do you suggest? We female educated youth are the weakest and miss home the most. We should all go back. The chairman said women can hold up half the sky, and men and women are equal. Why should only the female educated youth go back? And you're talking so loudly, you're not weak.
Well,
What do you all think? We can't just base it on contribution, Wu Xiaoqiao insisted, knowing her contribution was low and refusing to agree. Lin Jie said, let's vote. Vote? Everyone knows you and Lu Kong are brothers, Wu Xiaoqiao scoffed. She knew her popularity was low, and no one would vote for her. Gan Tian hesitated and said, maybe we should base it on family needs. Whoever needs to go back the most. My family needs me. Since I went to the countryside, my mother hasn't been able to eat well. She's sick now, and I need to go back to see her. Wu Xiaoqiao immediately raised her hand. Lin Jie sneered at her. Stop pretending. Didn't you just brag a few days ago that your parents sent you a package and that your mom knitted a sweater herself? That was before my mom got sick. Oh, so you finished knitting before she fell ill? You really know how to pick your timing. All right, everyone stop arguing, Lin Zifeng said loudly. We need to decide tonight. We'll follow the usual rule, draw lots. Whoever draws the lot goes back. Wu Xiaoqiao wanted to say more, but Sun Jiao stopped her. Fifi and I are preparing the paper balls together. That way it's fair, Lin Zifeng nodded. Thanks, you two. They took some sheets of paper. 2 had the word, yes, written on them. The rest had no. They crumpled the papers into balls and put them in a basket for the remaining 10 people to draw. In the end, Li Tingting and Gan Tian drew the yes papers. Lin Zifeng was a bit disappointed because luck wasn't on his side, but he still smiled and congratulated the two. He handed them the letter of introduction. Congratulations and safe travels. Everyone else also congratulated them. Wu Xiaoqiao looked a little reluctant, but didn't say anything unpleasant. Seeing Wu Xiaoqiao's unpredictable expression, Lin Jie sarcastically said, wasn't someone just saying that the female youth should go back? Well, it looks like it's true. Lin Jie, you. Wu Xiaoqiao snapped. What's wrong with me? Lin Jie asked. Wu Xiaoqiao stomped on Lin Jie's foot angrily, huffed, and stormed back to her dorm. Ouch. Lin Jie jumped, clutching his foot. Today, Wu Xiaoqiao had gone to the county, wearing her small leather shoes from when she first went to the countryside. They hurt when stepped on. Lu Kong came over to comfort him. Why did you provoke her? Who knows when she'll go crazy again? Lin Jie said angrily. I must step on her back tomorrow. I won't forgive this grudge. Lu Kong shook his head and ignored him. He went to Li Tingting and asked, Li Jiqing, if you go back, can you bring some things for my family? Of course, Li Tingting smiled. She, Lu Kong, and Lin Jie were all from Haicheng, but from different streets. The next day, Li Tingting and Gan Tian went together to thank Su Sisi and Su Gang. Only then did Su Sisi realize it was both of them returning. Su Sisi said, the village prepared New Year gifts for everyone. Since you won't be celebrating in the village, take these back. Thank you, little ancestor. This time, the village gave each villager 2 chickens, 2 jean of oil, 5 eggs, and a jean of rice cake. The youth also received some. Besides thanking them, the 2 also came early to celebrate the new year. Li Tingting first said, little ancestor, we can't come to visit you for the new year now. Let me wish you an early new year. May you stay healthy every year and have everything go smoothly. Gan Tian followed, wishing the little ancestor success in everything and all your wishes come true. The early New Year greetings caught Su Sisi off guard. She wasn't ready with a red envelope. After thinking for a moment, she took out 2 milk candies and a peace charm made from yuzu leaves, which she had made during her free time in the space. Here, stay safe. Thank you, little ancestor, for the gift. Both of them, now accustomed to the village customs, knelt down and bowed, truly treating Su Sisi as their ancestor. Su Gang saw how sensible they were and felt very pleased. He also looked at the yuzu leaf peace charms in their hands, full of envy. He didn't have one himself. Li Tingting noticed Su Gang's gaze, understood what he was thinking, and directly put away the peace charm. She nudged Gan Tian, who also smiled and put it away. Seeing this, Su Gang looked speechless. He wouldn't snatch it, so why did they hide it so quickly? Despite that, Su Gang was quite satisfied with these two young villagers. After they left, Su Gang said, "Little ancestor, why do you think Wu Xiaoqiao and Zhang Peng didn't get the charms? Do you think Li and Gon won't come back?" Among the 12 young villagers who came to the countryside, Su Gang was most pleased with Li Tingting. She was diligent, smart, and most importantly, she respected the little ancestor just like them, sincerely and deeply. Gon Tian was also good. She was the favorite teacher of the children. If they all didn't come back, it would be hard to find replacements for both of them. Su Sisi said, "Why think about that? It's almost New Year's Eve. Have the village's offerings been prepared? Little ancestor, almost everything is ready." Su Gang replied with a smile.
Good.
"Don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, everything is arranged properly." Soon, the village children came to play with Su Sisi. Now that school was on holiday and they didn't need to help in the fields, they just liked coming to play with her. Su Gang didn't disturb them. Before leaving, he looked at Su Sisi, saw her smiling happily, and felt reassured. Unaware of Su Gang's worries, Su Sisi continued her day. On the morning of the 28th day of the lunar month, Li Tingting and Gon Tian, carrying their luggage, boarded the train back to the city. Two pretty girls are dressed in plain clothes, carrying a few woven bags, but inside they hold many good things. During this busy travel season, there are all kinds of strange and scary things, so they're safer this way. Su Sisi just got up, finished breakfast, and asked Lin Jiadi to braid 2 small pigtails for her. She changed into a red jacket and rode her toy horse around happily. Not long after she went out, many children followed her. Because of a good harvest and income from the oil factory, everyone in the village, young and old, wore new clothes. The joyful atmosphere filled the entire Dahuai Tree village before the new year. "Little ancestor, my great-grandmother made rice cakes today. They are very tasty. My family also made rice cakes. They are delicious too. My family made some too." A few children kept arguing about whose rice cakes were the best. Su Sisi thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want to know whose are the tastiest?" "Yes," the children answered together, their eyes shining. "Follow me." 7 or 8 children followed Su Sisi to her house. Chun Qingqing saw Su Sisi had returned and asked, "Little ancestor, did you go around checking on the villagers cleaning?" "It's too dusty. I didn't go," Su Sisi replied. Actually, she was afraid the villagers would invite her to eat again, so she didn't want to go. Seeing the busy kitchen, she said, "Xiao Qing, bring out some glutinous rice flour. We're going to make rice cakes." "Little ancestor, you're still young. You don't need to do these things. I want to play. Okay, I'll bring it to you." Only Su Sisi gets this special treatment. If other children in the village asked to play with rice flour, they might get scolded harshly. Chun Qingqing brought a basin of glutinous rice flour. Su Sisi told her to go back to her work and not watch over her. Then she waved her hand and said, "Everyone wash your hands." The children immediately lined up to wash their hands. They learned this at kindergarten one by one, no pushing. They raised their small hands to show Su Sisi, who nodded and gave orders like a little general. "The rice cakes I teach you to make are the best. Little ancestor, we believe you. I believe too. I also." The children jumped up and raised their hands to show they had learned to speak up. Su Sisi was very happy with this, thinking that maybe Little Harbor could reward the kindergarten teachers another day. "All right," Su Sisi clapped her hands to quiet everyone. "Now listen to my instructions." The children nodded. "Dog Egg, you and Ergo go get the honey jar. Xiao Shui, you pour a big bowl of water. Rue, you and the others go into the yard to bring in banana leaves." After giving these orders, the children quickly went to get what was needed. Once everything was ready, Su Sisi continued, "Pour the honey into the water. Dog Egg, stir it well. Little ancestor, I have strong arms. I'll stir it the best," Dog Egg said with a smile. The children, smelling the honey, couldn't help but drool. Su Sisi asked Xiao Shui to pour honey water for everyone to enjoy. Meanwhile, on the mountain, the real black was unaware that its treasured honey had already been taken by Su Sisi to satisfy the village children. It was now facing off against a brown bear that looked very much like it. The main difference was their colors. At first, the real black thought the brown bear was a good bear like Bear Big and Bear Second. But suddenly, the bear punched it. It fought back, using its powerful paws that had been sharpened in the space for a long time. The brown bear couldn't beat it. Seeing it couldn't win, the brown bear bit it hard and tried to run away. But the real black wouldn't let it go. It beat the bear up again, leaving it half dead. The real black was thinking about whether to bring the bear back to its owner for a meal. It had never eaten bear meat before. But it was also worried, what if the owner liked it so much they wanted more? Without the bear, it might be in danger. After thinking, it decided to bring the bear back to eat. It believed the owner wouldn't want to eat it, and if they did, it would pretend to be pitiful, its favorite trick. Dragging the unconscious bear down the mountain, it saw thick black smoke rising from Lee family village in the distance. The real black threw the bear aside, stomped on it a few times and ran toward the smoke, sensing that 2 lives there were about to be lost. The ancestral hall in Lee family village was on fire. Song Ran was being held tightly by Lee Manhwa, who wouldn't let her go inside. "My children are still inside. Let me go in. Dear wife, everyone is busy fighting the fire. Please don't cause trouble, little flower, little one," Song Ran shouted, her voice hoarse. She stepped on Lee Manhwa's foot and bit his hand, trying to break free, but Lee Manhwa was a man and stronger than her. She couldn't escape. Song Ran could only beg him, "Manhwa, the children are still inside. I need to go save them. There's no point going in now. Wait until the fire dies down a bit. But the children will be in danger then. They're still your children too. I know that, but the fire is so big. Going in now would be risking your life," Lee Manhwa said, holding on tightly. If Song Ran died, he didn't know where to find another wife. His family had no money left. If the children died, they could be born again. But if 2 died, they wouldn't have enough to send the others to school. Song Ran didn't understand Lee Manhwa's thoughts. If she knew, she would be furious and scold him harshly. The villagers of Jejia village kept fighting the fire. Suddenly, they saw a dark shadow rush inside. They were confused. Was it a shadow or black smoke? Everyone started to doubt. Su Sisi, who was teaching children to make rice cakes, sensed something and hurried outside. Riding her pig-shaped toy, she shouted along the way, "Everyone come out. Bring water to save people." The villagers heard Su Sisi's voice and ran out. "Little ancestor, what's wrong? Bring water, sand, and rush to Jejia village to help. Hurry!" This was the first time Su Sisi shouted so loudly. The villagers quickly went inside to fetch water and sand, then followed Su Sisi to Jejia village. Seeing the big fire, the villagers from Da Huasu village were shocked, but it was only for a moment. Saving people was the most important thing now. "It's so dark. Come out quickly," Su Sisi shouted into the fire. Soon, Zhang He carried out a girl and was holding a boy in his mouth. The 2 children were placed on the ground, their faces blackened by smoke, and their bellies no longer moved. Song Ran collapsed on the ground, trembling and making faint whimpering sounds. "Everyone move aside." Su Sisi stood on her pig-shaped toy, her voice sweet but firm. She moved her foot, and the toy sat down. Then she jumped down and went to the 2 children. She pressed her soft hand to their noses, feeling their weak breaths. "Hey, little ancestor." Everyone made way for Su Sisi to approach. Suksiksi pointed to the girl's chest and said, "Press here, like this." She demonstrated the motion with her small, chubby hand, and Su Gang quickly followed. "Don't press too hard." Again, "Pinch here a little more." Again, Su Gang kept pressing the girl's throat and jaw area. Suddenly, the girl twitched and coughed up black phlegm. Everyone saw this and gathered around. Suksiksi shouted loudly, "Everyone, step back." Villagers from Dahuai Tree Village pushed the people from Li Family Village back, keeping them away. Xiao Gang, turn her over and pat her back. Su Gang did as told, patting her 5 or 6 times. The girl opened her eyes and started crying. Her crying finally woke Song Ran, who was stunned and lying on the ground. She hurriedly crawled over and hugged her daughter, crying. "Xiao Gang, there's still another one," Suksiksi called out. Su Gang didn't look at the crying mother and daughter. Instead, he followed Suxixi's instructions and performed the same actions on the boy. Only when the boy started crying did he stop and put the child down. Song ran quickly, went over, and held the boy too. Her heart felt alive again. Everyone stop crying. Hurry and take them to the hospital, Suxixi said, crossing her arms and urging the crying trio. Then she looked at Li Debao. Little leopard, what are you standing there for? Go help find the cart. Ah. Oh, I'll go now. Li Debao hurriedly ran to bring the ox cart. The ancestral hall is burned down. What are you still looking at? Suxixi looked at the villagers from Li family village with a helpless expression. The fire hadn't been put out yet, and they were still watching the show. Most of the fire extinguishing was done by villagers from Dahuai Tree Village. At this moment, everyone finally reacted and hurried to put out the fire. Suxixi squatted down and touched the very black head.
So black.
Let's go home. Ugh, master, I'm in so much pain. Suxixi shouted. Dafeng, Dolly, two people put down their buckets and ran over. Little ancestor, find a piece of wood and carry Jinhei back. Yes, the two no longer cared about the still-burning ancestral hall and went to find a plank. Jinhei, ugh, master, I can walk. Your paws are burned, so let them carry you back, Suxixi comforted. When Jinhei ran out earlier, she noticed it, but saving people was more important. If they didn't save the child now, it would really be too late. It's clear that the girl was protecting the boy, so she inhaled more smoke, which is why Xiao Gang was the first to rescue her. Jinhei nodded and waited for someone to come and take him back. Soon, Dafeng and Ali arrived carrying a wooden board. Dafeng carefully lifted Jinhei onto it, almost dropping him because he looked small but was surprisingly heavy. Back home, the children were waiting inside for Su Sisi. After she ran out earlier, they were kept inside and not allowed to follow, so they kept making rice cakes. Chun Qingqing helped steam the cakes. They were ready now, but no one rushed to eat. They wanted to wait for Su Sisi to come back first. When Su Sisi returned, everyone rushed over to her. Little ancestor, the rice cakes are ready. Little ancestor, come eat the cakes. Su Sisi patted their heads and handed each of them a piece of candy. Then she asked Chun Qingqing to pack some pieces to take home. Seeing Jinhei being carried back, Chun Qingqing knew the little ancestor was busy, so she comforted the children and went to the kitchen. At this moment, Su Gang ran over. He had gone to Zhang's village to call the barefoot doctor. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he said, Little ancestor, the doctor is here. The barefoot doctor, Zhang Lao, was brought over by Su Gang. He had been delivering calves in the village, with straw and blood on his pants, and his medical box jingling as he ran. Zhang Lao wiped his sweat and thought, it's just a dog. He had been practicing medicine in the countryside for 20 years, setting bones for dogs and stitching pig wounds. Nothing special. Why was everyone in such a hurry? But since their village had always been friendly with Dashuai village, he respected Su Sisi. He greeted her, Hello, little ancestor. Su Sisi nodded and pointed in a direction. Jinhei is over there. Please take a good look at him. All right, got it. Zhang Lao went to examine Jinhei. Looking at the dog, he thought to himself, its fur is really black. No wonder it's called Jinhei. He squatted down and picked up its paw. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Zhang Lao sat down hard on the floor, his legs trembling. This isn't a dog. It's clearly a bear. Jinhei looked up at him. What are you standing there for? Treat me, I'm in pain. This. Zhang Lao's tongue seemed tied. This is a bear, yes, Suxixi answered softly and clearly. Everyone else in the group was stunned, except for Su Gang. Wow, that's a big bear. How can a big bear be so gentle? Suxixi urged, hurry up, Jinhei says it hurts. Looking at old Zhang's white beard, she added, Jinhei is very obedient. It won't hurt anyone. Su Gang also explained, Old Zhang. Jinhei was raised by our little ancestor. It won't hurt people. Old Zhang glared at Su Gang, thinking he was told this was just a dog's injury. Su Gang knew he was in the wrong and touched his nose. Old Zhang sighed, looked at the bear in front of him, and swallowed nervously. He stood up stiffly, then crouched down again. Zhang snorted when it saw old Zhang hesitating. The sound made old Zhang's hand freeze, and cold sweat ran down his back. Zhang, don't be naughty, Suxixi said as she came over, using a damp cloth to wipe. The sound made old Zhang's hand freeze, and cold sweat ran down his back. Zhang, don't be naughty, Suxixi said as she came over, using a damp cloth to wipe its face and gently touching its bare nose. Let the doctor check it. Only then did Zhang stretch out its paw, no longer growling at old Zhang. Old Zhang carefully picked up the paw, trembling as his fingertips touched the fur. He shivered sharply. This injury was quite serious. The fur was... He suppressed a shock and took out a knife and some medicine powder from the first aid box. Little ancestor Suxixi, this rotten flesh on the paw needs to be removed before applying medicine. All right, take good care of it, Suxixi nodded, patting Zhang head to comfort it. Encouraged by her words, old Zhang bravely removed all the rotten flesh. Zhang clenched its teeth tightly, its face twisted with pain, but it didn't move or struggle, enduring silently. Suxixi looked at it with concern. Be gentle, it hurts. Okay, old Zhang replied, impressed by how tough the bear was. It was good that it didn't struggle. Struggling would make the injury worse. After examining all 4 paws and applying medicine, they moved on to check the body. The right side's fur was burned, and other areas weren't much better. Little ancestor Suxixi, we need to shave off the burned fur first, old Zhang said. Zhang squinted and made a low sound in its throat. Suxixi said softly, be good, listen to the doctor. Master, shaving the fur will look very ugly. It's okay. Ask Xiaorong to make clothes for you. I want to wear red.
All right.
Su Sisi nodded. Anyway, she still had red fabric. She also said to Zhang Lao, you can shave now. Zhang Lao was a bit confused. Was Xiao Zuzong just talking to a bear? He had been practicing medicine for many years, treating many animals, but this was the first time he saw someone talking to an animal. Su Gang and the others were used to it. Only Xiao Zuzong in the village understood the real black talk. Su Gang carried a bowl of water over. Zhang Lao, drink some water. If it's really black, it might be trouble for you. Zhang Lao took the bowl, tilted his head, and drank a big sip. Then he calmed down. He took a deep breath and carefully cut open the burnt fur around the injury. As the blackened hair slowly fell away, the wounds on Zhang Hei's body were revealed. Seeing the injuries, Su Gang and the others' eyes turned red. Zhang Hei's fur was very black. Although it was burnt, they couldn't see the exact wounds. Seeing them, everyone felt shocked. After a while, Zhang Lao finished applying medicine and took out bandages to wrap the wounds. Xiao Zuzong, it's done. Yes, thank you. Su Sisi nodded, then signaled Su Gang to pay. Zhang Lao waved his hand. Xiao Zuzong, no need to pay. Once Zhang Hei heals, let it catch rabbits for you. Oh, thank you, Xiao Zuzong. He was a bit weak in the legs now. He didn't want the money. It was his first time treating a bear, and it would be a good story to tell later. He didn't really believe that Zhang Hei was a bear when Su Sisi mentioned catching rabbits. After Su Gang and the others left Su Sisi's house, only then did they dare to ask, Village Chief, how could Zhang Hei be a bear? They were stunned when they heard that. They thought Zhang Lao was joking. Only after hearing Xiao Zuzong's answer did they believe it. Su Gang. It was a bear from the start. Ignoring the villagers' shock about Zhang Hei's identity, Su Sisi had already taken Zhang Hei into her space. The space had spiritual energy, which was good for the body. Zhang Hei looked very happy. Master, it's comfortable here. Su Sisi patted its head. You stay here to rest and recover. Don't go out. Master, I want to celebrate the New Year too. It's not even the New Year yet and he's already injured so badly. Realizing he was in the wrong, Zhang Hei changed the subject and said, Master, I can now sense life more strongly. Did you feel it on the back mountain? Yes, Master. I saw smoke from Li Village and ran over. Thinking for a moment, he added, Master, I met a brown bear on the back mountain that looked a lot like me. It hit me, but I ended up killing it. Zhang He grinned proudly. That bear was no match for him. What about that brown bear? Yes, I was in a hurry to save someone, so I left it at the foot of the mountain. After hearing this, Su Sisi opened a projection and saw the bear still lying at the mountain's base. She thought for a moment, then left the space and pulled the bell. Not long after, Su Gang arrived with a few villagers. Little ancestor, what do you need? Zhang He caught the big brown bear on the mountain this morning. It's still at the foot of the mountain. Bring it back. A bear? The others looked confused. Isn't Zhang He also a bear? Why are they fighting each other? Stop wasting time, go quickly. After thinking, Su Sisi added, Xiao Gang, tell everyone not to go up the mountain recently. Yes, little ancestor, I understand. Su Gang knew this was important. Besides Zhang He, there were other bears in the mountain and they were fighting each other. That meant there must be quite a few bears hiding deep inside. Since the new year is coming, Su Sisi said, Xiao Gang, bring the bear back and share the meat with everyone. Su Gang immediately led people to the foot of the mountain. Seeing the bloodied bear lying there, he thought, looks like Zhang He used a lot of strength. A villager said, Village chief, this bear looks like it just died. Another added, it really looks just like Zhang He. Su Gang nodded, feeling these bears might be related to Zhang He. But now wasn't the time to think about that. All right, stop overthinking. The little ancestor said to carry it back and share the meat. A few villagers carried the bear back to the threshing yard, where many people stared in shock. Oh my, another bear, different from Zhang He, and it's a brown bear. Someone asked, Village chief, where did this bear come from? They had just learned that Zhang He was a bear and hadn't fully processed it yet. Now another one appeared, and it was dead. Looking at the wound, it seems the animal was killed. Su Gang loudly said, this was done by Black Claw. Little ancestor said that this year for the new year, everyone will have extra dishes, including bear meat. Oh my goodness, killing a bear? I haven't had bear meat before. Why didn't you say you've never seen a bear? The villagers watching discussed among themselves. Su Gang ignored them and called out for Su Fulai to cut the meat. Su Fulai looked at the lying brown bear, feeling a bit dizzy. Little ancestor is really impressive. Last time it was tiger meat, now bear meat. People from the city haven't eaten these, but they have. Although he hasn't killed a bear himself, he has killed tigers before. Since they are all dead anyway, he's not afraid. Besides the villagers, some young workers heard about it and came to watch. Wu Xiaoqiao took a quick look and then dared not watch anymore, hiding behind. She thought it was too cruel. But Sun Jiao Jiao watched eagerly. It was her first time seeing a bear. Oh, wait. She also found out that Black Claw was a bear earlier, so it wasn't exactly her first time seeing one. Black Claw is so awesome, he even killed a bear. She cheered for Black Claw. Yeah, do you think we'll get some of this meat? Zhang Pun looked at the meat with shining eyes. Lu Kong said, of course. The village chief said everyone will celebrate the new year together with a big pot of food. This meat will definitely be on the table. Everyone started looking forward to New Year's Eve. It's bear meat, something they've never seen, let alone eaten. Wu Xiaoqiao poked her head out and said, it seems not going back to the city for the new year has its benefits. If we went back, we wouldn't get to eat bear meat. The others were speechless. It seemed she was even jealous that Li Tingting and the others could go back to the city for the holiday. Lin Zifeng said, everyone has their own good points. It's also good that Li and the others can go back to see their families. Huang Feifei looked at Lin Zifeng and lowered her head. Lin Jie was the most annoyed with Wu Xiaoqiao. He hadn't even stepped on her yet, and he sarcastically said, people are already in the car and you're still here complaining. Lin Jie, who are you talking about? Who do you think you're talking to? Lu Kong tugged at Lin Jie and snorted, ignoring Wu Xiaoqiao. Wu Xiaoqiao also ignored him. The group grew quiet, watching Su Fulai cut the bear skin with a knife, peeling off pieces of meat along the tendons. They couldn't help but swallow hard. The meat was divided among different families. The young people at the work point did not get any, but they could still eat some because part of the meat was kept aside for everyone to enjoy together on New Year's Eve. After everyone left, Su Fu went to find Su Gang. He found a jade pendant inside the brown bear's stomach. Since there were many people earlier, he quickly took it out, secretly retrieving it afterward. Su Gang took the pendant, and in the sunlight, It looked even more transparent and bright. Take this to show the little ancestor. They hurried to find Su Cici. When she saw the jade pendant on the table, she felt very familiar. I want this. Oh, little ancestor, this is a gift for you. All right, I'll accept it. You all go ahead. I want to sleep. After they left, Su Cici immediately returned to her space. Suddenly, the jade pendant struggled and jumped out of her hand, transforming into a small well. Walking to the well, Su Cici cupped her hands and drank the water without thinking. As soon as she swallowed, she felt a warm flow pass through her body. At that moment, Jahei came over and made a sound. Master, how can there be a well here? It's that jade pendant. What jade pendant? Su Cici explained everything, making Jahei also want to drink from the well. I want to drink too. Su Cici scooped up some water, and Jahei licked it, feeling the spiritual energy flowing inside her body. Master, this water feels so good. You also feel it, right? Jahei nodded. It was the first time she had tasted such delicious water, and she even felt her wounds no longer hurt. I don't hurt anymore, Master. Su Cici untied the bandages around her. The wounds that once looked very serious had healed quite a bit, no longer appearing as if she was badly injured. But she wondered, how did it end up inside the brown bear's stomach? She decided not to think about it anymore. She knew she would find out sooner or later. Just like this space, she didn't know how she got it. One day, it simply appeared. Since this well entered her space, it belonged to her now. No one could take it away. Looking at the spiritual water in the well, this water is good for the body. It can be given to the villagers to drink, but drinking it directly might be too obvious. Although she trusts the villagers, it's better to be discreet. Jahei drank the spiritual water twice, and her wounds disappeared. Still, Su Cici helped her wrap the bandages. She saw many injured animals, and if Jahei heals quickly, it might raise suspicion. The next day, Ma Rong brought a small outfit made for Jahei. She carefully dressed her. Previously, Jahei had black fur all over, but now she wore a bright red outfit, which looked quite new and interesting. Jahei looked at her reflection in the water and was very happy. She ran around the village, showing off her new clothes. Although the villagers knew Jahei was a bear, they weren't afraid of her. They had spent so much time together. Even though they couldn't understand what Jahei said, she always followed the little ancestor and played with the children. They believed she wouldn't hurt anyone. Jahei, you're wearing new clothes. You look so nice. Jahei, are your wounds better? Walk slowly, don't get hurt again. Jahei, red clothes look so festive. Hearing the villagers' care and praise, Jahei was very happy. She ran straight into the mountains. Anyway, her owner said not to let the villagers go into the mountains. She wasn't human after all. As the sun was about to set, Jahei carried 3 rabbits in her mouth and a deer on her back as she came down the mountain. Su Cici looked at what was on the ground. Jahei, did you go up the mountain? Master, there's nothing to be afraid of in the mountains. Su Cici poked her nose. Be good. Don't go there during this time. Jahei nodded. Su Cici patted her head and let her handle the animals herself. She needed to go into her space to make a peace talisman. Last time, Su Gang saw her giving gifts to Li Tingting and others and was so jealous. As the little ancestor, she naturally wanted to satisfy them. Jahei carried 2 rabbits to the kitchen. Chun Qingqing's eyes lit up. She had just been thinking about what to cook for the little ancestor. The rabbits Jahei brought were just in time. She squatted down and patted Jahei's head, copying Su Cici's way. 1 rabbit is enough. Save the other one for later. Jahei thought for a moment. She believed she could catch something fresh later, so she carried one and placed it at Ma Rong's feet, leaving the 3 people in the kitchen confused. Ma Rong asked with confusion, Really, Black? You want me to do what? Jahei shook his head. Cooking is Chun Qingqing's special skill. This is your thank you gift. Ma Rong didn't understand and looked at Chun Qingqing. Seeing her shake her head, she looked at Lin Zhaodi, who also shook her head. The 3 of them didn't understand what Jahei meant. At this moment, Su Cici came out and looked around. She said, This is from Junhei. It says thank you for helping him make clothes. Oh, it's just a small thing. Junhei, you can keep it to eat. Junhei refused and insisted on pushing the rabbit to her feet. It's for you. You don't eat it, but the baby in your belly needs to eat too. As soon as Su Sisi finished speaking, Ma Rong was overjoyed. Does this mean she is pregnant? In the end, Ma Rong accepted the rabbit. Junhei then carried another rabbit and ran out. He ran to Zheng's village. Many villagers saw a dog dressed in red carrying a rabbit, running very fast. They wondered who the dog belonged to. Finally, he reached Zhang Lao's house. Junhei went straight in, startling Zhang Lao. He placed the rabbit on the ground. I brought the rabbit. Without caring if Zhang Lao understood or not, he ran off. Zhang Lao's eldest daughter-in-law came out and asked, Old master, where did this rabbit come from? From Xiong at Dahuan Tree Village. Take it inside. Save it for tomorrow's meal. Junhei didn't care how Zhang Lao handled the rabbit. After returning to the village, he didn't go straight home. Instead, he went to find Su Gang, tugging on his pant leg and heading home. Junhei, I can walk by myself. Don't pull my pants. They might fall off. Junhei finally relaxed. Hurry up. Although Su Gang didn't understand, he knew what Junhei meant. He ran towards Su Sisi's house. Seeing a deer in the yard, he paused for a moment but didn't pay it much attention. Just as he was about to go inside to find Su Sisi, Junhei bit his pant leg and pulled him toward the deer. Su Gang asked uncertainly, Are you calling me to deal with this deer? Junhei nodded and urged, Kill it and share the meat with the villagers. Su Gang didn't understand this phrase, but he guessed, You want me to kill it so we can eat the meat tomorrow? Junhei nodded again. Does the little ancestor know about this? Black nodded silently, thinking to himself, Why does this small village have so much nonsense? Small village, stop talking and listen to Black, came Su Sisi's voice from inside. All right, little ancestor, I'll go handle it now, replied Su Gang, quickly going to find Su Fu. This deer still needed to be dealt with. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and the whole village will have a big family meal cooked in a large pot, with extra dishes added. The next day, every household prepared chickens and ducks, then went to the ancestral hall to offer sacrifices. Besides chickens, ducks, and fish, there were also pig heads, deer heads, and bear heads on the altar. This was the most unusual offering in many years of ancestor worship. Su Sisi wore a red jacket covered with lucky characters, standing on a high stool, solemnly burning incense. The smoke curled between the beams and pillars. Behind her, villagers also looked serious. Ancestor worship was a big event, and no one was allowed to make noise. During the bowing, Su Sisi no longer stood on the stool, but knelt on a mat. The villagers behind her also knelt directly on the ground to pay respects. After lighting incense, offering wine, and reciting blessings, everyone left the ancestral hall and headed to the grain-drying yard. Today, everyone was looking forward to the meal. Not only were there chickens, ducks, and fish, but also bear meat. The bear meat distributed earlier was not eaten yet. Everyone was waiting to eat it together as a village. In the kitchen, Su Sisi pointed to a bucket of water and said, Xiao Qing, use this bucket of water to cook the rice. The villagers all eat rice cooked with this water. The other villagers' rice is cooked differently. Chun Qingqing didn't understand why, but she listened to her little ancestor's instructions. All right, little ancestor, I understand. Su Sisi nodded, clasped her hands behind her back, and walked out. She couldn't stay there long because the smell of the food was too tempting. She was about to drool. She added a few drops of spiritual water into the bucket, but only for the villagers' use. The dishes were served one after another, and the aroma was irresistible. The smell of rice was even stronger than the food. Aju's wife is getting better at cooking. How did she make the rice smell so good? Yeah, with the smell, I'm afraid there won't be enough rice. Many people praised Chin Ching Ching, and she also found it strange. She usually cooked like this, so why did it smell so much better today? Thinking for a moment, she looked in the direction of Su Sisi. Su Sisi started eating first, and everyone else began to pick up their chopsticks. The rice was so fragrant that many chose to take a few bites first. A villager sighed, "This rice is so delicious. Even eating it plain is great." Someone nearby laughed and said, "We've got all the vegetables today." "No, I want some too. Ha!" Soon, everyone was competing to grab a small dish of bear meat from the table. The first to finish was the dish with the bear meat. This bear meat is really chewy. A few days later, I'll ask my wife to make it for us. Exactly, it's so good, but so little. I want more. Su Cece's table was also eating. Since they were the highest in rank, they had the biggest portions. There was also a bear paw on their table. Su Cece held a large bear paw, bigger than her face, and slowly nibbled on it. Su Gang said, "Little ancestor, this bear meat tastes really good." Su Cece nodded, unable to speak anymore, fully immersed in the delicious food. Junhei was eating his own meal on the other side. Hearing the villagers praise the bear meat, he felt proud. Their bear clan's meat is very tasty, but only theirs. Finally, Su Cece finished the bear paw. She wiped her hands and said, "Junhei, go up the mountain again soon and see if there are other bears we can catch." She was very happy with this bear paw. Xiao Qing's cooking skills were really good. Master, I can go now." "Not yet, wait a little longer." Master, if you don't catch me, will you eat me?" Master, I knew you'd be the best." Junhei was a bit touched. He knew he was special in his master's heart. Su Gang and the village chief listened to Su Cece and Junhei's conversation and smiled. Although they didn't understand everything Junhei said, they could guess from Su Cece's replies. Su Gang said, "Little ancestor, we also have a performance planned for tonight." Su Cece's eyes lit up. "There's a performance?" "Yes," Su Gang said with a smile. "If only we could set off fireworks now. We make the little ancestor happy." The young villagers were also eating. Rice wasn't as tempting as the bear meat. About 30 slices of meat were gone in no time. Wu Xiaoqiao looked at her clean bowl in disbelief. She had only taken one piece of meat, and it was already gone. She looked at Lin Jie, who was happily eating, and angrily said, "Lin Jie, give me my meat back." Lin Jie rolled his eyes at her. Since only a few pieces of meat were in the bowl, they belonged to him. He didn't care about politeness. If he didn't grab it, he wouldn't get any. After chewing the meat in his mouth, he picked up the last piece from the bowl and waved it at Wu Xiaoqiao. Wu Xiaoqiao was not polite either and reached out to grab it, but Lin Jie was faster and dodged, then put it in his mouth right in front of her. Wu Xiaoqiao was so angry she slammed her chopsticks on the table loudly, attracting many people's attention. Lin Zifeng noticed the gaze and calmly said, "Wu Jiqing, it's the new year. If you don't want to eat, just don't." Wu Xiaoqiao argued, "It's all Lin Jie's fault for making me angry. Let's talk about this later. If you keep arguing, you won't get the big pot meal tomorrow." Lin Zifeng spoke the truth. No one wanted conflicts during the new year. If the villagers started fighting, they wouldn't be allowed to celebrate together. Wu Xiaoqiao could only pout and hold back her anger, glaring fiercely at Lin Jie. Lin Jie wanted to provoke her further, but Lu Kong stopped him. "Don't cause trouble. The villagers are watching." Lin Jie looked around and saw many villagers indeed watching their table. He nodded and calmed down. The small incident was over. After dinner, Su Cece led the children from the village toward the village entrance. Each child held a red paper with the character "lazy" written on it. Su Cece led the way, shouting, selling laziness," until the evening of the third day of the new year. The children behind her also sang loudly, selling laziness," until the evening of the third day of the new year. This is a tradition in Guangnan. During the new year, children throw the red papers with "lazy" written on them outside the village, symbolizing getting rid of laziness and working hard in the new year. Li Tingting and Gan Tian, who were returning to the city for the new year, arrived home on the evening of the third day. They took the same train, both getting off in Huqing, but Gan Tian had to transfer to another train and sit for another hour to reach Sioux City. When the train door opened, the cold air from Huqing hit them. Gan Tian, in a hurry to catch her train, waved goodbye to Li Tingting and left. On the day she bought her train ticket, Li Tingting had already sent a letter home saying she would return to the city for the new year. So, as soon as she got off the station, she saw her family waiting to pick her up.
Dad.
Mom. Li Tingting ran toward her family. Nian Nian. All the members of the Li family saw her. She threw herself into her mother's arms, tears flowing freely. Mother Li gently held Li Tingting's face. My good girl, you've lost weight. She shook her head. Mom. All right, Mom and girl, let's go home first. There are too many people here, said Big Brother Li. Yes, let's go home. The family surrounded Li Tingting, asking her how life was in the countryside. Although they often wrote letters, everyone knew that people outside usually only shared good news, not troubles, so they had to ask in person to know the truth. But seeing Li Tingting's dirty face and worn clothes, the family guessed she hadn't had an easy time. When they left the train station, Li Tingting finally took a deep breath of the city air. On the bus, Mother Li held her hand tightly and quietly asked many questions. Are you full? Is it cold in winter? Are you sick? I'm fine, really, Li Tingting replied with a smile. But her face was still dirty, and her clothes had patches, so her words didn't sound convincing. After getting off the bus and walking into the alley, it looked the same as before, only the slogans on the wall had been changed. As they turned into the alley, they heard a sharp voice call out, Hey, isn't that Tingting? Coming back for the new year? It was Aunt Zhang from next door, carrying a spit bowl, walking from the public toilet area, her face full of smiles. That shout seemed to switch something on, and suddenly several heads peeked out from windows. Tingting's back. Is life in the countryside hard? Are you here for the new year or not leaving? Questions came one after another, but Li Tingting just smiled faintly. Mother Li said happily, My girl took several days of train rides. Let her rest at home first, and in a few days, she'll talk to you all. Ignoring the others, she went straight back to her own house. Grandma, Tingting is back, Father Li called out inside. An elderly woman, walking unsteadily, came out with a girl supporting her. Girl, she's back. Great-grandma, I'm back. Li Tingting couldn't hold back her tears and knelt to bow to the old lady. Hurry up, it's good you're back. It's good you're back. Li Tingting stood up and helped the old woman into the house. When everyone was finally gathered, the whole family sat down to enjoy a reunion meal. Everyone was very interested in Li Tingting's life in the countryside. Li Tingting, who had changed into new clothes, looked completely different from her tired, dusty appearance earlier. She sat next to the old lady and said, Great-grandma, I am doing very well in the countryside. I am still the village accountant. Li Tingting, how did you become the village accountant? Asked her aunt, her younger cousin Li Pingping, who, after the new year, was also likely to be forced to go to the countryside by the local authorities. Their family was worried about it. It's because the village's young master set up an oil press factory. Since there was no accountant in the village and he knew I was good at math and that my mom was an accountant, he asked me to be the village accountant. Oh, your village has a factory. Yes, the young master is very clever, a real genius. Have you heard of air conditioners? Yes, they're in department stores, very expensive. That's what the young master invented. Every household in our village has one now. Wow. Everyone looked at Li Tingting in amazement. Her father, unable to believe it, asked, Girl, is what you're saying true? Yes, Dad. Otherwise, how could the village afford to open a factory? She then took out some peanuts and oil from her cloth bag. This is the peanut oil we pressed ourselves at the oil factory. It's very fragrant. Everyone looked at the ground, where there was oil, chickens, and some pastries. They were all stunned. It seemed their girl was really doing well in the countryside. Li Tingting, after the new year, Pingping will also go to the countryside. Can she come to stay with you? Annie, she can apply to Guangnan province, but how the educated youth are assigned is decided by the commune. I was lucky and was assigned to Dahuai Tree Village. Aunt sighed, well, I don't know if Pingping will be as lucky as you. Annie, the second batch of educated youth, who didn't have as much luck as us. They still had to work in the fields and spent a month hauling manure. Hearing this, everyone felt that their own girl was lucky. From what she just said, it seemed that other stories were different. It turned out she was really lucky. Li Tingting kept talking happily, sharing what she was doing in the village with her family. She also mentioned many things about Su Sisi, mostly praising her, saying she could speak animal language and had a pig as a mount. At night, Li father and Li mother whispered quietly. Father Li said, Huiwan, is what Tingting said today true? I find it hard to believe. And it seems she still wants to go back, Mother Li replied. It's probably true. Tingting wouldn't make up these words. She never lies in front of Grandma. Should we tell Tingting about the job opportunity we got for her? Yes, we prepared this for her. We shouldn't always ask the second child to ask for favors. No matter how good the countryside is, it's not as good as her own home. All right, then talk to her tomorrow. It's best if she doesn't go back. Yes, I understand. Go to sleep now. Unaware, young Tingting was sleeping peacefully, while her parents had already spent money to buy her a job opportunity, hoping she would stay in the city. On the first day of the new year, Dahuai Tree Village was especially lively. Early in the morning, all villagers gathered at Su Cici's house to give New Year greetings. Led by Su Gang, everyone loudly shouted, Little Ancestor, Happy New Year! Wishing you happiness and longevity. They repeated this 3 times, bowing their heads as they shouted. During the New Year greetings, Su Cici found it easier to accept everyone kneeling and bowing. Su Cici nodded and said, Good, good, good. Then, each family paid their respects in order, based on their family hierarchy. Although Su Gang was the village chief, his seniority was not the highest. There were many elders above him. The first family was the clan head's family. They said, May the little ancestor have a prosperous year from start to finish, smooth sailing and good fortune. Good. Here, everyone take a red envelope and a peace charm. As the highest-ranking elder, Su Cici naturally gave red envelopes to the younger generation. These envelopes weren't filled by her alone. Chun Ching and others helped prepare them. The peace charms were made by Su Cici and Zhen He together. They also included a small gold bean inside, but it was sealed so no one knew it was there. After all families finished paying respects, it was the turn of the young workers. Some of them didn't want to come, since Su Cici wasn't their real ancestor. But Lin Zifeng and Wu Di came, so they followed along. The villagers already liked Lin Zifeng and Wu Di more than others, so their absence might make the villagers think they didn't respect the little ancestor. They wished, May the little ancestor have a smooth year and good health every year. Suksiksi nodded happily and gave a red envelope and a peace talisman. The talisman was different. It didn't contain any gold beans. After paying New Year respects at Suksiksi's place, many younger family members still had to bow to the clan leader and elders. Suksiksi wasn't entirely at peace either. Representatives from neighboring villages came to pay their respects. The first was Li Dabe from Li Village, who brought Song Ran and a few children. Wish little ancestor Suksiksi good luck and long life. Thank you, Suksiksi replied, giving another red envelope. Then Song Ran knelt again with the children, bowing and saying, Thank you, little ancestor Suksiksi, and Zhen He, for saving us. Suksiksi said, Get up. Take good care of the children in the future. Little ancestor, this is a thank you gift for you and Zhen He. Please don't dislike it. Song Ran then took a piece of meat from her cloth bag. It was given to their family this year. She only cut a small piece for her family and brought the rest. She also brought 2 packs of mung bean cakes and a jar of honey. She made the mung bean cakes herself. Although she was just an ordinary person in her past life, she loved watching cooking videos and tried making many dishes. If her family wasn't so poor now, she would have made more to satisfy her cravings. She planned to cook mung bean soup in summer to beat the heat, but since the thank you gift was just a piece of meat, she thought it wasn't enough, so she made all the meat into mung bean cakes. The honey was obtained when Song ran forcefully Sanwa to harvest honey from a beehive, and he was stung by bees. After returning from a hospital with the children, she learned that it wasn't a dog that saved her child, but a bear. She knew bears liked honey, which was why she forced Li Sanwa to get honey from the hive. Li Sanwa was initially reluctant, but Song Ran threatened him with a knife. She understood now that Li Sanwa was afraid of dying and afraid of her dying too. In the end, they brought back the honey, but Li Sanwa was stung all over his head. Suksiksi accepted everything graciously. After finishing the New Year visits in Li Village, It was Zhang village's turn. Suksiksi also gave a red envelope, and later representatives from Zhou village, Wang village, and other villages came to pay respects. Of course, everyone received a red envelope. After all the visits, it was almost noon, but lunch wasn't ready yet, and Suksiksi was hungry. She opened the mung bean cakes Song Ran had just given her, eating and swinging her little feet. This is delicious, and master, honey is also tasty. Black was very excited when he saw the jar of honey that Song Ran gave him. He hadn't had honey for several days. When the person left, he immediately opened the jar and started eating. It was his thank you gift, and he wouldn't be polite. As he ate, Su Sisi finished the green bean cake. Why is it all gone? Master, let Xiao Qing make some for you. Xiao Qing's doesn't taste the same. Then let her make some for you.
Su Sisi thought about it.
It was okay, but Xiao Qing wasn't from the same village, and she wasn't sure if she would be willing. Master, if you pay her, she'll be happy to do it. Su Sisi, no money. Money can't be given. She still needs it. Little ancestor, the meal is ready. Let's go. Da Fong came to invite Su Sisi to the threshing ground for a meal. Today, many people came to visit for the new year. They heard that their village's factory was doing well, and many people came to ask if they could get some help. Besides their family, many others were doing the same, so they didn't want to host everyone. But since it was the new year, they couldn't just turn people away, which was frustrating. Because of this, the cooks didn't have enough time to prepare the food, and little ancestor was surely hungry. Yes, let's go. Su Sisi got off the chair, looked at Da Fong, and although she smiled, she could sense his unhappiness. What's wrong? Little ancestor, nothing's wrong. If nothing's wrong, why are you unhappy? I can feel it. Da Fong finally spoke. Little ancestor, you don't know. Some relatives from other villages who used to look down on our village rules are now rushing to visit us. They want to find out about our oil factory and even try to get free oil. Why bother with such relatives? Just chase them away. Little ancestor, it's the new year. You can't just chase them away. What's so hard about that? Are they your family, or are you raising them? They're just here to take advantage. If they want free oil, they should be gone. He paused and continued, it's even more appropriate to chase them away during the new year. If you don't, they won't have the face to come back. Da Fong hesitated but finally said, Little ancestor, there are elders. Are they older than me? Of course, you're the youngest, little ancestor. No one is above you. Then listen to me, she glared at Da Fong. It seems I need to teach you properly, she then said, and also, all those excuses, it's the new year, you're here, give some face, they're just kids, it's for your good. None of these are reasons to let them get away with it. After saying that, she patted Peiqi on the back. Peiqi suddenly ran off, and Xiaogan followed, kicking up dust that splashed into Da Fong's face. Da Fong was stunned. How did this little one know that his aunt was coming to visit and say all those words? It was because of these words that he had been holding back all this time. Realizing this, he quickly caught up. Little one, slow down. Su Sisi reached the main seat and sat down directly, starting to eat. She was really hungry. Those few pieces of mung bean cake just satisfied her craving. She rubbed her stomach, finally feeling full. The other village elders sitting nearby also looked satisfied. They had eaten their fill. Su Sisi crossed her arms. Xiao Da, have you been lazy lately? Why don't the younger ones listen to me anymore? Who? The village elder suddenly stood up. Little one, if anyone doesn't listen to you, I will kick them out of the village. She looked at the village elder. Who are you calling old man? Little one, I said the wrong thing. Humph. From now on, don't call me old man. Be more polite. Have you not read any books? Little one, I'm old. I can't see clearly. Su Sisi supported her chin, feeling a bit sleepy after eating. Are many people in the village like this? Little one, everyone gets like that when they grow old. It's nothing special, the village elder comforted her. Old people tend to have trouble seeing things clearly. There are magnifying glasses sold in the city, but they cost over 10 yuan each. Too expensive. It's better to save money to buy a watch for the little one, he added. We've all been eyeing Li Tingting's watch for a long time. Last time, the little one wanted to get a watch for her birthday, but the pink one was out of stock, and it took a long time to restock. It still hasn't arrived. Su Cece nodded. By the way, some of the village's younger generation are too concerned about face. They're too shy to chase away the visiting relatives. You need to teach them well. Okay, little one, I understand. All right, I'm going back. Don't let anyone bother me. Little one, rest well. When she got home, Su Cece's first action was to lie down. She yawned and felt like falling asleep. Jean-Hei nearby called out, Master, you shouldn't sleep right after eating. But I'm tired, Su Cece pouted. She was really sleepy. Master, maybe we can go into the space and dig a little more. There might be some treasures. Let's go. Hearing this, Su Cece became excited. There were still some gold bars, but not many gold beans left, so it was worth checking again. In the space, Jean-Hei started digging holes everywhere. He dug 3 deep holes in a row, but didn't find anything. Since he couldn't find anything, Su Cece lost interest. Jean-Hei, keep digging if you want. I'm going to look for a book. She remembered there was a book that could make reading glasses, but she needed to look it up. It was another messy day in the storage room. Soon, a small head appeared from a pile of books. Found it. Jean-Hei also ran in. Master, I found something. Su Cece turned around. I'll go check. When she came out, she saw Jean-Hei had dug 10 big holes, looking very busy. She sighed inwardly. Jean-Hei didn't think much of it. He happily tugged at Su Cece's pants and led her to a hole with something inside. There was a box with a lock, but Jean-Hei was not worried. He used his paw and pulled the lock right off. He opened the box, which contained more gold bars and many pearls. Seeing the gold bars, Su Cece was happy again. Now I have money. At the Jiqing station, everything was very quiet. In the morning, some children came to visit, but by the afternoon, no one was around. After Lin Jie was scolded by Lu Kong, he stopped arguing with Wu Xiaoqiao during the new year. Without their bickering, it was even quieter. Wu Xiaoqiao sat to the side and said, "It's still better with Li Tingting and the others. They can go home, and it wouldn't be so quiet at home." Lin Jie didn't say anything. He secretly rolled his eyes. Li Tingting, who envied Wu Xiaoqiao, was riding her dad's bicycle to Lu Kang's house to deliver some things. Following the address Lu Kang gave, she finally found the place. During the new year, many doors were open. Li Tingting knocked on the door and called out, "Is anyone there?" A middle-aged woman in an apron came out and asked, "Comrade, who are you looking for?" "Miss, is this Lu Kang's house?" "Young lady, my name is Li Tingting. I am from the same village as Lu Kang and Lin Jie. This year, I am returning to the city for the new year. He asked me to bring some things back for you." The woman's eyes welled up with tears. "Comrade Li, I am Xiao Kong's mother. Please come in." "Young lady, I won't go inside. I need to go pay New Year's visits later," she said, handing the package from the back seat to Lu's mother. "Young lady, besides what's for you, Lin Jie also gave some for his father and mother. Please deliver them for me." Comrade Li, Lin Jie's mother, is also inside. "Can you tell us how Xiao Kong and Lin Jie are doing in the countryside?" "Young lady, Lu Kong and Lin Jie are both doing well. Our village is good too. They have written letters to you. You'll see how they are when you read them." "Comrade Li, it's the new year. Thank you for making the trip," Lu's mother said, taking a red envelope from her pocket and giving it to Li Tingting. "Young lady, I'm not a child anymore. We're all educated youths. Helping each other is what we should do." She pushed the red envelope back, mounted her bike, and said, "Young lady, I'm leaving now." Lu's mother wanted to stop her, but Li Tingting had already ridden away. That evening, the threshing ground in Daweishu village was lively. The torches not only lit up the darkness, but also kept the cold at bay. After the lively gathering, everything fell into deep silence. But in one place, a serious atmosphere lingered. Inside the ancestral hall, dozens of people stood. The village chief had gathered the heads of each family. Cough, cough, the village chief cleared his throat. "Tonight, I called everyone here for one thing. The rules of the village must not be broken." Su Gang was the first to speak. "Village chief, don't worry. No one can break the rules here. The youngest in the family is the rule. If anyone disobeys, We will definitely expel them from the village and erase their name from the family tree. The second village chief nodded in agreement. That's right. The youngest in the family is the rule. We all follow the youngest. Yes, we all follow the youngest. Others shouted in unison. The village chief was very pleased with their response.
Good.
With your words, I feel reassured. Our village shares the same ancestor. No matter how many generations apart, we are one family. The youngest in the family saved us all when they were born. Think about the meat we've eaten over the years and the grain we have now. The village has even built a factory. We must not forget our roots. Then she continued, we are from Dashwai Tree Village. When we die, we become ghosts of Dashwai Tree Village. Everything is for the village first and for our ancestors. As for those outsiders who don't understand the rules, you all just handle it as you see fit. Everyone finally understood. Yes, today many outsiders came to flatter us. Their young ones' vanity got the better of them, which delayed important village matters. Village chief, we understand. Good. Talk to your families. Our village doesn't tolerate traitors. Everyone nodded, their eyes full of determination. After the heads of each family returned home, they woke up their sleeping family members. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, every household in Dashwai Tree Village held a family meeting early in the morning. Early in the morning, Yan Yan brought Su Jiangbang and Wu Shi back to the village. She went to her own home first, wanting to visit Su Sisi, but she wasn't awake yet. Seeing many family members with dark circles under their eyes and hearing them whisper to her mother, she learned that there had been a meeting in the early hours. No wonder they all looked so tired. Mom, I think we need to hold meetings every day. I'm afraid people will forget their roots. Lin Sonia poked Yan Yan's head. Hold meetings every day? Won't that tire your dad out? Our village's strength comes from unity. When everyone sticks together, no one dares to bully us. Your dad is worried that some young ones, inexperienced and impulsive, might follow others' bad advice. Then they should handle more affairs. She patted Yan Yan's hand and smiled. All right, enough of that. How are you now? Is the baby causing trouble? I'm doing well, eating happily. You're such a kid. After sharing their private talk, it was almost time. All the women who married outside the village would return on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Their names on the family tree wouldn't be removed just because they married outside, unless they were expelled from the village. Yan Yan left the house and met many friends who, like her, had come back to pay respects to their ancestors. Yan Yan, your belly has grown quite a bit. The little ancestor said it's twins. It's definitely a big one. Still, our own village is better. If I had known, I wouldn't have married out. I think so too. When I go back, I'll talk to my brother. Maybe I should have my niece marry a son-in-law. Ha, that sounds good. They were sisters from the same family. Even though they were all married and had children, they were still connected by blood. After getting up, Su Sisi dressed herself, sat in the grand chair, and waited for the married women to come and greet her. When the main gate opened, brightly dressed women entered, lining up from the house to the courtyard. They knelt and bowed. The married daughters have returned to greet our little ancestor. May you be blessed with good fortune and happiness. All right, you may all rise. Thank you, little ancestor. Everyone smiled. The little ancestor looked more and more adorable, like a small adult. Su Sisi asked, has anyone been treated badly by your husband's family? If so, you must tell me. No, they all shook their heads. Who would dare bully them? That would be asking for trouble. Yan Yan laughed and said, don't worry, little ancestor. The women of Dahwai Tree Village never get bullied. We're the ones who stand strong. Everyone laughed at that. That's right. In my husband's family, I'm the one in charge. What a coincidence. I'm the one who manages the money. The two who spoke were not only cousins but also sisters-in-law, both married into the same family in Zhongjia Village. The reason Zhongjia Village always followed Dahwai Tree Village's lead was not only because the two villages were close and Dahwai Tree Village was united and capable, but also because the women from Dahwai Tree Village held the power and managed the finances in their new homes. Su Sisi nodded. As long as you're all doing well, that's what matters. Now let's go pay respects to our ancestors. Riding on Peichi, Su Sisi led the way. Some of the women who had married far away were seeing her ride a pig for the first time and were amazed. Those who lived nearby and often returned to the village explained it to them. The drums sounded and the ceremony began. In some villages, women were not allowed to enter the ancestral hall, but Dahuai Tree Village had no such rule. One by one, the married daughters lined up to offer incense, while Su Sisi sat at the front, eating an apple that Yen Yen had peeled for her. Some young educated workers were strolling nearby and were surprised when they passed by the ancestral hall. Wu Xiaoqiao said in shock, "Married daughters can still come back to offer incense? Aren't they considered part of another family now?" A few children, including Xiaoxue, also came to watch the lively scene. In truth, they were just waiting for the little ancestor to come out so they could play together. Upon hearing Wu Xiaoqiao's words, I replied, "You are the one from another family. Auntie and the sisters have only married out. They are not sold to other families. Why can't they come back?" The other children agreed, exactly. Being contradicted by so many children, Wu Xiaoqiao blushed a little. She was just asking. Sun Jiao helped explain, "Xiaoshui, Wu Xiaoqiao didn't mean it that way. She just hasn't seen this kind of situation before." Xiaoshui crossed her arms, not satisfied with the explanation, and muttered, "It's just being overly sensitive." She hated when people said that daughters who married out belonged to other families. When she heard others from different villages say this at the commune primary school, she couldn't help but go up and slap them a few times. Because of this, she was called to the principal's office many times. When she told her parents about the reason for hitting, they agreed, but thought it wasn't right for her to hit so often. They still rewarded her with a few servings of bamboo shoots with meat. After hitting others many times at school, no one dared to say such things in front of her anymore. After paying respects to the ancestors, the next thing was to share a big pot of food. Many women from the village had gone back to their families, and Chun Qingqing also returned home. Today, the cooks were the sons-in-law from Dashuai Tree Village. The head chef was Junjun's husband, Sun Lejean. He was originally a cook, not a master chef, but he was a small cook at a state-run restaurant, so his cooking was decent. Sun Lejean was a good friend of Su Jianbang. When Su Jianbang came to the village to pick up his bride, Sun Lejean also came along. He fell in love with Jinjun at first sight. With Su Jianbang's help, the two got married. Someone joked, "Lejean, whether this meal gets the little ancestors' praise depends on you." Sun Lejean smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy the little ancestor." He then carefully stirred the dishes in the pot, adding various seasonings precisely. Soon, a tempting aroma filled the air. Su Sisi rode in on Peichi and asked, "What do you want me to be satisfied with?" "Little ancestor, peace." Seeing Su Sisi, everyone put down what they were doing. "I'm just here to take a look. No need to worry about me." Su Sisi held a bamboo cup. She was really just here to watch. "Look at the dishes or they'll burn." "Oh, okay." Sun Lejean quickly stirred the food, almost burning the pot. Su Sisi didn't wander around the stove anymore and left. Little ancestor is becoming even more adorable. When will I have a lucky daughter like the little ancestor? Sun Lejean. Dream on. Hey Lejean, don't you want that? Of course I do. I've already said I want it even in my dreams. Ha ha. Su Sisi doesn't know that everyone here is thinking about having a child like her. She's now playing hopscotch with Xiao Shui and the others. It's so fun. Zhehei also came over to join in. The little ancestor is so amazing. Zhehei can even hop on one foot. Now it's my turn. I can do it too. A few kids are playing happily with a bear, while nearby women chat happily about gossip and funny stories from their husband's village. In the blink of an eye, it's the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. The oil factory has started working again, and Su Sisi says her new factory project is also being planned. Su Gang looks at the land on the blueprint and asks, "Little ancestor, is this factory going to be built so big?" Su Sisi, "Not just one factory, but 3. This makes Su Gang gasp in surprise. He had thought only one factory was planned. Why now 3? But he never questions Su Sisi's ideas. He just asks, "Little ancestor, did you suddenly think of this?" Su Sisi nods. "I thought of it during the new year. Alright, I'll go find village chief Zhang now. Yes, and later called a Fong and Ali over. I need to talk to them. Su Gang leaves. The land for these 3 factories is very large. They had already exchanged some land with Zhang village before, but it's not enough now. They need a few more acres. Back at the village committee, he calls the nearby kids to bring Da Fong and Da Li to the little ancestor. He rides his bike and heads to Zhang village. When Da Fong and Da Li arrive, Su Sisi is reading a book at the table. They greet her. Little ancestor. Good morning. Jahei found some lacquer trees on the mountain. Take some people with you to go up the mountain and collect some sap, including pine trees, but don't run around. Okay, little ancestor, we're going now. Su Sisi signals Jahei to lead the way. Jahei runs fast. Da Fong and the others need to practice more to catch up. Jahei slows down a bit, and then they can follow. After catching up, Da Fong gasps for breath and says, Jahei, you run really fast. Of course. Jahei proudly lifted his head. Although he didn't understand what he was saying, his actions told everyone everything. Finally, they arrived at the place. Dafu was surprised and said, There really are lacquer trees here. I didn't know before. You probably can't find them, but I discovered them. Jahei, you're really amazing. Stop flattering me and get to work. Jahei took a bamboo knife from his basket. The others understood that he was urging them to work. He skillfully picked up the knife and held a bowl in his hand. He cut a cross-shaped slit on the bark of the lacquer tree. After a while, milky white tree tears slowly seeped out, flowing down the grooves of the bark into the bowl. The flow of tree gum from the lacquer trees wasn't very fast. At first, it was a large amount, but later it slowed down. Dafu used a big bowl to catch it under the tree. At this rate, they might only get a few bowls of tree gum today. After cutting all the lacquer trees, each tree had a big bowl catching the gum. Then the group went to cut pine trees. They worked hard all morning and finally carried back several bowls of lacquer tree gum and pine resin. If they needed a large amount of gum and resin, they would wait. Dafu thought they could go up the mountain again tomorrow to check the quantity. Su Sisi looked at the bowls of gum and resin on the table. That's enough. You can go back and rest now. After Dafu and the others left, Su Sisi called Qin Qingqing to boil the gum in the yard. Xiao Qing, the fire is too small. Turn it up a bit. Hey, little ancestor, how long does it take for the pine resin to melt? This was the first time Qin Qingqing and the others were working with these materials. Turn up the fire and it will melt. She remembered reading in a book that once the temperature is high enough, it will melt. At this moment, Lin Jiaodi came over carrying the filtered tree gum lacquer. Little ancestor, I've filtered the gum. As you said, I used fine cotton cloth 3 times. Su Sisi checked it. Okay. You can start boiling the gum now. Ma Rong was boiling beeswax. She had really black obtained the beeswax, and all the materials were being prepared. Rue brought some bent bamboo sticks and straw, followed by her grandfather Su Liang. Little ancestor, the molds you wanted are ready. Put them over there. Su Sisi gestured with her small hand, then asked Qin Qingqing and the others to mix the melted resins together and stir. As they stirred, something magical happened. Qin Qingqing exclaimed, Little ancestor, this stuff has changed color. Yes, keep stirring, it's not enough yet. Qin Qingqing and the others worked harder. After a while, Su Sisi finally told them to stop. Su Sisi pointed at the mold and said, Pour it in here. They poured resin into the mold. Su Sisi ran to the stove and sprinkled some ash on top. That's good now. Little ancestor, what are you making? Su Liang watched them busy but didn't understand what they were doing. Su Sisi brushed aside a strand of hair that fell into her face, leaving a small black mark. She said softly, Glasses. Really? Everyone was surprised. Except for Ruer, she didn't know what glasses were. She blinked her big eyes and looked at everyone. Su Liang asked again, Little ancestor, the glasses in the department store cost over 10 yuan. Are they really that easy to make? Yes, Su Sisi nodded. She then lowered her head and used a small cloth to wipe Ruena's face, ignoring the dazed people. Little ancestor, everything is ready. Su Gang came in smiling. Seeing Su Liang and the others staring blankly, he found it strange. Were they all out of their minds? Su Sisi asked. Did Zhongjia village agree? Yes, they agreed. Su Gang nodded. Seeing Su Liang and the others still stunned, he cleared his throat and then followed Su Sisi into the house. Only then did they react from their daze and look eagerly towards Su Sisi. Xiao Gang, we can start construction tomorrow according to the plans. Make sure Zhongjia village and Lijia village send people so we won't delay. Okay, little ancestor, I know, Su Gang replied. He then reported a few more things to Su Sisi before leaving. Before leaving, he looked at Su Liang and the others in the yard, who were gathered around a mold, seemingly watching something. He didn't pay them any mind and headed straight to the village committee. Li Jiqing, you can settle these payments tomorrow, Su Gang said, taking out a note. It was for the cement bricks needed to build the factory. They had ordered them, but the payment hadn't been made yet. The year was almost over, and the brick factory would start demanding payment soon. It was better for them to pay themselves. Okay, village chief, Li Tingting smiled and took the note. She arrived yesterday and had only stayed at home for 5 days. At first, her mother and father didn't want her to come back. They spent a lot to buy her a job slot, but she refused. She insisted on returning. Her mother had no choice and finally sold the job slot to Annie. Her younger cousin wouldn't have to go to the countryside anymore. After counting the money on a few slips, I realized it just adds up to all the money in the village. When Su Fongfong finished fetching water and returned, she saw Li Tingting lying on the table with a look of despair. Concerned, she asked, Sister Tingting, what's wrong? Fongfong, we have no money left. Looking at the big zero on the account book, Su Fongfong finally understood. Hey, Sister Tingting, in a couple of days, the factory will send the money, and we'll have some then. Hearing this, Li Tingting perked up a bit. No, that's not enough. When Comrade Wu Yang and the others come back to report expenses, I must urge them to send out more goods. Fong, you should come with me then. After work, Li Tingting returned to the youth camp. Just as she was about to go to her dorm to rest, Lu Kong called out to her, Li Jiqing. Lu Jing, do you need something? Thanks for helping me and Lin Jia carry things. My mom replied and said you don't accept red envelopes. This is a thank you gift, so please accept it. Lu Kong handed her a butterfly pastry. Oh my, butterfly pastry. Li Tingting's eyes widened. This is only available at the Shanghai City Hotel, but thinking about Lu Kang's house, which she had visited before, she knew just from the big gate that his family was well off. She had never tried this before, only heard about it. This butterfly pastry isn't something money can buy easily. It requires a special ticket, and most people can't get it. Although she really wanted to try it, she still refused. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. My mom kept telling me to give this to you. If you don't accept it, I probably won't get any packages in the next few months. If you don't say anything, she won't know. Li Jing, are you asking me to lie? Huh. After realizing, she quickly waved her hands. That's not what I meant. Then just accept it. Lu Kong pushed the pastry closer. Li Tingting was no longer polite. All right, thank you, Lu Jing. I'll take it. You're welcome. Neither of them noticed that Lin Zifeng, who had just arrived at the gate of the youth camp, saw their interaction. Li Tingting returned to her dorm, closed the door, and saw Gon Tian looking at her with a mischievous smile. What's with that expression? Gon Tian put down her clothes and leaned in close. Quick, tell me, are you dating Lu Jiying? She pushed closer to her sweet smile, looking speechless. He just gave me a thank you gift and you're already thinking that way. Oh, it's because I came back to the city for the new year. My mom keeps trying to set me up with someone to stay here. Suddenly, Li Tingting couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing. You're laughing too. Gon Tian crossed her arms, feeling annoyed. Li Tingting patted her head. Relax, you can still come back, right? Yes, I can come back, but I guarantee my mom won't send me anything for the next 2 months. Hearing this, Gon Tian felt sad. She knew she'd have a tough time for the next 2 months. She turned to Li Tingting. I don't care. You have to help me during these 2 months. Okay, I'll help you now. I'll give you 2 pieces of butterfly pastry. Gon Tian looked at her with a big smile and shining eyes. Tingting, you're so kind. Eat carefully. This is all the dessert you'll get in these 2 months.
No.
Unlike the cheerful teasing between the 2 girls, Su Cici's yard was very quiet. Su Cici had just said the lenses were already shaped. Su Liang and Chun Qingqing didn't dare make a sound, nervously watching Su Cici take the lenses out of the mold. A few clear, shiny lenses lay quietly on the table. Su Cici casually picked one up and held it up to the sunlight. Su Liang cheered happily. Little ancestor, it's really eyeglass lenses. Su Cici nodded.
Yes.
Although Ruer didn't understand what lenses were, she saw that her little ancestor agreed, so she took one. Oh, Ruer, don't take it. It might break later. Su Liang quickly stopped his little granddaughter. These lenses were worth a lot. It's okay, it won't break, Su Cici said, then threw it onto the ground. Su Liang and the others didn't have time to stop her. Chun Qingqing picked up the lens. Little ancestor, it really didn't break? I already said it wouldn't, Su Cici pouted, not believing what she said. Oh, I was wrong, little ancestor. You're so amazing. Humph, of course I am, she said proudly, smiling happily. It's not over yet. You guys put the lenses into those bamboo sticks. Everyone agreed. Su Cici asked Su Liang to cut the bamboo sticks to match the mold size, so they would fit perfectly. Of course, the bamboo strips were not ordinary bamboo, but made from Mao bamboo. After being roasted with fire, they softened and could be bent into shape, making them suitable for frames. Little ancestor, it's done. The first to assemble successfully was Su Liang, since no one knew these shaped bamboo strips better than him. Try it on. Okay. Su Liang immediately put it on. Little ancestor, I can see clearly, but I feel a bit dizzy. Then take it off quickly. You're not nearsighted, so it's not suitable for you, little ancestor. Does that mean it varies from person to person? Su Liang asked, thinking everyone in the village could wear them. They looked so cultured. Of course. Everyone's nearsightedness is different, so their glasses are different. This one is too thick. If your eyes are good, wearing it will make you dizzy. After Su Cici explained, everyone understood that glasses had many details. Little ancestor, is this a magnifying glass? Ma Rong assembled the magnifier. After putting it together, she also tried it. The thing she saw looked so big. Hearing the noise, everyone looked over and also tested the magnifying glass. Looking at a stone on the ground, they said, "This stone is so big. Wow, the lines on my hand are so clear. Rue, your eyes are really big." Only Su Liang, the old man, used the magnifying glass to look at his granddaughter's eyes. Seeing Grandpa taking a picture of her, Rue ran behind Su Cici, ignoring him. All right, little Qing, I'm hungry. Okay, little ancestor, I'll go cook now. In the end, Su Cici asked Rue to take the glasses to each clan leader, keeping the magnifying glass for herself. The problem with the lenses was solved, but the frames were still rough. If they sold them, it wouldn't be easy to sell. Su Cici thought about this and went back inside. Until the smell of food from the kitchen reached her, she put down her book and went out to eat. The next day, several clan leaders came out wearing glasses to show off. These were specially made for them by the little ancestor. They were the first in the village to have glasses. After trying them last night, they could see very clearly. Great clan leader, there's a bird's nest in that tree. Did you see it? Yes, I saw it. Second clan leader, can you see my father in the field over there? Third clan leader, someone is coming to the village entrance. Who is it? Oh, it's Li DePeo. Many children and villagers asked the elders if they could see something in the distance. Although some questions were silly, everyone answered with a smile. Su Cici rode Peichi over and everyone greeted. Little ancestor, hello. Young one, can you see clearly now? Yes, I can see very clearly now, the little ancestor replied. Knowing he had trouble seeing, they specially made him glasses. The head of the clan was very touched. Yesterday, Lin Sonia had been jealous and teased him about what was worth worrying the little ancestor. That's good. Remember to read the books you were given. There will be a test. Huh? Little ancestor, there's going to be a test. Yes, Su Cici said seriously. Then he turned and headed toward the village committee, leaving the clan leader looking stunned.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Sonia was the first to laugh out loud. She teased, "Old man, you kept bragging last night about taking tests with the kids. Don't Kyle? Okay? Ha ha ha. Oh, the eldest son of the clan leader, Su Chong, also laughed. Dad, if you fail the test, will you have to stay back a grade? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed even louder. The second clan leader and others also chuckled. The clan leader was so angry his beard twitched, but he couldn't argue. After all, the little ancestor had said it. He then shifted the topic to the other elders, smiling. If I have to take the test, so do you. The little ancestor didn't say that? Asked the fifth clan leader first. He found reading hard, especially when trying to learn the little ancestors and his names. They gave him headaches. Did the little ancestor also give you a book? Yes, he admitted sheepishly. He had only looked at part of the book. Many characters he couldn't see clearly or recognize. The clan leader was proud. Among the villagers, the one who hated studying the most was the fifth clan leader, Su Laoma. He smiled and said, See? Since you got a book, you definitely have to take the test. Other villagers also started to wonder if the little ancestor had given them books. Oh. Earlier Lin Jiqing asked my child to bring back a copy of Chairman's quotations, saying it should be kept at home for study. I thought this book wouldn't be something our farmers need to memorize, so I didn't pay much attention. Maybe this book was actually brought home by Lin Jiqing for the little ancestor. Oh, I have one too. I think I do as well. Suddenly, everyone who had been joking about the village chief couldn't laugh anymore. They hurried home to find their books, just in case the little ancestor also wanted to test them. Su Sisi arrived at the village committee. She just wanted to see how the factory construction was going. At that moment, Su Gang was talking with Li DePeo. When he saw Su Sisi, he quickly stood up. Su Gang. Little ancestor, hello. Li DePeo. Hello, little ancestor Su. Happy New Year. Su Sisi nodded, got down from Peichi, and sat in the main seat. What are you talking about? Li DePeo spoke first. Little ancestor Su, our village also has plenty of land. If you want to build a factory, you can choose our village. Today, Su Sisi planned to start building the factory. Li DePeo only then realized she wanted to build several factories, mostly in Zhongjia village. He immediately came to find Su Gang. Their village is closer, so why not choose their land? Anyway, their village has many lazy people, and the land doesn't produce much good stuff. It might be better to exchange the land for some money. Oh, but we've already decided, Su Sisi said with big eyes and a cute voice. Then, little ancestor Su, do you want to build another factory? Our land is plenty. Not for now. We have enough factories already. Su Sisi directly refused. Mainly because she didn't have much money now and couldn't afford to build more. Su Gang was even more firm. I already said no more factories. Why are you still arguing here? Stop bothering. Li DePeo ignored Su Gang's words. After all, his words didn't matter in front of little ancestor Su. Little ancestor Su, we don't have plans now, but maybe in the future. If you have ideas, you must choose our land. Su Gang pushed him. What are you talking about? Why must she choose your land? Who do you think you are? Li DePeo hurriedly explained. Little ancestor Su, I didn't mean that. I mean, our land is plenty. You can choose any plot you like. Su Sisi nodded. I understand. Thank you, little ancestor Su. Thank you, but we didn't agree to anything. Go away. I need to report to the little ancestor, Su Gang said, starting to chase people away. Next time, he would tell the village elder at the entrance that no one from Li DePeo's family should be allowed in again. Who are these people? They come here and want the little ancestor to choose land for their factory, as if their own village has no land. Only Su Gang, in anger, would say such things. Our Daweishu village really doesn't have much land, or we wouldn't have to swap with Zhongjia village to build the factory. Su Sisi asked, Little Gang, how is the factory coming along? Did the foundation work go smoothly? No accidents, everything is fine, Su Gang replied. But Su Sisi was a bit worried. Recently, she started sensing things about porcelain and jade. For example, she sensed underground porcelain buried in the space, and when she dug, she found a box of blue and white porcelain bottles. This morning, she had another faint sense, but it wasn't strong. She wondered if the construction site was the reason for her feelings, so she asked Su Gang about it. Suddenly, her sensing became very strong. Su Sisi stood up. rode Peiqi, and immediately headed toward the place she sensed. Su Gang quickly followed. Little ancestor, take it slow, and be careful. Li Tingting and Su Fongfong from the finance office watched the little ancestor run out. The village chief hurried after her. Worried something might happen, they closed the door and followed. When Su Sisi reached near the construction site, she saw Da Fong running over. Little ancestor, you're here. Just as she finished speaking, there was a commotion at the construction site. Su Sisi hurried over, and Da Fong also rushed there. Su Gang arrived at the same time. Little ancestor, Su little ancestor. The villagers digging the foundation were from Daweishu village, Zhongjia village, and Lijia village, so they all knew Su Sisi. Su Sisi looked serious. What happened? Little ancestor, we were just digging and accidentally found something. We kept digging and discovered a large tripod, said Su Chongmao, the grandson of the five-clan leader, who was also the last in the oil factory interview last time. Su Sisi walked over and saw a huge bronze tripod standing in the soil. Its legs were several times taller than her. Finding this, it seemed the factory construction would have to stop for now. She also sensed many similar objects beneath. At this moment, finding these things was neither clearly good nor bad. Everyone come up, Su Sisi shouted. Da Fong also called out, and everyone who was digging returned to the ground. Su Sisi then said, no one is allowed to touch this thing. Spear, you keep watch here. Xiaojing, go call the commune officer. Okay, little ancestor, they replied, and went to do their tasks. Su Sisi also asked Da Fong to call Li Debao and village head Zhang to the village kindergarten, then she turned back to the village. Li Tingting and Su Fongfong followed behind. When they arrived, they only saw a bronze cauldron and didn't understand what was happening. When they saw little ancestor returning, they followed back. Su Sisi went straight into the youth service point and shouted, come out, everyone. Only Wu Xiaoqiao was there. The others had gone to work in the fields. When teachers like Lin Zifeng had no classes, they also went to work in the fields, or they wouldn't earn enough work points. Wu Xiaoqiao was on leave today. Little ancestor Su, where are the others? They went to work in the fields. Su Sisi frowned. Go call everyone to the kindergarten quickly. Okay. Got it. Wu Xiaoqiao was a bit stunned but quickly reacted and ran out. She felt a little happy inside. Little ancestor Su was asking her to do something. Maybe her previous mistake was forgiven. Thinking this, her previously uncomfortable body suddenly felt more energetic. When everyone was gathered, Su Sisi asked Lin Zifeng to bring out all the copies of the chairman's quotes they had copied earlier. These books were made because 12 young workers accidentally damaged many crops and tools at the start. Su Sisi punished them by making them copy the quotes. Over 100 copies in total. Wu Xiaoqiao was punished the most, but she didn't write the most. That was Lin Zifeng and Wu Di. These two often copied the quotes and kept them on the bookshelf, making the collection look bigger. This was also why villagers, especially children, had a good impression of Lin Zifeng and Wu Di. Although they quietly did work for the village, there were many villagers, especially clever children. When they found out, they went home and told their families. Besides some copies taken home by children, there were also 63 copies of the chairman's quotes in the kindergarten. Su Sisi, Village Chief Li, Village Chief Zhang. Each of your villages should take 30 copies of the sayings back home, distribute them to some villagers, and have everyone memorize a few lines. Not just one line, but several. Do it now, immediately, Li Debao, who didn't know what was happening, asked. Su little ancestor. Why is this? No need to ask. Just do as I say, Su Sisi said seriously, making it hard for anyone to refuse. Lin Jiqing, all of you young workers are divided into 3 teams. Teach the children in the 3 villages to recite the sayings. Any number of lines is fine, but the most important thing is that they can memorize them. Yes, the young workers responded. Although they didn't fully understand what was going on, since the young leader spoke, they would follow her orders. Su Sisi then gave some instructions to Da Fong before heading to the construction site. By then, the commune officials had also arrived. As expected, when Su Gang mentioned that they had found cultural relics, besides the officials, Vice Director Ma Da of the commune also came. These are remnants of feudal superstition and must be destroyed, Vice Director Ma said with a grim face, but inside, he was quite happy. Bringing these items to the commune for destruction meant he could report it and maybe get a reward from higher up. As a newly appointed vice director, he wanted to secure his position. The villagers surrounding them said nothing. Su Chongmao was naturally reluctant to see these items destroyed. His great-great-grandfather was an old scholar. When he took his grandmother and grandfather back to the village, besides their poor health, it was also to avoid trouble. Su Sisi rode her Peiqi and hurried over. Exactly, they must be destroyed. Hearing Su Sisi, Su Chongmao's face turned pale. The young leader had spoken. These items could not be saved. Vice Director Mada had never seen Su Sisi before. He already knew that the main person of Dahuai Tree Village was a young girl. Seeing the visitors, he recognized her as the young leader of Dahuai Tree Village. Although it was a bit embarrassing to discuss matters with a child, he decided to proceed quickly with the destruction. He squatted down and said, "Are you the young leader of Dahuai Tree Village? These items need to be dug out by all the villagers and brought to the commune for destruction in front of everyone." Su Sisi looked innocent. "Sure, but isn't the reform committee responsible for destroying these?" "Yes. Yes, but I can handle it." "Oh, then if someone asks later, we can say it was your idea to dig them up." "All right, everyone heard that. I was the one who had it dug out." Su Sisi was very pleased. She waved her small hand and said, "Dig." Su Chongmao's heart sank completely. His face turned pale as he knelt on the ground. However, he couldn't speak up to let the young master keep these items. If he dared to speak, their village would face disaster. His unusual behavior was noticed by Deputy Director Ma. He asked, "What's wrong with this young man?" Su Sisi replied, "Oh, he might be tired. He was the one who found these things. He's a good young man." Reporting the remnants of old customs immediately is worth praise. Su Chongmao forced a stiff smile. Su Sisi ordered someone to take him back, but he refused to leave. He wanted to remember these items. One by one, the artifacts were dug out and piled on the ground. Deputy Director Ma looked at the mountain of objects and was very happy. The 3 villages brought their ox carts, which were also covered with straw. Deputy Director Ma asked curiously, "Are your village's ox carts so fancy?" Su Gang answered, "It's just because it's cold in winter, and the straw keeps it warm." "Oh," nodded Deputy Director Ma, and he said no more. All the artifacts were loaded onto the carts. Small items were placed in a large bronze vessel. 8 ox carts were full. Seeing the old ox look pained, it was clear they were very heavy. The villagers pulling the carts felt sorry for the oxen, carrying such heavy loads. Usually they wouldn't make the ox work so hard. Oxen are precious for plowing fields. Deputy Director Ma rode in front, with the ox carts following slowly behind. Suddenly, they encountered a group of red guards wearing red armbands. Some looked especially pale, especially the leader. One red guard approached the front of the ox cart, looked at the bronze vessel, and shouted, "This vessel has 4 legs. It's a remnant of old customs." The pale-faced red guard shouted loudly, "What are you going to do with these remnants? You dare to hide old customs. Everyone, arrest them." As he spoke, the red guards behind were about to rush forward. In the current movement, the red guards were very strict. Even the commune director had to show respect. Deputy Director Ma quickly spoke up, "I am the director of the commune. These items were just dug out. I was about to take them to the commune and smash them in front of everyone. We all know the commune director. We haven't seen you before. A few days ago, a clerk from the neighboring county secretly kept old remnants. If anyone is going to smash these, it should be us." "Exactly, exactly," others echoed behind him. Deputy Director Ma said, "It's all the same. We are all working for the good of the country. If you don't believe me, you can come back to the commune with me. Who wants to go back to the commune with you? We still need to check other places." "Are you just stalling?" "No, I'm not." "Humph, I'll smash it right in front of you." The leader of the Red Guards walked to the ox cart, took a porcelain bowl from a bronze vessel, and threw it forcefully onto the ground. Everyone was shocked by this act. They really did smash it. Deputy Director Ma could only watch as a few Red Guards pulled the ox cart toward another village. They said they wanted to smash things to scare the villagers. Just as they were about to leave, another group of red guards arrived. I knew these ones. They included his brother-in-law. Neoli stopped the white-faced red guard. Wait, who are you? I haven't seen you before. The white-faced red guard was not afraid. And who are you? I haven't seen you either. Neoli shouted, You're imposters. No, you're the imposters. The two sides started to confront each other. Deputy Director Ma trusted his brother-in-law more and stood beside him. I told you, no red guard would leave carrying things. You guys are just fakes. The white-faced red guard took out a copy of the sayings from his pocket and loudly said, I can recite the sayings by heart. You people who don't follow the call are delaying us. Everyone, come help me catch these. Hearing this, Neoli asked, Wait, you say you can recite the sayings by heart? Of course, the white-faced red guard replied. Take action, be self-sufficient. Neoli looked unimpressed. What's so special about that? Anyone can do it. Then you try. Fine, I will. Neoli was not afraid and immediately said, Be thrifty and save resources, prepare for war and famine. That's nothing. I'll test you. The white-faced red guard said, The world belongs to you and us, but ultimately, it belongs to you. Neoli quickly interrupted, You young people are full of energy in a prosperous time, like the sun at 7 or 8 in the morning. After saying this, he looked proudly at the white-faced red guard. Everyone has to die someday. What's the next line? Heavy as Mount Tai, light as a feather. Many villagers watching the red guard competition looked at each other, but although it seemed intense, it appeared that more people were asking questions than answering. No one interrupted. They just watched the contest, with some whispering about how awkwardly Nyo Li and others answered. The villagers from Dahui village supported the white-faced group. They found those white faces familiar and, after watching for a while, realized they weren't really red guards but local young men from their village. The leader was Su Chongtai. No one said anything aloud, but some exchanged knowing looks and almost laughed but held back. Su Chongmao also noticed this. At first, he thought the voices sounded familiar, but he was still disappointed and didn't listen carefully. Later, he realized the voice was very similar to his cousins. Their faces also looked alike, but not quite as pale. Looking at Su Sisi riding a big white pig, he understood that the little ancestor had asked the villagers to pretend. As Su Chongmao guessed, the white-faced red guards were indeed arranged by Su Sisi. She told them not to make it obvious they were villagers, but somehow they made their faces so pale, and he didn't know how. The two sides argued back and forth for a while, getting thirsty from talking so much. Su Chongtai then asked, What is the third paragraph of In Memory of Norman Bethune? Neoli struggled to recite it, but before finishing, Su Chongtai interrupted. What are you reciting? I'll do it, a foreigner, with no selfish motives.
Su Chongtai recited smoothly, looking proud.
In the end, Neoli and others could only watch as these white-faced red guards took the things from the cart. Neoli felt embarrassed and took out his frustration on the villagers around him. Why are you all just standing there? What's so interesting?
Neoli shouted angrily.
Are there any reactionaries in your village? We need to check. Su Gang stepped forward and said, We are all third-generation poor farmers. We can handle a check. But what if they find nothing? What if? Comrades, search. As he spoke, he was about to run toward the nearest Daweishu village. However, the villagers of Daweishu village would never let outsiders enter easily. Several burly men blocked the way, making Officer Zhang from the commune look worried. Why were these red guards bothering the villagers of Daweishu? Vice Director Ma seemed excited. If his brother-in-law managed to get in, he could show off to Daweishu village. This might make the commune less worried about Daweishu and maybe even grateful to him. Neoli loudly said, We want to go in. No way. De Kuei, who often went hunting, looked stronger than usual. The two sides were tense, ready to fight. Suddenly, a soft, childish voice came from behind, saying, Let them search. Neoli and others turned around and saw Su Sisi riding a big, white pig walking over. But if we don't find anything... Su Sisi squinted and smiled like a little fox. You all have to pay 50 yuan to our village. Who are you? Do you have a say? Neoli didn't know who Su Sisi was. Seeing she was just a kid, he became even more arrogant. You're riding a pig, that's capitalist. Before he finished, Dekue slapped him, and Neoli was caught off guard. Our little ancestors' wishes are none of your business, Dekue said angrily, grabbing Neoli by the collar. Villagers from Li Jia village and Zhongjia village watched nervously. Daweisha village was so fierce. Why did the Red Guards just start fighting? You dare hit me? Neoli glared at Dekue. He had been a Red Guard squad leader for a while. Everyone feared and respected him. Why was he so unlucky today, meeting two tough opponents? Spectator Song Ran remembered a famous line from a palace drama. I'll hit you, and do I care about the timing? She really hoped Dekue would say that line next, so she could see that she wasn't the only one who traveled through time. Maybe they could help each other. But she was disappointed. Dekue said, what if I hit you? If you dare to talk nonsense in front of our little ancestor again, I'll cut out your tongue. Do you dare? The other Red Guards stepped back a little. They had heard of Daweisha village's fierce reputation and were a bit afraid. Vice Director Ma came over and said, calm down, everyone. Let's talk nicely. He was trying to rescue his little brother-in-law. Being grabbed by the collar, his face turned red, but his little brother-in-law couldn't shake off the big man's hand. He then looked at Su Sisi and said, little ancestor Su, my little brother-in-law is just in a hurry, not intentionally disrespecting you. Su Sisi smiled and replied, oh, so it was intentional then. Deputy Director Ma still had a smile on his face. No, he's just anxious. Look, after they went in and didn't find anything, it proves your village is a good place. In future, when they evaluate the best villages, your village will have a chance. Although he was smiling, he secretly cursed Su Sisi as a stubborn kid. You can search inside, but I also said if you don't find anything, you have to pay us. Yes, we will pay, other villagers shouted. We'll discuss it. Deputy Director Ma looked at Neoli's side. Su Sisi signaled Big K to let Neoli go, who was gasping for breath. Neoli wanted to argue with Big K again, but Deputy Director Ma held him back. The two whispered to each other quietly, too softly for others to hear. Su Sisi, sitting on the big pig, looked up at everyone. She understood lip language, and when they moved their lips, she knew what they were saying. After a while, the two came over. Deputy Director Ma said, little ancestor Su, Neoli agrees. All right, but you have to let our villagers search you. What if you retaliate and hide something bad? Neoli hadn't finished speaking when Deputy Director Ma stopped him. Fine, we'll listen to you. Su Sisi waved her hand. Big K, make sure the search is thorough. Don't let anything that doesn't belong to our village get in. Big K and the others really searched carefully, even checking inside their underwear, making many Red Guards blush. After confirming there was nothing, they allowed the villagers to go in. The first to enter was Su Fu's family. Su Fu was a butcher. He was the one who slaughtered pigs in the village. Last year, he even killed a tiger and a bear, so his yard had many knives. They had been put away before to prevent children from getting hurt. But when the Red Guards arrived, they took all the knives out. Neoli and the others entered the yard and were shocked to see so many knives, especially the sharp ones that looked very dangerous, with bloodstains on the blades. Su Fu said, no. Who doesn't have a knife at home? Neoli angrily replied, who has such a sharp knife? I was just talking about a pig butcher. Without a sharp knife, how can you do the job? Su Fu said, rolling his eyes as if to say, you don't understand anything. Angrily, Neoli wanted to hit him, but seeing the bloody slaughtering area and Dekue watching nearby, he held back. But to teach Su Fu a good lesson, they went into his house. They immediately started rummaging through boxes and found a crumpled little booklet under the mat. He was very happy. There really are forbidden items. Upon closer look, it was the quotations from Chairman, all wrinkled, showing it had been handled many times. Actually, Su Fu's grandson brought it back. Su Fu couldn't read it, so he casually placed it under the mat. At night, he kept tossing and turning, and the grandson loved kicking things, which made the quotations under the mat all wrinkled. After searching for a while, they still didn't find anything forbidden. Then they went to Da Li's house. Da Li loved hunting, And in his yard, there were a gun and a blood-stained hunting knife, which made Neoli feel very uneasy. He thought these villagers were deliberately hiding things, but he had no choice because they were indeed hunters. He could only hope to find other items in their homes, like banned books. If he found even one unrelated to the quotations, he could push them toward being conservative. He originally planned to hide the forbidden booklet inside his clothes. He kept it well, so most people couldn't find it. During the search, he wasn't caught. Unfortunately, someone kept watching him, so he couldn't take it out. He could only go through the boxes again, but found nothing. Neoli didn't believe it and went to search other houses. Every house he checked had a copy, mostly handwritten. He suspiciously asked, "Your village has quite a strong study atmosphere." Dekue had been following him closely, wary of him hiding things, and said, "Of course. Our little ancestor said we should follow the chairman, and every household should learn." Still not satisfied, he started searching several more homes. Almost every household had books, mostly quotations, with a few copies of Commemorating by Chioen and Yugong Moving Mountains. "Comrade Neoli, did you find any forbidden items?" Dekue looked proud. Since the little ancestor could give the order to search, it was certain they wouldn't let anyone find any evidence. Looking for something, but unable to find anything, Neoli started to think of a bad idea. Actually, he had discussed this with Deputy Ma before entering. When it comes to knowing the quotes, who could be better than their red guards? Although he just lost to the group with pale faces, they wouldn't lose to villagers. They are farmers, probably can't read many characters, so he felt confident he could win. It's not about having forbidden items, but Neoli paused, wanting to test the villagers' attitude, but found they seemed calm and unbothered, not showing any signs of panic. Cough, cough. Pretending to have a sore throat to ease the awkwardness, he continued, "Every household has books, so surely you can recite them, right?" Gooden crawled out from behind his father and asked, "Uncle, are you asking if we can recite the quotes?" Neoli saw another child and, to prevent him from being like Su Sisi, who is of higher status, he asked, "Who are you?" "This is my son." Gooden's father stepped forward and said. He didn't expect his son to be so brave now, daring to speak up. Neoli looked over Gooden and his father. They weren't dressed as well as Su Sisi and looked simple-minded, probably young and uneducated. Seeing that Gooden was only 6 or 7 years old, he thought he was probably similar to the uneducated villagers, unable to recognize many characters. He then asked, "Oh, can you recite it?" "Yes," Gooden said innocently. "Uncle, can you recite the second part of Comrade by Chioen?" Neoli was no longer fooled. He had figured out that during the contest with the pale-faced Red Guards, he was probably the one being asked more often, which made him unable to answer. Now, with this kid, he decided to fight back. "I can. If you can, recite it for me." Comrade by Chioen was selfless and dedicated to helping others, showing his spirit in his work. Gooden enunciated clearly and recited smoothly, without any stumbles. Neoli didn't expect the kid to be so talented and then asked, "Recite the third paragraph of Serve the People, because we serve the people," so Gooden recited fluently. He read and memorized these every day. Then, recite the fifth paragraph. Gooden blinked and asked, "Uncle, why do you keep asking me to recite? Can't you do it?" Many villagers looked at Neoli. He blushed a little because he usually memorized more from books and wasn't very good at reciting. Now, with so many people watching, he didn't want to lose face. "Of course I can do it," he said. He took out his quote book, flipped through it, and started reading aloud. The villagers looked at him speechlessly. "Is that reciting? Just look at the village's dog. He doesn't even need a book." The villagers started whispering among themselves. "Even kids can recite it. A Red Guard should be able to do it without looking. Exactly, he's worse than a kid. What kind of Red Guard is this? He can't even recite the quotes." Neoli didn't care. He had already recited it, and he carried the quote book with him everywhere. Xiao Shui stepped forward. "Uncle, I can also recite Yugong Moves Mountains." "Can you?" "Yes, I can." Neoli confidently took out the book he had just found and started reading. Seeing this, the villagers felt even more speechless. The other Red Guards behind him also felt embarrassed. But since they struggled to recite, and might mess up even more if they tried, they just accepted it. After all, they couldn't lose their Red Guard identity. Su Sisi was at home now. Niu Li and the others searched her house, making a big mess. Su Gang and Afong were busy tidying up. Seeing the scene, Su Sisi got angry. Xiao Gang, those people have searched enough. Go ask them for money, 100 yuan no less. Su Gang asked, Little Ancestor, what if they refuse? Then hit them, Su Sisi said with a smile. And go to their house to ask again. Deputy Director Ma is related to them, right? Okay, Little Ancestor. Xiao Gang understands now. We have a duty to search, and we can't be responsible for damages. Really? Su Gang waved his hand, and De Kuei and others stepped forward, surrounding them. What are you doing? What are we doing? Su Gang took out a piece of paper and read aloud. Comrade Nioli rummaged through the boxes, broke a cabinet, 3 table legs, and 6 benches. You must compensate at the proper value, totaling 200 yuan. Also, since nothing was found, you owe an additional 50 yuan, making a total of 250 yuan. Niu Li's eyes widened. These people are just trying to extort money. Nonsense, a few broken boxes aren't worth that much. Actually, Niu Li was right. Most of the villagers' boxes and benches had been used for many years. But since a big spender had come, Su Gang wouldn't let it go. The little ancestor wanted only 100 yuan, but he thought that wasn't enough. The items in his house were all messy, so that amount was too little. He also knew the village was now short of money. Niu Li was just a cow to be milked for all he was worth. Deputy Director Ma, do you think damaging collective property should be compensated? Su Gang had already noticed Mada trying to escape and called out to him. Village Chief Su, 200 yuan isn't too much. It's not 200 yuan, it's 250 yuan, Su Gang corrected. Niu Li got angry. You're extorting us. De Kuei and others moved closer to Niu Li, their eyes unfriendly. Several villagers nearby were holding hoes. Officer Zhang quickly spoke up. He had been invisible for so long. If he didn't say something, a fight might break out. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Listen to me. Su Gang glanced at him. Oh, Officer Zhang, you're still here? Yes. Village Chief Su. We've known each other for a long time. For my sake, let's let Deputy Director Ma and the others go first. Go? Sure, but you have to pay. Of course we will pay. How much? Officer Zhang looked at Deputy Director Ma, who then looked at Niu Li. Niu Li sneered. No payment, not a single cent. Get them. Su Gang was no longer polite. He had long disliked these people. De Kuei and others immediately attacked. Niu Li and the others were no match for the villagers. After a few hits, they were overwhelmed and knocked down. Deputy Director Ma and Officer Zhang wanted to step forward to stop the fight, but as soon as they moved, a punch came flying, and Officer Zhang's eye was swollen. Su Gang pulled him back. Officer Zhang, punches don't see who they're hitting. If you go again, and they mistake you for one of them, don't blame us. Deputy Director Ma looked worried and quickly said, It's fine. They will pay. If they didn't stop now, his brother-in-law might get badly hurt, and his father-in-law's family wouldn't forgive him. Hearing this, Daku and others stopped, but Daku still kicked Niu Li. Su Gang reached out. Give them the money. Deputy Director Ma checked his pocket and took out 2 big bills of unity. We didn't bring that much. Take these first, and we'll pay the rest in a few days. Su Gang took the money and pointed at Niu Li, who was holding his stomach. Go back and get the rest of the money. But someone needs to stay here, or you'll change your mind when you leave. If I have to find someone, it will be him. Su Gang, we've agreed to pay. Why do you still want to keep someone as a hostage? Ma De was also angry. He had stepped back quite a bit, but the people from the Huanqiu village were still so bold. Instead of arguing here, it was better to go back quickly and get the rest of the money. Your brother-in-law doesn't need to suffer. This new deputy director, Su Gang, didn't like him much. He had already found out that he was parachuted in and hadn't been an officer for long. He thought it would be better if Liu officer took the position. Liu could speak well, do things efficiently, and control the situation well. That would be best for them. Daku kicked Niu Li again. Brother-in-law, hurry back and get the money to save me. Deputy Director Ma glared at Su Gang, but they couldn't fight him. They had no choice but to ride their bikes back quickly. Officer Zhang and the others slowly walked back with the Red Guards. Nioli was tied to a tree. Daku looked at him while everyone else went home to prepare. After finishing the matter, Su Gang went back to Su Cece's house and reported everything that had happened. Su Cece praised him.
Good job, Xiao Gang.
You're improving a lot. It's because the little ancestor taught me well. You don't know, Mada was even more arrogant afterward. The 20 yuan he gave isn't enough for us to buy peanuts. Yes, people like that should be scolded more, Su Cece nodded. Besides, you said Deputy Director Ma is new, right? Yes, little ancestor, imagine if Officer Liu were the deputy director. That would be so great. Our village would be much easier to manage. That's easy to do, just like this. Little ancestor, you're so amazing. Su Gang's eyes lit up. Officer Liu probably also wants a higher position. Thanks to the clever plan from our little ancestor, he succeeded in getting promoted. He will definitely keep protecting our village. By the way, where is the cow named Li you left behind? He's tied under the big locust tree. I'm going to check on him. As he spoke, Su Cece walked out. Peichi saw her owner coming out and automatically lay down. Once Su Cece was seated, Peichi stood up again. Su Gang watched the scene and thought, is Peichi really a pig? Why is he so sensible? Zhenhe also ran over, looking back at Su Gang who was walking slowly and sneered, little old man, I can run faster than you. Luckily, Su Gang's eyesight wasn't that good, so he didn't see Zhenhe's disdainful expression or understand what Zhenhe was saying. Otherwise, he would have started teasing Zhenhe. Little ancestor. Dekue eagerly called out when he saw Su Cece approaching. Su Cece nodded. Li the cow also opened his eyes and looked at Su Cece, but didn't speak. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. Dekue was about to hit him when he heard Su Cece say, take off his coat and check inside. Dekue forcibly pulled off his coat. A cold wind blew, and Li shivered. Check carefully. There should be something inside. Dekue carefully searched the clothes and found a small hidden pocket containing a tiny booklet with foreign writing. Su Cece glanced at it. How many times have we done this? Su Gang also arrived at this moment. Looking at what Su Cece held, he stared in disbelief at Li. He then realized why many families in the county had been raided recently. Turns out it was this kid. Little ancestor, such a person, it's not wrong to get rid of him. Probably innocent families are involved too. Su Cece nodded and handed him the booklet. Xiao Gang, you know what to do now. Little ancestor, don't worry. I will handle this perfectly, Su Gang said with a smile, then looked at Li with a scheming grin. Big Kue couldn't help but shiver as he felt the goosebumps on his body. Seeing the village chief's expression, he thought, As the sun was about to set, Deputy Director Ma arrived. Here, this is 230 yuan. You can take the people now. Su Gang took the money and counted it. All right. Looking at Nioli, who had fainted, Deputy Director Ma shook him hard, but he didn't wake up. He angrily asked, what happened to my brother-in-law? Nothing much. He just fell asleep. How can he be unresponsive if he's just sleeping? How would I know? You. Deputy Director Ma pointed fiercely at Su Gang. If anything happens to him, your whole village will be in trouble. Oh, take care on your way. We won't see you off. Su Gang waved to show him out.
You.
Deputy Director Ma was furious, but now his main concern was to get Nioli to the hospital for a checkup. Later, he planned to deal with the Da Huan Tree Village properly. His status as a county leader made him feel powerful. That night, in the cellar of the ancestral hall, Su Cece stood beside a bronze cauldron, tapping its leg with a small wooden stick, making a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. She said to Su Chongtai, who had a pale face, good job. As long as I didn't disappoint the little ancestor, Su Chongtai said, rubbing his hands. Today, when they met Nioli and others, they were all nervous but managed to hold their ground, and even won. Thanks for your hard work. I'll reward each of you with 3 eggs. Put the things here and go back now. Thank you, little ancestor, they all said happily. They were proud to be praised by the little ancestor, and their families must have been very pleased. Early the next morning, Su Gang went to find Li Dabio and village chief Zhang. They thought it was about building a factory, but it turned out to be just a message delivery. Li Dabio hesitated and asked, Su Gang, Do you think this plan will work? Su Gang rolled his eyes. Our little ancestor said it, so, do you think it will work? Li Dabio quickly changed his attitude. If the little ancestor said it, then it must work. Village Chief Zhang nodded. I believe in the little ancestor too. Come on, you need to hurry. If this works out, the factory can start construction, Su Gang said. He also mentioned the memorization task, and the memorization you have to do it every day. We're already in a fight with those people. Next time it might be your village, Li Dabio assured him. Don't worry. Even the laziest people in our village wouldn't joke about their lives. They will memorize it, Chief Zhang. In our village, you don't need to worry. Everyone works hard here. Actually, Su Gang doesn't trust either village very much. As for Li Jia village, they're surprisingly lazy. They probably only memorize a few lines of sayings and rest for a few hours. He needs Wu Di, the educated youth, to keep a close eye on them. The people in Zhangjia village are quite diligent, but with so many people, they have many opinions. Their minds are scattered, and after memorizing a few lines, they often lose interest. He needs Lu Kong, the educated youth, to supervise them more. If something happens between the two villages, they might not say it openly, but they would blame each other in their hearts. This isn't good for unity. Little Ancestor said that although their village is strong and united, they don't have enough people. They still need to connect with nearby villages and stand together, or they might be attacked or retaliated against later. Su Gang. Alright, I came to talk to you about this. I need to go back and tell our villagers. You should go too. After he left, Li Dabeo and Chief Zhang each returned to their villages. Not long after, a few women going to the commune to buy things started gossiping. Did you hear? A few days ago, a woman named Wang from Xinghua village was abandoned at her doorstep by her son. He didn't care, didn't give her food, and no matter how much she shouted, she wouldn't open the door. I know about that. My sister-in-law's cousin married into Xinghua village. That one woman is very pitiful. She has no biological children, and her stepchildren mistreat her. She's as thin as a bamboo pole. What happened later? Did anyone in the village take care of her? Xinghua village mostly has outsiders. They prefer to keep things quiet and not get involved. So, what was the final outcome? They can't just let her freeze or starve to death. Of course not. Comrade Lu from the commune was passing by, heard her crying, and went to check. He scolded the stepchildren and told them to respect their parents. Then the stepchildren brought Wang into their home. Now she's being taken care of. Is Lu really that capable? Absolutely. Our village's cow is lost and Lu helped us find it. I don't believe it if you say it's other officials from the commune, but if you say it's Lu, I believe it. Lu has done so much for our villagers. My pet monkey fell into the water, and Lu was the one who rescued it. I just remembered. When the locusts came, Lu went from village to village, giving notices. He shouted so much his throat was sore. Lu also helped with. Many women and older women kept talking, and everyone learned about the good deeds Lu had done. The news also reached the commune. During the meeting, Director Zhang was very pleased with Officer Lu. Little Lu, you did a great job. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Officer Lu said happily. It turned out that the villagers knew about his work. Other officers were also jealous. Why didn't they get praised by the villagers? They had done a lot too. Deputy Director Ma was even more jealous. A small officer like him was more famous than he was. His brother-in-law had been beaten by some troublemakers from Dahuai village and was in the hospital, still unconscious. The doctor said he was just in a deep sleep. His father-in-law had scolded him a lot, which made him very angry. Outside the commune, there was a lot of noise. Director Zhang asked, "What's going on outside?" One officer came in and said, "Sir, many villagers brought things to thank Officer Lu. Go out and see," Director Zhang said. Everyone followed him, out of the meeting room. Li Depeo was the first to rush forward. He said to Officer Lu, "Officer Lu, thank you so much. Because of you, our village's ancestral hall wasn't burned down. This is a small gift from us. Please don't mind." Village Chief Zhang also came over. "Officer Lu, if you hadn't let my son your bicycle, my little grandson might not have been saved. This banner is for you. We are very grateful." More people came later, expressing their thanks. Even Officer Liu felt a bit confused. Had he really done all these things? Meanwhile, in Sugong, some young people like Lin Zifeng were writing praise articles about Officer Liu's good deeds to send to newspapers. They even wrote about how he saved a drowning child. This was taught by Su Cece, who said sharing these methods could help save more people. Actually, Officer Liu knew how to save someone. He was also grateful to Song Ran, who had told her children not to play near the river and explained how to help if someone was drowning. She didn't think her children would understand, but mainly wanted them not to go into the water. Officer Liu overheard this and remembered it. When he went to save someone, he followed Song Ran's advice instinctively. Surprisingly, it worked. The county newspaper received the article. They usually ignored simple praise pieces, but when they saw how to save a drowning child, they decided to publish it. They also included Officer Liu's good deeds. In just a few days, news about Officer Liu spread beyond the commune and nearby villages. Even the county leaders heard about him and asked Director Zhang to take Officer Liu to the county to speak. After Officer Liu followed Director Zhang to the county and the news reached Su Gang, he quickly went to report to Su Cece. Little ancestor, everything is going according to plan. Su Cece nodded. Yes, we can start the next step in a couple of days. All right, little ancestor. Su Gang looked excited and hurried off to handle the next matter. Chun Qingqing approached and asked, Little ancestor, is it okay to have chicken stew with mushrooms today? Sure, Su Cece nodded, but suddenly she craved green bean cake. Xiao Qing, make some green bean cake. Got it, little ancestor. I asked Sister Song for the recipe. Her way of making green bean cake is a bit different from ours. Sister Song refers to Song Ran. Su Cece liked the green bean cake she gave her before. Asking Song Ran to make special pastries wasn't practical, mainly because she didn't want to pay. When Chun Qingqing found out, she brought a gift to ask Song Ran. Song Ran straightforwardly said she wasn't planning to do this business, mainly because she couldn't do it now. It would take years before she could start a business. Better to get some favors now and accept gifts. It's worth it. What's different about it? Sister Song uses milk candies to make milk, then mixes it with green beans. The flavor is more fragrant. Oh, so it's milk. Su Cece nodded, understanding. No wonder it tastes better than others. After eating and drinking enough, Su Cece rode Peiqi to the ancestral hall cellar, stored all the artifacts into her space, then left casually. Following the praise of Officer Liu, new rumors started circulating. Did you know? Based on what Officer Liu did, he could have been promoted to deputy director, but a leader said Liu has only been an officer for a year and is deliberately held back. No, I heard it's because Deputy Director Ma's father-in-law has influence and took Liu's position. Yeah, Deputy Director Ma only became an officer for a few days before getting promoted unexpectedly. He must have taken Liu's spot. That's unbelievable. I think we should report this to the leaders. These rumors reached Deputy Director Ma as well. Many people were gossiping about him, making him feel frustrated and helpless. When he saw Officer Liu arrive, he immediately sneered. Oh, isn't this the famous Officer Liu? Why aren't you helping the villagers today? Are you getting proud? Deputy Director, did I offend you somewhere? Why are you saying that? I should be asking you, did I offend you? That's why the people are talking about me. I didn't do anything. Whether you did or not, you know best in your heart. He rolled his eyes and suddenly slammed his office door shut. Seeing this, Officer Liu was confused. He really hadn't done anything wrong. Little Liu, have you heard? People in the streets are comparing you to Deputy Director Ma. They say he took your position. Huh? Officer Liu was even more confused. Who is this person? Why do they think badly of him? He's only been an officer for a year and isn't qualified to be a deputy director. He didn't realize that Deputy Director Ma had been an officer even shorter than him. But once the rumors started, they spread to the county. Thanks to Officer Liu's good reputation before, many villagers felt sorry for him. Some brave ones even went directly to the county chief, but they didn't meet him. Deputy Director Ma's father-in-law, Niu Zheng, who is the county's personnel director, also learned that these rumors were actually aimed at him. After realizing this, Niuli told Niu Zheng about the foreign language booklet Su Cece had hidden and said they would likely use it to threaten him. But in such a small village, Niu Zheng didn't pay much attention. If they dared to use it, he would turn the tables and say they were troublemakers. Recently, these rumors made Niu Zheng uneasy. He was the one who appointed the deputy director of the commune, and if he investigated strictly, he wouldn't benefit. However, with years of experience in government, he could sense trouble quickly. He sent someone to investigate, and the rumors all started from Dahui village. This meant Dahui village wanted Officer Liu to get the deputy director position. If their words failed, they might threaten him with a booklet or even demand more. As Niu Zheng suspected, Su Sisi not only wanted the deputy director position to change hands, but also needed Niu family's help with something. The next afternoon, Niu Zheng sent his eldest son, Niu Meng, to negotiate with Dahui village. When Su Gang heard this, he smiled, knowing the bait was taken. He ordered someone to bring Niu Meng over. Niu Meng said, "Village Chief Su, let's be honest. If you have any demands, just say them." Su Gang smiled and asked, "Are you sure you can agree to whatever demands we have?" "Village Chief Su, it's important to know your limits. You can ask for anything, but you also need to be brave enough to speak up. Our Daweishu village has no cowards. We dare to ask for everything. It depends on whether your Niu family can do it or not. Niu Meng stood up. "These villagers are really annoying, but I still have leverage over them. I hold back and say, just be honest. How much money do you want?" "We don't want money. We want access to an eye testing machine, Monel alloy, and materials like celluloid." "You want to make glasses?" Niu Meng asked. The things Su Gang mentioned are raw materials for eye testing machines and frame making.
You don't need to worry about that.
Just tell us if you can provide it. We can give the eye testing machine, but we don't have the channels for the materials." "No channels?" Niu Li's English has French mixed in. "I don't believe you don't have overseas contacts. What exactly do you want? We've already made our wishes clear." "Comrade Niu, you can go back and discuss it properly. You." Niu Meng snorted coldly and left. After he left, Su Sisi went to the village committee. Su Gang said, "Little ancestor, do you think they'll agree? With your words, I feel more at ease." Su Gang grinned. Their glasses still lack frame materials. If the Niu family can really get them, the factory will definitely make a profit once it opens. "Little ancestor, why don't we buy from the state-owned factory? Wouldn't that be more convenient? I want the materials that aren't available at the city's steel plants. Maybe Shanghai has them, but if we want these things, we need reliable sources. Importing is better. Our county isn't far from Port City and they can deliver here easily." "Little ancestor, I understand. If he comes again, I will insist he agrees." Su Sisi just smiled. "He will agree. We're not the ones in a hurry." "That's true." Niu Meng pedaled his bike back to the county, informing Niu Zheng of the conditions from Daweishu village. Niu Zheng thought overnight and finally told Niu Meng to agree, but only if they bring back the documents and sign an agreement. Although Niu Meng didn't understand how his father agreed so easily, he didn't dare to oppose him. He went back to Daweishu village again. Everything went according to Su Sisi's plan. Liu became deputy director, and Mada, after being dismissed, never returned to the commune. "Little ancestor Su, you are amazing," Li Dabe praised. "It's only been a few days, and they managed to bring down a deputy director of the commune. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Don't disturb our little ancestor's rest," Su Gang said, eager for him to leave since he just arrived. "Hey, Su Gang, are you ungrateful? We were good friends just a few days ago." "We're not friends." Su Sisi looked at them with a blank face, thinking how these two kept arguing again. "All right, village chiefly, do you have anything else to say?" Su Sisi's voice was sweet and soft, making people feel comfortable.
Su Gang lærte at Li Dabe.
Always bothering their little ancestor. So shameless. Li Dabe didn't care about Su Gang. He rubbed his hands and smiled at Su Sisi. "Little ancestor Su, can we still build a factory on Zhongjia village's land?" "No, you can't." "Why not, little ancestor Su?" Village Chief Zhang was excited when he heard they couldn't build a factory. "Your village dug up antiques, so building a factory isn't allowed."
"But we still bought the land."
"First, fill it back up, and no one is allowed to move it." Village Chief Zhang was worried. "Little ancestor Su, will the factory still be built?" "Our village has other land available." Su Sisi shook her head. "Your village can't build a factory," Li Dabe said. "Little ancestor Su, Let's build it in our village. We have plenty of open space. Both village chief Zhang and Li Dabe cared a lot about this. People from both villages wanted to be workers. Su Sisi sat on a grand chair, swinging her short legs, holding half a piece of dried sweet potato. She looked up at Li Dabe and said, "Your village? Sure, but you must guarantee you won't dig up anything." Li Dabe pounded his chest confidently. "Don't worry, little ancestor Su. Our ancestors were very poor, and the land is full of stones. No antiques at all." Hearing this, village chief Zhang's face changed. Their ancestors weren't wealthy either. How did they dig up antiques? Could it be that their ancestors were really a noble family? Originally, the factory was to be built in their village, but now Li's village had gotten a big advantage. Village chief Zhang admitted he was jealous, frowning as he said, "Little ancestor Su, can we still hire workers from our village?" Su Gang walked over and patted village chief Zhang on the shoulder. "Old Zhang, this factory isn't built in your village, but you still have what you need." Hearing this, village chief Zhang felt a bit better, but he still felt unhappy. Building the factory in their village would not only boost their pride but also make it the first choice if Su Xiaozong wanted to build another factory in the future. Now, that seemed impossible. The more he thought about it, the more he felt wronged. Why did they have to find ancient relics? Seeing village chief Zhang looking so sad, Su Sisi thought his expression looked just like Xiao Gang's. It seems that being close to good people can influence you. Standing on a grand chair, she tiptoed and patted his arm. She wanted to pat his shoulder, but couldn't reach. "Village chief Zhang, don't sell the land in your village in the future. Think long-term. There are treasures buried under your land. Once the news spreads, you can build a museum here. Many visitors will come, and your village could make a lot of money just from selling tickets." Hearing this, village chief Zhang's eyes lit up. "Su Xiaozong, is that really possible? Did I tell a lie?" I understand now." With Su Sisi's approval, Li Dabio and village chief Zhang were very happy. The next day, Dafeng took people to the spot Su Sisi chose to start construction. The villagers of Li Jia village were full of energy. They didn't look lazy at all. Yesterday, Li Dabio returned to the village and ordered everyone to work hard. Otherwise, the factory could be moved from Zhang's village to theirs, or even to another village. He even used threats and promises. Those who worked well would get priority for jobs, and anyone caught slacking off would be ignored. Even their relatives and friends would be pushed aside. Everyone was afraid of being influenced. If they found their own family members slacking, they would kick them and tell them to work hard. People from Zhang's village were also involved in building the factory. They were really jealous and resentful. The factory should have been built in their village. At noon, some people muttered sourly, "Building the factory in their village is really great. Yeah, why did our village find ancient relics? We've never heard of our ancestors being rich. Who knows? It was many years ago. Luckily, our village also has a chance to work in this factory. Yeah, no need to envy." Su Xiaozong said that from now on, anyone entering our village will have to pay to get in. The villagers in Li family village were happily chatting, dreaming about how impressive they would be once they became workers. Leading the conversation was Li Sanhua. "If I become a worker, my wife definitely won't dare to hit me. She'll treat me well like before." "Come on, Sanhua. Your wife is much more capable than you." "What are you saying? Am I less of a man than that woman, who keeps crying out loud when she gets hit?" When he said that, many people started laughing. Li Sanhua got angry but couldn't argue back. Li Ziweng, Li Dabeo's eldest son, patted Sanhua on the shoulder and said, "Sanhua, you have to admit your wife is better than you. I heard that the second daughter-in-law of village head Su, who cooks for little ancestor Su, even came to your house to learn how to make pastries." "Exactly, in our whole village, only your wife has this good fortune." "Yes, and your 2 children were raised by little ancestor Su, which shows your family is lucky." Other villagers envied Li Sanhua because his wife had such good luck. They wished they could connect with the little ancestor of Dahuai Tree Village too. In the future, Li Sanhua's family would surely be better than theirs. Seeing everyone envy him, Li Ziweng also felt proud, and Li Sanhua couldn't help but feel a bit puffed up. In the afternoon, the villagers started working again. The factory had been delayed for several days. Now, they had to work hard, or else the factory wouldn't be finished on time, and they would have to wait longer to become workers. Su Sisi was drinking sugar water and watching some children write characters. School was about to start, but some kids still hadn't finished their homework. They were sent to write outside Su Sisi's house by their parents. Near her home, they didn't dare to make noise and could only quietly finish their homework. When Su Sisi heard Chun Qingqing mention this, she went outside. Sure enough, 5 children had their homework pressed against the wall and were carefully writing. When they heard the door open, they all turned around. Little ancestor, hello, keep writing? The first one to finish will get a candy, Su Sisi said with a smile. But if you make mistakes, it doesn't count. Hearing that, the children immediately focused on their work. Su Tian is the most mischievous among them. Originally, his handwriting was very messy, but when Su Sisi watched him, he slowed down and carefully wrote each stroke. After seeing what they wrote, Su Sisi found it quite boring because she could already read all of it. She crossed her arms and went back home. Su Tian, feeling relieved to be no longer watched, was very nervous when the little boss was watching him write. But he didn't continue his wild, flamboyant writing. Instead, he wrote carefully stroke by stroke, just like before. Zhan He, the black bear, complained to Su Sisi. Master, these kids' handwriting is really ugly. It's true you should practice writing more. Su Sisi also thought their writing was not pretty. She could recognize most of it, but she wouldn't say it looked good. I think I can write better than them. When will you learn to write? I can write better with a stick on the ground. Show me? Su Sisi asked curiously. She didn't know Zhan He could write, so she pulled him to the yard. Zhan He really found a stick, gripped it tightly with his paw, and carefully wrote Su Sisi's name. Wow, Su Sisi's eyes sparkled. Zhan He, you're amazing. Su Jinyuan, who came in to check Su Sisi's homework, also saw the writing Zhan He had done in the yard. Little boss, Zhan He can write too? Yes, so you all need to practice more. The kids in our Daweisha village can't even compare to a bear when it comes to writing. If word gets out, little boss, we will definitely practice hard. Su Jinyuan ran out and spread the news that Zhan He could write. Over the next few days, many children in Daweisha village were seen diligently practicing their writing. Wu Xiaoqiao was amazed. She had already noticed that the children raised in this village were clever, but they were also very restless, and their handwriting was crooked and messy. Unexpectedly, just a bear could motivate them to practice their writing seriously. It seems people are often afraid of comparison. She was also afraid, so she decided to follow other young workers and send something to Su Sisi. Yesterday, she went to pick up a package from her family, which contained chocolates. She thought of giving some to Su Sisi to taste. Last time, Su Chongtai and others applied a lot of white powder on their faces, and she put in a lot of effort. This changed the villagers' opinion of her quite a bit. Now there is some tasty food, so she plans to give a little to Su Sisi to try. Although it's not much, it's a kind gesture. This will surely improve the villagers' attitude toward her. Last time, Lu Kong gave Su Sisi a box of rare butterfly pastries. Li Tingting and Gan Tian, who returned from the city, also brought gifts for Su Sisi. Many villagers praised them for being thoughtful and polite. She also wants to be praised. Her mother's letter said that the chocolates were given by her uncle to a distinguished guest. He received them and sent a few pieces because he saw her working hard in the countryside. Wu Xiaoqiao guessed that Su Sisi probably hadn't tried chocolates before, so she brought some. Little ancestor, as long as you like it, Wu Xiaoqiao said happily when she saw Su Sisi enjoying the chocolates. However, Su Sisi asked about other things. Where did these distinguished guests come from, and why did they give your uncle chocolates? They came from Hong City, and there are quite a few foreigners too. What are they here for? I don't know. My mom only said they want to buy something, Wu Xiaoqiao replied shyly. She planned to write to her mother when she got back. Since her little ancestor had taken the time to chat with her, she couldn't just leave her unanswered. Oh, Su Sisi said, just wanting to understand. She also hopes to sell factory products abroad to earn foreign exchange, which is very profitable. But to sell abroad, they need to go through the Canton Fair. The Canton Fair is held twice a year. They probably can't make it to the first session this year. Plus, she needs to create something impressive enough to amaze people to qualify for the fair and sell to foreigners. Thinking about this, after Wu Xiaoqiao left, Su Cece picked up a book again. She needs to speed up her work on the new machine. When Su Gang was called by Chen Qingqing, Su Cece was still immersed in her book and didn't pay attention to him. Su Gang didn't dare to disturb her reading and quietly sat aside. After a while, Su Cece finally looked up from her book. Xiao Gang, hey, little ancestor, I'm here. Go to the machinery factory and find the factory director. Tell him we need copper wire and ask if he wants to cooperate with us by providing it regularly. If they want the technology, just say we won't sell it. And, yes, little ancestor, I'll go right now. Su Gang quickly agreed, knowing that Su Cece was about to do something big. After Su Gang left, Su Weiyang came in carrying his spoils. Little ancestor, look at this. I found it by accident, Su Weiyang said, holding 2 phones in front of Su Cece's desk. Where did you get these? Su Cece asked, feeling surprised. She currently needed copper wire, and these phones are full of copper wire, such a lucky find. Su Weiyang explained that how he got these 2 phones was all by chance. On his way back from delivering goods, he accidentally tripped and took a rest in an old, broken house. He was startled by a mouse. Angry, he caught the mouse, and to his surprise, the mouse was biting a small phone wire in its mouth. He forcefully opened its mouth and almost got bitten himself. After pulling out the wire, he stepped on the mouse's tail to stop it from running away. Looking at the phone wire, he realized it wasn't common. He also examined the room he was resting in. The walls had many carvings, indicating it wasn't an ordinary place. Just then, he relaxed his foot from the mouse's tail, and the mouse ran away quickly, as if it had become a clever creature. Su Weiyang looked around and felt something was wrong when he stepped on a wooden board. He stomped a few more times, causing the board to crack, and he almost fell. He looked down and saw 2 phones, but the wires were broken, probably chewed by the mouse. There was no phone in the village, so he thought about bringing these home. Maybe he could fix them and install phones for the little ancestor. Weiyang, find some people and take apart these 2 phones, Su Cece ordered with a wave of her small hand. Soon, Su Weiyang returned with 6 people, including Su Kai and Su Yuan. They had previously assembled an oil press, so they were suitable for this task. Su Cece pointed and said, "The phones are over there. Take them apart and remove the copper wires from inside." Su Yuan was anxious and tried to bite open the phone wires with his teeth. Seeing this, Su Weiyang quickly said, "Xian, you can't bite them. The mouse also bit these wires." Gross. Su Yuan spat several times, feeling like crying. He had tasted mouse saliva. Su Cece shook her head helplessly. How could these young men do such foolish things? Can't they see the big bite marks from the mouse on the wires? But removing the copper wire from the broken phone wires was not easy. The rubber outside was very hard, and it was difficult to cut open with a knife. After a long time, only a small bunch of copper wires was exposed. Su Cece didn't expect it to be so hard. She squatted down to look at the phone line, which had 3 layers. The outermost plastic was the hardest, the second layer looked like cotton and linen material, and the middle was the copper wire. "Come, do as I say." Su Cece began to give instructions. Wu Yang, find some pliers. Xiao Kai, bring a basin of water. Then she asked others to help straighten the phone line and slowly cut it with a small knife. After a long time of cutting, they finally peeled off the outer plastic, but the cotton and linen inside were still intact. The pliers were a bit heavy, and Su Cece couldn't hold them well, so she asked Su Weiyang to follow her instructions for the next step. "Insert the tip of the pliers here, then turn quickly," she said seriously, pointing to the cut plastic gap she had made. Su Weiyang did as told. With a snap, the outer plastic peeled off completely. Weiyang peeled off the entire plastic segment. Everyone was very surprised. Who knew it could be done like this? "It looks like peeling a banana," Xiao Kai joked. Everyone heard that and agreed it really did, and they all started to laugh. After tearing off the plastic outer layer, only the cotton and linen material was left exposed to the air. To get to the copper wire, they had to remove the fabric first. Su Sisi moved closer and suddenly sneezed. She wondered how old this phone line was. It even smelled old and musty inside. Little ancestor, are you catching a cold? Su Yuan asked worriedly. It was the early morning and evening when it was cold, and noon when it was hot, easy times to catch a cold. But no one believed her. Xiao Kai immediately took off his coat and wrapped it around Su Sisi, without saying a word. Su Weiyang had already gone inside to ask Chen Qingqing to get some clothes. Finally, Chen Qingqing returned Xiao Kai's coat and put a bright red padded jacket on Su Sisi, who was also wearing a tiger head hat. Her face was rosy, like a lucky doll. Su Sisi struggled, saying, I told you I didn't catch a cold. At this moment, Lin Zhaodi brought in ginger soup. Little ancestor, try this. It's no longer hot. Su Sisi covered her nose. The ginger smell was too strong. I don't want it. Everyone coaxed her. Little ancestor, just drink it and you'll feel better. Little ancestor, there are lots of candies inside. So sweet. Little ancestor. Su Sisi ran away. She didn't want to drink that thing, and besides, she wouldn't catch a cold. Don't come over. Take it away. She crossed her arms, speaking in a bossy but cute tone. I just got a whiff of that phone line smell. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Chen Qingqing was the first to speak up. Little ancestor, do you really feel uncomfortable? No, she moved slightly. Actually, I do now. The clothes are too thick. I don't want to wear them anymore. Chen Qingqing awkwardly helped Su Sisi take off the clothes. After all, she was the one who put them on. Su Sisi went to the table and glared at Su Kai. She had told him not to wrap her in such a big, ugly coat earlier. Then she continued to direct Su Weiyang to remove the cotton and linen materials, revealing the copper wires completely. Because the phone line was very old, the copper wires still had a layer of black on the surface. Su Sisi covered her nose again. The smell was unpleasant. The others were fine. They had smelled worse before. They washed the copper wires, but the black layer didn't come off. Su turned to the kitchen and found a pickled vegetable jar. She took out all the pickles and then put the copper wires inside. It sizzled and bubbled until no more reaction occurred. Then she took it out. She smiled and said, Little ancestor, the copper wires have turned yellow. Su Sisi looked at the copper wires happily. Not bad, they looked a bit finer now, but she wasn't sure if it would work. Chen Qingqing looked at the pickled vegetable jar and shook her head. She decided to go to Su Weiyang's house tonight to get a new jar. It was a waste to ruin the old one. Why not just pour the pickling water into a basin and put it directly into the jar? She was so impatient. The others didn't know Chen Qingqing's thoughts. They were excited and helped Su Sisi. Now there were many people. Su Sisi asked them to find materials and started building a new machine in the yard. Weiyang, take 2 people and keep working on the copper wires. Xiao Kai, go to the oil mill and bring back a generator. Xiao Yuan, dismantle that bicycle. Everyone listened to Su Sisi's instructions and went to work one after another. However, when it came to dismantling the bicycle, Su Yuan hesitated. Little ancestor, do we really have to take it apart? Come on, hurry up. Oh, okay. Since Su Sisi said so, he had no choice but to dismantle it. If he didn't listen, his parents would definitely take it apart when he got home. Su Sisi also went back to her room to get the blueprints, needing to refer to the paper to start working. Soon, everyone prepared their parts. Even the bicycle was taken apart, with various pieces scattered on the ground. Su Kai and the others looked at Su Yuan with sympathetic eyes. This bicycle belonged to the ancestors. If the young master couldn't use those parts, he would have to reassemble it. If there was any problem, he might not only get scolded by the village chief, but also be beaten by his parents at home. In the end, he might have to kneel at the ancestral hall for a few days. All the parts were ready. Su Sisi's first step was to modify the generator into a motor. She asked Su Kai to take it apart and then directed him to adjust the wiring. After a long time, they finally made a simple motor. But that wasn't enough. Su Sisi also pulled out a few lead-acid batteries from her room. These were leftovers from when Su Jianbang helped her find copper pipes. They weren't common, but she took them when she saw them. At first, Su Sisi didn't know what to use them for, but now they came in handy. She installed the batteries into the motor and assembled everything. She wanted to see if it would work, so she first put the motor into the bicycle and asked Su Yuan to reassemble it. Looking at the assembled bicycle, Su Yuan let out a breath of relief. But he relaxed too quickly. Su Cece pressed the switch on the motor, and the rear wheel started to spin freely, startling everyone. Su Yuan, young master, what is this? An electric bicycle. Isn't it fun? Su Cece said happily. If it could turn, then it was a success. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, she asked, "You don't know if it works yet. Do you want to try?" "Yes," they all shouted in unison. Of course, they wanted to try a self-moving bicycle. Su Cece, who wants to go first? They started to discuss, and finally, Su Wuyang was chosen. He often went out to sell goods, and having an electric bicycle would save him a lot of effort. Su Wuyang sat on the seat and asked if Su Cece wanted to sit in front. She refused because the handlebar hurt her little bottom. He pressed the switch again and the motor hummed. The rear wheel spun wildly. Before Su Wuyang could react, the bicycle shot forward. Su Wuyang was indeed frightened, but he quickly reacted, controlling the brake. When he saw he was a little slow, he relaxed.
Sukayan Suyuan kased behind.
Su Wuyang rode around the village half a circle before stopping. The second person riding was Su Kai, who also circled half the village. They returned to Su Cece's house, all very excited. Many villagers and children came to watch the fun. How did Wu Yang and the others get on the old ancestor's bicycle? I don't know. Did you see? There was a metal box on the bike. It must be the little ancestor's doing. Brother Wu Yang's feet didn't move, and the bike started by itself. You're right. Xiao Kai's feet didn't move either. The last rider was Su Yuan. After riding for a while, he felt something was wrong. Why was the brake not working well? The bike sped up more and more. Su Kai shouted from behind, "Xiao Yuan, slow down." "I can't slow down." He tightly squeezed the brake, but it didn't help at all. There was a small slope ahead, and the speed kept increasing. He could only control the direction, but accidentally headed toward the drying yard. The smooth surface made it impossible to stop, and he crashed into the corn being dried. Then the bike sped toward the water reservoir. Su Yuan had to abandon the bike and jumped into the reservoir with a splash. The bike was thrown aside and fell to the ground, but the two wheels kept turning. When Su Yuan reached the shore, everyone else arrived. Leading the group was Su Gang, with a dark expression.
Su Yuan, Sugans Chauti Dangreli.
This was the little ancestor's carefully assembled bike, and it was an old family heirloom. If this fool damaged it, it would be terrible.
Su Yuan Sibered.
It wasn't intentional. He didn't expect the brakes to fail. Su Cece rode over on Peichi and said, "All right, Xiao Yuan, go back and change your clothes." Then she went to the bike and pressed the switch to turn on the motor. The bike's brake must have failed. She needed to take it back and study it. But after so long, the motor still had power, showing the battery life wasn't too bad. Su Cece said, "Xiao Gang, ask someone to help me carry the bike back." Su Gang immediately ordered Su Wuyang and a few others to carry the items back. They had just ridden around the village, and he saw everything. He also wanted to try a bike that could move without pedaling. It's all because of Su Yuan, who broke the brake. Today, he definitely can't ride anymore. But it's not really Su Yuan's fault. After the bikes were carried back, Su Cece checked them and found it was a wiring problem that caused the brake to fail. "Little ancestor, I will punish the young ones later. They just rode around and broke the bikes you made. It's okay. Tomorrow, I still need their help. You can't let them kneel at the ancestral hall, little ancestor." Su Gang wanted to say more, but Su Cece interrupted. "By the way, what did the machinery factory say?" Hearing this, Su Gang smiled happily. "Little ancestor," Director Lu agreed, and said they want as many as we can give. "He's so generous. Little ancestor, the generator and air conditioner earn them foreign exchange. Soon, he will become the factory director in the city." Su Cece nodded. Earning foreign exchange is good. That way, her share won't be small. Did they say who the new factory director is? The leader has changed, so their cooperation might have surprises. "Little ancestor," I asked. After Director Liu goes to the city, the new director will be Liu De, the technician. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. Director Liu also promised me that if his nephew doesn't take the position, he won't go to the city. Su Sisi was satisfied. Liu De is good, he's brave and proactive. Most importantly, he has a good relationship with their village. Then, Su Gang and Su Sisi talked about the compensation from the Nyo family. The eye examination machine is on the way and the needed materials are ordered. Since they are imported from abroad, they need to go through customs, so it might take some time. Originally, they needed a special type of glass called celluloid, but Su Sisi replaced it with cellulose acetate because celluloid is flammable. Many villagers cook with fire, so glasses made with that material wouldn't be safe for cooking. So, they changed it. The Nyo family didn't complain about this. When someone has leverage over you, you're at a disadvantage. Su Gang also mentioned the progress of the factory. He estimates it will be finished by the end of June. Yes, you should tell Dafong to watch closely. No more accidents. Little ancestor, I know. Su Gang then reported other matters, finished explaining everything, and then went back home. On the way back, he took a detour and stopped by the boy's house who rode the bike today. They exchanged a few words, then he left smiling happily. Not long after he left, loud shouting came from those families. Although they were old enough to marry and have children, their parents still chased them around with brooms, scolding them. It was late at night, and no one dared to run away, afraid of losing face. Although Su Sisi didn't hear the noise, Junhei, who was wandering around, knew about it. When he got back, he told Su Sisi what had happened. Junhei also complained that Su Gang was stingy. Su Sisi poked his nose, telling him not to speak badly about their village people. Only then did he shut up. The next day, Su Wuyang and the others were all limping, showing that their parents had disciplined them harshly. Su Sisi told them to take apart all the bicycles. Su Wuyang asked, "Little ancestor, are we not making electric bikes anymore?" "Yes, but we need to change the frame." She then showed them the new design drawings. The others' eyes lit up. "Little ancestor, this bike looks so comfortable. It can probably seat several people." "Yeah, this bike looks really nice." Su Sisi waved her hand, telling them to start working. Since they didn't have enough metal, they used discarded enameled basins with the words, "Serve the people," printed on them, which looked quite cheerful. They kept the original bicycle frame for the front, but improved it. Su Sisi also added a mirror so she could see behind. The seat was made from old cotton padded jackets, making it more comfortable. To ensure enough power, she added a portable diesel engine on the other side, along with the bicycle pedals. After 3 days, the modified electric bike was finally finished. Although it looked a bit different from the design drawings, it was okay. The main issue was that the materials they had were too rough. Once the factory director was replaced, she planned to ask Liu De for a machine tool to produce the parts she wanted. Su Wuyang asked, "Little ancestor, are we done now?" "Let's try it and see," Su Sisi said, walking around the bike. It seemed fine, and she watched the assembly process carefully. She looked at a few people and asked, "Does anyone want to try it?" Before they could answer, Su Gang, who had just come in, spoke first. "Little ancestor, I want to try." Someone wanted to speak, but Su Gang glared at him, so he shut up. "Little Gang, aren't you afraid? The things made by the little ancestor are sure to succeed," Su Gang said confidently, never doubting Su Sisi. Su Sisi smiled and said, "Okay, little Gang, you get in the car and try driving on the cement road." Su Gang happily got on and Su Sisi climbed onto the back seat. When Su Wuyang and others saw Su Sisi sitting in the back, their eyes turned red. They thought, "We shouldn't have kept quiet." Sitting in the car with the little ancestor is such an honor. They felt regretful. Seeing these young people's disappointed faces, Su Gang didn't feel embarrassed. He thought, not knowing how to fight for what you want is foolish. "Little ancestor, are you ready?" "I'm about to drive." Su Sisi waved her little hand and shouted, "Let's go." Su Gang habitually tried to step on the pedal, then realized he should put his foot in front and gently turn the handle, and the vehicle started moving. Su Sisi urged, "Little Gang, drive faster." "Village chief, how about I drive instead?" Su Wuyang said loudly. He realized he must seize every opportunity in the future. Don't even think about it. Su Gang shot a quick look in the mirror at Su Wuyang, then sped up. Su Wuyang and the others hurried to catch up. Zhenhe also followed behind, and soon they were side by side with the electric cart. Su Gang drove onto the cement road and felt very comfortable. Su Sisi also felt no bumps at all. If she could ride this car often, she would love going out shopping. The cart and the bear moved forward side by side, leaving Su Wuyang and others far behind. Su Gang took Su Sisi to Zhang's village first. The old men and women at the village entrance looked at the cart and the bear, but didn't react much. They wondered, why so fast? Is that the bear from Dahuai village? What kind of vehicle was that just now? It seems to be Su village chief and the little ancestor. Let's go see the village chief's house. Let's go, let's go. Su Gang really took Su Sisi to village chief Zhang's house. The door was open, so they went straight in. People inside heard the noise and came out. Little ancestor Su, village chief Su, village chief Zhang hurried forward to greet them. Su Sisi wanted to get down herself, but since there were others around, she agreed to Su Gang holding her down to keep her image. She nodded at village chief Zhang and said, "Village chief Zhang, your village is quite big. Just a little bigger, more people," village chief Zhang said with a smile, inviting Su Sisi inside. Their electric bikes were parked in the yard. Soon, many people gathered at village chief Zhang's door, staring at the bikes, with a dog lying nearby. What kind of bike is that? It looks a bit like a bicycle. I don't know, but it must be comfortable to sit on. And it's pretty fast. I almost didn't see it was Su's little ancestor. Village chief Zhang's wife helped serve tea and water. Seeing so many people outside, she urged them to go back first, so the guests wouldn't be embarrassed. Everyone agreed, and after leaving, many went together to visit Su's mother-in-law. Since they came to Zhang village, they would visit the elders later. Inside the house, village chief Zhang kept smiling happily. Su's little ancestor had never been to their village before. Since this was their first visit, they had to treat her well. Su Kong smiled and said, "Old Zhang, you don't need to be so polite. Our little ancestor is just here to have fun." All right, Zhang said, though he still asked his wife to bring out some pastries. Then the conversation turned to the bikes they had just ridden. "Su little ancestor, what kind of bike was that?" "It's an electric bike," Su Sisi said, holding a piece of pastry and swinging her little feet. Seeing that village chief Zhang didn't understand, Su Kong explained, "It's a normal bike that doesn't need to be pedaled. It runs on electricity. I just took our little ancestor for a ride, and it wasn't hard at all." Hearing this, village chief Zhang was very envious. Su Kong continued, "The factory our little ancestor plans to build will produce these kinds of bikes." "What?" Village chief Zhang suddenly stood up. He thought it was something like an oil press factory. Su Kong said softly, "Be quiet. Your ears might get deaf." Zhang smiled shyly. "Su little ancestor, Su village chief, can you sell us a few when you produce them?" "Yes," Su Sisi nodded. "Once we produce them, we'll sell them. But the factory isn't built yet, so you'll have to wait." All right. Village chief Zhang decided to hold a meeting tonight to ask villagers to speed up building the factory. Su Sisi was in charge of drinking tea and eating pastries, while Su Kong talked with village chief Zhang, mainly showing off how great the bikes were. Seeing that he had shown off enough, Su Gang used the excuse of visiting his mother-in-law. He went inside, drank a few sips of water, chatted for a while, and then left. He also planned to take the little ancestor to Li Jia village to show off and to check on the factory's current situation. He started the car, and his speed increased significantly. Su Gang became more skilled at driving. Zhenhe hurried to catch up. His speed was still a bit faster than the electric car, but it was tiring. When they arrived at Li Jia village, Zhenhe immediately lay down to rest, exhausted. Like village chief Zhang, Li Debao greeted them warmly and even reached out to touch the electric car. "Su little ancestor, you're really amazing." The car looked great. He wished he had one too, but their village didn't even have bicycles. Su Gang pushed him and said, "Tell your villagers to build the factory faster. Maybe then, you'll be able to ride this car too." Li Debao's eyes widened. "You're building an electric car factory?" "Of course," Su Gang replied proudly. He had mentioned that another factory was an eyeglass factory. Seeing Li Debao's envy and jealousy made him happy. They had already drunk quite a bit of tea, and Su Cece didn't want to stay at Li Debao's house any longer. Xiao Gang, let's go see the construction site. Su Gang immediately started the car, taking Su Cece to the site. As for Li Debao, he could only walk. Fortunately, it wasn't far. After getting off, Su Cece walked on her own. The villagers greeted her as she passed. It was almost lunchtime, and many people brought food to them. At this moment, Song Ran was holding her younger son's hand, bringing food to Li Sanhwa. Noticing Su Cece surrounded by people, she casually handed the food to Li Sanhwa and then walked over. Su Cece was very small, and most people were squatting. Song Ran entered the crowd and immediately saw the little girl in pink clothes and the electric bike behind her. Looking at the electric bike, she found it hard to believe. Normally, such bikes appeared late in the reform, so how could they have one now? Her gaze shifted to Su Cece. Thinking of her as a prodigy, she was overjoyed. Could it be that Su little ancestor is just like her? She squeezed into the crowd, her eyes bright, and asked, Su little ancestor, do you know the next line after Chi Huan O Bien? I don't know. Su Cece tilted her head, still holding the sweet potato chips given by a villager. Song Ran was not giving up. Palace Jade Liquor? Suksixi blinked her big eyes and said, I don't drink alcohol. The villagers nearby looked at Song Ran with confusion. They wondered what was going on, as he kept saying things they couldn't understand. Our little ancestor doesn't drink, Su Gang reminded him. He thought Song Ran wanted to give Suksixi some wine, probably to thank her and Jinhei for saving him, since he had given them many delicious treats before. I was just asking. She felt a little sad. It shouldn't be like this. If the little ancestor Suksixi wasn't from another world like her, then how come she had this electric bike? Could it have been made by others from Dashuai Tree Village? Thinking this, she asked again, Village Chief Su, did the little ancestor make this bike? Su Gang replied, of course. The smartest person in our village is the little ancestor. Hearing this, Song Ran decided to try again. Little ancestor Suksixi, do you know about smartphones? Just then, a chicken from a villager's house ran over to the construction site. As soon as it was caught, it overheard the conversation and said, What? A talking chicken? Wife of Sanhwa, this is my chicken. Song Ran awkwardly waved his hand. Annie, I didn't mean your chicken. Oh. The villager clutched her chicken tightly, worried Song Ran might take it. Annie, I really didn't mean your chicken. I was talking about a smartphone, one that can make calls. Make calls? You want to call the commune? My chicken can crow too, very loudly. When they mentioned chickens, many villagers started to join in. My chicken can crow too, right on time. My chicken can do that too, and it lays eggs every day. This made Suksixi think of the chickens on the back mountain. She couldn't remember how many there were now. Xiaojeng, how many chickens are on the back mountain? If someone wants to trade, we can exchange. Su Gang said, Little ancestor, there are about 2,000. When I go back, I'll ask Dolly and the others to send a message. Suksixi nodded, looked at Song Ran with a frown and said, You can trade for any kind of chicken you want. Song Ran felt a headache coming on. She wasn't talking about live chickens. But finally, her worried heart eased, and she shouted inwardly, Ah! The steps and methods are all written down, so it's not a big problem for them to assemble it themselves. After explaining everything, she went into the space. Today, Song Ran said some things she doesn't not understand, but she doesn't know how to say them. Junhei, with a slight frown, looked at the space screen and asked Su Cece, Master, what's wrong? Su Cece. Junhei, someone from another world has come. Master, what does that mean? What is another world? It's the world we see on the screen. Someone came from there. Huh? Master, who is it? Song Ran from Li family village. So it's her. Master, how do you know? Su Cece recounted today's conversation. Junhei understood. It really is someone from the world inside the screen. Their buildings are very tall, and everyone just takes a phone when they go out. I heard that place is called the future. I don't know how she got here. I don't know either. Each person and bear sat with their chins in their hands, thinking. After a while, Su Cece stopped thinking. She didn't want to trouble herself. Smelling the delicious aroma, she left the space. Today, Chun Ching Ching made pickled fish, and Su Cece ate an extra bowl of rice. Meanwhile, disappointed Song Ran returned home feeling exhausted, lying on her bed, wanting to cry. Her little daughter outside called her a few times. Only then did she hide her sadness, open the door, and smile as she asked, "What's wrong?" "Mom, where's my little brother?" "Oh no," Song Ran hit her head. She left her son at the construction site. Watching her hurriedly run out, her little daughter shook her head. Mom is too careless. At Dahuai Tree Village Committee, former Officer Liu, now Deputy Director Liu Xinhua, came to see Su Gang, asking about Su Lai and Ningzi. Last year, they said they went to Ningzi's hometown. It's been so long, but they haven't come back. The commune naturally wants to find out what's going on. Su Gang replied calmly, our little ancestor is a genius. Our ancestors as parents are naturally. He didn't finish his sentence, just pointed upward. Liu Xinhua didn't understand, but he pretended to. Oh, he elongated his voice, and the two assistants who came with him looked confused. What? But before they could figure it out, Liu Xinhua sent them out, telling them to see if the villagers needed help. Hearing this, the two assistants became eager. Deputy Director Liu was known for helping villagers, earning many praises, which helped him become deputy director. Now, all the assistants in the commune wanted to get promoted and were eager to help. But not all tasks they could do, and not all help would be praised. At first, everyone was very active, but later they felt they weren't getting much in return. The senior staff stopped helping unless asked. The new assistants still helped. The two who came with Liu Xinhua were newcomers and listened to the leaders. After they left, Liu Xinhua closed the door and asked, "Village Chief Su, you have to tell me the truth or I won't be able to explain." Su Gang really didn't know where the ancestors had gone. Recently, no one in the village dared to mention it, afraid it would upset the young master. But he couldn't say they were missing. If reported, the young master would be listed as an orphan, which wasn't right. Now that the ancestors weren't home, the young master was just left behind, not an orphan. Frowning, he said, "Deputy Director Liu, our village has put in a lot of effort for the position of deputy director." "I know," Liu Xinhua sighed. He knew this, which was why he sent the young assistant out. "But you also need to give me some information or I can't report it. Just say they went to the northwest for an important construction project," Su Cece said, writing Peiqi in. He followed behind, and the door was almost open for Peiqi. The two turned around. "Young master, little master Su," Su Cece nodded and said, "Just listen to me. No one will dare to check." "All right," Liu Xinhua said with a smile. This reason was good, since it involved secrets, no one would investigate. He just needed to stamp the paper. As for the director, he knew what to say. Liu Xinhua ate dinner in Su Gang's house before returning. After eating, it meant he would stand with Dashu village from now on. Su Gang saw Liu Xinhua off and couldn't smile all night. Mrs. Zhang asked, "Isn't this matter already settled? Why are you still upset?" I said, "The little ancestor must be thinking about the ancestors. The reason is probably something they planned long ago." I sighed deeply. The village can give the little ancestor lots of love and care, but it's not the same as real parents. You old man tend to overthink. The little ancestor probably knows where the ancestors went, or she wouldn't have a good reason.
Huh?
Su Gang was confused. He hadn't thought about it that way. "What do you mean?" "The little ancestor is so smart. She must know."
She's not stupid.
Zhang Shi scolded harshly, thinking her husband was just worried and imagining bad things. "You wife, how can you talk about your own husband like that?" "Scold? That's nothing. I even hit him." She reached out and pinched Su Gang's ear. "You old man don't even know how to show off by taking me back to my parents' house. Even the second son knew how to take his wife around the village to show off. And you, at your age, can't do anything?" Today, villagers lined up to try the electric bikes Su Cece made. Those nearby took their wives for a ride around the village to show off. Those farther away just rode around the village. The power and diesel ran out, but they didn't want to get off. They pedaled and kept going.
Sugan sighed helplessly. Oh.
It hurts. It hurts. I'll take you back tomorrow, okay? Zhang sure let go. You're so silly. At this moment, Su Cece was watching a documentary in her space. She wanted to learn more about Song Rant's world, so she watched fewer cartoons. Zhang He was sitting nearby, watching for a while before daring to ask, Master, do you still have parents? Su Cece stared at the screen and said, Yes, they went far away. Zhang He was surprised. He thought her parents had already passed away. He thought she was alone and being taken care of by the villagers. Where did they go? Somewhere very far. I can't go there yet. She paused and added, During the new year, they came into my dreams and played with me. My mom said I've grown up. Su Cece looked proud. She said she wasn't a 3-year-old anymore. She was 4 now, and she had grown up. But she also knew the villagers missed her parents, so she didn't talk about them often, to avoid making everyone think about it more. She hadn't told anyone else. Black looks at Su Cece, who seems no different from last year and has many questions in his mind. Isn't she the same? What has changed? Time passes quickly, and it is again spring planting season. This year, Su Cece asks Su Gang to bring back some fish fry. Little ancestor, these fish fry need a plan and quota. Before Su Gang finishes speaking, he remembers Deputy Director Liu Xinhua and quickly changes his words. Little ancestor, I'll handle it right away. Xiao Gang, also ask the Niu family where the supplies are. Su Cece waves a small booklet. Once we get the supplies, you take them to the city and report directly. Su Gang happily takes the booklet. The Niu family really should be brought down. At this moment, Zhang He returns from the back mountain, holding 2 large jars of honey. Su Gang notices honey around his mouth and the sticky mess. He casually takes a cloth from near his nest to wipe his mouth. Zhang He, as the little ancestor's beloved pet, you should watch your image. Zhang He nods in agreement, understanding Su Gang's words. Since he's so sensible, he won't curse him in his heart anymore. He squints, enjoying Su Gang's service, and rubs his head against him. Seeing Su Gang stop wiping, Zhang He opens his eyes and grins at him. In an instant, the smile disappears. Zhang He's eyes widen as he looks at the cloth in Su Gang's hand. It's the cloth Xiao Qing used to wipe his bottom. Ow. Zhang He suddenly bristles and rushes into the yard, frantically spitting and pawing at his mouth. Inside the house, Su Gang looks confused.
What's going on?
Why did Zhang He suddenly yelp? Su Cece walks out, pats Zhang He's head and says, Zhang He, you can bark now. Zhang He turns his head, pauses for a moment, then happily exclaims, Ow, master, I can bark now. Really, Su Cece is also very happy. Zhang He's usual sounds have always been strange, but now they sound normal. Seeing Su Gang approaching, Zhang He looks angry and, with a look of grievance at Su Cece, says, Ow, master, Xiao Gang used Xiao Qing's cloth to wipe my bottom and then wiped my mouth. Su Cece. She didn't expect that. All of Zhang He's things are handled by Xiao Qing, and she doesn't know what some of the cloths are for. However, Zhang He was truly angry. Forget it, she no longer cared about their past grudges. When she saw that her owner didn't stop her, Zhang He ran up to Su Gang, baring her teeth. Su Gang sensed something was wrong and quickly ran away. Zhang He chased after him. Everyone in the village saw Zhang He chasing after Su Gang. What's wrong with Zhang He? Why is she chasing the village chief? I don't know. She probably won't hurt anyone. The little ancestor didn't even shout. Maybe the village chief upset Zhang He. Or maybe Zhang He is training the village chief. Su Gang was exhausted and leaned against the big locust tree at the village entrance, catching his breath. Zhang He, why are you chasing me? Ah, you don't know why I'm chasing you? Why are you running? Zhang He thought Su Gang was doing it on purpose and snorted coldly at him. I really don't know, Su Gang said innocently. He didn't understand anything and was being chased. He was even a little angry.
Ah.
Use that dirty cloth to wipe my mouth. Su Gang looked confused. He couldn't understand. Zhang He, let's go back and find the little ancestor. Don't chase me anymore. Zhang He looked at him, then raised her proud bare head and walked away first. Seeing Su Gang come back looking embarrassed, Su Sisi smiled and said, "Little Gang, that cloth is really for wiping the bear's bottom." Oh, Su Gang realized and burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha.
Hick. Zhanhe glared at him, so he didn't dare to laugh anymore. "Zhanhe, can I give you a new cloth as an apology?" Humph. Zhanhe ignored him. He scratched his head. "How about one more jar of honey?" Hearing this, Zhanhe was satisfied and nodded. Seeing that Zhanhe forgave him, Su Gang also relaxed and thought to himself, "This bear is really particular." Luckily, Zhanhe couldn't hear him, or he would have to give her several jars of honey to make her happy. After 2 days, Su Sisi rode Peichi to the fields to see the villagers planting rice. It was the perfect time for rice planting. The old yellow ox that used to pull carts was now pulling a plow. During this period, anyone wanting to use a bull cart found it impossible, no way. Young people wanting to pick up packages had to carry them back themselves. Otherwise, they had to wait until after spring plowing when the oxen could pull carts again. Many villagers rolled up their pant legs to their thighs and bent over to plant rice seedlings one by one in the well-prepared fields. When wiping sweat, some mud spots got on their faces. Su Sisi got off Peichi's back, crossed her arms, and looked around the fields. She called Dafeng over and said, "Dafeng, in the new water fields, the rice seedlings should be planted with 2 fingers with more space." "All right, little ancestor, I've noted that," Dafeng replied. Afterward, he took a loudspeaker from the storage and repeated Su Sisi's instructions several times. Although the villagers didn't fully understand, they followed the instructions. Except for the first 3 acres of water fields, all the other fields were planted according to Su Sisi's guidance. One villager said, "Well, it really looks like we're checking the rice seedling's health. Maybe it will help increase the harvest. Little ancestor told us to do this, so it must be good." "Exactly, and I also think this way my back doesn't hurt as much." However, because they weren't very skilled, each time they planted rice, they had to measure with their hands, so the process was slower. In the afternoon, Su Gang brought back the fish fry. "Little ancestor, I've brought back the fish fry," Su Gang said excitedly. He chose the most and brought the largest quantity. Su Sisi looked at them and thought there were quite a few. Maybe they could be put into the rice fields and still have some left to raise in the pond later. Let Dog Dan and the others help count the fish. "This is the required number." Su Sisi took out a piece of paper from her pocket, which listed how many grass carp, crucian carp, and snakehead fish should be put in each acre. "Good idea, little ancestor. It also shows that our villagers can count well." A group of boys and girls followed Dog Dan to count the fish. After counting, they poured them into a small bucket. If the bucket was full, they went home to get more. Once all the rice fields were planted, in 10 days, they would pour the fish fry into the fields. They also found dozens of black fish, which Su Gang hadn't noticed when he brought them back. He wanted to exchange them, but Su Sisi stopped him. "Su Gang, it's okay. We put 3 black fish in each acre." Su Gang frowned, blaming himself for not checking carefully when catching the fish. "Little ancestor, these black fish will eat other fish. It's fine. Just 3. How much can they eat?" Su Sisi said with a smile. "Let's wait for the harvest in autumn and enjoy the fish." Hearing Su Sisi's words, many people smiled. Their biggest hope was a good harvest. The Huaishu village was raising fish in the rice fields. When Li village and Zhang village found out, they also started doing the same. Some other villages secretly put fish into a few acres of their fields. Of course, there were also reports about this. Lu Xinhua found an anonymous letter in the collective suggestion box. The handwriting was messy, and it said, "The Huaishu village is raising fish in the rice fields. They are not working properly and wasting food." Besides Lu Xinhua, a few officials also saw the letter. He had to take people to visit the village. When Lu Xinhua rode his bike to the village, he saw fish being raised in the fields. He was accompanied by Officer Zhang and Officer Lu. They were not easy to fool, so Lu Xinhua asked Su Gang to come and explain. Cough, cough. "Village Chief Su, what's going on in your village? Don't you know how important food is? Why are you raising fish in the rice fields?" Su Gang lied without blushing or feeling guilty. Deputy Director Liu, the county's technician, said that raising fish in the fields can increase income. Really? Looks like I misunderstood you, Liu Xinhua said, crossing his arms. What did the technician say exactly? Su Gang replied. The technician said that the fish in the field shouldn't be just one kind. They should be mixed together. Otherwise, it's useless. De Fong added. The technician also called this biodiversity. Liu Xinhua just wanted to ask a few questions to stall the two officials who came with him, so he wouldn't seem like he was protecting them. He had no backing behind him, and if they reported him, he could easily fall from his position. Unexpectedly, Su Gang and De Fong spoke confidently, almost convincing him. Officer Liu interrupted. Then why didn't you report this to the collective? We didn't know if what the technician said was true. We had to try it ourselves, but you can't raise only fish everywhere. Who said we raised only fish? The few acres over there didn't have fish. Su Gang rolled his eyes and spoke carelessly, ignoring the others. He looked over and saw that those fields did seem different, but it was only a small area. Just as he was about to say something, De Fong cut in first. Officer Liu, Deputy Director Liu, hasn't finished asking. Why are you interrupting? Officer Liu wanted to speak, but swallowed his words. Seeing Liu Xinhua looking at him, he took a step back and said nothing more. Now Liu Xinhua was a higher rank than him, so he couldn't do anything, only had to keep quiet. All right, since we won't waste the grain, it's fine. Liu Xinhua paused and added, but you still need to take good care of this rice. We need to eat too. Su Gang said. Deputy Director Liu, don't worry. This year, our village will be the first to deliver the grain. Liu Xinhua nodded happily. This report was settled. On the way back, Zhang, who had been silent, asked, Deputy Director Liu, how did you meet the technician from Daqiao Village? Daqiao Village has a partnership with a machinery factory, so it's normal to know some technicians. Oh, Zhang nodded, not asking further. Liu Xinhua didn't care whether he believed it or not. This matter was over. If you want to investigate, go to the county. Anyway, Su Gang secretly told him that the technicians were being pushed toward the machinery factory. Now, the factory was making a lot of money for the county, and even the county leaders had to show respect. On the day spring plowing finished, Su Jianbang returned to the village to share good news. Little ancestor, Yan Yan had two big, chubby boys. Yes, take good care of her, Su Sisi nodded.
It was a happy event.
She gave Su Jianbang two-piece charms to hang above the children's beds. Little ancestor, I understand, Su Jianbang said. He couldn't keep a smile off his face. Yesterday, when he held the two chubby boys one after the other, he felt it was unreal. He was so excited he couldn't sleep all night and went back to the village early to share the news. Su Sisi wasn't an early riser, so the head of the family and his family were the first to know. Lin Sanya also planned to go to the county to see her daughter. Recently, many families in Daqiao village had good news. Su Sisi thought it was probably thanks to the spiritual spring water, which improved villagers' health and made it easier to get pregnant. Since Black could speak, his sensing of life had become stronger. Many women in the village who were pregnant had their pregnancies sensed by Black. There was also a drowning incident in Zhangjia village. Black sensed it and quickly ran to Zhangjia village to rescue the drowning boy. The onlookers used the same rescue method as before and actually saved the boy. Coincidentally, the drowning boy was the grandson of the barefoot Dr. Zhang Lao, who had previously treated Black's injuries. Suxixi knew about it and gently touched the very dark head, praising, "Really dark, you're so amazing." After Zhang Laogua came by with honey to thank her, Suxixi's eyes lit up, and she accepted it without hesitation. Because of this incident, nearby villages strictly forbid children from going near the river. The most forbidden place for Suxixi in Dashuai Tree Village is her. Even though she is a year older, she hasn't grown taller at all. They used to not let her get close to the river, and now they won't even let her be within 10 meters of it. Suxixi looked very speechless. She is so smart. How could she fall into the water? But seeing everyone's pitiful faces, she gave in and promised not to go near the river. However, she couldn't let herself suffer alone. All the children in the village under 16, boys and girls, had to do the same. The younger ones were okay. They weren't allowed to play in the water often anyway. But the 12 or 13-year-olds wanted to play, catch fish, and catch loaches. They asked Suksiksi, but she just said no. On days when they couldn't play in the water, they could only practice calligraphy with sad faces. The village holds a calligraphy contest once a month, where children of the same age compete. Winners get a pen or eggs as prizes. Because children from the village kindergarten and from Li and Zhang villages also join, kids from 3 villages compete in all age groups. Last month, the 6-year-olds contest was won by Li Si, the eldest daughter of Song Ran, originally called Dahua, a name changed by Song Ran. At this age, the village of Dashuai Tree usually wins, but this time, another village took the prize. The children were naturally unhappy. The older kids felt even more pressure, especially since everyone cares about face and doesn't want to lose to outsiders. When they can't play, they only do homework, help with chores, or practice calligraphy. All the rewards come from Suksiksi's account. Su Gang initially disagreed because it was a village activity and it should be funded by the village. But Suksiksi didn't care. She told Li Tingting to use her account, leaving Su Gang with no choice but to ask villagers to be more respectful to the little ancestor. Now Li Tingting and Su Fongfong came to report expenses to Suksiksi. Although Suksiksi doesn't manage her own account, she still needs to know how much money she has. After reporting the account, Li Tingting noticed that the little ancestor kept staring at her. She thought she might have made a mistake and asked, "Little ancestor, is something wrong?" "No." Su Sisi shook her head with a smile and asked, "Li Jiqing, do you have a boyfriend?" Li Tingting's face turned red, and she lowered her head. "Little ancestor, how do you know?" Su Fongfong looked curious. She and Li Tingting had been managing the village's finances together for a long time, but she didn't know Li Tingting was dating someone. "Sister Tingting, are you dating someone?" "Who is it?" Lin Jiqing or Lu Jiqing. Su Fongfong was a bit excited, her eyes shining with curiosity. This feeling was so strong that Li Tingting felt if she told the truth, everyone in the village would know once she left the little ancestor's house. As for why Su Fongfong asked whether it was Lin Zifeng or Lu Kong, it was because during spring plowing, ox carts couldn't be used. Lin Zifeng and Lu Kong argued over helping Li Tingting pick up a package from the post office, which caused some fuss. Everyone in the village found out that both Lin Zifeng and Lu Kong wanted to date Li Tingting. However, it was said that in the end, neither of them helped, and Li Tingting went with Gan Tian to pick up the package instead. So, Su Fongfong was very curious about who it was. People in the village also gossiped about this. Some thought Lin Zifeng was better because he was responsible and steady, and everyone liked him. Others thought Lu Kong was better because he was from the same place as Li Tingting, had a good family background, and was serious about his work, making him a good choice. Neither of them. Li Tingting's face turned even redder. "It's comrade Su Weiyang." "What? How could it be brother Weiyang?" Su Fongfong was shocked, her mouth wide open. Weiyang often came to their finance room. She thought he was just there to withdraw and give money, so she couldn't believe he was now dating Sister Tingting.
Suksiksi smiled.
"That's good. Just take your time." Getting approval from the little ancestor made Li Tingting very happy. Since coming to Daweishu village and feeling the villagers' respect for the little ancestor, she knew that whether she married into the family or her daughter married someone from the village, only if she caught the little ancestor's eye could it work. As for how Su Sisi found out, it was all by accident. A few days ago, she was playing hide-and-seek with Xiao Xue and others. She was small and crawled into a pile of straw. Then she overheard Su Weiyang and Li Tingting talking. She couldn't see clearly, but she knew Su Weiyang had given something to Li Tingting, and she had accepted it. After the two left, Su Sisi was about to sneak out again when she heard voices, those of Su Chongmao and Gan Tian. Su Sisi didn't know they had contact, but she listened in secretly and confirmed that they were also dating. Thinking of Gan Tian and the others, Su Sisi smiled and said, "You should go back and tell Gan Tian to date properly."
Li Tingting nudda.
Even the little princess knew she was dating Su Weiyang, so Gan Tian definitely couldn't hide it from her. Su Fongfong, who had been gossiping with the little princess, came out and started chatting with the ants. As Li Tingting guessed, By the afternoon, everyone in the village knew about her relationship with Su Wuyang, including Gon Tian and her partner. The village knew that the young woman from the city was dating a local young man, and the little princess told her to enjoy her relationship. The whole village supported them, and some even urged them to get married soon. The couple blushed happily. Su Kai and Su Yuan teased Su Wuyang about how they started dating, but he refused to tell and made them guess. As for Gon Tian and Su Chongmao, many people, including Su Sisi, wondered when they had become close. Gon Tian usually only attended classes or stayed with Li Tingting, so villagers thought Su Chongmao was the one who took the initiative. But in fact, Gon Tian was the one who first liked Su Chongmao. The young men and women in Daweishu village all looked good. It's in their genes, but Su Chongmao grew up in the city and had a much better life than the villagers. His demeanor was different from those raised in the village. When Gon Tian met Su Chongmao, she was very curious about him. After getting to know him, she fell for him. With everyone's blessings, both couples were very happy. Of course, not everyone was pleased. Lin Zifeng and Lu Kong genuinely liked Li Tingting. She was beautiful, kind, and hardworking. Who wouldn't like her? But they didn't expect that someone else had already started dating her earlier. That night, the two sat outside the youth camp, drinking tea instead of alcohol, watching the moon and mourning their unfulfilled love stories that had ended too soon. Lin Zifeng said, "I thought Li Jiqing was well integrated with the villagers, but I didn't expect she was willing to marry into the village too." Lu Kong replied, "We were too proud. We always thought we were from the city and better than others, but in fact, there aren't many villagers who are worse than us. Did that hit you hard? Didn't it hit you too? It's false to say I don't want to stay, but I'm actually fine. Since our ancestors built the factory, I've felt the village would get better and better. The people here will also become more outstanding. We will also become better and better." Lu Kong suddenly stood up, his eyes shining. He could feel that this village was different, and growing up with it, he wouldn't fall behind. "That's right, we will get better and better." Lin Zifeng also stood up and clinked glasses with Lu Kong. Wu Di and Lin Jia, hiding behind the door, looked at each other and smiled. They thought too much, expecting the two to fight or cry loudly, but they didn't. In the female youth dormitory, Wu Xiaoqiao and others were curious about Li Tingting and Gon Tian dating villagers. Wu Xiaoqiao asked, "Li Jiqing, Gon Ziqing, how come you're dating villagers? Aren't you planning to go back to the city?" Li Tingting smiled and said, "I'm not planning to go back now. In the future, I don't know."
Why?
"The city must be better than the village. I like it here. Actually, when I went back last time, my mom already found me a job. I just didn't want to leave." When she said this, the women in the room were stunned. For them, staying in the city was the best, especially with a job. "What are you thinking? You're not the kind of love-struck girl Sister Song talks about, are you?" Wu Xiaoqiao was very surprised and raised her voice a little. Even though she had integrated into village life, she still wanted to go back to the city. Sometimes, Song Ran would pick up her son and daughter from kindergarten and tell stories about modern love to warn the youth to live for themselves and keep hope of returning to the city. Of course not. At that time, I wasn't even dating Wu Yang. I just liked to hear, liked my current job, and liked the little ancestor. Seeing Li Tingting say this, everyone stopped asking. They couldn't understand even if they asked more. Staying in the city was their dream. If it were them, they wouldn't refuse. Then their eyes met Gon Tian's. Her answer was very similar to Li Tingting's, but of course, just an excuse. She was truly in love with Su Chongmao, but if she could return to the city someday, she would choose to go back, bringing Su Chongmao and the children. If they didn't want to, then they would divorce. For her, Dahuai Tree Village was certainly nice, but no matter how good it was just a village. She grew up in the city and loved its prosperity and convenience most. If she could go back, she would. No one in the village knew about the youth work program, and Su Sisi didn't let the space screen show it. That was their personal life, and she wouldn't peek without permission. Before the Dragon Boat Festival, Su Sisi received two good news. One was that Luda, the new factory director of the machinery plant, had taken office. The other was that the Nyo family had fallen. Little ancestor, The Neo family has all been sent to the northwest for re-education. Even those falsely accused by Neoli have returned. Su Gang smiled as he talked about the Neo family's misfortune. These people should have been dealt with long ago. If it weren't for wanting to get some benefits, they wouldn't have been allowed to enjoy a few more days of comfort. He thought for a moment and asked, "Little ancestor, besides slandering others and accepting bribes, Neoli also harmed many innocent girls. Why aren't they executed? They haven't suffered enough. Sending them to the northwest to farm is even worse than death," Su Sisi said while playing with a magic cube in her hand. Junhei told her that Neoli's life energy was fading and he wouldn't live long. Letting him suffer more before death was a good thing. The magic cube in her hand was something she saw in the space. She asked Su Liang to help assemble a few based on its structure, and it was quite fun. "Little ancestor, can this magic cube also be sold?" Su Gang asked. The children in the village saw Su Sisi playing and were very curious. Su Sisi asked Su Liang and his son to make more so the village children could play with them. But not everyone knew how to play. Besides Su Sisi, the first to put the scrambled numbers back in order was Ergo. He found these things very interesting. After playing for a while, the children in the village gradually learned how to put the pieces back. Once they learned, they would have competitions to see who was fastest. The children from Li Jia village and Zhongjia village found out and came to join the fun, also wanting one. Su Gang then thought about selling them. Su Sisi shook her head. "If you can take apart a carpentry piece and put it back after watching once, you won't make much money selling it." Hearing this, Su Gang stopped thinking about it. Anyway, their village still had factories to make money. Su Sisi suddenly remembered the dragon boat race and asked, "How are Su Zhu and the others training?" "Don't embarrass me, little ancestor, don't worry. We practice every day. If they lose, they have to kneel at the ancestral hall. Let's go see how their training is going," said Su Sisi as she put down her Rubik's Cube and stepped outside. Su Gang hurried to follow. Su Sisi was riding Peiqi, so Su Gang could only run to keep up. Since the community's dragon boat race was held in the ditch behind the village, the training ground for Dashui village was near Su Li Canal. It was all ditches, so they were familiar with the area. Li village always ranked last, so they didn't train much here. For them, training or not didn't make much difference. When Su Sisi arrived, Su Zhu and others were practicing turning. Every time, they found it easy to fall into the water at the turn. Heave-ho, heave-ho, heave-ho. They didn't turn well and hit the canal wall, causing the boat to lose balance. Many people fell into the water with a splash. Su Zhu and the others swam to the shore, feeling a bit embarrassed. Little ancestor was here, and they fell into the water again. "Little ancestor, are you okay?" Su Sisi, hands behind her back, said, "When turning, the paddles on the inside should be gentle, slow, and precise. The paddles on the outside should be strong, fast, and fierce. You all did the opposite just now." The group scratched their heads, not quite understanding. "Get on the boat. I'll teach you, little ancestor. You can't get on the boat, right?" They worried that if the boat capsized, they would fall into the water, but they couldn't let the little ancestor fall in. Su Gang wanted to speak and advise, but Su Sisi cut him off. "No need to talk nonsense. Hurry up. I'll sit at the drum, and you all row carefully." Everyone had to get on the boat. The person who was originally beating the drum, Su Zhe, stayed on the shore. Su Gang took his place, and Su Sisi sat directly on the drum. Without the drum beat, Su Zhu and the others called out the rhythm and started rowing. At first, it went smoothly and quickly, but when they reached the turn, everyone was more cautious, afraid of capsizing. Su Sisi held the small bamboo stick she had just picked up. Now she was turning left and shouted, "Full left rudder, stop left paddle, 3 strong strokes on the right." Her sudden command caught many off guard.
How does that frosh? Huh?
"What am I supposed to do?" Su Sisi. "You're the left paddle. Just stop it." Su Zhu. "Little ancestor, I'm the right paddle. I should row hard, right?" "Yes, row fiercely 3 times, Su Sisi nodded. "Su Fu, adjust the direction and come again." Su Fu was the helmsman, responsible for steering the boat. During the second training, the team made good turns, but they were too slow. Su Sisi said, "You guys move your hips a little and keep the rhythm." In the third training, they improved and went faster, but the back of the boat still hit the canal wall. The training only ended when the sun was about to set. Before leaving, Su Sisi said, "We probably can't get first place this time. Besides kneeling at the ancestral hall, we also have to carry manure for 3 months. Everyone could only continue practicing tomorrow." Meanwhile, Li family village was really giving up. Li Dabio didn't care much about this dragon boat race. He was more interested in the competition of making zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, with Dashuishu village and Zhongjia village. The commune's event was a dragon boat race, which all villages watched, but it only took one morning. In the afternoon, the villages competed in making zongzi. This was a women's event. Song Ran was at home thinking about what kind of zongzi to make. The rules for this competition were: make it quickly, look good, taste good, and have a good meaning. Last year, the winner was Chun Qingqing. She was really skilled. No one from Zhongjia village could beat her in making large meat zongzi. While she was thinking, she saw her daughter playing with a Rubik's Cube. She was surprised and asked, "Sisi, where did this come from?" Li Sisi said, "Mom, Dog Egg lost to me, so he gave me this." "Wait, how does Dog Egg have this?" Song Ran's mind couldn't keep up. According to the previous timeline, this kind of cube was first made abroad, and it only came out in 1977. How could it be here now? Dashuisha village has many of these. Dog Egg and I had a contest to see who could solve it faster. He lost, so he gave me this cube. Song Ran held Li Sisi's shoulders and asked, "Did he say who made it?" "It was Grandpa Carpenter, thought of by Su little ancestor, so Grandpa Carpenter made it." "I knew it. I knew it." Song Ran was very excited. She thought that last time, there were too many people, and Su little ancestor didn't want to admit it. This time, she planned to secretly ask about it. "Mom, what's wrong?" Li Sisi was confused. Her mother was so excited last time, chasing her grandparents with a kitchen knife, but this time she was happy, not angry. "It's nothing. Go do your homework and play after you're done." At night, Song Ran was singing the lyrics of "The Brave One," loving you walking alone in dark alleys, loving your proud stance, loving you. Before she finished, Lee Sanwa hugged her. "Wife, don't keep saying you love me. It makes me shy." Song Ran kicked him hard. "Get lost." She was annoyed because he disturbed her practice. She realized that Su Xiaozu was very young, probably a primary school student in her past life, just like her, who became younger after transmigration. Earlier, primary school students loved listening to "The Brave One," so her little ancestor probably could sing it too. Now, the students knew "Friends Like You," but she couldn't sing that. So, she could only practice the song. She was practicing diligently when Lee Sanwa's interruption almost made her forget the tune. "Wife, I was so tired during the day and you still kicked me," Lee Sanwa said, rubbing his butt, which hurt a lot. "Shut up, go to sleep if you're tired," Song Ran said coldly, giving him a few stern looks. Lee Sanwa could only close his eyes in grievance, listening to Song Ran's loud singing, forcing himself to fall asleep, so he wouldn't hear her. Meanwhile, in the next room, Lee's mother was trembling. "His father, why is that troublemaker acting crazy in the middle of the night? It's keeping us from sleeping. Just cover your ears and sleep. We can't beat her." Lee's father sighed deeply. "I have to go to the fields tomorrow or I'll get beaten again. If I don't sleep now, I won't be able to get up tomorrow." Song Ran had gradually changed the situation in Lee Sanwa's family. Previously, she was the one supporting everyone, but now everyone had to work, or they would be beaten or starved. The next day, Song Ran carried a pot of milk tea made with milk candies to find Su Sisi. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, Zhang Jiandang, who was helping villagers repay kindness, brought a big package. Each family in the village received some items, including a lot of milk candies and half a pound of meat. At the entrance of the big locust tree village, you had to register to enter. Song Ran thought this process was very much like modern delivery workers entering a residential area. However, it was unlucky for her because Su Sisi and Su Gang went to the machinery factory together, riding electric bikes. Luda looked at the electric bike with bright eyes. Comrade Su Sisi, is this an electric bike? Yes, Su Sisi nodded. Luda was so tall that even when he squatted, he was taller than her.